Yeah. Big up. We're back. 50 people in the building straight away. Hit that like button. I ain't gonna start until we get our likes right up. So yeah, man, hit that like button and we can get back on with it, man. I mean, this is what happened to Veli and Wendy. They are using fake pics.
Hey, when did it happen to Veli and Wendy? Someone just said that.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I know it happened to Veli. I heard Veli said it happened. I didn't know about Wendy. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's you know who it is. It's these guys. But it's cool, man. Hit the like button as soon as you come in, family, because I ain't starting until we get at least 80 likes. I'm not even gonna let people talk. Do you know what I mean? I'm not even gonna let it happen. So
What you saying? Have I got to open up the thing back on? No, I got to open
you're good. You're good.
Anyway.
Fucking pussies, man. I just said, hey, yo, Jedi. And when I looked up, it was not what I was expecting to see on the screen at all. My God. Well, at least you know how you lot spend your Sundays. What you lot, like, you hear me observing. Yeah, man. All right. Yeah, hit that like button. We got 80 people in the building. As soon as we get up to 80 likes, we can get this conversation back on the way. This is the link to jump on. I'm going on mute until we get these likes up. But we had them there already, so it should be no problem. They're trying to ruin the show, and we should show some kind of solidarity. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. I mean, halfway, man. Big up everyone hitting that like button. Get the likes up. Yeah, get the likes up to about 80 and we can start, man. You know? Let's get the likes up to about 80 because we was on like 100 and plus likes and they just messed it up. So hopefully this show will go better than the last one. And don't worry, that last bit of content, I will chop out the offending scene and re-upload it. So, you know, that's not lost because it was a good convo. Some gems there. Luckily, yeah, you missed the porn trilogy. You missed the porn. I'm sure you would have enjoyed it. Right, 100 people back in the building. You know? Nah, not their anus this time. Oh, man, it made me feel sick. I don't even want to discuss it. It's made me feel sick, man. And just to warn you guys, there's also a fake Raj Speaker's Corner profile going around. And, yeah, they fake to be Raj, yeah. Sorry about that. Anyone that was watching it and, you know, maybe had youngsters around or whatever, I do apologize. You know, it was not my intention to flout the rules of, you know, the community guidelines of YouTube. And, yeah, man. All right, let's get, we got 60 likes. Let's get 20 more likes and we can just get this popping. Please, please, please hit the like button. Afghan and Rodney, yeah? That's all good, man. That's all good. Afghan or Rodney, it's all good. You lot do what you lot need to do. But, like, anyway, you just do what you lot need to do. I don't even want to talk. Just do what you need to do, man. Whatever brings you joy in your life, man, go for it. Go for it, man. We all right. We all right over here, man. Right, where we at? Where we at with the likes? Let's get the likes up. You lot write this in the comments. Do some nice emojis. Let's get the likes up. This person says it's Shakara, but I need to make sure that they are. Shaka, is that you?
Yeah, it's me, bro. It's me. It's definitely me.
Man. Oh, here they are. Look, Jedi is a liar. So that was you, yeah? Say no more, man. Thank you for proving that it was you. That's all I needed, man. Thank you. So you watch gay porn. Definitely watch gay porn then. It's twice you've been connected with gay porn. Yeah. Big up the Really Woke show, man. That's my people, good people. Old Tat Rocks and the whole crew. Really Woke show. Check out reallywoke.show.com and check out their content, man. You know what I mean? They've been covering a lot of stuff. Shakara sabotage show because he was under pressure. Yeah. All right. So let's get back to this. Was we done with the Black Man for Dead thing? Was we done?
Yeah, I'm seriously. I'm encouraging someone to find the clip. Yeah, find it. Yeah, and bring it to man. In it, like find the clip and play the ass.
Did you definitely say it?
Man said it. Say again.
Okay. Yeah. Why are you saying if you play the clip, it's going to show context?
No, I'm saying you will see the context in which it was said in it. Like nobody was calling for people to rally up and go kill white people. Yeah. So this is what I'm trying to say. Fam, like the guy who's been spreading this thing. Yeah. Right. It is. Anyway, do you know who's been spreading this thing?
Is it the same guy?
It's the same guy, bro. Like this is what I'm saying. Like, so it's a joke thing to me, bro. And I'm not even. Yes, it was said. I said it, fam. Like, what do you think? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, man said it public. Yes, man said it. What? You get me? Like,
yeah, you said it, and obviously it's a distasteful comment. You know what I'm saying? That it's hard for anyone to.
Yeah, Reggie. You know what I'm saying?
The black nationalists and the black supremacists in the chat. You know what I'm saying? It's hard for people to actually condone such a statement.
Yeah, I can't condone the statement "white man for dead" unless you said slave owners for dead, oppressors for dead. Then yeah, I'm down with that. If you just say white man for dead, that's gonna leave like my Irish mate thinking, "Right, well, I thought we were cool." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't want you dead, bro. I want you dead."
Jedi. And no white people listening actively thought that Shakara was advocating for them.
Right.
Yeah, I'm saying like it was not that kind of a conversation.
How do you know that, Shakara?
Right, and when it was contextualized, it was contextualized in the same sense because at the time, brother Aaron Monselle, aka Renegade Raf, did ask me about it, and I said, "Well, no, I'm not. I wasn't." I said it was a facetious statement. Yeah. At the same time, I recognized that there have been times when it was justifiable. What's it called? You know, and necessary for the white man for dead. And that was and I use Nat Turner as an example. The reality is that we were in a situation of slavery that was enforced on us by white people in the name of their whiteness. It wasn't just a random.
There's always going to be a point at which,
you know what I'm saying, you know. So yeah. So but what it is though, this ain't got not. This has nothing to do with the statement that man made. This is about Shakara, right? And trying to get something on Shakara. And if people want to do that, then fine. You know what I'm saying? This is why Reggie's jumping in it right about now. Like he hasn't been addressed about 3-4 different times on the G block. You know what I'm saying? And the same.
I wasn't there. I told them when I was there. He was Jedi. So we don't know whether it's Jedi
might not have been there, but I feel like you have been there at least one time. But either way, bro, like, you know what I'm saying? You and I both know that this has nothing to do with you know what I'm saying, because the people have made inflammatory statements on the G block all the time, and you know you ain't saying nothing about it. So this ain't got nothing to do with whether it was inflammatory or not, whether people was feeling threatened or not. Like, let's not lie in it. You know what I'm saying? You get me? But yeah, man said it. And if anybody's got an issue, they can come challenge me. What?
Yeah, come challenge Shaka, man. Shaka says, and does he have the freedom of speech to say so?
Well, I mean, no matter what context you want to put into about, Nat Turner had the right to say, you're not Nat Turner, you're not the people in the slave plantation, and these are not the people that were beating your back on the plantation. So all this contextualizing based on the back of history is just fallacious. You're in 2021. You live amongst white people.
Do you know what's interesting, right? The other day, brother Richie, yeah, I tried to you know, form an understanding, yeah, beginning with you and myself, and hopefully spreading to other brothers and sisters, in relation to the fact that it should not be the case, yeah. That when we get into disagreements as Africans from the Caribbean and the diaspora, that we resort to throw in known racist stereotypes at each other based upon the various different forms of colonization that we experience. And I could not get you to agree with me and you know what I'm saying, come to accord with me on that statement. And now in the same instance, you feel that you have the moral authority to challenge me about a facetious statement that was made. This is a joke, brother.
He's
Reggie,
referring now to. He's referring now to remind.
Who's he?
So Jedi, sorry, Shakara is referring to an incident that happened about a week ago, where he was trying to tell people that trying to advise us to be on code, and trying to say that I should,
no, it wasn't advice. It wasn't advice.
Wait. Was it the statement about being on code with the brothers on the other side of the Atlantic? Because I heard that. Yeah. You had a problem with that? Did you have a problem with that?
I had a problem based on the fact that that there's a lot of people here that don't. There's just the code is there is no code. What? Basically, it's so vague.
I never said anything about code.
He's asking for a code, though, Reggie.
Exactly. All I was saying is that we can have disagreements, right? We can have disagreements, but they don't need to result in you calling me a slave baby and me calling you an African boo. Like, just what I'm saying. I think we should be able to have disagreements that don't listen to that. And so I was trying to see if we could come to an agreement that should not take place. To be fair, and begin with me and you. 1 second. Begin with me and you in taking responsibility for ensuring that is a principle that we abide by in terms of how we discourse with each other. And now you could agree to that, right? But my statement in that context is something that you want to challenge me on. We couldn't even get you to 1 second. I'm talking to a man who when a brother challenged him about wishing death on another man's mother and children, he couldn't come to terms and say that was wrong, and I shouldn't behave in that kind of way just because somebody calls me a bitch. And that individual is the person who wants to have the moral high ground with me in a conversation right now. I cannot take you seriously, unfortunately. I'm sorry. You don't have the moral authority or the intellectual consistency to even make the statement that you're making.
Well, hang on. I know someone who also has done similar ilk, and you don't seem to want to condemn him ever. You know what I'm saying? Like, Raj has got what do you call it? Raj can bring up the law.
What are you talking about? You are challenging me right about now. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You are challenging me at the moment.
I am saying, hold on.
And then you're going to start deflecting.
Hold on, you were saying
you have no shame in that. You know when you like there's hypocrites, right? There's hypocrites, and the only thing worse than a hypocrite, right, is a hypocrite that don't have no shame, like you have no shame, Richard. Like this open dishonesty, and hypocrisy with no shame. You can't win against them kind of people there, fam. I don't even try to. It's a joke.
You sound very triggered. You say that you don't, you question my integrity off the back of me going back and forth with someone and insulting their mother. But there's also brothers that you have a lot of holding high esteem that have also insulted people's mothers, but you never condemn them or you never hold them to
I haven't condemned you. I haven't condemned you, my brother.
Well,
I haven't condemned you. I've never condemned you. I've never condemned you. And again, you're forced. You're being fallacious, right? Because that has been on. I don't have anything to prove to you. We are having a conversation, and you are challenging me about something. And I'm saying to you, at the moment, you lack even the intellectual fortitude, and the moral consistency to weigh the challenge that you're trying to do at the moment, So let's hold that in it. I'm saying. So find the recording ready, and bring it, and maybe we'll have a conversation about what I said and how I said it and them kind of things. Because did you hear the statement? Did you hear the statement
on the fire?
When it was made, did you hear it? Did you hear the statement that was made?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Right, so you're going off hearsay. So you don't even know that I said it for a fact, other than the fact that I've accepted that.
Well, you said it.
Right? You have no idea what happened. You have no idea what happened. So you're making. So again, this is not about the issue, And I'm not even inclined to pretend with you that what you're saying at the moment is about the subject itself. This is about you and whatever beef you got with Shakara, and you have to just eat that. I'm not on what you're on. I don't have that level of animosity towards you. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel the need to get at Reggie. I don't feel it. Yeah. So deal with that. Deal with your own issue yourself, my bro. Right? Deal with it yourself. And don't try to draw me into your shaggery. I'm not on it.
Can I ask Jedi a question?
I am not on it.
Can I ask Jedi a question?
Yeah.
If someone wants to refer to certain elements of history, such as maybe slavery, such as colonization, and maybe the white Jesus, for example, that's a primary one that comes up quite a lot. And then you want to bring up the fact that certain people might have European DNA, were the descendants of maybe the slave master in some ways because of their DNA, or may have been the descendants of slaves. Is that not also? Are you not entitled to do that off the back of the fact that they want to remind you that, oh, you're serving a white Jesus? Are you not allowed to make reference to these historical facts as well?
Well, the historical facts that you may have some white blood in you.
Yeah, they might have white blood in you. You may be the descendant of slaves.
Okay, but yeah, of course you can mention what you like. Yeah, why can't you mention that?
Exactly,
bro.
If they feel
what was the point of mentioning it? You could mention apples growing on an orange tree, but why are you saying it though?
Oh, you're saying it to bring up the fact, the historical fact that, okay, these people were brought into this particular era through slavery, and this is how it was done. You understand? So you're referencing it as a point to explain the fact that these people came from a particular.
I'm not even sure what that's got to do with anything. That I don't see, first of all, how people, enslaved people being raped has anything to do with the white Jesus, the image of the white Jesus.
No. I'm saying the white Jesus is a different
rebuttal. If a rebuttal for challenging the worship of white Jesus is your ancestors were raped by the slave master,
that's
I'm
not
not sure how that correlates.
It's not a rebuttal.
Explain it to me.
I'm trying to explain it.
Why would you raise it in relation to it then? Why would you raise it in response?
I'm trying to explain to Jeddah. I'm saying in the same way that some people use the white Jesus to make a point out of the fact that they were like, white Jesus was used to colonize people or to manipulate people. So
was rape, bro. So was rape. Yes, rape was used as a tool to colonize people.
Are we not allowed to reference the fact that some people were sold into slavery, were slaves, descendants of slaves, etc.? If we want to make a point, are we not allowed to reference that?
Of course you can reference it, but was it in relation to something? Why wouldn't you be allowed to reference slavery? Of course you can reference slavery. Why are you referencing slavery? Why are you referencing slavery? What?
Well, we're referencing it to demonstrate the impact and what had occurred in history and what the white man had done to certain people.
No, it's a fact. The white man raped, yes, profusely. The white man raped with impunity during enslavement.
Exactly.
What's the point though? What would be the point in referencing it? So I'll give you an example, right? And again, this idea that man talks about white Jesus a whole heap is a fabrication. Yeah, we're playing footloose and fancy free with the 8th commandment, and one knows it, but the true one doesn't have any shame. There's no point even trying to hold anybody to a moral standard, right? However, yes, it is a fact that the white Jesus was imposed upon us during slavery and colonialism for the sake of inducing a worship of European people. That is a fact. Yeah, it's also a fact that the rape of African men and women was also instituted during slavery and colonialism in order to instill fear and an attitude of subjugation to the white man and white people in general. That is also a fact. Yes. Yeah. So what would be the context in which one? So if one rejects the white Jesus, where's the insult in rejecting a white Jesus for black people?
So the fact of the matter is, it's not about whether you can or cannot talk about these things. It's just that to make sure that we're clear that obviously if people want to reference the fact that they want to talk about certain elements of colonization or slavery, then people like Ask Getty, for example, I don't know if he's still around, that will come up with statements like, "Oh, you are the ancestors of slaves," Well, you are
So
the
are you
anti.
suggesting that challenging the image of the white Jesus is a direct challenge to Africans from the continent? Is that what you're saying? And so
No, it isn't. It's not a direct
for that,
challenge. It's not a direct
okay, so
challenge.
so then why would the response to that be the idea that Africans from the diaspora were raped during slavery? I'm not understanding the
It's not a
relationship
direct
between these two.
response. It's obviously not a direct response, but I'm
So
saying.
so why are you putting it as
at
the
the end
response?
of the day?
What does one have to do with the other?
At the end of the day, what I'm saying is that if it's okay for one to be referenced, then you shouldn't have a problem when another, in another context, is also referenced.
No, but
You
the
understand?
idea is not the idea. But the idea is not about whether it should be referenced or not. Anybody who talks about enslavement of African people will talk about the fact that African people were raped as a part of the slavery system. Nobody has a problem with that. And when some of us do it, then we're told that we're complaining about the past, right? You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure when. So you tell me then in what context is it okay to discuss the rape and the brutalization that took place during slavery, and what cases is it not okay?
No, it's okay. I mean, I've said that.
Right.
It's okay.
So then it should be also okay then to talk about the white
it's okay
Jesus.
to talk about it all the time.
And it should be okay to reject the white
in
Jesus.
fact,
And it's funny, and I think it would be a vestige of slavery that black people become offended. Yeah, I can't find the context for. One second, I can't find the context for black people being offended by other black people rejecting the white Jesus and its imposition of
the white Jesus
during slavery.
The white Jesus, is okay for people to reference it as much as they like. In fact, it was a brother Asketi that was the first one to come out with the fact that a lot of the Caribbean people are ancestors of slaves and people that have been raped by the white man. It was Asketi that was the first one to come on G Block and start.
But what's the relevance of the statement though? In what context?
Why are you animated? He was one of the first people to reference this historical fact. And for some reason, there was a lot of people that on the panel that got triggered by this historical fact. And he doesn't support no white Jesus. He's one of the people that will go out there and keep highlighting the white Jesus and the fact that a lot of West African people pray to a white Jesus. But at the same time, but no one will get animated when he does that. No, none of the Jesus. Hang on. So this Somali Muslim will point out the white Jesus on numerous accounts, and a lot of people will be happy about it. But when he starts to reference the fact that a lot of Caribbean people were raped, and in fact, this is what I actually said. He said gang raped by a lot of Europeans. That's what he kept on saying. They were gang raped by a lot of Europeans, and they were forced into slavery. They were bought and sold, and then they became. And a lot of you Caribbean people.
So what was the context of the statement?
What was the context?
What was the context? So did he come on? Did he come on and he was just merely sharing some information about the experience of slavery?
Yeah, he was.
That's all he was doing, yeah. And people got offended by him saying that.
Yeah. As far as I remember,
right. Well, you're entitled to your opinion. I think you're being fairly liberal with the application of the 8th commandment, but I'm not inclined to debate that with you any further. Because we're changing the subject at the moment. I want to get back to the subject of the thing, and also if people want to challenge me on this on the statement that I made, feel free to do so. But this is a joke. This conversation right here is a joke. So let's move on.
Yeah. Fair dues. Taylor, did you have anything that you wanted to add? I mean, let me ask you something. How do you feel? Oh, wait. Before we do it, let me just play this actually, Shucks. So Irish Brethren is back. Oh no, this is someone else. 1 second. Let me play this actually.
Yo, freedom of speech is under attack through different places, but mainly social media, and that's where we need to be concerned the most. Social media is dangerous, and we can only think to two people, really. Mine goes to two people to think of exactly how dangerous it is to question who polices these environments. Donald Trump and Wiley, for two different reasons of why they've been banned from social media and stuff like that. But who the hell gets to decide these people are removed and that these people are so bad, I guess, and need to be blocked and are that dangerous? So for me, social medias, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, they are some of the most dangerous places for freedom of speech, because it's not freedom of speech there. You're absolutely policed.
And that's the homie LDB Smith. Big up the chest. Anyone want to say something to what he said about social media? Please. Yaga, are you on mute, by the way?
No, he's absolutely correct, isn't it?
Wasn't he just saying that we're just? He's basically saying we're police, that we're all police. But yeah, it's kind of like what Larry said earlier, that we have a contract when we go on there, and obviously, if we want to continue going there, we have to adhere to the contract. And if not, then we get censored. I mean, it is someone else's business. Twitter is a business. Like, people forget that. They think it's some sort of
Public.
Yeah, they think it's the public, but it's not. So they can make up their own rules, and obviously some of them a lot of the rules are selective. So depending on who's reading the comments or listening in, they might just deem it acceptable or not, because they are quite vague sometimes in some of the rules. You know, so yeah, Wiley, Trump, they've both been deplatformed, and they'll go on to somewhere else that will allow them to speak. It's as simple as that. Wiley is employed by Jewish institutions. I think they're the ones that own a lot of the rap industries. So at the end of the day, if he wants to spout what he wants to spout, he has to make his own low-key label, and he can say what he wants to from there. It's simple as that.
Anyone else? Versa, you was agreeing? Oh, sorry, go on, Shax.
No, I just wouldn't equate Trump with Wiley. I think that certainly Trump, as the president of the United States, you know, his statements have higher weight. Huh?
Yeah. I said former.
Well, yeah, sorry, but at the time, innit?
Yeah.
And his statements were linked to what they consider to be a violent attack against the United States Capitol. So I wouldn't equate those two things.
Okay. Do you, in your personal opinion now, do you think that Trump should have been deplatformed for whatever it was?
I'm agnostic on the issue. I don't, because as has been discussed before, the idea that people can incite violence is something that should be taken seriously. And if people are able to communicate and they have the power to, if people are going to respond to the people's words of violence, and I think that, you know, there may be an argument for challenging or affecting the ways in which such people communicate, right? So I'm a bit agnostic on whether I wouldn't have been vexed if they kept him on, and I'm not particularly vexed that they took him down, to be honest with you. But yeah.
Okay. Versa, sorry, I keep coming to you. What are you saying to me?
To be honest, innit, nothing really. I'm kind of in agreement with the man. Saying. Like these things that we use, innit, we're outside our jurisdiction with certain things, innit. Like, they have the power, and it's all in writing, but the thing is, no one's reading it. So do you know what I mean? You can't even. Oh, I mean, some people are in it, but the average person ain't doing it. So when they pull up,
do you think Wiley should have been deplatformed? I don't know. That's a new word, by the way, deplatform, that we're making for this. You get me? Do you think he should have been banned from social networks?
Well, you know what? Regardless of, like, I mean, he didn't do anything to me personally, innit. Man wasn't speaking nothing but the truth. But what happens with a lot of these things is, yeah, obviously whoever runs the thing didn't like what he was saying. You know what I mean? Same way you could be speaking the truth in someone's yard and they don't like whatever you're spitting. They're like, no, it's time for you to leave, mate. You know what I mean? What can you do? You got to leave, innit?
Did he actually get charged, like, criminally or civil?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, so I mean, it's as simple as, like you said. I forgot what this brother's name is. Like, if you're not in the ownership position, then you can't really make the rules. Everyone can sympathize with them and say, oh, but you guys should change your mind and you shouldn't have these policies. But ultimately, they can do whatever they like because it's their house.
Right.
Right.
All right. Where is this? Where is this? Okay, I got another one, another voice note. You want to leave me a voice note if you don't want to jump on? Then
people have said as well that if until someone starts their own thing and decides to, when there's more competition out there, of people that are willing to take all kinds of speech, then these people will continue to run things the way that they see fit. And if their agenda is left wing, or if their agenda is pro-Jewish or pro-right or pro-left, whatever it is, then they'll accept whatever suits their political objective. But so far, these tech giants are more into it's debatable anyway. So most of them are more left-leaning, pro-Jewish and all that kind of stuff. So you shouldn't be surprised when certain people come up with certain rhetoric and they're banned.
All right, let me play this video. Let me play this voice note. Come out.
Right, Shaka's a proper racist, mate. Imagine a white person fucking saying that. Or a black man if he did. You know what I mean? Imagine that. Fucking hell, mate. That's what the trouble is. That's where the trouble stands. Like it's all right for one and not the other. That shouldn't be how it sits, man. Respect to you, gents, mate.
Chucks. Yeah, there you have it.
Yeah, but I don't really have anything to say in response to that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying he's entitled to his opinion. Like, if one can't understand what it is I'm saying. And by the way, I should add though that when we're not dealing with a situation in which black man fidelity is not a sentiment that is actually actioned. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, who's got to say it when you own, bombs and economic systems? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a joke. I can't even take it serious. So I'm move on, man.
Big up to MA. Big up, much love, MA, for the donation. And if you want to be like MA and put your money where your mouth is and support a hardworking, independent content creator, we got 3 ways for you to do it. The first way, like MA, is through the super chat. Get your name in lights, get your message up on the screen. And man, and I appreciate them kind of supports there. They can do super stickers as well. We got CASHAPP, and the link is in the description for that, or my CASHAPP name, which is #TRILLSUPPORT. In fact, I'm going to change my profile name so you can see that name if you want to CASHAPP me. And also we've got PayPal, trusty PayPal, and that link is also in the description, and we'll be floating through the chat at intermediate times. Right, so if you want to support up like that, but the best thing you could do is hit the like button. That's a real big help. Helps the algorithm kind of let me be uncovered by new listeners, unique listeners, which is actually what I need to grow my platform. So please hit the like button, regardless of if you like the sentiments of Shaka or Jedi or G Versa or Reggie or not. Just hit that like button to help these type of platforms where we give voices to the public, help it grow, please. Yeah, help it grow, and make them porn bombers and that even more angry, even more mad at life. Who we got in the chats? I'm trying to encourage some of the family to jump on, because I know you got viewpoints there. Mary Jen, get off the fence. Sai, get off the fence, man. Come in and say something. 92 Dread. Bomber clout, man. What one? If there's a bag of white people on there, you'd be on there, all up on there. Now it's Shaka and Reggie and me. You're not involved. Get in there. Big up Bibi Nana, Soldier. 77 Soldier, I'd like to hear what you got to say, Not going to lie, I've not heard your voice for a while. It'd be great to hear you rather than read you. And any of you, I'm encouraging you to jump on. Don't worry, I'm not put off by all them batty boys and that. I'm not put off. Just jump on, please, and come and have your say, and add to the conversation, man. Help Shaka Ra out, because he's just being hounded by, stalked down by Reggie. Reggie stalking him down, looking for the.
What do you think of this What do you think of freedom of expression? Like, what we
is freedom of expression different from freedom of speech?
Yeah, I would say it is.
What's the difference? Because I kind of don't really get the difference.
Freedom of expression would be a man walking down in a dress in this day and age, I think, to my understanding. That wouldn't be allowed maybe, I don't know, even 50 years ago. But now, due to freedom of expression, you're much within you're able to do that, innit? Do them things.
That porn bombing that you I don't know what to use, but that we saw was a freedom of expression. That was a freedom of expression.
Right. So, I think the consequences for that freedom of expression should be you're going against the terms and conditions of the site, and you should be penalized for doing so. Apart from that, do I think he should go to jail? No. You know what I mean? I think he should be arrested only if showing pornography to a potential minor or a crowd that potentially may have minors in it. If that's a criminal offense and you want to go and find him and arrest him, then I'm not going to lose sleep over that. I wouldn't be calling the police for that kind of action. In all honesty,
we don't know.
But I mean, I'm sure the powers that be could find that out easy. Like you know what I mean? They could easily find who just done that. I mean, the dimwits are fucking got IP addresses logging all their fuckeries, and it's being logged anyway. So it's so fucking dumb. They keep coming back as if it's going to be a never-ending route of excitement or source of excitement, and it's going to backfire. It will backfire, and I'll be there to giggle when it does. So I'll take the rough with the smooth. But should he be arrested? Not personally. I wouldn't be pressing charges. Should violence be enacted on him? Now, I'm a believer that violence is in my tool belt. Some people don't believe it is. Violence is in my tool belt, and it's something that I have used in the past, and I use less now than I did when I was younger. But it doesn't mean that it's still not available to me. And quite frankly, the person that porn bombed my channel, would I give him a slap? Yes, I would. If it didn't leave me in a danger of losing my liberty, I'd probably give him a slap. I mean, trying to be honest here. So if that's freedom of expression, I don't know if he wanted to create a YouTube page and express his love for male porn on his page, then I wouldn't have no say because I wouldn't be going over there. It's the fact that you've done it to someone else. You've done it on someone else's watch or someone else's responsibility. You've come to someone else's business and you've done things that are unacceptable. That's where I feel like that. Obviously, freedom of expression doesn't. Common law means that I shouldn't lose out due to your actions, which I clearly could lose out due to his actions, where I could be striked or fined or held accountable for flouting the community guidelines. So yeah.
Do you think the community guidelines are appropriate? Do you think that maybe?
Yeah, I'm happy with there not being pornography shown on this site. I'm on YouTube. I'm happy with that. I'm cool with that. I think that's fine. I have no issue. I've got no. Yo, Sham.
Yes, what's going on?
Yeah, big up, brother. I just need to hear your voice clearly.
Yeah, cool, you man.
But yeah, I ain't got no issue. Cham, let me ask you. You ain't seen do you know what we're talking about?
I heard you got just by what you're saying. Yeah, I heard what's obviously happened.
No, you don't know what we're talking about. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the guys showing their.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've been listening for a while, man. I know what you're talking about.
You heard the ginger dude, yeah?
Yeah. The football, whatever. Yeah, manager. I heard it. Yeah.
It's the Elysian of the term God, the deity that is housed within man, the flame that consumes the G. Wow.
My bad. Random.
No, I was reading out something. My apologies. I thought I was on mute.
Yeah, you sound like you're trying to cast a spell on us or something, bro.
No, I'm right. I'm right. Nah,
Grand Wizard, yeah?
Work, man. Right to work. My apologies.
You said the flame that consumes the G, yeah? Yeah, we gotta have words later, bro.
Yeah, man. You know me, bro.
You gotta have words later, bro. Get me? I don't know what
G. I'm sound a mad random store. Nah.
All right. Yeah, Sham. So
yeah,
you don't need me to play that guy's video again.
No. Like, so obviously, argument is, should he be allowed to say it? Should he not be allowed to say it?
No, the argument is what do we do about people like this?
Okay, well, that's the thing. That's obviously us, ourselves. We're infringing on our own right to say where we want to say. The problem is people have to be offended for this thing to work, unfortunately. So it's kind of like once people start saying, yeah, but I don't think that's right, I don't think that's right, you destroy freedom of speech. So unfortunately, I think he has to be allowed to say what he has to say. Was he on his own platform? How did he release it? Was it his own Twitter, Facebook, whatever?
But that's the point. The point is, he doesn't own a Twitter. He's got a Twitter account. I mean, I think it was, I don't know, it was Insta or something. Point is, no matter where he said it, it weren't his platform.
Okay, weren't his platform. Okay, I think unfortunately we have to, for this thing to work, like I'm saying, I think we have to let people say whatever they want to say. That to me is freedom of speech. I don't care if it's offensive or if someone gets upset. That they can't be the rules, because someone is always going to get upset. You know, if you cut down a tree, or if you wear you know, an animal, you know, a mink jacket or whatever, someone's going to get upset. What are we supposed to do? You know, it's like you're never going to please everyone. So even though what he said clearly sounded racist, and he used, obviously, like he said, Paki, like that's not okay, is it? So like, yeah, I think we just have to kind of accept it, unfortunately.
Just accept it and what? Do nothing? What should he be arrested?
No, I think nothing should happen to him. Nothing should happen to him at all.
Should he have his benefits?
No, nothing should happen to him, unfortunately, because
not even sacked. Not even sacked.
No.
Oh yeah, but hold on though.
The packing thing, I think was.
Hold on, Sham.
Yeah.
He happens to be your son's science teacher.
Yeah.
You recognise him,
and he got my son great grades. You know what I mean? He does his job very well. So why are we implicating?
All right, yeah. No, okay. Let me just. All right, you say that, yeah, but let's just. For instance,
sorry, are you being serious with that?
Wait. 1 second. Let's say that your son didn't get great grades.
Yeah.
And your son's as black as a Ugandan at 11:59. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you've now gone onto this guy's Twitter page and heard this: a black man belongs beneath a white man. This is your son's form tutor, science tutor, head of year, whatever. You're cool, yeah?
I think so, yeah. If he does his job correctly, that's what freedom of speech is all about.
What I'm saying
someone is always going to be upset.
No. Your son today has come up with shit grades. You know, the person that gave him the shit grades is a man that in his own personal life goes on social media and says a black man's place is beneath a white man.
Okay.
And
so
you're saying,
I think, I think if we're looking at his grades, then it will be a separate conversation where he has to explain why the kids in his class are not getting good grades. This is what I'm saying. People don't understand. Someone is always going to be upset, no matter what you say. As long as he's not physically harming anyone, how do we have a system where we say, okay, we've got freedom of speech. People can say what they want with there being clarity and fairness. You either just have to let it all go or moderate everything. And then we just turn into moderators. Yeah, moderate that, moderate this. That's bullshit. That don't make no sense. It's one or another. You're never going to be able to draw up a perfect charter or guidelines or anything on these bases, because I'm going to come along and say, you know what? I'm a chichi man and I'm not really feeling the way you guys not promoting same-sex marriage. Blah, I'm upset. This man's upset. Someone else is upset. It's never going to work. So just leave it be. That's freedom of speech, unfortunately. Someone going to speak in this corner chatting shit is freedom of speech, unfortunately.
Quick question, yeah. Are you when you said a science teacher, is this guy actually a science teacher?
No.
You better be a good science teacher.
Nah, he's not a science teacher. But I'm just saying, if he's your child's head of year or your child's form tutor, I hear where you're coming from, but like it's just, with all due respect, it's just like I feel like you're not thinking about you made an answer and you're sticking with that. My man's your son's tutor, bro, and this is how he feels. So any grades I get, bro, come on, bro. How can you even drop your youth off to a class where this man is
you're hoping that when he's teaching, he puts everything, his personal life aside.
Why are you
that
hoping
way
that?
people?
Why would you hope that though?
Why not? Because we would hope that.
Hold on.
Let me tell you why. I can tell you why. When there's a gay man, you always say that shouldn't affect him.
Wait. Let me say this one thing. Yeah. Do you hope that the pedophilic nursery worker puts his personal desires to the side while he's at work? Is that what you're gonna say? Oh, he's a
No,
paedophile,
because
yeah.
he's
And as long
breaking
as
the
he doesn't
law.
do it
He's
once-
breaking accepted law. That's different. You know, why
So
would he be there? You know, why would you have a burglar working in, I don't know, like a jewelry shop? It don't make sense. Like, you know, he's gonna lick a couple rings every day. Like, there's no point having him there. You know, it's the same thing. We
No,
have
I
to
mean-
allow people to have two lives. You know, you're a
Right.
police officer, okay, but you like to, I don't know, do whatever. It's like you gotta let people have their lives, work and whatever outside of work.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, because I get it, right? Like if you're skillful and tactful enough to keep the two worlds separate, but when you're being vocal on a live platform, talking that crud, you've basically stepped outside that sort of that boundary that separates the two. Do you feel me? Because
You know why that's a very good thing, though? Do you know why that's a great thing?
Before I forget, yo, Mag,
Yo.
Wagwan, it's Curtis, yeah?
Yeah, that's me. How you doing?
Yeah, you're right. Got to make sure it's you, bro. Get me? Kind of mad things is going on in that, man. You good?
Yeah, I'm live, man. I've just been listening for a bit, and I'll come on my other because I was on my phone a bit earlier, innit?
No, stay on this account. You're good, man. I know you recognize you. Yeah, sorry. G
I'm
Versa,
just
go
gonna
back.
add. I know where the man's going with it.
let me just land this because basically to summarize it, innit, the main reason why I would agree with you is because I do believe within all institutions of education there are people that think like that.
Yeah.
So what the only problem is he was vocal about it and he put that out there for himself to be reprimanded. So when the consequences come, the consequences come.
You know, when you say problem, don't you see the beauty in that? If police officers were allowed to speak their mind, then we would know how they're thinking. If nurses were allowed to say, you know what, I don't agree with that, instead of getting fired, that they don't agree that, let's say, painkillers should be given to someone that should really have physiotherapy. If they were allowed to speak and say things like this, don't you see the beauty and how this would affect society?
I do.
You know, it's like when with people just going with a narrative and being scared, isn't that blocking freedom of speech? Isn't that directly, you know, going against the so-called freedom of speech? You're just telling people, no, you can't speak because you're a police officer. You can't speak because you're a teacher. Let them speak. A wise man once said, yeah, if he knows who he is, he's on the panel right now. I like to hear the racists speak because we know who they are. I like to hear them, you know. It's good. Then we know how we can sort of take them. You know, they're not hidden anymore. And as long as it don't affect their day-to-day job, fine, no problem.
That's fair enough. But I feel like because of the power balance, we need to watch it with what we allow. Because when it comes down to 6 feds in a van, and they've all got that type of thinking to a more or lesser degree, it has consequences. Do you know what I'm saying? And just because you know what they said on the internet, at the end of the day, they got that uniform on. Like in a certain situation, you could have fucked it.
Yeah, I mean,
would it change them if they speak about it or they don't, or do we still have the same person?
It's true.
No, it doesn't. But if there's more of an awareness of like, do you know what? When you put that outfit on, you need to leave this at the door, and society and community has the power to be like, do you know what? You're not right to wear that uniform no more because we see now you're moving. Like then we're moving in a better direction. Although I am against this kind of censorship thing, but when it comes to people, because of quotas and the ratio of things to things and one thing to the other, especially when it comes to my personal experience, teachers in school and the justice system and police and people of that nature, like, yeah, we do need to know what they said. Even like Boris, he said a few things in the past. It's like, we know we don't want to support what he's on because he's come out with a few things over the years. Okay, he's still there. But at least like when I'm going about my day to day and I make other decisions, you can bear it in mind, innit?
You know what it is? It's like, I think when you want to find information out, like personally, if I want to find out information, let's say I believe that someone, I don't know, they took my wallet or something like that out my jacket, I wouldn't say nothing because I feel like whenever you speak, you let people know what you're up to. So the best way to investigate is to not give people a clue what, you know, like that's the best way to observe them, not letting them know that you're watching them. Does that make
Definitely.
sense? So it's
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of like, in a situation like this, it's better to just view and observe, and then as a society, let's say we're talking about this guy in particular, the coach. When we have enough evidence to say, you know what, maybe he's not in the best position, and we've seen him do certain things, like, you know, you got the black guys always sitting on the bench, even though we know they're talented, then we should act. But just vocalizing, you know, words, I don't think people should be destroyed because of it. Because I think it's a lot easier if we look at Wiley to sit here and say, yeah, support Wiley, but a Jewish person wouldn't say that. They'll be upset about the whole situation. So it's who's upset, you know? And that's why it's never going to be a fair, you know, it's never going to be fair, and it's never going to be perfect unless we just allow it to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if people can see that or not. But otherwise, I would say whoever can't see what I'm saying, I would say show me and tell me how we could draw up something in society that we could all follow, guidelines, so to speak, that would be fair. Because I guarantee you, there's always going to be someone that's going to be offended. You know, whether it's the Christian guy that's offended because you're showing gay stuff, or whether it's the, you know, whatever the case might be, someone's always going to lose. So what you telling me? Someone's always going to have to, you know, sway on their, you know, on their standpoints and their beliefs. So it don't matter.
True.
We could say there's certain words, like, you know, that are just by law you're not allowed to say, and if you do say them by law, blah blah blah, we can do that. But unless, you know, you're doing that, I don't understand how anything's ever going to be sewn up to the point where we have something that we all know clearly this is allowed and this is not allowed. I don't get it.
No, I don't think we will, to be honest. But I think there's a level of unwrittenness to these type of rules and ways of going about things. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes it goes without saying who you can say what to. I think like there's even different circles. Not everything needs to be public and not everything needs to be private. You mentioned the church one and the gay one and stuff like that. Like, what's the priest doing? What's the priest doing in a gay bar to get offended?
No, but it could be online. It could be the fact that he's watching daytime TV. He's watching a bit of This Morning.
What's the
Two
priest
guys are
doing
kissing, getting married.
TV, bro?
I'm just saying.
True, I get it. But realistically, like you need to come off that TV, because what is in his little book and that is not really on what TV is on that right now. So he's always going to see things that is not righted to him. And as a person who, again, has been reading that book and learning from them lessons, he should be thinking, well, I shouldn't be here to get offended. I'm here to immerse myself in that and save those people.
Yeah, but you
I mean, he ain't got
get all kind of.
You ain't got room to be getting offended. That's what I'm saying. So when you're entering somebody's, especially certain spaces, and you know what I mean. If I go to one of them pubs, yeah, with the Union Jack on the outside,
yeah,
I'm going to expect certain conversations. It might not even be brutal like that, but as soon as you're a big lad, ain't ya? Or whatever road it goes down, I just get that from those guys. Like, do I want to be the one that's up in the ante over small fries? Or do I want to see, like, well, look where I've gone to whilst Millwall are playing or whatever? Okay,
so you're basically saying it depends on where you say it. But what if someone's there with a camera phone and you don't know that they're recording it, and they've recorded it, then uploaded it? It becomes the same thing.
It's 21st century problems then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because that's what's happening. But that's the main geezer that we're talking about in this situation. He was in his yard with his missus chatting shit.
Okay.
But technically to the world.
There you go. So the only thing I think you can do in this situation is either look at the word and say, you know what, that word towards Pakistanis or wherever, that's the problem in it. You know, that was a racist word. He should not be allowed to use it because we've said that this is a word that's unacceptable. And apart from that, there's not much you can do to the guy. You got to let him have his opinion.
I'm not doing anything to that guy either, specifically, to be honest. But it's just, I think that because when you mentioned the charter on about, it's not necessarily about a charter, it's about we as a society, the way school and things should work is that people don't end up walking around like that.
So you think there's something wrong with the way he's thinking?
Well, he needs help in it, because that, like, trust me, the issues that he pointed out with the video as to why you don't want to do what the video is telling him to do are not the issue. Realistically, the Preeti is just a facade. Let's be real.
I think with people like
She's
this,
not
the most
anything of any of that P word that he's talking about.
yeah.
So, do you know what I mean? My man's lost to me in that situation.
So what do you think? What do you think should happen to him, Curtis? You're a white male, right? You're a white man, right?
No, I'm black.
You're a black man.
Yeah.
I need to play my fool. You can't sound like a color nigga.
All right.
I don't know. Whoever saw that post just knows that's a mad thing.
Hand reveal.
Yeah, let's see your hand. Show me the back of your hand. But like, so what do you think should happen to this guy though? Like using him as a case example. People are calling for him to be beaten up, and people are calling for him to be arrested. What do you think?
So a case of like calling for, like that you just say calling for, like that's like fatwa levels, isn't it? Like I'm here in London, and is it up North Sheffield, I believe?
Sorry, I'm up north somewhere.
So there's enough people around him to regulate, innit? White, black, like there's enough people around him to regulate and do as they see fit when they see his face, innit? But in terms of me sitting on the internet here or even foreign countries and further along calling for he should be this, he should be that, it's not my responsibility, man. Like, do you know what I mean? So I think that's what I'm saying. It's about circles. If something's happening at a local level to you and it's a small cry, then you can have words like, this guy lives across the road from me. Like, I don't want my kids or my wife or whatever to suffer certain things. Like, we can have those conversations. But if you just so happen to upload it and now you're not going to press my buttons. There's bigger things happening, man.
Oh.
That's what this type of stuff in general. Do you know what I mean? It's like I suppose it sounds like I'm on the fence in it, but I just feel like no, it does. But I just like I know personally where to pick and choose the battle,
right?
And that's what so that's why I kind of brought up that pub example. Like if I go into that space or if that thing is in my face, then I'm going to confront it differently to when someone's just in his lounge having a laugh and he's not local to me like that because he has no impact, he has no influence. The only people he's influencing is people who think like that. There's nobody.
Well, people disagreeing. They're saying, who came on it? Oh, where's Reggie gone? Some of them are saying that, these words could lead to
incite, is what they said.
Inciting violence and all that. You don't think so?
Okay, so the way we look at that, like inciting, I think is a bit of a cop out, and people using it to get everybody and each other all the time in it.
Right.
Like it takes a level of power and real following to incite violence. So people are on about the rules that are on these sites and that. If you got 200-300 followers and they're all of your ilk, whatever the ilk is, yeah, and you're chatting west, do you think you're getting reported? So do you think the rules really apply to you as much as they apply to Donald Trump, where everyone's waiting for him to say the wrong thing and cry about it?
True.
Like, do you know what I mean? Like, so
should they not have the same rules? Because somebody made an example of someone making homemade lemonade in their house and someone having a big 7-Up factory. They need to be regulated differently by the regulators. So do you see it being like Trump is? I don't
think it's being regulated differently, but are definitely received differently by the people. But then again, it's
whose fault is that though? Is what I'm saying. Who makes the decision? Whose fault is that? If I say something and then Donald Trump says something and we're saying the same thing, should we not be dealt with in the same way?
Now, because the titles, I see, obviously the titles don't mean shit, but realistically in the world that's built around us, they do. So he's got that title of president, he's got the followers, he's got the pizzazz, he's got that, where he had that military button that he could press.
Yeah.
Yada, yada, yada. So because of that, at the same time, like, I don't think it's anybody's place to be like, oh yeah, let's stop him on the Twitter side. If millions of people like, do you know what, fuck this guy, let's not listen to him, and they make that collective decision and they do what they can, but that's cool, pressing unfollow and not voting again and etc. whatever, you know what I mean, doing what you can.
It's like if you got siblings in it, especially a younger one, you being the oldest, you and your younger sibling do the same thing, you're more likely to get the harsher reprimand. You know, like you probably will both get whatever in it, however you're dealt with, but you're most likely gonna feel the brunt of that more because you're the eldest and you're the more responsible one. So I guess you apply that to the same thing with, I guess, people in power like Trump. What you were saying, Jedi, about you and him saying the same thing, the exact same thing, but he's more likely to obviously
get a good response. Like
he's gonna get the real reaction that you would have got, but obviously there's a difference in
because but I could have a platform that can reach more people than Donald Trump.
True.
Twitter, YouTube, whatever, I could reach more people than Donald Trump. Apparently, so they say.
Do you know what it is? Yes, I kind of. So you asked about inciting before, innit?
Say that again.
I think. Sorry.
Go.
I think you would judge that in the context of whatever it is, isn't it? So if you've got a platform that could that reaches more people than Donald Trump, as in you've got more followers on Twitter than Donald Trump, you have to measure that up against the fact that Donald Trump has the access codes to the nuclear button. You get me? Like it's the levels are. You get me? So you might have more followers,
a little bit different still. I hear you still.
Yeah, like it's a bit. You know what I mean? Like, you know. So if you say, yeah, you know what's it called? Pakistan forget bum. You saying it and Donald Trump saying it. It's very, very big. The stakes are very different.
100%.
But do you know what? Enough people in a certain place is a nuclear button. You know, if you really got them in your grip.
Say that again.
Enough people in the right place is a nuclear button. To some degree.
Enough people in the right place is a nuclear button.
I don't think anybody really got that, to be honest.
I hear you still.
But maybe they have, and that's what I was on about. So when you're on about inciting, I think there's a lot more inciting that goes on than we really recognize. Just because there's people chatting shit, saying hate speech and that type of thing. I think, like, you know, when they're putting on My Immigrants Next Door and Benefit Street and fucking certain type of news stories, slightly, I think that's a lot of the inciting being done right there. Do you know what I mean? Like every time you step out your house now, bare posters telling you about mass this, back mass that, and then they incited. So when you are in the supermarket and such goes off, where your bloody mask? Yeah, you're gonna kill my. It's because they were incited by quite innocent messaging.
Can't argue with that.
So that's what I'm on about. So talking about who's inciting who, I don't know about inciting in that sense, because trust me, I think a lot more of the inciting of the violence that we see on a day-to-day is done by softer looking players, let's say.
So for instance, like these people, like let's take the guy that made that comment, the coach. So you'd say like people like Nigel Farage and people like that are the real people getting into these people's head. They're the real inciters, or is that kind of what you mean by that? Or
yeah, them, but even more innocent. I'm just talking, like, as I said, like, you know, when there's normal things that don't sound like they're coming from a Farage level.
Yeah,
like it's just a TV show about these Romanians that are pickpocketing on road.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Trust me, when a million something people absorb that, and then 2 months later, say, "Oh, you want to vote on this thing about bananas and loaves of bread and God knows what else?" They were thinking about them Romanian pickpockets, mate.
But you know something, yeah? Like, to a certain extent, shouldn't we be realistic? Because a lot of them, like, there's two types of Romanians. Like, let's not chat shit about this. Like, if you're talking about the Romani gypsies, they're fucking animals. I wouldn't trust anything around them. You understand? Like, this is the way they function, unfortunately. So is that not just informative?
So first of all, they're not representative of that country, Romania.
No. I know there's different Romanians. I had a friend, he was like blonde hair, blah, 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 blah. And it took me a while to realize he wasn't like the rest. I get it. But
And second of all,
they're Romany
He
gypsies.
wasn't like the rest.
Yeah. It took me a long time to understand, like, you know, keys in vehicles, everything had to be, I had to think of everything. Then I clocked he's a different kind of guy. And he's actually embarrassed that they represent his country, you know? Yeah. So I think to a certain extent, some information we have to take as informative, you know, because some of them Romanians that like the Romanian gypsies, they are all fuckers. There's not, if you meet a good one, you're lucky, you know, but it's a very, you know, wasn't it them alone that, you know, that made people want to go for the whole Brexit? I could, like, if Romania wasn't there, I'm sure Brexit would have gone differently.
Everyone had their own little reasons in it. Like I don't want to go into it because I think after shit's fake. But what I'm getting at, like, I think you definitely got a point. Like, all groups, we need to be able to have candid and bitter sweet discussions. But also, when we're having those discussions, we need to look at cause and effect. Because if you go to other European countries, they're not moving like that.
Say that again, bro. If you go to
certain other European countries, they're not moving like that. They're integrated. They're part of the whole thing, and they're not messing around, kind of in that way. That
the Romanian gypsies are not moving like that in other countries.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen that with your own eyes?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that this trend of like the messing around don't exist.
Yeah.
But like. And that's why I'm saying, yeah, you're right. We need to be able to have candid discussions about groups and what we're up to. But again, I think that goes back to the situation of what circle you're in and what platform you're in and what's the caveat of the information you're giving, like the timing of it. Because this is what I'm saying, there's a big pot of potion that's here and things are being added at specific times and having different effects.
Okay, because when I see them people, because I've gave them a few chances in the past, when I see them now, I just tell them to fuck off. They come near me or try to communicate, I say fuck off, clearly in their face. Because I had enough experience to understand what they're on. And I'm not going to bitch about for you to somehow, you know, end up with my phone in your hand and I don't notice or something. No, you have to stay very clear. And that's how it is.
I've done like a lot of door work and we always get like the gypsies coming trying to give flowers and that. From my experience, like, I don't see what everyone's talking about. Me personally, in it, but you know, maybe I'm just not being observant enough because I hear a lot of people say a lot of things, but you know, I haven't experienced anything that would make me like.
But yeah, again, like what I'm getting at is there are two different sets of people that we're discussing as well. There's a nationality in a group that just has Roma in the name, but they're from all Europe.
Yep. No, there's proper people as well. Of course there are. You know.
People.
Yeah, there's proper people. So as a doorman, you're not knocking them out. You're just letting them stand around selling flowers.
I mean, you might tell them to move on and that. You know what I mean? But I do that nicely and politely, man. You feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say unless you give me half of what you're making.
Why on earth would you be knocking out gypsy street sellers and that? Why would you be doing that?
They're just selling their stuff and that.
Yeah, and like whatever establishment, most time they don't like the gypsies quote unquote harassing the customers in it but they're not harassing and they just ask, yo, do you want to buy this?
Yeah.
Buy some cigarettes, do you want to buy some flowers? And you know, they even give me a couple of flowers for free, you know what I'm saying? And I just hand that over to a lady and so I ain't got nothing to complain about them personally. You know what I'm saying? But
you're getting bribed.
Say what? Nah, man, I'm not taking over.
You're on the payroll, bro.
20% of all sales.
You just admitted it. You can't.
No, I said they give out some flowers sometimes, innit? Yeah, like, when they know they can't sell it, you know what I mean? They just, here you go. Like, take it anyway. Like,
yeah, there's good and bad in every set. Of course there is, but to be honest, they haven't done themselves a lot of like good publicity.
Why are we talking about Romanians? Like, I don't get it.
I don't know how it went there. I think it just went there because someone made an example.
Nah, bro, you took it.
Let's get back to freedom of speech, the right to be racist.
I'm exercising it now.
Do you reserve the right to be racist? Do we, like, I think I reserve the right for people to be racist and say racist stuff. I don't want to live in a world where racist stuff is not said.
Yeah, my thing is, it's
it's said. Sorry, let me just quickly say,
go on.
it's not said not because it's not thought, because of fear of speaking out how they feel. Like I'm not down with that. Suppressing and making racism go completely underground is an entirely dangerous act that's only going to blow up in your face.
Yeah, I was just gonna further saying it again. Like, it's like that. Like, my thing is with when it comes to like sort of intolerance, yeah, is or just any sort of form of, you know, alternative thinking towards whatever the norm is within your environment, is when things are done coercively. That's, like you said, in it underground. That's more detrimental than actually just being upfront about it. Like when I used to work in Zara, and I don't know. I guess maybe it was just from the way I behave and like just the way I move, and that they could probably tell that I weren't jiggy with certain things in it, like homosexuality and that. And there's a whole bunch of them down there. And to be honest, they're lovely people in it. You feel me? But for some reason, just the fact that I'm not aligned in that sort of way bothered enough of them to sort of not start like a group against man, but like certain conversations. I guess what they call it now is gaslighting, in it. That's the term I guess they would use. But back then, obviously, I don't know about these kind of terms and that. So but man would feel it. It's like very subtle coercion. Oh, so, but what's right? And you just feel it. And you're at the table, you're just thinking like, wow, why we even talk about this? I'm sitting there reading my book and you're trying to bring this conversation to me, trying to get me to accidentally maybe say something so you can go take it to HR. And these would be managers that are doing it as well. So it's like, rather than just being upfront, it's done in a way which is very subtle, it's coercive, and it, like you said, Jada, innit? It's more detrimental.
Right.
You get it? It's way more uncomfortable. So, yeah.
So at that stage, you didn't even have to speak. Just your essence of disapproval was strong enough to shut down your free speech.
Right. Yeah. Maybe the fact that some of them had like my like, social media, and I used to say certain things on it, and yeah, maybe it was that as well.
Bro, I had a friend, yeah, he's Jehovah's Witness. His kid got kicked out of school for saying that he didn't want a gay man to teach him. And rather than putting him in another class, they actually just kicked him out of school to make an example of him. They ruined his education. Like, for what? Because he's got an opinion. Terrible. And this is in Tottenham as well. Terrible, man.
That's homophobic. You got no chance.
Albeit the kid was mocking the teacher in the classroom, like, you know, but still, like, they should have been professional about it. That's someone's future. Like, he could change his opinion in a couple of years and become, you know, a little bit more diplomatic with his comedy, let's say. But you know what I mean? It is what it is, though, bruv. Man got turfed from the school, got put in another school. Just for what? Saying the teacher's a batty man. The man's a blatant batty man, isn't he? He's promoting homosexuality by taking that position as a teacher, being a role model. And the guy just took offense to it. It's like, listen, I don't know about a man telling me what to do, bro. Like, don't even. Like, I think he tried to touch him. He's like, don't touch me. Don't put your hands on me. And then the next thing you know, he's expelled. You know, it's what it is, though.
Yeah, that's a.
So do you see now why I say that once you start putting rules there, everyone's gonna have an opinion? This is exactly why I say that, because that all the gay people are gonna speak up about what they want. And so, you know, there's going to be these things set in place. Then someone else is going to complain. So you either have to have free speech to the point where you say to someone, okay, like, it's pestering me now. Like, let's say you constantly keep calling someone gay. That person should have the right to say, come on, like, I think that you're pestering me now, blah, blah, blah. And then that's a separate issue.
But hold on,
it shouldn't be about...
They're saying to me, yeah, I shouldn't get offended when people call me fat because I'm fat. So when someone calls a gay man gay, he's gay. So why is he taking offense?
No, I don't think so. This is what I'm trying to say. This is why I think it should be open, and, you know, it should be allowed, sort of thing. I don't think there should be any issues there. And then after that, you can view everything on his own merits and say, look, is this guy just being an arsehole? You know, do we need someone just being an arsehole? But just saying something once and sharing your opinion is different to harassing someone. There's a big difference there, I believe. And we all know what harassing is and pestering, you know, and whether that turns into stalking or whatever, then I believe that's totally different thing to just saying what you want to say. And especially, let's just say if it was at, you know, like a speaker's corner kind of place, people should be able to say whatever they want to say, you know, or any kind of conscious forum, in fact, because, you know, like, it's kind of different. Being a football manager, that's kind of different as well. You should be more inclusive because it's about football. It's not really about, you know, but nonetheless, should be allowed to say what he wants to say. And I think if someone can show me how else the system would work, I would love to explore that option, because this is where I find a stumbling block. I think it has to be like this to be able to work, because otherwise you're always going to be pushing the goalpost.
The problem is that, Sham, people getting confused between our ideals as a society and the methodologies that we use to enforce them, right? So let's say the methodology is majority rules. So as a majority, we all agree on equality, right? So that becomes one of our ideals. What these lot are trying to do is extrapolate that and say, well, there is a majority of white people and a minority of ethnics, so the whites should rule. Yeah, but being white ain't one of our ideals. That's what you need to realize. And trying to enforce that ain't working, because the majority of people in the United Kingdom don't identify as white until they come across someone who ain't white, and then they're like, oh, I'm white and you're not white. But normally, left to their own devices, whiteness ain't a thing for them. It ain't something that brings them together, an umbrella for them to join under. Whiteness is not part of the British ideology. Christianity, however, is. But when you look at what makes a British person, whiteness isn't part of that. No matter what far right tell you, that's not true. And the establishment doesn't even enforce that to a certain extent.
I feel like that would make more sense. But if you look at like the black and white dichotomy as like, you know, like what the Moors say, like it's more of a status. It's more of a, it's not actually to do with quote unquote race. It's to do with your status and your place within society.
Yeah.
Then that, you get it, that makes a lot more sense. Why, you get it, that is what would band people together.
Exactly.
Classism, you get it. So yeah, that's my
Got to
thought.
remember, with humans, yeah, no matter what the situation, we mostly build our ideals around functionality and utilitarianism. So if there's no utility in something, if there's no use for something, we won't maintain it. We won't hold it, because it's a thingy ideal. What's it called? Like an idealistic thing. There's a difference between an ideal, which is something we all adhere to, and idealism. Idealism means that there doesn't have to be no substance to it. But in real life, ideals are representative of functionality. So if we're saying we believe in equality, yeah, as a ideal, what's the idealism behind it? Is saying that, okay, well, people can come from all around the Commonwealth to the United Kingdom and be treated the same. Now, for the white man, what does that give him? That gives him the right to come to your country and also be treated equal. Do you understand? In a fair system, if we're being treated like shit here, then really they'll be treated like shit back home as well. And they won't be able to do the things that they do easily. They won't be able to go to Africa and swan around like they own the place. Get me? But what they've done inadvertently, getting a bit political now, is they've put other countries under so much pressure, yeah, that they're more worried about keeping their head above water than looking and saying, oh, how are they treating black people in China? How are they treating black people in England? We got a say in this. They're our people. We own them. Like, we don't own them, but there's a degree of ownership that we feel for them. So, for example, when you hear people like President Erdogan of Turkey or Imran Khan talking out on Islamophobia, they're not talking about Islamophobia in Turkey or Pakistan. They're talking about Islamophobia in Germany and in Austria and countries like that, where there's like 4 million Turks living in Germany. Do you understand? So they will put pressure on those governments and say, listen, you're fucking with our people. Like, don't forget, we got your people here as well, you know. We've got millions of Christians living in Turkey. Like, don't fucking make us flip the script on them now. You get me? So there has to be that same relationship with Africans in the diaspora and Africans back home. But during the current situation where they're using financial and military pressure on those countries, they're not really that to them, what's going on outside of Africa is the least of their worries, to be honest, because they've got a whole heap of other worries to worry about. Do you know what I mean? So they're using financial leverage and military kind of pressure to enforce this. So that's why it's called, what's it called again? Global imperialism. That's why it's called global imperialism. That's why. Get me? That's all it is. So when people are out from under the thumb, then they can take ownership of their people in it and say, listen, you can't be treating our people over there like that. Do you know what I mean? Like you see Turkey doing that now. Because now they've paid off their debt to the IMF. They've invested their money in military. They've built themselves up and they can hold their own against America. And America tells them what to do. They're like, no, we're not doing that. You see what I mean? But you have to actually build yourself up to that level. But the problem with Africa is they'll never let Africa do that because Africa's got so much resources that it's just such a big deal to them that they could never, ever lose Africa. With Turkey, they don't give a shit. They're like, yeah, come and go. Like, you're not important. But Africa's like the heart of the whole thing. It's where all the minerals and resources and gold and everything comes from. And even the manpower, they're conning you that they don't want blacks in Europe. That's a lie. That's the manpower that they need. If there's another war, they're going to do the same thing they've done when they called all the Caribbeans to come and fight for them in the war. That's where all the manpower is going to come from. If there was a war now between the West and Russia, yeah, you'd see these lot calling all the Commonwealth countries to come and fight for them like they did before. So don't even be like fooled that they don't need us. They need us, bro. I'm saying, just bullshit. Politics. You know what I mean? So why are we even here? If you ask the question, how are we here? Why are we here? They needed us here, innit? They needed us. They called us. They begged us to come. Isn't it? It's a fact. Don't matter where you come from. You come from Nigeria, from Cyprus, wherever you come from, they begged you. I know Turkish people that come from Turkey with written begging letters saying, we need people to work in the textile industry. Please send people to blah, 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 blah. We'll ensure them work, blah, blah, blah. Like, them letters are out there. They got sent, begging letters. Please come to England. Get me? That's why we're here. The thing is, in this country, every Tom, Dick and Harry thinks that he's got the right to tell everyone else how to do their job. You get a cab driver telling you about fucking Boris Johnson. Ah, that Boris, you don't know what he's doing. Same with that Jeremy Corbyn, that my girlfriend's dad. Bruv, you've been an electrician your whole life. Yeah. You don't know nothing about politics. Man's like, that Jeremy Corbyn, he can't run this country. I'm like, shut up, man. What do you even know? That's the problem with this country, bro.
But you'd say he knows about living here?
Yeah, he knows about living here. Man's born and bred here, innit? But like, don't know nothing about politics. Don't know how to run a country, and he's just telling the next man how to do their job. Like, but you get that here, innit? Do you know what I mean? People rolling their eyes and looking at each other like, oh, what's this guy doing?
Can I be the devil's advocate and say, but who truly knows how to run a country? Like, what blueprint is anyone abiding by? Man, them are just getting together with the gang and saying, "Like, this is what we're finna do."
Yeah, but at least they got the stats in it. They got the statistics. They got like, you know, like with this whole COVID thing, the first idiot come out with, oh, just leave it to what did he say? Fucking herd immunity. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't even waste money on medication. Leave it to herd immunity. That Dominic Cummings. People are like, you can't do that. But you're telling a whole section of the community that they got to die so the rest of us can live. They're our family. They're our people. How are doctors going to work in hospitals knowing that their own family's dying? Can't do it. Got to like make out like you're trying for them, even if you ain't. You got to pretend like you are, like you care. You know. So that's part of running a country, isn't it? Like public opinion. That's how. But these people are experts at it. Look how they influenced that Brexit vote.
I mean, that's why
they styled that to another level. That if that was any other argument, they would have had to say, no, wait. People weren't given the right information, number one. And secondly, they were told a whole heap of lies. So the decision that they made don't even count. Because it was like, just a whole, you see what I mean? They're master manipulators, bro.
Have you seen the effect, obviously, of it now, though? Have you seen, like, that the real life effect on people? Like the restrictions and, you know, like the fact that they can't travel freely anymore. Are you aware of these things?
Well, they're hidden, aren't they? They're hidden in the other situation at hand.
Okay.
The disguised pure smoke and mirrors, as per usual.
Yeah. But I'm just wondering if there's people who obviously hold a British passport, if they understand what's actually happened now. If they understand you know, the restrictions and the fact that they can only stay maximum 3 months in Europe, do they get it into their head what fuck up they've done? I don't think people understand. Like, this should be a lesson to everyone who got spun along this whole racist narrative. This is what happens now. You know, you keep going along with it, you keep fucking yourself over.
Saying that though, a lot of those people never really wanted to go there for longer than 3 months.
Yeah, but what about all like the English people in Spain and all the English people that like to go to Thailand? And well, that might not change, to be fair, but Spain and stuff like that. You know, like that's peak, like 3 months, and you got to have visa, and you got to do this, and you got to do that. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, most people go on holiday for like what, 3 weeks tops. It's only if you got family or like land in a place that you're gonna spend longer than that, really.
Yeah, there's a lot of British people that live abroad and work. A lot of them.
There's more people who go to work there, and you know, like artists and touring and stuff. Yeah, that stuff definitely took a massive hit, but obviously it was very short-sighted on everybody's part. But here's the
remember, like with the work thing, yeah, you got a lot of academics that need to go places. Like I remember when I was at uni, all right, my professor, he went to Harvard and he stayed there for about 3 months. Yeah, so these academics, like they got a community. Like there's a scientific community around the world where there's an exchange of ideas and knowledge. Now, if we're separating ourselves from that, we're gonna fall behind.
True, say. But yeah, I mean, there's people.
Science is one of the. England's one of the world leaders of science. Don't forget when there was that Ebola incident, they sent all the British scientists out there to work on that. Even on Nice, yeah, they've let like Johnson & Johnson and whoever deal with it. They ain't really bothered with the vaccination thing. You get me? So that's how you know it's not really that serious, corona. It's not really that much of a thing. Like I know that in Turkey, they got all their jabs from China, for example. Do you know what I mean? But when there's something world threatening, serious like Ebola, trust me, England's at the forefront of it. Now, this corona thing is just like a flu. You know what I mean? That's all it is. It's about a flu mixed with a bit of pneumonia. Not even serious. It's not like 1% of people die, apparently. 1 to 2% of people die. It's not a threat to the whole world. Whereas Ebola, it's like anyone who's coming into contact with you is literally their organs and their body was melting on the inside, like collapsing. Like all their body was melting away. That's how serious Ebola was. You know what I mean? So yeah, completely different level of like fucking thing. You know what I mean? So
but yeah, what I was saying about you know, you're asking about like borders and the implications that people have to deal with and are they aware of it? Like they're dependent ultimately on who's administering them. Like just because you leave a little club, it's like, look at it like leaving a gang in it, like, or a job or anything. Like you've left that thing now, like you can set terms with the people that you've left. It doesn't always have to be, oh, everything's fucked now. It's people choosing to make it fucked and being like, oh, it's because of this decision. This whole decision could be totally different.
Bro, what decision? They're saying we're leaving Europe, but we're going to make all our laws coincide now with European law. Every time Europe changes its law, we're going to change our law to match it.
So this is what
you can see that. Do you see what I mean?
This is what I'm saying. That is that it's because somebody's made that choice. So just because one choice has been made, whether you're out or in, it doesn't mean that things are going to transform all of a sudden.
How are we having this serious conversation and one of you lot is watching Buss It Challenge? Fix up, man. Who was that? Own up now. It was you, Shav. Was it you?
Me.
No, I'm not. I'm driving. I'm not doing that.
For fuck's sake. You again, you know, Versa. You hear me? They said you get your Buss It Challenge, yeah?
No, you get me. It just randomly came up. But I'm not going to lie though, man. Like, yeah. How do you man feel about that? Sorry to divert the conversation.
I think we're ready, you know. I think we're ready. I think it's a good segue.
Definitely.
How do I feel?
The Dr. Uma one had me busting still. He caught me still. I can't even lie.
Say that again?
I said the Dr. Uma one had me busting. That's my favorite one.
You know what? Like, I see the humor in it. I see some of them are funny and creative. Obviously, there's going to be the whole thing of women being overly sexualized or overly sexualizing themselves. This is the bed they're making. They're going to have to lay in it. If you're out there, you know, basically is essentially, I mean, man, them should love this Buss It Challenge because essentially it's women showing their transformation from their normal state to their super done, modern 2021 whole wife kind of status. You know what I mean? Batty out, legs out, this and that, rare. I'm gonna say there's been lots of beautiful women, lots of beautiful shaped women, all different shapes and sizes. I've enjoyed it from a man's perspective looking at it. I don't want to see my sister doing a basket challenge. I don't want to see my mom or my auntie or my daughter, God forbid, doing a basket challenge. However, I think I've just become jaded with women just doing these type of things. I don't even know how I feel. Plus, like I've got this dichotomy that runs through me. There's dirty, there's woke, right? So I'm a sexual man, right? I love women. I love the women, females form. I love all of that. So me seeing that, I love it. On the other hand, it's like, why am I seeing this if I'm not your man?
Yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean? And do I want more from my sisters, wherever they're from? Do I want more from them? Yeah. Am I judging a sister? If one of my sisters do this basket challenge, will I judge her? Yeah, I will. I don't know. Have I clicked the like button for some of the challenges of women that I know? Yes, I have. Get me? I don't know, bro. It's bare hypocrisy now. But I'm being honest. I don't know, bro.
Do you reckon it's hypocrisy though, or do you reckon something normal is being exploited in our heads?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, more like
I feel like a hypocrite because I feel like in some way I should know better. Like as in entertaining it, and the other time if I hear that music coming in, I want to see the busset bit.
Yeah.
I want to see what I want to see the drop. I want to see the slut drop. I want to see it now.
Do you know what it is though? But like we all grow up on bare different. Remember Stars in the Rise?
Yeah. Oh yeah. What you say? You're just looking at like a makeover, yeah? Yeah. Me too.
No, don't break it down like that. What I'm saying is like there is a thing that happens where some such and such from such and such from wherever. Like
Matthew Kelly, that was running.
I was a bigger fan of this person. All these things was happening, and then it goes to the adverts. Then you're gonna sit through Carlsberg, Kronenberg,
to see can I ask the whole panel a question? Can I ask the whole panel a question? Did you ever realize that the adverts coincide with the program and then get all paranoid about it? I did. Like I got to a certain age and I realized that the adverts change depending on the program, and it's like they're trying to manipulate you. And I started getting paranoid, thinking, nah, why are they putting this on now? Like, do you know what I mean?
We got it from early, like toy adverts.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
When I was watching cartoons late, I was like, I don't need this shit though.
No, but they'll do subliminal ones.
We know, innit? We know. Saturday morning always had all the Mattel and all the. Get me? We know that. Yeah. Where you can look over to the sofa or whatever.
And you come down to watch He-Man toys, and then you see Uncle Rodney. Uncle Rodney, why are you watching the children's adverts for? It's like, shut up, go upstairs.
What?
Uncle Rodney, Rodney K.
You lost me there, mate.
Rodney K. Watching Saturday morning programs. Only joking, Rodney. I know you're listening.
On the whole busset thingy, I think men struggle with the fact to accept that some women are just hoes. This is what I've come to realize. It's like some women, are just hoes, and it's like you get so offended the fact that they're hoes. Like I've sat down and had a conversation with a girl that slept with hundreds of men, and like I was curious. Like after obviously like all the man them and beat, I was curious. Like how do you do this thing? I had to find out her psychology and how she weighs it up. She literally lies down with squads of men, and this is just what she does. So how do we tell a girl like this that she should be different? This is who she is.
Was she getting paid, Sham?
No, not a penny.
Oh,
not a penny.
That's a shame.
She just somehow did it. It's what she was into, sort of thing.
There,
and I asked her, I said, how many would you say roughly? And she said, it's definitely a few hundred. Definitely a few hundred. So you're not going to change certain women. You just got to allow them to be who they want to be. And most women are very sexual. They just have to suppress it because of society.
Can I just say a disclaimer? I do not judge a woman's level of wholeness by her body. by her body count.
Then how do you judge it?
It's just a state of mind, isn't it? It's just like a hustler. You know,
It's also the self-respect.
Wouldn't the state of mind then dictate the behavior, no? Like where's the that's a disconnect, car. If we're saying you're judging it by her mindset, then her mindset would surely dictate her behavior.
All right, cool. Let me show you where I'm at with it.
Yeah,
there's some women that they got all the best intentions in the world, but for some reason they pick the wrong man consistently, and they end up with a higher body count than necessary, because the relationship's always going wrong. But really, if that man didn't get abusive, because they seem to have this habit of picking out abusive men, or even driving men to that level of switching on them. Well, anyway, that's a different subject. Delete that part. But anyway, basically, cut a long story short, she wouldn't have needed to change relationships. She would have been happy if it didn't go wrong. But when you look at it, there's something wrong where she's consistently picking the wrong guy. So her body count would be high. I've met women like that as well. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So, you know, like, I don't think there's a lot of women that are out there actually fucking loads of men just for the strictly fact that they just love dick. Like, if there is, then yeah, then you're a hoe, then, innit? And own it, innit? If that's the situation, then respect to you still. Like, if you're saying I just love sex with all different people, and while I'm young, I'm just gonna rinse it, and then that's just my life, innit? I'll be like, you know what? Like, there's nothing wrong with that, innit? As long as you're owning it, as long as you're not conning people and making them think that it's a love thing or whatever, or trying to extort money out of a man, like, then it's all well and good. Like, you know, more power to you, innit? Send me your number.
Would you say that there's stuff that's like there's undealt with in a lot of these people though? So you on about like people.
Are we talking about a promiscuous human or woman or man, or what are we talking about?
Yeah,
I'd say all as well. To be fair, I'd say it applies to guys too, but obviously society's got different ways of looking at things, isn't it? But at the same time,
we're talking about promiscuousness, right?
Yeah,
I think so.
I.e., more than one life partner, multiple life partners, like what we talk, like what's promiscuous?
Full blown scheming out.
Wants
Wants to get a back blown out every other day, whiling. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. No moderation. Yeah, just like, yeah, there's 3 of you, I'm sucking all your dicks, the whole shebang. This is what we're talking about. Is there something wrong? Should she change? Is it immoral? Or, you know, is she living her life?
Like, simple ways, yeah? Anybody that says that it's not wrong and she shouldn't change, let yourself be known.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
All right, cool. So if it's your daughter, your daughter or your sister, that's cool, yeah?
Yeah,
that's cool.
Because if that's what she chooses to do, then that's what she chooses to do.
Bro, you sound like Black Hat Man right now, bro. Get me? You're saying he don't mind his daughter.
But the thing is, you made it difficult from the get-go. You made it like impossible from the get-go. But I'm saying, like, in a scenario where, you know, women are allowed to do what they want to do, like that wouldn't bother me. Like that, like if they want to run around and do what they want to do, it really doesn't bother me.
Sham, man. Come on, man. Be real.
Do you know what?
You don't mind if your daughter is promiscuous to the level of being a hoe, sucking 3 dicks and da-da-da. You don't mind. You
obviously, to put it in your mind is extremely painful, but you know, I don't have a problem with the whole setup, if that makes sense.
More
you know, like me viewing it and watching it.
No.
Would you not think Sham? Would you not think?
No, but like in my head, knowing that it goes on, obviously not.
Yeah. Babe, why? Why do you need to do this? That wouldn't you just ask her the question and just be like, why?
I think I just told you that I've asked women these questions.
My guy already said it.
Yeah. I've asked, and like they full blown just enjoying themselves doing what they're doing, you know. And like a lot of people look at me, what the fuck's he talking to the whole for? Like, what's wrong with my man? But I want to understand, like what's going on. Yeah, I want to understand. Yeah, exactly. And
man standing there with his dick in his hand, is going, what the fuck's Sham doing?
Yeah, it's like you can't make a hoe a housewife. What was that album? The album from like 2001, wasn't it? Some shit like that. This is not new. It's like
is a woman that has a new boyfriend every year for 15 years promiscuous?
No.
She's unlucky, man.
Yeah, she's just unlucky.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But then that's what I'm saying, like maybe like it takes two to tango, like, and it's cause and effect and all these other things. What I was gonna say before is like you asked the parent question. Like if I took my eyes off the ball to that extent, I would have to own my situation in it. Of course, I would mind, but I would have had to take my eyes off the ball for a good few years.
Yeah.
To end up in that. Do you know what I mean? So like then I would have to say, do you know what? Here's what I could have done, and here's what I didn't do. This is it, innit? Well, are you convincing anyone to see better? Like you should. The only thing you can do with young lots is lead with example.
Yeah, the thing is, I think if you look at sort of like just like female bodies, the one thing I've noticed that girls that are not in relationship, they just get loose between the legs. It's like a good woman that's in a relationship, she could have had a baby, anything. Like you can just tell she's always just tight. But a girl that's just running around living her best life, most of them it shows on their body. So I don't know if that's something that they should take heed to, or
Yeah, because you know what that
or
is,
maybe.
Sean? Rather than tighten up the pussy, she just finds a man with a bigger dick and just keeps going.
Okay.
Damn. Okay.
Okay. So it's kind of like chasing. It's like what they say with drugs. It's like first you smoke weed and then you move on. They're trying to you're putting that argument to the woman.
Basically,
It's like a stepping stone
yeah.
to bigger things.
Yeah. And when the front hole gets mashed up, they just switch to the back hole.
Okay. Well, there you go then. That's obviously
like that.
That might not be a good way to live your life. Might not be a good way, but for some reason I don't know if other men have noticed this, but it just seems that if you got a girlfriend or something like that, like there's no issues. Like she will feel tight. But it's like if you just go out on a random date or something with a girl who's just been, doing whatever she's been doing, you notice the difference. And there's something to be said about that. And it can't be about the amount of time she has sex. Because I believe the girl in the relationship probably has more sex. So how does that happen? And I think it's that's the only real natural thing that we can say why is it like this? Does that mean
the woman is in a relationship is just having, most of the time she's having sex out of the duty of being your wife or your woman, that she has to fulfill your needs. So she's not fully aroused, she's not fully relaxed. Whereas when you meet a girl
in the relationship, you're saying?
Yeah, in the relationship.
No,
so with the
see,
other
I know what you're gonna say. I don't think it's that. I honestly think it's the girl in the relationship will orgasm, and she'll be tightened up through having lots of orgasms.
That's only because she's used to you and you're used to her. It's like the orgasm for a woman is a very methodological thing. You have to follow a set pattern all the time. Once you know the pattern, it's like you're halfway there, isn't it? Like when you meet someone new, part of it is getting to know what turns them on, isn't it? Once you know, you can bang it out like in half the time, really.
Yeah.
True say.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like with a woman that you don't know, you will notice that she'll get more wet for you because she's like, oh, this is new, this is exciting. I don't know what kind of money it is. Like, what's he gonna do to me? He's gonna throw me around. You get me? Like they're so excited, they get so wet. And then for you, it just feels looser, but it's not. It's like, do you get me? It just feels looser, but she's just basically surrendering herself to the moment. Whereas with a wife, she's thinking, come on, man, finish, man. Come on, man, I got dishes to do. Can you just quickly finish? Like,
and also she's got the reverse technique for you as well. She knows how to squeeze it.
Yeah, she just like bite your nipple or something, and then you bust, and you're like, oh shit, baby, you cheated. And she'll be like, what do you want me to do? You've been laying this beat down for the last half hour, the kids are crying.
Fucking hell, boy. That's monotony, innit? That you're going into there.
It's just different, innit? It's like I got my slippers for when I'm in my yard, and I got my Patrick Cox for when I'm on road. So it's different, innit?
Yeah. So you don't think there's anything wrong either then with women being able to do whatever they want to do?
I just think horses for courses, innit? Like if a woman's saying I'm liberated with it, then more power to you. But if you're doing it because of some sort of deep-seated hatred for yourself, where you just want to see yourself get used and abused, and you're enjoying that to me is a corruption of your soul and your spirit, and I don't endorse it. and you
Okay.
eventually end up being a man hater. You hate all the men that fucked you. You just hate all of them. You'll be like, they used me, they never loved me. Do you get me? And I don't want to be part of that, because that's corruption, isn't it? I don't want my name to be on that list. But
You
if
know,
you're
it's
saying you're a
true. A lot
liberated
of like,
woman,
yeah,
then that's a different thing for me.
yeah, a lot of like old school hosts, they become lesbian. There is a link there.
Thank you. Now we're
Yeah,
getting there.
and you think to yourself, well, why do you need to become lesbian now?
It's a
So
love-hate thing,
in that
innit?
sense, yeah, in that sense, maybe we have come to the conclusion that it's not healthy then for females, and maybe this is only something that men
It's
can do.
psychological. It's more psychological than behavioral, I would say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So in that case, it's more. It should be separated for men, and I don't think there's
Definitely.
anything wrong to say that
Definitely.
this is
As a
something that's
man,
maybe
don't ever
separated
try
from.
to think like a woman or put yourself in a woman's position ever. Just be
Yeah.
a man, innit? Just be what they need you to be. And if they don't need you, then just keep it moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. So they can do their little small promiscuous things, but full blown acting like a man, it's not going to work for them.
100.
Is that the conclusion?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that, yeah, I'd say that's pretty much, that'd have to be my stance on the whole situation. And do what you feel you're comfortable with without going too far, because it could damage you later on in life, which we've seen continuously with certain women. But I also think
Don't
like
get
just
blinded by
general
rhetoric.
get blinded by
Rhetoric,
okay.
because that's
Yeah.
I think that's part of this one, in terms of there's a lot of people selling the idea of like, yeah, you're free and you're owning it and you're in charge.
Mm-hmm.
And realistically, when you commit to this lifestyle on an extreme one, you're not necessarily in charge. And that's what I'm saying.
No.
People are using things to cover things and mask things and hide things, seeking certain things. Again, what I started with, there's something that we all need. There's things that we all need, and then they get exploited by silly internet stuff, such as the Bossy Challenge. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I'm thinking, can a woman ever be in charge in the bedroom, really? Can she? Unless she's
her
like
life,
a mistress tying someone up.
I mean, like with her whole life.
Okay.
Yeah, like, so, but because obviously there's the kind of the money side of it that can come into it, and also just them choosing partnership or whatever. Like, of course,
So you're saying if she's getting paid, she's in charge?
Not 100%. Like, I think obviously like every situation is transaction, in it.
Yeah.
But like at the same time, I'm talking about the rhetoric around being in charge and actually being in charge of your life are two different things. Just because you've gone to a bed or made a video or whatever.
I think from my point of view, can't compare men and women, because ultimately with a man, your ultimate aim for having sex is to bust, innit? And the woman's body is just a vehicle to get you there. So you're going to use her, you're going to turn her over, you're going to bend her enough, you're going to do what you need to do to bust. And then that's it. But I think with a woman, she has sex for different reasons. Like, she could have sex because she's got low self-esteem, she wants attention. She could have sex because she loves you, she wants to be close to you. She could have sex because she's going to ask you to lend her some money in about half an hour. Like, there's lots of reasons. But for me, like, when women have sex, there's more wider implications. Like, there's different reasons why they do it. Like, sometimes they do it to be subservient to you and bow to you and be your you know, so you feel protective over them. Like, there's all different reasons psychologically, but with a man, it's predominantly just one reason. Sorry?
Do you know what I mean? I think a lot of guys have those things as well. Do you know what I mean? Like that, those range of reasons. Like, I think like we break it down. Again, I think there's a lot of conditioning that's happening.
Yeah.
I don't know. I say because I wasn't there, but can I really? I don't think I'm convinced. Should I say that we was really always like this, so different to each other.
See, with me, obviously, I've had to really get in touch with my masculine energy.
Yo, what's this? Yo, like, I came back in, yeah. I'm seeing talk about emotional baggage. People are getting onto Khan, yeah. What have you said, Khan? Like, what's the baggage? What's the emotional?
Let's get real, bro. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, no, I'm not. No. I'm just asking, what did you say, so I can like jump on it.
I just said that ultimately for a dude, when he's like doing his thing, he's just doing it with one thing in mind, to bust, in it, and he's using a woman's body as a vehicle to get him there. Whereas with women, when they have sex, it's like more emotional. There's different reasons. Like she could be like trying to be closer to you. She could be like insecure and she needs a bit of attention. Like there's different reasons why a woman will.
Man never got all those ailments.
Yeah, and
That's all I was saying.
I don't think men should.
Is it never the same reason? Is it never the same reason that you had to just come?
Yeah, it can be as well. And when you're faced with that situation, it's like Sham said, that's when the woman's actually in charge. That's where she's the boss, because she's like, I need to get from A to B, and you're gonna make it happen. So let's make this work. You get me? That's when you're dealing with a boss bitch, and I love that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I can't really relate, if I'm honest with you. Like, I can't really relate. I don't think I'd even find it sexy for a woman to try and dominate me. I don't really get it. I don't know. I don't really get it. But yeah, I mean, I would say like men, or I don't know all men, but definitely me, I think there'd be a multitude of different reasons at different times why I would be having sex. So sometimes I suppose it would be just for the gratification. Sometimes it would be based on an emotional whatever need, and sometimes it'd be a mixture of just. But the blanket statement, I think, of men, I mean, I don't agree in it. Like personally, I don't, like, you get me, like yeah.
What you're saying, I agree with that. That can get you into that position, but once you're up in the cut, once you're, you know.
Nah, man. You want to have fun. You want to make her have fun. You want to enjoy. You want to create a nice bond between you and your gal and rare. There's all different things. It's not once you stick it in, the end result, the end goal ain't just to come. It's to make it feel good. Like no.
I said the ultimate goal.
I think for men it is.
Yeah, to be honest, how are you going to stop halfway through?
Hold on, one second. You're saying climax is the ultimate goal, right? But I don't even agree with that. Like, I don't agree with that. It's a bonus.
Let me ask you.
It might not. Hold on. Not all sex will result in that.
All right, cool.
You might not want it to always result in that. Especially if you've only got one suitcase, then like you ain't gonna want to unpack like the beginning of the fucking evening, are you?
All right, cool.
You're not gonna have one suitcase, though, are you?
Jedi, what you're saying is correct. You'll be able to have sex with a woman and not ejaculate and not finish.
Not right now.
And that's very rare. That's very rare. That you know, I'm saying if what you're saying is true, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course I did. So based on what you're saying, yeah, logically speaking, that means you'd be able to have sex with a woman and achieve the goal that you just laid out and not follow it up with bussing and just withdraw and just be like, you know what, babe?
That's
cool. That's for you right there.
The real thing.
Yeah, and that will happen very rarely. Like in a 10-year relationship, I could do that maybe once or twice.
What? Why would you do that? Like, that's a disaster.
Let me just hold on. Why?
We've been taking.
I'm just saying. I think I don't know if we're gonna talk in a way of like you're talking about rounds of sex or whatever. Then I do believe you could stop before you get to that point, especially if you feel like once you unpack that case, you ain't getting another one. Then you might want to chill. You might want to switch it up, do something else, and then go for another bit and do it. Meanwhile, you're ensuring that the lady gets pleasure too, where she could maybe be, you know, reaching her points multiple times or whatever, or even just the once. If it's something that takes long, I see these sex advisors say all the time, take your time, don't focus on coming, just enjoy each other's bodies, just make, do you know what I mean? Take the pressure off thinking about reaching that main goal. There's I think like, I wouldn't be surprised, lots of people have sex in different ways. This sounds like a porno where like everything ends in a cum shot. And I'm saying that might not necessarily, even if you're having sex to that model, that might not be the best model for you. So explore other models. You find other ways to enjoy sex so that when you do finally get to unpack your luggage after a long journey, you're like, and it's fucking worth it. And you don't feel guilty because she's unpacked too. In fact,
I think one is important, and one can create life and one can do nothing. It's like it's the ultimate goal for a reason. You know, without that, no kids. Without that, no, you know, like it changes. Look at the way you feel afterwards as a man.
Yeah, no,
Like
but
your
I
whole
mean,
mentality changes in a heartbeat.
I
It's
think you're
like
saying the
bang, you're a
ultimate
different
goal. Though.
person.
That's mad. Like the ultimate goal, I just think is a bit extreme. Yeah, to say that it's the ultimate goal. It's the end result, yeah, but the ultimate goal, I think, makes a very big fixation and not so much on whatever it takes to do to get there. So it's like stick it in anything, do anything for that ultimate goal, which is cool, but like, you know,
There's more to it, man. Trust me, there's more to it.
What is there more to it then?
Yeah, but
What
we
is
just
there
say
more to
majority
it?
of the
So,
time, though.
you know, that we
Majority of the
know.
time. And majority of the time, I
you
ain't gonna
sound,
get.
to be honest, yeah, I wouldn't even really expect any less from you. I wouldn't really expect to hear all from you, Sean. Hold on. All from you, Sean. Like this is real. Like I don't even really hear the capacity.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
see,
really
you
hear
sound
look,
like a
at the end of the
woman.
day,
You sound like a
hold
woman
on.
right now.
Nah, listen.
Hold on, man. Hold on. You don't like you say I sound like a woman, but boy, man, I feel like you want to talk a woman's language if you're having sex with her, innit? You sound like a dude that shit in bed, bro. Like I'm not gonna lie.
You know what? Yeah. Can I
Can
say one?
you like? Yeah,
Fine.
And I'm not even saying shit. Let me not say shit. But selfish or like that, like one tracked. I don't know. You just didn't sound very dynamic with the way you dropped it. And then even the married man next to you, Sham,
we're
is saying
saying the same thing. At the
one
end of the
second,
night, whether you
bro,
take
1
your time
second.
or not, you're gonna
You're
come.
saying the same
So
thing. Let me
we're
finish
you
my
know,
statement. Stop talking over me, man. I'm annoying, man. But it's a very annoying trait of both of you. So I'm very aware that I'm Sham and Calm, the two people that make me shout because they talk over me.
we get the best out of you.
But anyway, let me wrap it up. Let me wrap it up. Yeah, I'm saying it doesn't sound like very dynamic. It just sounds like I don't know. Maybe you have sex through your penis, but never really through your mind or your heart or anything like that. And it sounds feminine to Khan. Like the facts of coming, not like I don't know whatever I said sounded feminine to Khan, and I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just feel like
my answer to what you're saying is
can't look. Sham's married. Like he's literally lives with his wife. He's married and all that. And then he's like, "What else is there to sex? You just stick it in and come."
no,
like,
no
that's
one's saying
that's
that.
the main.
What we're
it.
saying is,
Yeah.
what you're saying, yeah.
No, that is what Sham just said. We're not saying
cool.
Yeah, the ultimate goal is
All right.
busted. I'm not gonna change that.
All right,
Of course,
one minute though. What I'm saying is this, yeah. What the levels that you're describing, yeah, we can reach those levels. Like I said, in 10 years, maybe 1 or 2 times, yeah. Like if you're lucky, babe, right? But I can reach that level if I want. It's not something that's beyond me. You get me? But what I'm saying is, what you're doing is you're representing the outlier as if it's the majority. Majority of the time, yeah, when I'm in the zone, I'm on walking, like I'm on fucking beating it. You get me? Like, but that's just me. If you think that there's something wrong with that and you want to go for some spiritual, if you want to go for some spiritual thing, that's fine.
Is it never
innit?
spiritual? But like you're a spiritual
I'm saying
man.
it's very rare, but it's very rare.
Wait, yo. You're a spiritual man. So how is it never spiritual? You're creating a spirit. You've got 2 kids. Yeah. So none of your kids came out of any form of, dare I say the words, love making or any kind of sensuality at all. It's just walk. And
No.
I'm saying, yeah, like this is probably why this is why you can't really get away with nothing, Khan. This is why you ain't like she don't like you're not really remember it's called love making. So like I don't know, man. Like
yeah, you don't have to do that.
1 minute.
You don't have to do that.
Let me answer.
Bro, like
the whole point of having a woman in your life is that she understands you've already picked her.
You both sound like 2 men. You actually both sound like 2 men that in your own separate lives need to be making some love. You actually sound, Cham, you sound like you need to fucking make love. And
I made love, like I make love all the time, but sometimes I don't. Sometimes I don't, because you don't have to. Because she knows that I've picked her. I've been with her for how many years? What more do I need? I can bang her if I want to bang her.
Don't stand next to Khan.
I can come in her face. I want to come in her face.
Bro,
like, it's cool.
Don't stand next to Khan. Is what I'm saying. Because if what you're saying is this, I'm trying to detangle both your things. Yeah, you're saying something different. You're a married man You're saying something different. You're saying you do it sometimes. You do it very rare. Can't say in 10 years, maybe twice if you're lucky. You're definitely on different pages. Now is not the time to try and do the macho man thing. Like, yeah, man, I'll just stick my dick in and give her what for, innit?
But,
Yeah.
hold on,
And then-
No, but the whole point of having
No,
look, the
hold
whole
on,
point of
one
having
minute,
a wife or a
man,
girlfriend, she
yo,
loves
no,
you,
no,
so
man.
she allows you
Fucking
to do
smart.
that.
Or if I want, I could, yeah, I'll come in her face. Yeah.
Oh, shit. He didn't say it like that. He didn't say it like that.
lads.
Bro, what? Oh, bro. Calm
Yo,
down,
let me-
guys. Calm down. Let me finish my sentence. Yeah, I know it's long, but you look like you stretch my shit out by fucking keep talking, bro.
Don't say things
Like,
like that.
anyway,
Yeah, go on, Jedi, man. Just say what you're gonna say, man. I wanna
wow,
say
man. Do you like? This is the thing, man. You get nervous, yeah. You turn childish. You turn all this fake bravado, and this is what actually makes me think that you lot are shit in bed. Like, actually, real talk. 'Cause
Wow.
you come
It
like,
don't really matter.
Wow.
bro,
Judging me now.
bro. Yeah, nah, definitely. I'm judging now. I'm saying, like, even if you don't think you're shit in bed, if I fuck the same girl that you fuck, it's a wrap, bro. Like, because what you're talking about right now is just nonsense. Like, just
Hear this guy. Hear this
No,
guy.
you're chatting nonsense. And then this guy here, he's married, got a wifey, yeah, in love, and then he's gonna say, yeah, man, like, yeah. I mean, I can do that. But I could just come in her face. Like, who said you can't make love and come in her face at the same fucking time? Like, you lot are just being ridiculous.
Now
It's
you're
just-
being silly. Now you're being silly. Now you're being silly, Jedi.
Why?
I'm gonna make
Why?
love to someone and I'm gonna defile their face. Come off it.
Why is it defiling the face?
Because I'm busting all over your face.
But that's a
Bro,
sacred substance. So why does that look as?
1 minute.
How is
Let me
How is that
talk to my
defiling?
brother. Let me talk to my brother. Jedi.
That's timber, man. What do you
Out
mean?
of my whole life, out of
You
all
don't
the
know what
people
you're
I've
talking
known,
about,
yeah, Jedi, brother. Out of
You
all the
don't- like,
people that I've
you
known
don't
in
know.
my
Like, bro, remember,
Oh,
you're my older, you
man,
know.
you're making it
sounding
hard,
silly right now.
homeboy. Listen, at my whole life, out of all the people that I've known, I probably had these kind of conversations with you more than anyone, which is ironic because I've never even met you in real life. Yeah. Now, if you think back to the conversations we've had, didn't I say that making a baby with someone was the best sex? That to me, yeah, is a spiritual experience. But fucking, yeah, sometimes a woman just wants you to be an animal. She wants that.
Okay.
So that's all I'm saying.
Are we talking about sometimes? Are we talking about the fact that only twice in 10 years may it be a thing where you bossing is not the ultimate goal, and actually taking some time and caring how she feels is part of what you're doing? So I'm saying in 10 years, you definitely sound like a shit partner, bro. Like, what the fuck? What are we talking about?
It's
About making love and fucking and bro.
Hold on, man.
Making love, yeah, ain't got nothing to do with the tempo or the intensity. I hope you know that, innit? I hope you know that, innit?
At the end of the day, yeah, you're a man. If you think I'm shit in bed, that don't bother me. But there's people listening, so let me fight my corner a little bit, innit? Let me say, when we was talking, we were initially talking about sex. To me, making love or making babies, I'll put that in a different category. Yeah. But like I said, like normally, yeah, I'm not going to be having sex. I'm not going to be having sex with a woman. One minute, bro. Horses for courses, man. You're providing.
You like candles.
My brother. You're providing for a different audience. I'm providing for a different audience. There's no competition. So when you're talking about your fucking women that I fuck, that's very rarely going to happen. Yeah. So in real life, yeah, in real life. Hold on, bro. Can I finish my point though? A lot of them are racist, yeah. But anyway, what I'm saying is this, yeah. You have to, as a man, yeah, you're providing what is needed. So it's not my choice that she's saying, I want you to be a beast. I want you to tear it apart. Bro, I'm providing what she requires. She's asking me to do things I don't even like doing, like pulling her hair and doing all sorts of magic. I don't even like doing that.
I have to agree with this.
That is what is required. So if she wants the sentimental, lovey-dovey sex, it's there. But I'm saying they very rarely draw for it. So
I think if you ask most women, that's what they want as well. That's the worst thing.
Babies, people thinking you ain't got youths. Khan's got youths. Well, why you think he's a virgin or something? Khan's got youths, man.
Yeah, you know, also as well, yeah, I remember one girl telling me that she bucked up with his so-called bad boy, blah blah blah. He had a reputation, he had everything, and obviously they went to the hotel room and all this, and you know, when they went there, all he wanted to do was just kiss and be super sensitive and blah 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 blah. She goes, after the first round, she just said, "I gotta leave," because she expected something totally different. And from this so-called bad man to just be there and doing all this love, love, love. Now, there's a time and a place for everything. But I want you to understand as well, yeah. I want you to understand as well that a woman, a girlfriend, a wife, whatever, she will allow you to sometimes just bang the way you want to for 2 minutes in doggy because she knows you might like it. You know what I mean? And then at certain times where you got more time or, you know, it's a more fitting situation, then you'll put in more of a session or do whatever.
Bro,
but of course your girlfriend is going to allow you to just,
That wasn't the argument. My argument was balance. So that's why I told you to not align yourself with Khan because you're saying two different things. Because your egos are both triggered, that it's taking you this long to actually hear that I'm not saying what's different.
I'm stating my own point. That's all I'm doing.
I'm not saying nothing different from you. I agree with you.
No.
Khan that gave us the 10 years, twice in 10 years thing. I'm not having it. I'm not having it.
Yo, let me.
I'll change it. I'll change it. Twice in 5 years. Twice in 5 years. Twice in 5 years.
Yo, man.
T-Versa, go on.
Yo, before I go on, I just want to ask a question. Yeah, has any man ever just stuck it in there and just left it there for like a good 2 minutes?
Yeah, Jedi.
Definitely.
Maybe 2 minutes is a long time, believe it or not. But I have done that. I have done that. Yeah.
Cool.
Put it in.
Yeah. I'm gonna use an analogy. Yeah.
Put it in just to sleep in it, and that. Just to park it. Just to park it.
All right. No.
How about that?
But like, you could look at the man, yeah, as the plug, and then the woman, the plug holder, right?
The socket.
The socket. My bad. Yeah, the socket.
Dirty sink. Dirty sink.
The plug holder. Socket. Right. Now we know we're electrical beings, in it. We know that there's all energy running through us in that. Yeah. If you keep moving that plug in the socket in and out, 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 eventually you get a shortage. Well, not a shortage in it. You get a fuse blown in it. You feel me?
Yeah, go on, man. It's all sounding quite familiar. I'm telling you.
Yeah. But if you leave that thing in there, it's energies in it. You feel me? Now my thing is, someone said it as well, like what we're doing now ain't what we were doing back in the day in that, innit? And even the reason why we're beating and that is different.
These men can't fuck, man. These men can't fuck. I'm telling you, bro.
That's what I was saying at first. That's what I was alluding to at first, like people doing things for different reasons. And
right,
like,
you can just whack off the thing in it. But listen, like what you were saying, Jedi, about just beating for the sake of beating. When do you ever eat food just to feel full? You want to enjoy the food, nah? Whoever eats food and said, I'm just eating this.
Every single bodybuilder eats just to eat. That's one example.
Well, you know, most normal people, they wanna enjoy. They want to savor the flavor. They want to savor the thing. They want a nice meal. They want the flavors. And
man, I know about these things, man. Man, fucking like I'm hearing some young boy thing going on here. I don't even know. But yeah, it is where it's proof is in the pudding because I feel like there's definitely someone for everyone. And everyone everyone likes something, innit? Do you know what I mean? So you know what I mean? Like obviously, Khan was talking the other day about some of his maneuvers, and I should have known from then that this is dead.
Well, big up Tridda, innit? Big up all the romantic man out there. Big up the man. Every time I close my eyes, I wake up feeling so horny. Like that's like.
We're singing the slow jams right now, though. This why I know it's like a double bluff thing. It's like you're talking.
Ain't no double bluff, bro. You're a romantic guy. You're a romantic guy. There's nothing wrong with that.
Bro. It's like a double bluff thing. It's like you're talking wicked and then you're singing love songs. The only one I'm
singing on your bar.
The only one to sing a love. But bro, you actually sang the song. Think about it. Look at keep the psychology. Yeah. I'm eating a bad boy.
Can I just address the man that said about the food?
I'm eating a bad boy Sunday roast. And we're singing love songs to a panel full of men while we talking about beating gal.
Obviously,
I can't say man. Man can't ever shame man into like putting it down properly.
I'm not shaming you.
No. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying man could never be ashamed. Yeah, let me put it that way. Of doing the thing properly and like yeah, I'm a freaky, nasty, dirty guy. So it's not like I don't know if you're imagining some kind of church service sanitized thing. We get me, they're slurping and burping and there's gonna be liquids and it's gonna be serious, it's gonna be intense. Ain't gonna be shit. But like I'm saying, even if what you call fucking, you have to, you're talking about the language of, oh yeah, put her hair, but there's certain things that make it way more intense, innit? Even if she's just getting straight doggied or whatever it is. And I'm saying, you don't sound like that type of person that's paying that attention to detail just from what you said about the 10 years thing. You get me? And then Sham tried to say like, busting on her face, like you can't make love to a girl and come in her face. And that's what I'm saying. If
No,
you
I
don't
said that.
think you can,
Okay.
all right, so cool. If you don't think you can, then like I said, man, definitely, I could just tell from the whole energy about how man's talking about the pum pum. It's like you're on a different level. Like man's moving like the pussy whisperer out here, and then you you moving like that is a dog's home. Really?
Now you're dissing my girl. Now you're dissing my girl. I'm gonna have to come for you. I'm gonna have to come for you.
I'm not dissing
my girl.
I'm not dissing your girl, yeah, but like, all right. Look, the other day you said something about beating one off, and just before you nut, she wants to jump on it.
Refresh my you know I got the bad memory.
Okay.
Go on. Refresh my memory. What did I say?
You said
Yeah.
something about knocking one out and getting her to jump on it just before you bust. Remember that?
No, I don't. What was the context? What was I saying? I don't get that. Why would I do that?
The context was whether masturbation was haram.
Right. This is a while back. Sham was there as well.
It wasn't that long ago. It was like a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago.
And it was about not wasting the life.
Oh, yeah. So I was saying the physical act of masturbation isn't haram as long as you bust inside.
What?
Okay.
So what's haram is busting anywhere other than the vagina is not really exchanging of fluids and spiritual sex. Like busting on faces and busting like in other places is not really that good. So masturbating, as long as you bust inside, it's all well and good. Like it's not the act of masturbating that's the problem. It's the fact that man are spilling their seed is the problem. That's why it's haram.
No, I get.
Yeah.
What if you carried it somewhere and then put it in after?
IVF.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Like the ultimate aim is for the juice to hit the spot, innit? So if you're wasting it on a tissue or whatever, you get me? Like that's sacrilege, innit? That's like, yeah, Jedi. Why is he laughing? He's reading comments. He's reading comments. It's all about the comments, innit? I ain't got my glasses on. What's he done? Change my name again?
No, I'm just laughing, man.
I'm getting paranoid.
No, it was. I'm chewing. I want to be a hypocrite and do that big chewing noise while I'm, you hear me? So,
yeah, man. Like I'm saying, it's horses for courses. We're out here providing what is needed. You know, the ladies tell us what they want, and we do our bit in it. Like that's part of lovemaking and sexting girls. Is like, you know, you have to understand.
What happens if the woman don't know what she wants and you got to teach her? Or does that never happen? You just wait. You just follow instructions.
Yeah, to be honest, that's not. No, I've never been. I've never been with a woman where I had to train her up or I had to teach her. I've never been. Like I don't know why, but I just never have been.
So what?
But at the same time,
when you meet her, she knows two hands and all sorts. She knows everything. Nah, man, that's bad. That means that you're. Yeah, that means that. I don't even want to say what it means, but you know what it means.
But any woman at our age is gonna know all that. It's like with me, I'm not gonna lie.
So?
I've always.
Do you think so?
Yeah, most of them. But it's like with me, I've been taught like by women. They're the people who have taught me like all that little tricks. But how else are you supposed to learn? You can't learn from random. You know, they're the only people that are gonna teach you. And then when they show you certain things, like you're like, oh shit, that's how you do it. Like, you know, gold, little bits of gold. So
I'm never gonna lie. I don't think I've ever been. I don't think I've been taught that. like that.
Okay.
But
Do you think you've got stuff to learn?
don't misquote me.
Yeah,
I said I've never
definitely.
been with a woman.
Okay, so then you got it all to come.
But I think,
What you say?
hold on. I think, yeah,
It's different biting points, man.
that I'm just an intuitive bad man. So like, I'm designed to do this thing. So it's inherent in me to be good at sex. Whereas you lot got to learn tips and got to be taught and instructions and some man's got natural talent. And I believe there is a difference between people with natural talent and people that don't. People that naturally sexual and people that kind of got to learn and, be taught. And even though I get it, I feel like cues, you feel more like, you like it this way instead of that way. But not that you didn't know that way was a way that a woman would like. I don't even think it's that difficult. Yes. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm more talking about female anatomy than I'm talking about like your rhythm or how you're doing things.
No,
I'm talking about little tricks and blah 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 blah.
This one likes it bitten. This one likes it pinched. Nipples we're talking about, yeah.
Okay, let me give you an example. Yeah, let me give you an example.
But like, hold on, one
Yeah.
second. This one likes them bitten. This one likes them pinched. This one likes them. Don't even want them touched. Now,
okay,
you knew before you even went near a woman that these were 3 things that were available, right? Now it's for her to tell you or show you which one it is that she likes, or it might be all 3, might be both of them, whatever. Do you understand?
Okay.
Like,
let me ask you this now, then. Yeah.
She's not going to actually teach you how to bite a nipple, is she? Like you knew how to bite a nipple before. You're saying okay. You don't sound like you're answering.
No,
saying,
obviously we know how to do that. Like,
get out of the way, cool.
I've got no issue with that. We know how to bite nipples. Like, it's cool. It's not,
right.
it's
So the point I'm making is, what is
yeah.
it that you didn't know how to do that you got taught how to do?
I can tell you. So, for instance, now, it was a girl that said to me, like when it comes to the clit, like you don't have to fully pull back the little hood over the clit and touch it proper like that. She goes, it's too much. And I thought, oh, okay, I'll bear that in mind. Like, it could be like the top of my thing that I might, certain things. So I thought, okay, that's information. Things like that, Like, that's things that you're only going to find out from a woman. I doubt that would just be innate within you.
So you did know to touch the clit though, yeah?
Yeah.
She just showed you how to. So she never taught you how to touch a clit. She never taught you to touch.
Yeah, but she said how to do it.
How hers touched. She told you her settings, her preference.
Yeah.
So we're saying the same thing.
I think things like that we need. If we are, then that's a positive thing.
Hold on. Do you realize that I just gave you that same analogy with the nipple?
Yeah, but that might be a good thing then. I never took the stance that I'm opposing you. I never took that stance, did I? I never said I've got this. No, never. So if we're saying the same thing, that's beautiful. But I'm saying certain things we need to pick up from women because we just wouldn't know otherwise. So if we don't observe these things,
break them down.
Like
what? Because
for instance, the whole thing about the clip, like
I thought that you try something and you get a response. I thought it was like kind of like trial and error.
That could be the case. It could be the case, but to a certain extent, like to understand exactly how things are gonna feel for them. Yeah, you could get that with trial and error, but you could also have a better recipe if you were better prepared. So you learn something from one woman, and then the next woman, she'll think, oh shit, that's good from the get-go. Obviously, some women will be different, but generally just having that experience will make you better in general. So
have you guys ever looked at like learning styles and all them type of graphs and things that you can do about it? Some people are more hands-on and some people more this and some people more like
I'm set.
It's a school thing, innit? Like it's a school.
Yeah, kinetic. Some people kinetic, some people oral. That sounds like Khan.
I've heard of that then, yeah.
Khan is oral. Some people kinetic.
I feel like this is just one of those, isn't it? I feel like this is just one of those. Like some people like put your thumb there now, like what are you doing?
What? Where does the thumb go?
I'm just saying.
Khan just wants to get talking about Batty. He can't wait.
But some people just need to and then that's a little signal in it, like okay, I need to keep doing this.
Right.
So some people
some people
have an experience in one place and think, do you know what? Yeah, this is all cars. I'm ragging all cars. Everything's an M5 to me. Like, I don't mind. Like,
hey, do you know what? Yeah. This is what I was saying. Yeah, like when man was talking about the learning thing, I think what popped into my head was, you see, when you're having sex and you're waiting to try and learn from a woman, I think a lot of women don't even know themselves.
yeah.
You understand? Like, I don't even know what's going on, but man, them out here dishing out shit sex. It's like real talk, and they think they're putting it down because she's letting them think that for whatever reason. That's another thing that women are doing. They're actually acting like they're loving this thing, and they're just not. I don't know why women are doing it, but I'm hearing them talking, and they're saying that that's what they're doing. I think it's dumb, personally. Yeah,
Okay, but what about after you've known a girl for
I'm not enjoying the head. I'm not going to
conversations not come up where you exchange information. Like, let's say you've known her for a long time. Can you hear me? If you've known someone for a long time,
you moved off the example I'm giving you to talk about something else. I'm saying in the example where you've gone to meet a new woman, or you're meeting this woman and you're forming whatever, and you agree to have a sexual relationship with her, then you're having sex with her and she's not communicating. You ever had a girl like just not say anything?
Yeah.
And then you convinced it was shit, right? And then she turns around and says, "Oh, when can I see you again?" You're like, "What? What are you talking about?" Like, nah, that was so great. That was shit. No, I loved it. No. You're not connected to your shit. You're not connected to yourself. You don't know. You get me? Like, you know, even like, that's horrible. That's one of the worst experiences I had as a young man. You know, like this chick. Like, I swear down, she's like a corpse. I must have stopped about 3 times to say, "You all right? Like, what's going on? You cool? Like, what's going on?" She's like, "Yeah, carry on." After that, man, I dust.
What did you put that down to? What did you put that down to?
I just thought
could be confident.
There was no connection. I just thought it was just dead, yeah. Then she hit me up like, "Yo, when I'm gonna see you again?" Boom, boom. I've been thinking about you every. I'm like, "What?" So I'm thinking, this girl trying to set me up or something. Like, what's going? I'm like, so I just said it straight. Like, "Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was kind of dead because you didn't even move or nothing." She's like, "No, someone said that to me before. No, I'm enjoying it. I'm just in my own little zone. Rare." I'm like, "Cool," but yeah, no, it's a no for me.
I've had a similar experience in the fact that a woman once said to me that because she's very body conscious, she can't relax enough to enjoy sex until she's had sex with someone like maybe 2 or 3 times, and then she's on. Yeah, like I've had something like not what you're saying.
I get that.
What you're saying. Yeah,
I get that. No, that actually makes sense though. But at least she told you one. This thing, like, I actually thought, like, you know, like I thought, Raz, that's what it's like to be shit. Okay, like I just weren't doing it for her. Okay, like, you know, just took the L. And like real talk, I was surprised to get like a holler back, like, "Rah, yeah, when we doing that again?" Like, you know, excited.
She's like internal with it. She's enjoying it, but she's trapped inside some internal pleasure zone. She can't share the pleasure. Yeah, she can't share the pleasure. For me.
So what am I getting from that? I ain't getting that. Really? Imagine,
like a
from that. Yeah, that, bro. I swear to God, no man's stopping to say like, "You're right. Yeah, you cool." Like,
double check.
And she's on some. Yeah. Carry on. I'm like, okay, like, but that was like, I thought, you sure you're good? Like, what? No. That put me off. It's a put off. Big put off, man.
But would you really care, sort of thing, what impact or how the girl feels if she's not a potential girlfriend?
Yeah,
you still care.
Yeah, 100%. It's very important that man. What, are you dumb? I don't know what is important to me anyway. Pleasure is mutual. Pleasure is mutual. Sex is mutual. So there's no way I want to have anything to do with a shit sexual encounter. I don't want to be part of that. You can go and have shit.
What if it's good for you?
It wouldn't be good for me if it was shit for them. It's just not how I work. It don't work like that.
I went to Thingy once, back in the day.
Unless he's hell bent on lying and pretending and acting and winning Oscars, and then I don't know why you do that. Because if you just show me you didn't like that, we could have switched it up. You understand? So that doesn't make no sense to me.
What do you mean winning Oscars? What do you mean?
Like
faking it. Overly faking it.
Faking.
Right.
That's the only way that I would have had shit sex and walked away thinking, and she was just like, "Oh, that was shit." Because why? Like, would you not tell? Would you not tell?
Can't you tell when they're faking it within a certain extent?
My thing is this: Why would you have to fake it? I don't get it. Why would you have to fake sex? Why?
Because women can't come. They can't come every time.
Well, don't come.
Yeah,
Fuck.
but she wants you to come, so she's going to pretend that she's coming.
That's a good idea still, but
that shit works. That fucks me up because I let them know, if you don't want this to end right now, you better shut that shit up.
Shut that shit up.
Because when I hear that, my head goes. It's just like, yeah, we can't keep no lid on when that shit's happening, man. That's like, you know, yeah. So that they probably would do that to end it quickly. If that probably is something that
programming
could.
Well then, I don't know where they're learning that from. That's their business. But if you do that, you cheated yourself, innit? You just cheated yourself. I would have put some work in. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's just dumb.
Yeah, but at the same time, we're learning how to make them.
It's like buying shit weed and pretending to be high.
But why do you think women are like that? They're not always into it. Like,
what is this? Huh?
Like sometimes they're not always into it. Like I find it's mostly me moaning for it, and then it's like, you know, I'll get her into the mood or whatever, and it's usually the case. It's like in the beginning, like the honeymoon period, yeah, blah blah blah, it's all popping off, and then you realize that was just bullshit to, you know, make me like you maybe, and then once you realize once she becomes your girlfriend or whatever,
I'm sticking by my initial statement about Sham and Khan, where I'm not gonna lie.
Can I add a little balance?
Please.
Hello. Please. Good afternoon.
Welcome,
gentlemen. Like a lot of you are speaking from this place where you actually like care. Does that make sense? Yeah. You actually care what's going on with the female that you're trying to sleep with or that you are sleeping with, whatever. Yeah. But and this is from a slightly older generation. Slightly, but not too old. So I don't know if it's still the same for younger females. When I was growing up, no one gave a fuck if you came or not. Nobody.
As a woman, yeah?
As a woman, nobody gave a fuck. Nobody gave a fuck. So you didn't spend that much time thinking about your own sexual pleasure because it was a secondary factor to the act. Does that make sense? And especially for like, for minority girls, for Black and Asian girls, your pleasure for what? Sit down. You're meant to be a good wife. Do you see what I mean? Like you're ingrained with your condition with this thinking, that sexual pleasure is a male thing. Like it's a male, they worry about it because they're controlled by their urges and da-da-da-da-da-da. No one actually gives a fuck about you feeling good, even though the clitoris is the only organ in human body made for pleasure, like just purely pleasure. The clitoris has no other function and it's on women. So in certain cultures, that's why FGM is still a thing. Yeah. So you don't even really like when you're younger, you don't think about it, but you know that
I'm gonna ask you a question. Are you either like when it comes to men that are overly interested in the woman's orgasm, if the woman liked it or not, don't you find that as a feminine trait? Like should a man just be about his business and let the woman worry about everything else? Like if you want to come, you can come in it. Like if you don't want to, there's no pressure on you.
I don't think it's an overly feminine trait because some dudes get off on it. Like some dudes, that's their one thing, innit? Like I found it odd because again, like I grew up in a society that didn't really care about women's pleasure. It wasn't until I got older and started thinking for myself and deciding I wanted things too, that I was even bothered about my own sexual pleasure. So there are lots of women, like Jed said, there are women who get taught by their partners because it's only their partners that have ever allowed them the space to be a sexual creature and not judge them for it. So you can there's a lot of women in their mid-30s going on 40 who are exactly like that. They buck up on one dude who is obsessed with trying to make them come. Like that is his mission in life. Because he gets off on it. And then you don't know what to do with it because it's like, oh.
All I know is when you're done,
and the thing that you just said, think about what you just said, babe. Think about what you just said, Khan. Somebody caring about their partner being like pleasured.
If you don't care about your partner, you sound gay to me.
Why is it a feminine thing? Do you see what I mean? Why is it a feminine thing for him to worry about her?
Overly obsessing about it.
That's a funny
Yeah, but this is a joke
I
of
don't
it.
know, but
Women
I mean,
were
that's
conditioned
not
for
bad. Have you got
time to
anything?
be overly
Yeah, we can
obsessed
hear
with
you, boss man.
sexually.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me get him. That's like a man's priority, isn't it? I feel in a bedroom is to, like, they used to call it what? Break you off. You think what these songs and that were just talking about was just sexting? You don't think it was about making? You don't think it? You don't think it was about? You don't think it was about giving that woman maximum pleasure? Like, I don't think you lot understand. Like, that's why she's so quick to kick you out. That's why she don't give a fuck. That's why because you're like, do you know what I mean? Come on, fam. Like, a woman's what do they say? Yeah, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. I don't know if that's true, but I think there's definitely some truth to it. Yeah, and that's got to do with the connection between pleasure and taste receptors in your tongue and your mouth and whatever in it. Yeah, and it's a deep psychology behind that. Yeah, and then and the feeling of nurturing and all them things there makes a man say, you know what, this because she's not the pussy. She gotta make sure I'm fed. She gotta make sure I'm watered. She's about me. Do you know what I mean? So that's a good thing, innit? Yeah. And then in return, or not in return, but as the sexual exchange, I think to afford that, to be the man to be able to give your wife orgasms is important, especially if she's had other sexual partners, or you never, like, I'm just saying, innit? You're not going, I'm not going down on your list of shit in bed, didn't make me come, never came when I was with him. You know, I've been with gal and they're telling me that long relationship that they was in, or that were rare, and they never raw. And then what? And then now all of a sudden she talking about this the first time she ever felt about big woman. What? I'm confused. So I gotta look at them like, right, you lot spend so much time learning about football and learning about this and learning about that. One second, man. 1 second. Fuck.
Sorry, my bad.
1 second. Having pleasure or giving pleasure to a woman has been one of your specialities or one of your capabilities. I don't think that's feminine. And for a man to want to communicate with a woman, for a man to want to communicate or have the boldness to say, you like this, you're feeling this, you want this, you don't like this, rare. Like, I can laugh during sex. I can bust joke, I can laugh, I can do whatever during sex. Yeah? Like, and for me, I feel like satisfaction comes from your partner being equally as satisfied and enjoying it. And rare. This ain't I'm not no Roman. Get me? I'm not no Roman bending over Gatlin and rare. Yeah, I might want to look in your eyes when you're coming. I don't know what the fuck you lot are doing, but my thing is magic. So, like, you get me?
Because this is the thing. Like, what you just said is a massive point.
Jedi, every woman that I've ever been with spun me that same story about. I never knew how to orgasm before I met you.
They do. A lot of them rinse them stories.
Yeah, but you've been a man for 8 years and you got 3 kids. You're telling me they make you come?
Yeah, but
not like you do, baby. Not like you do.
That's cool. That's a part of the ego massage to make you.
Yeah,
feel
right.
But if you're really putting it down, you should be able to know whether she's lying about coming or not.
Come on. Let me say this here. When I came, I wanted to balance what Lex Skywalker was saying. What's it called? Right now, in that sense, because when she's saying about the like man them not caring about woman and their pleasure and that kind of thing there. Like, I hear them stories and I recognize them to some degree. Yeah. There is a lot of men are focused on their own pleasure. At the same time, on the other side of that equation, like, man grew up in an environment whereby, like, the burden of performance in the bedroom was on the man. Yeah, like, you have to know how to put it down. You get me? You have to go a long distance. Yeah, you have to know. You know what I'm saying? I don't want no one. We grew up with I don't want no 1 minute man. Dancehall songs whereby you on the long ninja bike. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You have to go long.
Dwayne? No one didn't want to be Dwayne. No one didn't want to be
Dwayne, fam, right? As well as the fact, what's it called? The dancehall tune where you have to take care of your girl because your girl will leave you. Yeah, and all them stuff there, right? So it's a thing whereby I'm not finished this, but it's a thing whereby I'm just balancing the thing in the sense of the fact that there was that culture as well, but at the same time, I think it will be true to say, that a lot of that culture, was based around your ego as a man. Rather than the pleasure of the woman, if that makes sense. Like, even though it was about that, it wasn't really about
that. Facts.
Thank you for stopping me. Thank you for stopping me interjecting, because that was the point that I was going to make. A lot of the time, that idea that you have to please your woman in a particular way, that's something that you all got together, like, and it's a male idea of these things. Yeah, like if you have, not gonna lie, if you're doing it right, you don't even have to last that long, you know. You don't have to last that long, and your dick doesn't have to be 10 inches. On God, because
you know what I learned that? That's funny. Do you know what I learned that? Yeah, sorry, but so it's particularly
this
that
is why
long
certain women fake it. Like, not to be funny, I faked it because the shit was too good, and I need to tap out now. I need to tap out, but I hate tapping out, so I'm going to fake it to make him finish up quicker, because I'm not going to be the first
There
person
we
to
have
tap
it
out.
from the horse's mouth, live.
So,
You heard it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyone
but
who says
everyone
can't talking
lies,
shit,
man.
yeah.
The
Anyone
same
who
Nah,
way
says
fam, you
can't
everyone
lot
talking
lies,
are
shit,
bro.
joking, fam. I don't deal with women like that to me like that, man. You lot are some next thing woman, fam. I don't
Hold
know
No,
on.
that.
that's a beautiful trait in a woman.
Wait,
That's
Everybody
her
lies
beauty
in
and
the
her
bedroom.
special.
nah, fam.
Like, there's nothing wrong
You
with
lot
her
are
doing
some
that.
next thing, fam. You lot be taking too much random whacking. That's what it is, yeah. That's why the woman
look,
are lying to you, fam.
did you hear what I said though?
Yes, yes.
Sometimes it's a white lie. I'm already satisfied. Like, I'm 3 times more satisfied than you are, and you're still going. So I will fake it now because, bro, I'm
You
good.
need to chill out now. Like, what you did?
Exactly.
Now, what you
And
been
I believe
doing?
that.
What
Much
you
for them.
done?
That's what they say.
I think you're shit.
What's
I think you're
going
shit in
on?
bed. I think you're shit in bed.
I
Woman's
can't,
tapping
man.
out.
Love it, man. Love it,
Woman's tapping out, waving white flag, going, I give
Alright.
up.
But you know
Yeah,
what
no,
it is?
I don't do that though.
Nah,
So
she
that's why I
said
fake
you
it,
don't
because
do.
I'm not
Khan,
tapping
you're
out.
not listening. She said
Alright.
she does not
Raheem,
do
I
that.
seen you
She said
dissing me
that
in
she
the
ain't
chat.
gonna
Sharp,
do that.
man. Don't even chat
What?
to me. I seen you dissing me in the chat.
Of course, I'll say it to your face as well. You
Yeah,
talk
now
like a
that I
virgin.
mentioned it,
I'll say that, but I'll say it to your face, Khan. If you can't take it when it's in the chat, I'll say it to your face. You talk like a
now I can
virgin.
take it.
Is
I'm
that
just
what you
saying
want to
that.
hear?
You're like
Is
a
that
what?
you
Like a
wanna hear?
virgin?
Or you want to be a man and handle your emotions and move on with the subject?
What
No,
did you say?
I'm not being
Hold
emotional.
on. All right, stop
I'm
the
just
noise, stop the
mentioning
noise.
it.
What did you say? He talks like a virgin, did you say?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I
They're
agree.
talking
Cool.
about
Even though he's got
he
big
wants
man
to
with 2 kids and all
pass
sorts of...
over his own
Yeah, but I don't know,
Bro,
man.
Like, come
bro.
on, like you're
Please.
trying to make yourself seem bigger than you are.
Really?
We get it.
Nah, but
Yeah,
that might be his thing though. I gotta accept that this is just Khan's attitude to sex, because how would we know? So like, I mean, but it does sound like that kind of braggadocious bravado thing, or maybe you're being genuine.
How
In
is that
fact, you know what?
bravado?
Do you know
What
what?
have I
Do you
said?
know what? Do you know what?
Name
No.
one
Do
thing.
you know what? I believe you're being genuine, and that's why I say it just sounds like, yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think
I heard
so.
about man like you
genuinely
too.
think, Jedi. Do you know what I think? I think that he said something and then he had to
Why is it all
run and
focused
ride
on me
with
though,
it.
Raheem?
That's all it
Talk
is.
about your own life, man.
I do talk
We're
about my
not in
life.
competition. This is all gay.
I know
We're
there's
not in
no
competition with each
competition. No one
other.
mentioned
Dude,
competition,
us do their
man.
thing.
As I said, control
It's
your
all
emotions.
gay.
No one
It's your
mentioned no
mentality, man.
competition, Khan.
All right. Let one man talk at a time then. So go on, Raheem. Finish what you're saying.
Yeah. So my analysis is that I think he's either the bravado thing is because he said something and he has to now run with it because he don't want to backtrack, or he genuinely thinks like that. And if you think like that, it's a bit alarming that you would have a woman and you're not interested apart from 2 to 3 times a year in pleasuring your woman. It's just about busting a nut for you.
Yeah, you
That
misunderstood
don't
the
make
whole thing.
sense.
We're talking about spiritual sex where you can fuck a woman and halfway through having sex, just even though you got hard on, just pull it out and just be like, now that you come, babe, that one's for you, innit? And just walk away. That's
But you
very
can
rare. A
do
man
that.
can do that. Yeah, you
can
can
do that.
do
No,
that.
but
It's
you see, no,
physically,
but
it's
you see when it
physically
comes to them
possible,
ones,
but
though,
it's
yeah.
very rare.
No, but you know why it's rarer though, yeah. If you're on them, seriously, I speak from experience, yeah. If you're on them levels there, yeah, because women have sex egos too. Let's not get it. Yeah, and so when you're dealing with them ones where
like
you're trying to reserve your thing, they're not on it,
Yeah.
fam. They want to see champagne at him.
Preach the thing.
Like, they want to see champagne.
I'm not gonna lie, that's the realest thing he ever said. Because I was very offended when I first experienced Tantra. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Aren't we supposed to both be enjoying this? And he refused, like, his thing wasn't to just bust a nut, it was to enjoy the whole experience.
Exactly.
My thing was like, raw, you taking me for Egypt so I can't complete the mission now. Like, who do you think I am? Because, like, to me, it doesn't make sense having sex and only one person has all the enjoyment and all the pleasure. So it makes me uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable if somebody's just, like, for instance, there was one guy I messed with who he wasn't involved in his own pleasure, and it made me not trust him, and it fucked up the whole thing because it was too unbalanced.
When you say
it threw me off.
He was probably
It
didn't
threw
have
me off.
anything going on
You
in
see
life.
what I mean?
hold on,
So
when you say he weren't involved in his own pleasure, what do you mean?
he weren't involved. Okay, how do I put this in a
He wasn't
ladylike
about getting
fashion?
his nut. He was about pleasuring the woman overly. Like, he didn't even care about
He
himself.
Trying to
wasn't
get a roof over his head.
like, he didn't even want me to trouble his. Okay,
He shut
I'm gonna just
nose.
say it plainly because I was trying to say it in a ladylike manner. Yeah, but
Sorry.
his thing, he was very obsessed with oral sex, and penetrative sex
Low
really
self-esteem.
didn't bother
That's
him.
them low
Yeah,
self-esteem man right there.
no, but he was a very good-looking guy.
No,
Had
but
money,
Vain
had
then,
a
innit?
sensible
Vain.
sized penis. Do you see what I mean? And it
That's
worked.
that's his thing though. He's clearly getting off.
It was, exactly. It was. And this is the thing, but this is what I'm saying. Me personally, it was a little bit unbalanced because there was more pleasure in it for me. I felt like
Did
it
you
wasn't
feel
balanced.
devalued? Did you feel that he didn't value you?
Did I feel devalued?
No, devalued.
No.
Like less valued because he didn't bust.
No, he would come, but he just wouldn't let me be as involved in pleasuring him. Like, he would only come if I came.
What? Hold on.
But there's nothing wrong with that, is there?
Yeah, but at the same time, it put me under pressure because women don't necessarily come every time they have sex. We can enjoy it and not come every single time.
Hold on,
So
let's
now I'm
a
like,
man who's willing to bring you to that position every time is unbalanced for you. Because a man will orgasm every time. Sorry, mate, I didn't mean to cut you. A man will
but
orgasm
we
every
can
time.
bust.
no, listen to what I'm saying. He didn't want me,
Why are you
but
shouting,
he
bro?
didn't want me
Sorry, bro.
trying to
My
pleasure
bad,
him
my
in
bad.
any way.
I am actually shocked.
That's where the unbalance came. That's where the imbalance was for me. Do you see what I'm saying?
He would penetrate you, right?
He didn't. Penetration was not a thing for him.
No,
It was
but
not a
I'm
thing.
not saying
Like,
it's a thing for him,
me
but
first.
he did penetrate you, right?
Eating ass.
I'm really trying to not expose people's business on the internet, but all right, cool. His thing was oral sex. I can count the amount of times we had penetrative sex
Damn,
on
you're
one
a
hand.
sick you know.
Wow, fair
No,
enough.
but I just get it. I don't need
So that was unbalanced for me.
Can I ask a question?
Do me a favor. Yo, Khan and Sham, do me a favor. I beg you, try super hard not to talk over at least the lady. Yeah. I'm not like, can you do that? Especially when we're talking about sex. It sounds weird. Please.
Yeah, no, I think someone else was asking a question, but I understood what she was saying because I was actually listening to it.
Cool. Go on.
So I just think the act in and of itself is about an exchange between two people. So if one person is working harder than the other, or not working, like, that might be the wrong language to use, but if, for me personally, I would like to please my partner and I would like for them to want to please me. Does that make sense? So if you don't want me to please you, now I'm here like, but why? But why? But why? Because I know pleasing me pleases you, but why don't you want me to physically be involved as much in the pleasing of you? Like, I don't.
Can I say something quickly? Yeah, I jumped back on because this subject, obviously, you know what I mean. Yeah, it could be like I think I've been in a position where I've been with a woman and this doesn't mean that this was the reason, Lex, but there's certain things that she does that don't stimulate me the way that she thinks that I should be stimulated, if that makes sense. Like it's not working basically, and so I might focus on one or two other things because it's not really pushing the mark, it's not really hitting the mark. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that that's the reason. That could be one of the reasons, isn't it? That could be.
No, this is the thing. I don't think that was one of the reasons because we used to talk a lot. Yeah. So he didn't have an issue talking to me about sexual subjects. Do you know what I mean? I didn't have an issue talking to him either. So I couldn't understand why we couldn't talk about this because it's just odd to me to have a one-sided sexual relationship where only one partner does all the work or wants to please their partner.
Maybe
that's just very unbalanced to me.
Was he like this with any other girl? Like, did you discuss like previous relationships in that?
Yeah, no, he's like this. Full stop. Like that's just him. Do you see what I mean? I at first thought maybe he has a small penis. I did. I'm not going to lie, and that's why he's not rushing to whip it out. But that wasn't the issue. So it just kind of it fizzled out.
Yeah, it sounds complex.
There has to be balance in like a physical relationship. Otherwise, it's even if it is good and technically he is pleasing you, there can be a disconnect. Just because you come every time, it doesn't mean you connect with that person.
That's like trying to have a relationship with a girl that only wants to give you head and doesn't really want to have sex. That's going to be dead for you, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That's literally what it was.
Hold on, no. Some men, yeah, I'm lying because I think some men very much prefer
that, yeah.
No, but this is what I'm saying. If that is your, yeah. Like,
you can't say that though. You can't say that because I don't know.
I'm saying it.
Yeah, you got to allow them because that's what they enjoy. I'm jealous of them, man.
There is a sideline issue. I feel like there's a sideline issue if you can't have balance in your sexual relationships, in your physical relationships.
But like from how I've heard it explained, it like for some people it feels just as good with like 90% less risk. You see what I'm trying to say? So that's how they, do you know what I mean? For them, obviously, if like they're talking about maybe this is again maybe men that are not interested in pleasuring the woman, or it's not a woman they're interested in pleasuring, and they're just looking for the gratification. They'd rather get that than that because it's you know what I mean?
How I interpret that sensibility is that to them the thing is about because. Like, you know, like growing up here with man them, when man them are trying to get head here around the playground, them kind of thing, it was about getting the girl to do it, it was about getting her to your thing in it, right? So how I interpret it,
like grooming, man.
That's about power. That's about power and submission.
We're talking about equal age ranges here.
How can them? Nah, fam. You see, how can them? Nah, fam. How can the mouth be superior to the point? Nah, fam.
Just crack on. Just carry on.
It don't make no sense for us, though. Like, loud.
But don't you think that balance is subjective? Because in your case, Lex, you felt away because it wasn't on your wavelength. But
not that it wasn't on my wavelength.
Surely it would be balanced. You didn't.
It wasn't on my
pleasure. You didn't feel pleasured because you weren't pleasuring him. But surely it's as I said, it's subjective, isn't it? It's down to an individual.
Yeah, that's also. It's not that I didn't feel. The shit felt good. Yeah. What I didn't like was, even for me, like I'm not that selfish, so I don't know why you'd expect me to be that selfish.
So it's taking away.
Why can't I please you in the same way? Because now you're taking away my central, like part of my core enjoyment of the whole experience. Do you see what I'm saying? Because now it's my turn to please you. I can't enjoy it.
All right, let me show you something. From a man perspective, when it comes to the not busting thing, a lot of the time, I can't say it's for all man them, but a lot of the time, exactly what you spoke about, Lex, in terms of.
Oh no, but can I just really quickly? Can I just add that guy wasn't into tantra. The guy who was into tantra, it was into all the sex, all the different types. Do you see what I'm saying? So that was fine.
Right, gets it. But I feel like because sometimes, like as man, then we actually get to a realization of some of the ways that we've been socialized around sex in it, and so we try to engage in disciplines in it around sex that allow us to break some of those, some of those psychologies. And one of them is the not busting thing, because then you're focused on the experience and giving rather than receiving. You see what I'm saying? So it's a discipline, as well as the fact that, like, especially like when you're young and coming into the thing, like it teaches you how to regulate your thing. You see what I'm saying? Like,
it's a control, man.
That's what I said. That's what I said when I first experienced tantra.
No, you know what?
I was not down, but now I'm fully for it. Do you see what I'm saying?
Here's the word there. Conditioning.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
He said about conditioning. You get me? A bit of conditioning. you know, you know what I mean? Like, just to, you know what I mean?
It's like martial art, isn't it? Like,
yeah, man, a bit of conditioning, and you know.
Because I feel like having.
I'm trying to make a point though. There is a difference between the circumcised and the uncircumcised, and as a circumcised, I can tell you that we do have a bit of an unfair advantage in the not bussing situation, because it is a known remedy for premature ejaculation. So, you know, we don't really need to worry about that. We got that covered.
I bet that shit don't feel as good though.
You lot got you lot are dropping so many puns you don't even realize. You know.
Well, got it covered.
Yeah.
He's a good one. He's a good one.
Yeah, interesting subject still, man. You know what I mean? Interesting.
But you have restored the faith of many women listening to you lot speak.
Yeah, I just talk slick and I'm just chatting shit for online. You know, my thing. I'm just gonna hack away, close my eyes, give you the best 60 seconds of your life, or
Can
at least
I
of
ask
mine.
you guys a question? Can I ask you guys a question? Serious talk, yeah? How do you guys not know if a woman is faking it?
I don't know who, and I'm not involved in that. That's Khan. You gotta ask that to Khan and Sham, and I don't know, man.
You see what I mean?
Jedi, if you've lost interest, we might as well change the subject, because a minute ago you were telling us how you got to know the woman and
but you're saying no. You said
now you're telling us you don't know.
Did you see what she asked? Did you hear what she asked?
What kind of question is that?
What did she
How
ask?
do you not know?
Oh no! Fuck you! No, don't save him. What did she ask, bro? What did she ask, bro?
How do you know when she's faking it or not?
No, how can you not know that she's faking it?
Right. So why would I have to answer that? And, you get me? How can you like? This is what I'm trying to say to you, bro.
You don't get it.
That's something you should be answering.
No, but
I'm not forcing my woman to go through some rigmarole of some fake orgasm. I'm saving her from that, bro.
You don't get it.
You don't get it.
Okay. What's it called? Lex, can I ask a question?
You were saying you weren't even going to give her anything.
In relation to, and I'm only asking this because you've actually said that you faked it before, yeah? Have you ever faked it with like in a relation with somebody who you're actually serious about, or let's say have a proper like established relationship with, if that makes sense? Like you've got a relationship outside of the bedroom.
The way I see it, exactly. There's no point in faking it with your maintenance, man, because that's long. Like your relationship is built around the physical act of giving each other pleasure. Right. So if you're faking it, there's a bigger issue at play. Like what's going on? But with my part, like when I was younger, I'm not gonna lie. My first sexual relationship, yes, I did. Yeah, because I was like, okay, he's trying really hard. Oh, I feel bad. Like,
see?
Do you see what I mean? Like, okay, you're trying. But again, let me say, he was young like I was. Yeah, because I was a very sensible girl. I didn't trouble none of the big men who were trying to trouble me because I didn't want to get impaled by some 10-inch penis. That was not my life. So I troubled somebody who was literally 6 months younger than me. Like that was my first serious sexual relationship. Yeah. So of course he didn't know what was going on. Do you see what I mean? But that's only when he was trying so hard. And I was like, yeah, this isn't going to work right now. I don't know how. I don't know. And because I didn't have the wherewithal to or the confidence to tell him like, babe, no, this isn't working, do this instead, because I hadn't had another sexual partner or like lots of experience to compare it to. I couldn't work it out or like why it wasn't happening. So then I did, but when I got older, there's no point faking it with your partner because you have to live with him. You're going to get the same dead dick every day if you fake it. So that doesn't make sense to me.
Can I ask something?
So when I faked it, I've only faked it because the shit's too good now. So I have faked it, but only because I know, like you were saying before, like I know if I come, that will make him come.
Right.
Fake,
You know,
Mary Jen, you read
like
my,
who said
I swear
before?
you read
Like
my
I
mind.
said before.
I swear, either you got it or you ain't. Like, you can learn couple tricks and that, but for some of you, man, like, just don't worry about it. Just stick to your regular programming, man. We talking about depths and like remember. Hey, who remembers that diagram about level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4? Yeah, and it's saying that the average man got to level 2, and I didn't know. I get me. Some people got to level 3, and most people didn't even realize there was a level 4. And this is what this is what I'm saying. I think, like, yeah, just
because the reason I'm saying that, I asked the question before.
Concepts, I think it's about I think it's about how you're raised and your outlook on how you relate with people, how empathetic you are, how much you can, because it's about spatial awareness. It's about like sense. I don't know, bro. It's intelligence. It's so many different things. You get me? And then you gotta just have soul. You gotta have vibe. Like, you know, the girl's just got sex appeal. She just got a vibe. You and this girl's just got a vibe for whatever reason. She don't even look like an oil painting or whatever it is. But it's a connection, and that connection is something you can't fake. And unfortunately, sadly, because I haven't just had one sexual partner, which, you know what I mean, I wish it was like that. But because I have had like a couple sexual partners, I can tell you some people have it, and some people just don't.
Can I ask you a question?
And you could be the office. And I'm saying some of the most attractive are the ones that just don't have it.
But Jedi, hear this now though. Like the you might be on a same vibration as one woman. Like there's different ways to relate to another
different people. Yeah.
And I ignorant people will assume that their way is the only way. It's
the only way. Oh, you saying you fucked my ex? You saying you fucked my ex, right? Is that what you say? Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, you know Shaniqua, huh? Why is man not laughing now?
Lex,
I'm laughing, bro. Laugh with me, bro. Let's get on.
I already cackled.
Lex, can I ask you something?
So,
you know, for the same way that a man may you posed the question about how does a man not know when a woman's fake?
Wait. Why have we left Lex on her own up here? Yo, where's the sisters then? What is this?
They're all busy in the chat. They don't want to talk their business.
I'm gonna put Lex in the middle and turn it into a whole different stream. Look. Why are you laughing? Yeah. Oh my god.
I know what that means.
Alright, come, let's go.
Yeah. So Lex, do you know if a man is not into you while you're doing the deed as much as a man should know about, you know? Flip the script.
No, it does. But do you know why I have like I have skinny privilege when it comes to that. And I say skinny privilege, because every dude I mess with likes buff chicks. They like big booty, like big thickums. So to be troubling me, you have to like something.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in the act, how do you know the man's not thinking to himself, this ain't nothing, let me nut quick?
Because right. How do I
have never met a woman that didn't think she was
I'm trying to think of putting shit ladylike, but I can't, so I'll just say it.
Just put the things, man.
I'm not really Jada fired. Does that make sense? Yeah. So
there's only one
I'm not necessarily. I'm not necessarily the most.
Have no idea who that is.
I'm not necessarily.
You don't know.
You fucking.
All right, cool.
Who the hell
Let's
is
all
that?
pretend.
I definitely don't know.
Let's all pretend. Yeah. But like, so.
Is that Will Smith's wife?
Oh, come on.
No way.
That's why Jada's fire. I cracked that joke once. But I don't, but one thing I do is okay. Basically, I think my enthusiasm makes up for my lack of actual on-the-job experience. Yeah? So I don't have as much experience as certain women my age, or my technique may not be like premiership level, but I focus more on the other person, like how they feel.
Lexi,
Do they feel good?
I want to reiterate
So-
a point that Shaka just made, but I need
certain
I
times,
need your
like in a
permission
relationship, I can tell if they're feeling it more or less than usual, but not feeling it at all. I don't.
You say usual.
I don't think
What
that's
do you
really
mean by
happened.
like their usual standards or yours?
But no, about our usual
Hold on,
standards.
no,
You can
hold
tell
on.
if your partner's distracted,
Oh.
if he's stressed about some shit.
Oh,
Do you see what I mean?
If he's really
So
into
if his
it,
mind's
or
not.
not. All right,
Yeah,
listen. Let me drop a bomb though. Let me drop a fucking bomb and run out the room.
Go on.
Have any of you man ever faked it?
Yes, I have, man.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes,
This is what I mean, like, because I feel like if you're looking closely enough,
like you just want to
This is
pretend
the
you came,
thing.
just jump out of that, innit? Jump out of
yeah,
that.
like, and I feel
big
like
black
that would
bag.
be
What was that?
obvious, though.
Bin
Does that make
liner.
sense? Like,
Jump out the bin
if
liner.
he's jumping out of the bin liner and going about his business, that's a clear sign that some
No, it
shit
ain't.
wasn't as
But it ain't
great.
fake. No. I'm saying faked it.
Yeah, because
Men fake orgasms is what I'm saying.
they do. And like, I don't know how certain, because I've asked women as well. I've asked women, how could you not tell he was faking it when they've been presented with that? Like, for both partners, if you're paying
women are
attention to
smart.
your partner,
Some women are smart. They want to
Like-
see the evidence of where they want to see.
No, but women are in denial, fam. They don't know it's possible for a man to not receive pleasure. You get me?
there are men who will lose erection in the middle of sex. There are all different types of things that happen. Yeah. So it might not end how you think it's going to end, but if somebody is faking their response, if you're observant enough, I feel like you should be able to tell.
Oh, but Lex, what would you put that down to? If mid flow, man, just like flopped mid flow, what would you like put as the main reason?
Jedi dying over there, yeah.
You know,
It could be a lot of things.
yeah, no, but
It
like,
could be a lot of
let him
things.
know, like let him know, man. Should we turn this into extremely balanced advice shop? No, it's carry.
It could be. Do you know? One of the reasons could be he's not that into you. Yeah. If it always happens, then that could definitely be a reason. He might not be into vaginas. Do you see
It
what I
won't
mean?
happen more than
Like,
once, I don't think. Because that's a lot of effort after you realise the first time it's not worth it.
you don't know as many females then as I do, because I'll be talking to them and it happens
He
to
don't know
them
many. He's married
quite
man.
a lot. Does that make sense? Oh, okay, then that's fair enough. Then you've only got your one piece female at
I'm not
home.
gonna lie. Sometimes
Don't
the battery has to
let
die
Bart
on.
speak for me.
Sometimes the battery has to die on the Samsung, man. Like it's not. You get me? Sometimes it happens.
No, this is what I'm saying. There's lots of reasons. It could be that he's not into it. It could be that he's drunk too much. It could be you've eaten too rich a meal. It could be like his weight and he's not as fit as he used to be. It could be you've dried up, so his dick is getting lit. Like, I don't, it could be lots of reasons.
Oh yeah, Con, the side drawer, innit? The buzzy thing from the side drawer, remember?
Yeah.
What?
Yo, whack. The Con said, yeah.
What? Speak the things, Jedi. Speak.
Nah. Hey, you know I got fucking. You know I got impeccable memory. You won't let man get away with shit. So they said,
tell the story, man. Tell the story.
Nah, basically, remember you was talking about, you answered the girl about whether during sex, is that why she pulls out the pink buzzy thing? And then she's like, oh, I don't really like vibrators. I'm not really on that. And then you were just saying that that's what happens. Like your girl.
I didn't say my girl. I said the girl that I was with, was having sex with her. And then I see her hand reaching for the drawer, innit?
Yeah.
You know, like, you get shook. You think, what you going to fucking pull out the drawer now, innit? And I got scared. And she pulled out this pink little like pencil-sized thing and it pressed it and it started buzzing.
Yeah.
That rubbing it on her clit and that made herself come while I was still fucking her.
Yeah.
And I was just asking like, and then certain man was like, you know what? That's
It's called a bullet.
Yeah, certain man was like, that's a disrespect that she done that.
It kind of is. I'm not gonna lie. It kind of is.
It's only a disrespect. Hold on. Let me clarify. It's only a disrespect if she hasn't come at all.
Right.
Well,
big up, Lexi.
Would you hold on? If it's happened one time, why would you need the vibrate for the second?
Because, like, women can come.
The first one was fake.
Women can come like 2-3 different ways. Yeah. You can have like.
Bro, you lot cutting up the
Mate,
woman,
I'm
man.
chatting shit, man.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Raheem.
Oh,
Oh yeah, you got all this.
Women can come.
I'm not the one who has people pulling out fucking bullets for me. That's for
Listen, you might want to get her a bullet after this. Hold up.
We're listening.
Women can come through vaginal sex, clitoral sex, or blended sex. Yeah, the two together. The most powerful orgasms are when you blend the clitoral and the vaginal orgasm together. Yeah. If she's already come from a clitoral orgasm, it might be a bit harder because there's a funny thing that happens where it can get hard. Like you need to stimulate it more to get the same response, if you will. Like that's the easiest way to describe it, because it's almost like exactly like that. There's a sensory overload. The clitoris goes like 10 centimeters into the body. Yeah. So if there's too much stimulation, you will literally lose your mind. But at the same time, if you've already had a clitoral orgasm and a vaginal orgasm, the two together will be the best orgasm you've ever had.
Right, can I just...
So you might need to pull the bullet out because it's different stimulation from the stimulation you've already had. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Let me just jump in real quick, yeah? Pardon the pun. Sankofa. Yo, Sankofa.
Oh, shit.
Yes, sir. Blessings, everyone.
God.
Big up.
Greetings, Empress. You're representing the Queen's well. Good time.
Yes.
Thank
welcome,
you.
Empress. Welcome. Have you got anything to add?
My first time on was it?
Trilluminati Live. Yeah. Welcome. So,
Thank you.
yeah, did you want to continue, Lex? I just wanted to make sure who we had on the panel. Or
no, that was my only thing. Like you can't.
Can
it's
I
not
ask
a
Lex
disrespect.
quickly, Lex? In your long term, like, I don't know how old you are. I'm guessing you're a bit younger than me. But in your experience, have you ever had to draw for the bullet? And the guy in question, was he offended by it, or like me, just thought, wow, this is just a new experience? Like,
should I make you laugh? Before the bullet, yeah, there was one dude who pulled out one of those Lush vibrators on me.
Wait, before you do that though, Lex, yeah, Khan, you're lying, because you told us you was offended by the thing and you said to her, what are you using that for?
Man said you should be offended.
No, you said stop, Khan. You said what we doing? Scratching and mixing. That was your words. Yeah. So now you're lying. Now you get caught. Yeah. So you tried to other the man.
I'm not providing fucking content for your channel.
Lying. So, it's not lying, is it? It's not lying.
But I'm afraid.
You was upset. You was upset, and it's okay to be upset, bro. You don't. This is why I'm saying. Be honest about your.
I'm trying to get Lexi to tell us from the woman's point of view. Is there something wrong with that?
Can I bridge the thing? I would be upset. I don't want none. Yeah, I'm not involved in that, fam.
From to answer Khan's question, I never pulled out a bullet during sex with my partner, but I have had a partner pull out one of those massive Lush vibrators. You know, the big buzzing ones that you see in porn movies all the time that look like a back massager. And
what, the one
again,
it's a one thing.
One of those one things. Yeah. Like he didn't even reach for a bullet. He reached for one of those big one things. And again, it wasn't to replace anything. And you can't actually use that thing as a dildo. I don't understand how people use that as a dildo. But anyway,
I think the motor inside is so big, like it's so powerful.
It added to the experience, but I am never using it again because you will rub out your whole vagina and it will be a problem. Never do that again, my fam. There's no need. Like, go and Google Lush vibrator / massager, and you'll see how big they are.
That's crazy, Jedi.
It's actually mad.
Yeah. Yeah, one time, we were having this conversation before, innit? I'm sure we've had a few on Trilluminati still. But I was saying that one of my exes, she got bought a vibrator when she was 16 years old. by her auntie.
What?
Wow.
Yeah. As soon as she turned 16 or 17, one of them anyway, her auntie went out, and her auntie's her mum. Let me not dive off too much still, but yeah, her auntie went out and bought her a vibrator, and the reason that she gave was that she didn't want her to not experience the level of pleasure that she can as a woman, like the heights or whatever. Subsequently, like she had a problem, like with pleasure in it. Like I think she got overstimulation for little or no reason, and then understimulation for penetrative sex. That was her issue.
That's why I don't think they should. Yeah, that's why I don't think you should overuse them, because they will desensitize you. If you have to use one to make your partner come, that's when I would be offended, because very little pressure and very little stimulation can make a woman come. Like, if you're doing it right, does that make sense? Or even if you talk to her
Do you
right.
not think that a vibrator can connects pleasure to the wrong, like it allows you to make unhealthy connections with pleasure? As in, and this might sound sexist or something, but if you're not using your hand, then it should be your man. Like, as in, is that not the most healthy way for a woman? I don't know. I don't want to sound chauvinistic, but
no,
like,
I actually agree.
I feel like with the invention of, obviously with the invention of porn for men, and you know, men are having sex with like decapitated like bums and that. I don't know. Like, not decapitated. Well, you know what I mean? Like, it's like bums and all kinds of things. And
no, we talk about
it is. I agree with that, because
surely sex toys are bad or a bad thing. For us.
There's a difference between using them to like heighten your pleasure together and overusing them. And people use them too much solo. Do you know what I mean? Like, and that fucks up your how you think about pleasure, exactly, because now it's literally just a one-way street, and you forget about, like Jez was saying before, being observant. You have to leave room to laugh and communicate and talk to your partner. When you're just using sex toys and that's how you learn about your body, it takes away part of the whole experience. So that's why I said wow to me, in the sense that, exactly. That's why I said wow that her auntie bought her the thingy at 16, the vibrator at 16, because if you're using a vibrator that young for sexual pleasure, you are going to desensitize your clitoris. You are, because you can cross your legs on a rocky bus and feel nice. Yeah. But if you're out here using something that's motorized all the damn time, that's not gonna, it's gonna make everything, like manual stimulation from a human being, lesser.
100%.
So can I ask because do you not think that this is all a part of the this new age world of thinking that masturbation is normal no matter how many times you do it a day or from whatever age and all this kind of stuff? It's causing a rise in sexual depravity and the loss of the intimacy when it comes to the sexual aspect of a relationship. I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on.
Because I would say, if I'd never seen porn, or porn wasn't accessible, and likewise the women in my world were, then I think our sex would probably be a squillion times better and more intense and stuff like that. Because there's the old analogy of, you know, if you want to know if you like a girl, have a wank before you're due to meet her and see if it's still got the same enthusiasm. Hey, man's laughing. It's actually true.
I just want to highlight, I just want to highlight that Jedi said a squillion, and I have no idea what number that is.
Shut your fucking mouth. Do you know what a squillion is? A squillion is the horsepower of that vibrator that Khan knows about.
Disrespect.
Trying to throw me under the bus all the time. Because I know you're intimidated by me.
I mean,
like, how is this fat guy getting girls? You must know something, innit?
I think the Queen's trying to talk.
One sec.
No, I'm just gonna ask Jedi for real. Like, is that true? Have you experienced that to see how you really feel about someone?
I mean, if I'm honest, I was probably at a hypersexual stage and probably should have just been patient and there was, I don't look at porn anymore, but there was a time where I looked at it and I felt like maybe I somehow had slipped one in before I'd like got myself ready to go, and then found that the whole enthusiasm to go where I was going is dissipated. Like,
That's true. That's a real,
I don't really feel like now I want to get on with my day and do something constructive.
yeah, that's the real thing. Real thing.
No, but that's how you genuinely feel, fam. No?
Yeah, it's cool.
I think all humans should. I think all humans should engage that at some point or not in their life.
You know what?
You can't tell whether you're really, because sometimes it is just lust. Even for women, it is just lust. You're lusting after a man. You actually have no you have no connection outside of sex. Yeah.
It's true. It's true.
Now, but at the same time, if you bust a nut, you're not even bothered about that because you're not that into him.
So I thought when a woman sees a man, this is what I've been told by countless females. When a woman sees a man, they can envisage everything about them. Obviously, it may not be correct, but they can envisage what type of a man they are, where they're going, all this type of stuff.
What do you mean? Like what direction they're going?
Like,
what do you mean?
The man from they see a man, a million thoughts of to how this man operates, to their dick.
No, they can project that onto him, but they can't see it.
Do they not? So women think less from a lust side of things and more from an actual kind of primal.
Don't let them lie to you, man.
Yeah, this is what I mean. That's a projection. That's a projection. Yeah.
Did you see the girls the other day?
That's not projection. I'm not a woman.
My man couldn't listen.
No, what I'm saying is that's what they're doing.
My brother couldn't even do a one exercise. Yeah, he couldn't do a one exercise routine for the family without the gal objectifying him and talking about his grey tracksuits. Like, it was disgusting. Do you know what I mean? Big up on the side. Yeah, he's trying to do a workout, and then they're typing about his grey tracksuit. I felt so dehumanized by him. It's just like,
oh, please.
This is objective.
Listen, sometimes think things in your head, innit? Some people don't know that.
You don't wear chocolate city because women and lust.
They love that, innit?
They're best friends.
I used to work there for a little while still, man. You know what I mean? Until I got exposed and then had to just stick to the live stream.
Sorry, just to answer quickly what my mum was saying before about women seeing things. They project things because they're lusting after him, but they're not accepting that it's just lust. So you project certain things onto there, and then they spend the time afterwards seeing if what they projected actually matches up.
They're pretending it's not
That is a correct thing. That women, we are more in denial about how our intentions in regards to lust than men are. Men are more open, they're more aware of it, but women are in denial about it.
Hold on. Is that natural to women, do you think? Or women like shamed into like where does that come from?
It's conditioned again. Because it's this thing like
conditioning. But I also think that at the same time it's a lack of awareness of self. Yeah, I think it's a lack of awareness as well of yourself. We all conditioned in a sense of lack of emotional maturity, but when outside of that conditioning, it's about your lack of development of yourself and just knowing yourself. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So the more you get to know yourself, you'll say, you know what, I like that brother, but I like him because I think he's just hot stuff. I wanna get it on, rather than.
Can I add to that as well? Let me add something to that. So like that being that. Like that's that I've known that that's the case for maybe since my early 20s. I kind of go, if I'm not trying to just move to a chick just for the sake of it, or for the physical thing, I will challenge a woman, like, and I will try and spot. Like, I've been in situations where a woman been around me or multiple women or whatever, and I can see what they're seeing. You know what I'm saying? I can see the identification going on in their brains. I can see the cogs ticking. I can pick up on the words that they're using and the signs and the insinuations as I bet you know what I mean, all these things that will make, and if I don't pick up on that, I will still challenge the woman when we actually
can I just say that's a very, very big sideline but in the midst of us talking about adult affairs and male and female and then anatomy and connections and love and all this grown-up stuff, which I'm very proud that we can have this conversation, and big up yourselves. No one should feel a way about you know, talking about one of nature's and life's greatest gifts. Do you know what I mean?
Amen.
A man has popped in here to say, Jedi scared of hijab. On a Sunday afternoon. oh man, you man are funny, you know. You man are proper jokes. You get me? Like, please. Oh, good. Oh shit. I was like the most random things that people will write. Like, come on, man.
Is it random?
Like, all right, so maybe because they think about man fighting. They want to see man fighting, innit? Yeah, we talking about sex. They want to hit their.
It's our fault, man. We provoked them by talking about sex. Now they're thinking about all this shit.
About fighting and that, yeah.
We provoked them, yeah.
Yeah, want to get mad close to a man and fight. Yeah, grappling, yeah. All right, so you know what? Since we got like a very talented, star-studded panel audience, have you guys got any questions? Don't be shy now. Any questions you want to ask? Maybe, you know, the brothers and sisters can bless you with their opinions. Might be interesting. Let's see.
Also, apart from the full questions start rolling in, I came in, I heard briefly, or Shaka say something in regards to brothers faking it, or maybe it was MA.
Yeah,
that's always something. That always has always.
Sorry, sis. Sorry.
I know it. But I have a baby, so not really. No. Anyway.
Go on, sis. You tell
what am I saying? No, that's always. I've always been. It's always surprised me in a sense that what is going on in the not to acknowledge discount that brothers can have discipline and focus still, you know, when they're in the thing, but what is it to the extent that you're gonna fake it? Because obviously,
you know
once
what?
a man comes,
do you know what? Like, what it was, this, was basically for me. It's happened, whatever. It's just like, you know, I just don't feel like the connection that's going on right now, or whether my mind state or whatever. I don't think that an orgasm is going to happen easy for me, and it's been going on. Like for a bit, like there's like that kind of like tepid kind of vagina where it's not, you know, it's not like a good thing, it's not a bad thing, it's kind of like meh, and it's just so we could be doing this forever, and I maybe even sense that you're getting tired. Like I can see that, you get me, or, you know, or like so it's like kind of like just kind of pretend like and then. You know, and then like, you know, and just to end it, it's a bit like Sister Lex's one. Like it's just maybe there was pleasure at some point or whatever, but right now I just kind of want to end, and I think I felt a bit socially awkward to just stop, and I didn't want her to be like, oh, if you come and make her feel away. So I just wanted to end it without her feeling away. So yeah.
So does that usually happen when you don't really know the person as well? Or it was a kind of like a lustful thing in terms of how looking at each other physically, and maybe how you was getting on a little bit before, but then once you got into it, it's like, okay, it's not the best.
Yeah, I can't lie. I couldn't even really tell you what it was, because probably, I mean, it's happened before where there has been a good connection before that, and we have had good sex, and for this reason, for some reason, it's just not really popping right now. And the other one has been maybe we've been courting, or we've been interested in each other, and now we're finally having it. It's just not. I don't know. It's just, if it's not doing it for you as a man, but you're still erect, it's hard to explain, because it's not like you're erect. Like, basically, the man. Now I'm gonna be honest. The man them are trying to find a corner to get that stimulation that they're used to, because like they're in there and they're hard, they're enjoying it. You know, man. You know what I mean. You know when you try to find different edge, or you try to like. But obviously, sometimes it's more open plan than you would have expected the layout to be. Do you know what I mean?
Man says she's a new build flat.
Man said open plan.
It might be. Do you know what I mean? You want,
Yeah, I know. I've been in.
You have to find like a structural. You know, you get me. Come on, man.
What was you gonna say, MA?
I can't. Can we just pause for a second? Because I need like 5 seconds after that line Jed's dropped. Like that's just a lot. Okay, go on. Go on, everybody.
It's true. It's very true.
Listen, I've been in one yard. Yeah, yard is.
Oh, here we go. Yeah. Grand designs now. Grand designs. Let's go.
I've been in one yard. Yeah, I was 18. I was 19. She was 17, and the layout was mad. Like I've never like nothing ever since or before or nothing. I think it was like it could have even been a defect, bro. It was that mad. Like it didn't make no sense. There was no friction was going on.
No.
So you mean to tell?
Everybody's there.
Wow. So it's not just a thing when men say that. You lot aren't just being petty when you say she had no walls. Like it's actually a thing.
Yeah,
it is a thing.
What it was, yeah. When you put it, sorry to be graphic, yeah, but when you put your fingers in, yeah, and I got anyway, it's like walking into a dark room and trying to find the walls in it. Like it was like that.
Oh my god.
It was like that, literally.
Do you know what though? I have to say, I met one girl who said she knows she ain't the tightest, but her head game was the best. And for true, she weren't lying. And best head I've ever had to this day.
No, but having said that, had she had kids? Has she had kids?
Kids have got nothing to do with it. Kids have got nothing to do with it at all.
No, you don't know because you lot don't understand. Sometimes a woman's vagina can prolapse.
Yeah. But like, listen, let me tell you something. This is a fact, yeah.
And that can happen sometimes, even if you haven't had kids. Like the bottom will just fall out of the vagina, and it's like he's saying.
Right.
But usually it happens in older women, or if you've had kids.
Let's see.
Women with kids have got nothing. Women with kids have got nothing to worry about. On the whole, they've got nothing to worry about because
exactly. This is what I'm saying.
Women out here, single, no responsibility. Yeah, barely can take a. Listen, there's no.
That's why. This is why I needed clarity. I wasn't trying to shame mothers or anything. Yeah, but what I'm saying is there is a difference. There's a difference between just having a looser vagina and a prolapse, and what he's saying sounds like a prolapse, fam. Like
I don't know if it was prolapse, collapse, or
then just does that make sense?
For most women, there can be a case of, because I don't know what the degrees are as well, if you have like just a loose vagina. But what the sister is saying is correct. What I will say though is, it is.
Who said emptiness syndrome? Get off my live stream, man. Who said that?
What did you say?
Go on, sis.
Oh no, I was gonna say. But if you do have children, that is a bit more of a myth, I would say. Like there's not. It's a smaller minority that women who have children. Then
I was just
stretch out and all that.
I was just saying that. I know she might have had a prolapse.
Man, good conversation. Big up Jedi. Big up all the ladies.
Big up
the man. Them.
Big up, Raheem. Big up, Raheem. Stop dissing me in the chat, yeah.
Yo, Lost Epilogues. What going, my brother?
Yeah, what's good, man? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. Doing? Yeah, we good, man. What do you think about the conversation so far? Anything you could add?
The conversation is pretty funny at the moment, man. It's a lot of bit of I guess, good insight. You know what I mean? With good information getting spread around. Yeah. But I guess my question is for the ladies, right? For the women in the chat room, right?
Standard.
All right. So, in regards to obviously the relationship between you and your man and whatever is going on within the bedroom, right? In relation to that, how should I say this? How do you guys, I guess, formulate or come up with the fantasies within your own mind? Because I've been in situations, right, since like a youngin', and I've been doing my thing with the girl, right, and then out of nowhere I hear yo choke me, them sort of situations, right? And then in my mind, I'm thinking like, yo, so where did these things actually come from, right? Does this come from the societal standpoint of pornography and I guess what the discussion was before in terms of, I guess, the way that things are perceived and the way things are perverted or whatnot, where did those things actually come from? Because I know a lot of women that have these, I guess, how should I say, dark desires or weird desires or desires that I guess that may be out of the ordinary for some. Where did those desires come from? Because I know a lot of women aren't really, I guess, up to speak about it a lot of the times. So where did those desires come from? Is it something that's you just personally like, something that's happened, or like what?
Sis, do you want to go first, or because I've already talked a lot?
Because I know where, I guess through my experience, where those things have come from in terms of the women I've spoken to, but in terms of your opinion right now, where do those things come from?
I personally would say it's a mixture. I think a lot of it is conditioning and desensitizing to some degree, but especially if you're talking about dark, I think most of that is a condition of the things that they've seen, sometimes experienced in whichever strange way. But yeah, that's my thing. I don't think it's a natural. It doesn't sound to me. Those things are not a natural thing to just think about. It. Oh, I wonder if he choked me, it'd feel better. Like that's not a natural thought process to have. You know what I mean?
No, like I have to agree. I was only laughing in the sense that because like now it's a thing for women to be like, oh my God, I love getting choked. I love getting slapped, slap me, whatever. And I think that is because shitload of porn. We've been watching it for years and it's just gotten more and more hardcore and extreme as you've gone along. So now choking is just part of the landscape. Yeah. But that's not to say that, okay, for me, I can only speak from like personal standpoint. For me, I don't have fantasies where I want somebody to be physically aggressive and hurt me. Yeah. But I do find a very sexually aggressive men don't necessarily scare me. So a little bit of aggression, a little bit of throwing around or holding down or light choking is not bad to me. Yeah. But
light choking.
But that's not, emphasis on the light choking, because the choking that these people are on, I'm not down. I'm not down at all. Yeah. Like, because there's a whole kind of area called asphyxiation that I'm not down for. I'm just like, that's not what I mean. I'm not even on that side. So when it gets to those kind of dark levels, I think some of it is conditioning, but because one of my friends used to be a dominatrix, and a lot of the dark stuff that they deal with in her sessions are nothing to do with sex and all to do with issues that people are soothing via sex. So it's
repressed memory.
So some of it could be repressed memory, some of it could be because they're used to seeing their dad be an absolute fucking cunt and they think that's what love looks like, but their partner's not into it. So so it's a lot of different things because she has male and female clients.
Somebody needs to turn their YouTube down in the background if they've got YouTube on or something. Turn it down.
Yeah.
Would you agree that when a woman's turned on, her thought processes are different from when she's like consciously like cold, let's say? Like, because from what I've experienced is that you can't even talk to women about certain subjects, but yet when they're in the throes of passion, like the brother said, they will shout out random things like choke me. And I don't think they're showing off. I just think that they're just in touch with a physical
in the throes of the moment, because you don't, unless you talk about sex conversationally or freely, like it's something you're comfortable enough to do, you're not really going to sit there and be like, okay, but at this point I would like you to choke me. So the whole choking consent thing that's coming in, I think, is a little bit skew-iff and laughable, because most normal people would have conversations beforehand that would give you some kind of hint or tips as to the ballpark you're in. But in the moment, yeah, that's like, you know, when you see the thin slice of people in a conversation where they forget to hide their true innards. With sex, it's usually that's you speaking from your most primal point, because you can't really lie if you've got somebody buried in your vagina a lot of the time.
Well, that's not what it sounds like. It sounds like there's a lot of lying and deceiving, especially lying to yourself. Like that's what I'm
he was saying there are women who lie during the act of sex, but I don't think they're 100% in the moment or 100% involved, because the gentleman asked epilogue. Is that correct? He asked about where do those fantasies come from in the moment, because they've been in the throes of passion and there's just been a random request that's thrown him off, like, huh? So if they're engaged, and you can see that they're fully in it, and like, I think that's their true self speaking, because
they're just like, they don't feel it. You know what it is? It's just communication, and it's as simple as she's telling you what she likes.
Yeah, literally that. But so some of it can come from conditioning. Some of it is their own personal experience. They might not have watched any porn or whatever, but they like to be controlled. Like, they like to be minimized. That makes them feel nice. They like that feeling. Do you see what I mean? That's why I had to differentiate between I don't fantasize about men hurting me and sexually aggressive men, because those are different things. You can have a sexually aggressive man who doesn't hurt you.
I think that most women, can I just say, just to piggyback off what the sister's saying, I think most women, we like variety, when we're having sex, making love. So when she's talking about certain level of dominance in the bedroom, I don't think there's no woman that at different points, whatever the energy is saying on that night, is gonna be doesn't want that. But like the sister saying, there is a big difference, and I'm saying personally, for a woman to just shout out, "Yeah, choke me," I think it's I think there's still more going on there, because I don't think it's a natural unless there's something else going on. I don't think it's a natural request.
You know what? What it is. Yeah. Sometimes the sex is a bit like fighting. Like, not like, you get me. It's like you. I don't know, man. I get the choking thing. Not saying I'm a fan of it at all, but I kind of do get it. Sometimes it's like, I don't know. Some people, like I said, some people like to be pinched in certain places, or do you know what I mean? I don't know, that it's not really painful to them, or it's not uncomfortable to them. It's a heightening thing, or some women might want their arms held behind their back.
Slaps on the bum, innit?
Yeah, all right.
So you know,
that's it.
Unless you experience it, but that's a bit more. But that's what I mean. To be slapped on your body,
I think they're the same thing, you know.
Natural, huh?
I think they're like the same. Yeah, I think they're like the same thing.
Because to slap the man to slap a woman on her bum, there's a level that's a bit more of a natural reaction, because bums are jiggling and all that, and you want to see it jiggle more. But to say, I'm gonna wrap my hands around her neck,
around your neck,
that's different.
This is it weird?
Can I be really honest?
Hold on. I was gonna say, I might do that just to kiss. I might just grab you against the wall. I might just grab you up against the wall and have you up like that, and then just
but that's still
not to be.
But that's not normal though.
No, again,
this is what I was gonna say.
Let me just say, because
you know what it is.
Let me just say one last thing, and I'm gonna shut up here and let you sisters talk. It's it's about the grip. You know, the grip in the hand. It's like the strength behind the grip. So it's like an indicator of the strength that I have as a man, and I'm using this in a way to pleasure you, not to hurt you, but to and it's like a, I don't know, man. There's a
This is what I'm trying to. She's differentiating between dominance, and the asphyxiation. Remember, I said before that there's that whole asphyxiation bit. I'm not about it.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what's not
what
natural.
we're talking about.
So if you're gonna, where a lot of what you're saying as well, Jedi, is passion.
Yeah,
You
firm grip,
understand?
passion. Yeah.
So to say, like I said, if it's a different vibes and it's a vibes of, you know, them quick, not so much quick, but them, you know, have sex.
A fiery one,
saying, yeah. So all of that is in alignment. You get me? A woman, you know, you held her neck in a certain way, kissing or whatever. But then when you start applying pressure around my neck
and using two hands, like you said, exactly.
No.
Forget that. If you ever been in a situation where people are talking about safe words, then I think, like, if you need a word to, like, no, that's scary. And I got big hands. I might kill you.
This is
sexy gone now. Sexy left the room now.
Yeah, we're sexy gone.
Exactly. This is what I learned. Like, a lot of people have turned around, and said to me, "Oh, you should be a dominatrix because you have the voice for it." Yeah. Don't ask me what that means. Don't ask me, innit? I think that just means I use English correctly.
Now we will listen to your voice.
Oh no.
Yes, ma'am. If you say so, Lex. Whatever you say, Lex.
But I couldn't do it because, like, a lot of it's not sex based. Do you know what I mean? A lot of the things that people want done to them, when we're talking about dark desires, like, I'm thinking, like the man said, like 2 hands round the neck or a proper box round the, like, face. Do you see what I'm saying? And those are things that I couldn't do with a straight face or without checking if you're okay. Like, I couldn't hold the persona.
I want to be boxed. Man want to be stepped on with, like, and all them things.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'd feel bad. Like, I get it. You like it, but I'm gonna have to. Are we okay? Is the line crossed? Like, I don't. So I understand what Epilogue is saying. Like, there are a lot of things now that are leaching into this territory of Japanese porn, like old businessman porn, and it's scary. A lot of it is.
Oh wait, hold on.
Japanese porn. What?
Hold on. I just had a thought. Oh my god! So, couple years ago, almost every single woman was getting themselves all hot and bothered over a series of books. 50 Shades of Grey and some other.
That book was dry.
Right. And then the film.
I never read it.
I've not watched it or read it or nothing, but from what I'm hearing, the main character was like one of these dark people that you talk about.
Should I give you some joke? Yeah.
Yeah.
The book is more. Okay, the book was more graphic in the sense that women can use their imaginations, but I read the first book. I didn't bother reading the rest of them because it was dry, innit? I read the first book to make sure I knew what my mum was on because my mum had it. And I was like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Give me that. So I read it to make sure my mum wasn't being led down. No.
Oh my God.
Like, wild path. Like, you lot aren't reconditioning my mother, nope. So I read it, but it was actually quite tame. And the sex depicted in it would be just a jazzier version of what me and Sankofa are speaking about. It's just, he was a very sexually aggressive guy. He didn't like being touched on his chest because he'd been abused when he was younger. So now he needed to control the bitch by, like, tying her to stuff and pleasuring her. But there wasn't any strangling. There wasn't any gagging, like ball gags in the mouth. Like, it really actually wasn't that deep. It was a very vanilla version of. Okay,
because that led me to believe that bare women was enjoying this kind of S&M thing. This and
a lot of them do. A lot of them complained that it was very tame. A lot of them complained that this isn't real S&M. Like, this is just Mills and Boon's version of S&M.
So
like, a lot of chicks I know complain.
The connection with pleasure and pain may not just be a purely European invention, though. Like, it sounds a bit weird, but when I think about the uses or the gifts of the vagina, I think of pleasure and pain.
Like, same thing for women. From the first time you have sex, you realize the like that relationship between pleasure and pain. There's no getting around it. Do you see what I'm saying? For the highest level of pleasure, a little pain is involved in it, even in life. Like it's just the thing. But when it starts, when we're in the realm of I want to hurt you to make you feel less than, that's when it turns into something else completely. Because I want to hurt you so it feels good is different from let me make you feel less than nothing so I get sexual gratification from it.
So do you think a lot of that comes from trauma? Or it's just
trauma, conditioning, like desensitizing people? Like Jeds was saying before, if you use sex toys and lots of porn to develop that relationship with intimacy, you don't know the difference between pleasuring some, like painful pleasure, and hurting somebody during sex in a way that doesn't feel good. You don't. So because there's so much porn and it's so available to people from such a young age, the desensitization begins really, really early. And then you have, because what's sexually attractive in women has changed, yeah? Back in the day, being a good girl, yeah, who might give somebody head was enough to be like, oh my gosh, turn like certain men's heads. Does that make sense? If you were a good woman, but there was something about you that implied you might be into giving head. Yeah, that was enough. Like that was enough. Now, like what's sexually attractive has been like it's been made so extreme.
Perverse, yeah.
That
Perverse.
But has it though?
Women have taken it on board.
Has it really for older people or just younger people or whatever?
No, I'm talking about for the younger generation because of the different types of like images and videos and things that they see as sex and what people are terming as, yeah, she's a bad bitch or she's this,
right,
she's
I heard
that.
Oh yeah.
The extremities of what sexually, like what it takes to be sexually attractive or sexually please a man has gotten really high. Like it's gotten too much. It's gotten wild.
Yeah, well, I just feel like I'm just happy for the younger generation as long as they're like with the correct gender. Everyone's worried about city girls and yeah, I'm worried, but like they in a way still talk about man. Like I don't know, because there's a whole nother kettle of fish going on, and I don't know where that's leading us. So it's got to the point where promiscuousness or promiscuity amongst males and females, is at the low end of my concerns for children.
Yeah.
Because right now, I just want my children to become adults and still want to be the gender they were born in. Like, I'm just hoping that, you get me? Like, the basics.
I think it's a mixture of the two. Like you wanna that 110%, you want your child to stay how they came out of the womb. But also the reason why, teenagers are gonna be curious and they learn about their body and but when the sister's saying like it's gone to another extreme, it's like my daughter's 17. And most of her age group, there's a lot of talk like it's a standard for if a girl is sexually active now, it's a standard that she's had a female partner or
yeah.
As well. Like this is you're not going in with nothing if you can't sleep with a girl with me at the same time. It's like how the hell did we get there? Like when I was growing up, that was the most insane. It wasn't even it wasn't even in the mind's eye. It wasn't nowhere to be seen. So now to be 18 and it's becoming normalized that at least 4 people in your peer group, that's what they're going in with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are they going to be by the time they're 25 in terms of desensitization? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
There's going to be a whole load of pregnant studs, I'll tell you that for sure.
But listen, I've been saying this.
You know that stud girl, with the big belly. You're like, yo, what? Yeah, sneak dicking. Yeah, let me sneak dicking.
Listen. But yeah, so
nightmare stuff.
But yeah, these things happen, man. I think we're on the same spectrum, Sankofa, because after they're done with the gallem or whatever, they like it so much, they might even start thinking, the reason why I like gal is because I'm not actually a girl, I'm a boy.
Exactly. There's just so much more that people are exposed to, and no one's talking really honestly about shit. Everyone's doing this whole kumbaya. No, everybody, everybody is equal. Everybody's the same. No. People aren't all the same. Everybody should be considered and treated with the same amount of respect, but people aren't all the same, and that's okay. But we don't have to.
Agreed.
I just don't like this whole homogenous business that we're doing. You cannot make men into women. You can't make women into men. I don't care how much plastic surgery you have. The female experience is more than certain things. So is the male experience. But there's this whole new age thing where we're just like, it's okay. Everybody can just identify as they want, and identity confusion, which is leaking into everywhere.
Because even now, no, you go. Sorry, my bad.
Sorry.
Where you from,
yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, I'm in Australia. I'm from the West Indies originally, but I live in Australia.
I was trying to work the accent out as well.
Yeah. No, I was saying that I was at a social gathering a little while ago, before obviously crazy lockdown. And I was at a table. I come to sit at a table with some of the young people that I watch Raise Up and all that, and they had some of their friends there. So I'm just chatting to them all normal. I'm thinking I'm talking to 4 boys, innit? There's 3 girls and 4 boys. I think I'm talking to 4 boys. I'm talking to them as 4 boys, and they're answering me as I'm thinking as 4 boys. My daughter and her friend now, when we went up to get a drink, my daughter's like, "Mum, you're talking to 2 girls, innit?" So I'm like, "Where?" So she's like, "Yeah, it's not 4 boys. There's 2 boys and 2 girls." So I'm still like, "Where?" And she's like, she points them out. So I'm like, "You talking about? That's 2 boys? Are you crazy?" So she's obviously, they take about a good 5-10 minutes to convince me that no, they're girls dressed as boys because they want to be boys, and yeah. And,
you know what?
Yeah.
I got a worse story. Not long ago, in the summer, this summer. Well, yeah. I had a business meeting with somebody about an event. Just so happened that we was just conducting it in the car, and we was near a park. She's like, "Yo, let's go and sit in the park. I could bun my spliff and just enjoy the sun." You get me? It's hot in the car. So I've gone over, seen some benches. Could have sat on some benches, and there was some boys sitting on a bench next to us, like a picnic table kind of bench, bidding my spliff and whatever, chatting away, looking out onto the field, watching people play, paying no attention to these young boys. Looked about 13, 14, whatever, yeah. And then, for some reason, I was just picking up on their convo. These boys were sitting there talking about sucking their own dicks. And they were like,
what? Wait, what?
These youths were sitting there talking about sucking their own dick, sucking their own penises. That's what they were talking about. And I couldn't even believe it. And I swear to God, and they were black youths. Not that it makes a difference, but yeah, black youths. Look like normal young roadish youths. Oh man, it was a mad thing, and it was funny to them. It was funny to them, man.
Jesus,
funny to them. But you bunting for them, you know.
This is what I mean about too many porn and conditioning and who. Yeah, I don't have nothing good to say. I'm just gonna sound really offensive.
That's what I mean. It's just wow. When you think about the differences of growing up and where our young people are at and now and what they're exposed to, it's mad. Yeah. It's absolutely crazy.
I always say, but what did we think was going to happen when all these kids, their parents, when they were born, their first pictures were taken on a mobile phone? Yeah, you understand? When you were born, when you were born, you was actually a Facebook status. Oh yeah, today we're probably a picture because people are so fast to get a picture of you on the internet as soon as they can. Probably before they even left the hospital, they was up on Insta. They
But like you were saying about the trans thing, yeah, it's all on a spectrum, innit? So like when we were growing up, not to say that our parents were on what we're on, yeah, or what we were on, but it was all it's all cascaded down, innit? Like it's cascaded down. Where there was no porn once upon a time, porn arrived, innit? After porn arrives, then you have the availability of porn, and then you have like it's all part of the same thing. There's responsibility has to go back up the chain, innit? We can't pretend that we don't know where these things came from. We can't.
100%.
True. Because we've always had porn. Like, think about it. There are Roman carvings of the orgies they used to have with the young boys, them and the whatsits. So this idea of promiscuity and like wild sexual activity, like it's a thing that's always been around. It's not new. Like, this is why I think people
I just want to say I have no idea what you're talking about.
Sex. Like the responsibility, like he said, we have to go up the chain. It comes down to your parents or whoever you've got around you, how real they are with you. Because if they're not real with you, that leaves the whole world full of information out here open to you, and kids to just go dibble dabble in it.
You think parents should be, because this is the thing. It's not African. It's I'm gonna take a stance and speak for the whole of Africa. Yeah, it's not African, even though I'm sure some people are gonna tell me that it is. But I don't think it's African. It's definitely not Nigerian for your mom. And my dad went around, but talking to my brothers and sisters, dad weren't breaking down how to hit it to nobody. You get me? And mum weren't breaking down how to get hit or what, but to no one. She gonna break anything down to you. It's gonna be 2 John chapter 5, verse 8. You
This
get
is
me?
the thing. No, this is the wickedest thing, yeah? This is the wickedest thing. Actually, it used to be until Christianity and colonization.
Jeez.
You were out here, as soon as a girl got her period and could actually push out babies, the women in the village would collect up the flipping children, the girls, go on over there and teach them the things.
Yeah, we watched the video on that.
As soon as you had your period. Or as soon as you saw them little buds forming and you knew titties was on the horizon, you started having the conversations and breaking it down, and now you're teaching her.
Hold on, sisters.
Please
I'm not going to allow you to skim over the conversation. What is that? What conversation are you talking about? And can you give me like
you're talking about? You're literally telling them about puberty, sex, what's happening to their body, because the point of like them budding and growing breasts means they're coming into sexual into their sexual peak, not their sexual peak, but
maturity or
their
whatever.
Sexual maturity. Yeah. So now you're going to have to let her know, sis. They're going to run you down because your titties are going to be doing this. Your bottom's going to be jiggling. You're going to have periods. If you let that boy trouble you with his penis, you will have a baby. These things will happen. But do you know if you lay down with your husband, you can please him this way? Because now men are also going to be looking to marry you. So you might want to marry one of these things. This is how you please him. Like,
and now what she's saying now, it's a process. So it's not a
one convo.
It's a one convo situation. It's a process. And it goes over a period of time. And then again, it's not the pressure of your one mum that has to tell you. Like she's saying, it's the women that will collect, and the men will collect the brothers and the sons. So it's a collective thing. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I feel like you can't ask your mum something. You can ask a younger auntie.
Lex, I like what you said about I just want to bring it back to what you said about you think it was this way before Christianity.
Yeah, and colonialism.
What about Islam?
Same. Like that's why I said colonialism.
You sure? Because I've seen some stuff about Islam saying that it was a very, very sexually liberal, not sexually liberal, what's the word? Open. Like sex wasn't a nasty thing in early Islamic times. From what I could see, they did a lot of writing and poetry and talk on sex and that. And it was only after a certain time where it became
taboo.
Yeah, taboo or even restricted.
When I speak about religion, I'm speaking about the modern day manifestations, innit? The 1700 and onward manifestations that cause people to go out into the world and rape, pillage, and kill motherfuckers and act like others were beneath them. Do you see what I mean? That caused people to really believe that black people are cursed onto themselves. That version of it. The early versions of a lot of religions, they provide a lot of information about sex, all of them, even Judaism. But like the modern version, I'm talking about colonial times. When people came to colonize and spread their organized religion, that's when the old way started falling to the wayside. That's why FGM is still like a real sore point right now, because there are people who want to hold on to it because it's part of their old indigenous cultures. Yeah, but they don't realize that that old indigenous culture was based on something else a man brought to your country, and older than that there's something else. Do you know what I mean? Like, there are lots of cases where older practices that were perfectly fine were not liked, so we changed them and we replaced them with, this is how you see sex, this is how you're meant to do it, this is how you're meant, because you have to remember there was a time where we were running around naked. Everything wasn't about sex or sexualized, so you were still taught about sex. Like, you could still ask people about things that happen to your body because it wasn't just necessarily a sexual act. So I feel like Black parents, Asian parents, they need to go back to talking to their kids about sex and bodily functions and being more honest.
Under what framework though? Like, how could that, like, you know? Hold on. In order for moms and dads to do this, let's say we're talking to the future moms and dads from today, yeah, where should they go to make sure like that they're not going to be imparting bad habits? You understand what I'm saying? Because say we've picked up bad habits, like, you know, we want to send them off to like.
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
I feel like I can answer this to some degree. Yeah, like, because I kind of went through a rites of passage thing in it. Yeah, and when it comes to sex, yeah, it weren't about, yeah, do you know what? Yeah, you know, if I turn the top on the woman them, and it weren't you know, tricks and of the trade in it. Like, it weren't, you know what I mean? You know, insert the thing this way. Like, it weren't necessarily that. Yeah. It was more about what we was talking about before, innit, in terms of the mentality and the attitude towards the woman, innit? Like, you know what I'm saying? And respecting a woman's body, innit, and understanding that her body, you know, you know what I'm saying, she's a sexual person, a sexual being, and that as a man you have to approach it in a certain way. And that mentality alone, when you get in, for me anyway, when you get into the thing, yeah, it gives you a certain, I don't know, like, consciousness in it, in terms of, all right, you know, like, I'm not just going in there with Shabba Ranks, yeah, and Missy Elliott in my head, in it, like, just what I'm saying, like, you get me, you know what I'm saying, and like, there's something to be said for that too, yeah, because you know that's why all my them love Vibes Cartel, in it. There's something to be said for that, in it, right? But like, there's a balance that's needed in respect of, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, I think for men anyway, a good thing is just the consciousness of in terms of how we see women and the bodies of women in terms of sex, like, not as objects, but as her body is a part of her being, if that makes sense. Like, so in as much as I want to stimulate a conversation with her, I've got to learn to stimulate her body as well. I think that's a thing for man them anyway. Them lessons there from men who are not just telling you, man, go, you know, so your real outs and get the girl them.
Yeah. I agree with that. I agree with that. But I would say at the same time too, it's being very
and please, and for it to be coming from men that the young men can see, it's not feminine. It's not a feminine trait to be concerned about your girl's satisfaction in the bed. Like, I've never heard so much.
Can I say something as well? Let me make as well. Like, my dad's got 6 kids. Yeah? My dad he probably got more still. We don't know, innit? But no, real talk. Because I've met 2 siblings that I never knew existed, innit? Like, that's normal. Like, in my family, that's a normal thing. So my dad didn't tell me nothing about sex. Yeah, nothing. Just, I had to be observant, innit? And fortunately, I had I was around a lot of women when I was younger, innit? So I got to learn certain things, conversations that they didn't think that
That's a good one. That is a good one. Yeah, go on.
Conversations that they didn't think I understood or I weren't listening. I was listening, innit? Like, you know what I'm saying? There was a lot of exposure in that sense. You know what I'm saying? So I think being around women as well does help a young boy in that sense. It can help.
I agree. Do you know what? Yeah, like, even little things here, like, you know, like when your aunties dance with you and they draw you for a dance and them kind of things there. Yeah, Like really, they're showing you how to treat a woman. You know, like if you overstand, you get me. The things them we are going, yeah. Like them little sensibility, and I think we're losing them little sensibilities there to some degree in it. But there are ways that older women teach, you know what I'm saying, younger men in it how to, you know, how to treat women, not necessarily sexually, but it would relate to sex if you pre the thing proper. Is it?
The unfortunate thing is though is that you see what you lot are saying in terms of picking up tips from women. I would say though that unfortunately, I don't know, other women, the system might have a different experience, but I didn't get taught any type of sex from any woman in my family. Like that was road and the dance hall for me, boy. And most women I know, that's their experience. That especially if it's older generations you was raised around, like grandparents and that, you didn't get taught nothing. You got taught about how to look after yourself as a woman, but you didn't get. It was a case of if your period is here, then yeah, you better get mindful because periods equal babies, and that's it. But it was no conversation around sex and
do you think that's because of colonial history? Do you think that, or is that just because
I think it does play a part in a sense that certain traditions are lost. So there was still a community vibration when I grew up, but in terms of some of the things, there were some things that were still in place that we did naturally. But I think in terms of what we're saying in terms of rites of passage and how the community took control alongside the family, but essentially it's a community situation that took control of that element that wasn't there. So now you have to be conscious of it. So with my daughter, people would say me and my daughter are quite close, and I think we are. But if I still talk about sex, she wants this Grant to swallow her up in it. So I'm conscious of that fact. So again, you get the community involved. So she's got other aunties, she's gone to rites of passage programs, and they talk about these things openly. You get what I'm saying? So, and she's comfortable with it. So it's just, redefining certain things.
My experience is so similar to yours. It's so similar to yours because it's like
you sound like you're trapped in Shani's nose.
Me. That's really
Nah, I don't know why it's going all Shani-ish.
Shout out to Hater James though. Yeah.
Hello?
Hater
Is that
James. Yeah, James is funny though. He's funny. That it did make me laugh. I'm not gonna. Yo, James, are you hating on Shaka?
Did
Come
try
on.
ringing me and I had to cut them off. Maybe that's it.
Maybe. Yeah. You might want to leave and come back then.
James,
I'm gonna leave and come back on
brother. Yeah.
Yo,
James, jump on. You ever heard James?
Before I go.
You ever heard James
don't know nothing about women. James don't know nothing about women. This guy's an amateur, man. Bring him on. Step on.
See what the sister said? This is the thing. Like, what Sankofa said about we still have community, we do. Because even, like, growing up, it was similar kind of thing. Like, my dad actually spoke to me more about sex than my mum did. Yeah? But I had two older sisters, and one of them brought their boyfriend home, and I thought he was like, yeah, no, we're not doing this stuff. Let me teach you what boys could do. You know, boys mean babies, and you know they also mean diseases sometimes. Like, be very aware. Is there anything you want to ask me? He asked me, is there anything I want to ask him? I was the same as Sankofa's daughter. I was like, ground, swallow me now. And he directed me to the encyclopedias instead. Like, okay, well, if you can't ask me, go and look.
That's interesting.
For it. Do you know what I mean? So he was the more open parent, but that's because he's a very matter of fact, I will teach you before the world teaches you type of person. He's a very like open, like let me tell you the truth before somebody else lies to you. But again, I had older sisters, I had aunties who were older but younger than my mum. So there were certain things that I could just like I could mention in front of them, and then they would open up the conversation because they could see that I was interested. And so like what I find now is that that's what we're continuing. Like, even though I don't have kids, with my goddaughters, all of my nieces and nephews, I'm very matter of fact about it, but I try and use language they would use because I know they don't necessarily want to have a adult conversation about sex. They want to know some stuff.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's a good point, you know.
So
That's why
it's
community
just
is.
about
Sorry.
how you speak to your child, because your child necessarily doesn't want you to have the sex talk with them, but they want information, and just how you relate it to them is what's important. But if you can't, like, find somebody that you trust. Like, I've already told all of my friends, like, let me talk to the kids about sex. I don't mind. I didn't birth them, so I won't have the same issues. I'll obviously be very, like, you know, tripped out,
And
but they're already sexually active.
That's the thing, though.
it is about,
But it
when you're a
won't
parent,
be
it is
as
about
bad
being,
for me.
yeah, it is about being 100. I'm not gonna lie. It took a long time for me to get to, first of all, Checker, I'll tell you, yeah, like, yeah, it took, there's certain things it took me a while to get to certain places, but she will listen to me more when I am talking to her peers. So when her friends them are around and we're having certain conversations, then she's open, she's in the conversation. But if it's just a me and her, yeah, mommy, please, let's come to an end quickly. She's not about that conversation, but she's getting there.
Do you know what it is? I don't even think it's that they're not about that topic, but I think kids really understand when you start talking to them about sex. Like, right, you used to do this stuff too, yeah? Because they don't see you as a sexual being. They
Well,
can understand that you're attractive.
her brother
Like,
is
oh,
two.
my mom's pretty. She's this, she's
Her
that.
brother's too, innit? So she knows mommy does that stuff, innit? And I think because she became, she's a teenager when I've had,
Check
when
one, check.
yes, Shakira.
Sankofa,
But so
have
because
you
she's
got- sorry, I was
no, I
gonna
was just
say
saying that because huh?
I got a delay. I think you got a 17-year-old. I was saying,
Yeah,
that's a boy or a girl?
Girl.
You dropped the science. How did you drop the science? What science did you drop to her then? Like word for word, verbatim. What did you say? How did you start it? That the first sexual conversation. What did you say?
No, that's what I'm saying. That she don't really want to hear it from me. So when we do talk about it, I can't tell you when the first time I think the first time, because you have the conversations as they grow, so it's not a one-off conversation. So like when she first had her cycle, you talk about what it is to have a period and what that means and and then it kind of just grows, if that makes sense. But as she's become a younger woman now, and her body is developing and changing, thoughts and feelings, you're kind of having those conversations that, I'm aware that you're getting older and and I don't know, you just find different ways to have the conversation, if that makes sense. And you might just talk about stimulation, or you might talk about breasts, or do you get what I mean? So it's never one type of thing, but I'm saying that when we're getting into the conversation and she can see where it's going and she's like, all right, mom, all right. But I'm saying that I use the village because she's got other aunties that she's more comfortable with, and because it's not mummy, she'll just talk. Or she went to, like I said, she went to rites of passage programs and they had those conversations and they delved more into womb care and all kinds of different things. But I'm saying that, like the sister was saying, that certain level of stigma because you're not the parent, and the reminder of my mum still does certain things. I was saying that my son is just 2, innit? So she's now big and very much aware of what sex is now when my son has come. So there was a level of, oh my God, my mum is having sex. Oh my God.
I remember that exact level.
Kill me now. She's having sex. I want to die because I know she's doing it. So that was a revelation.
Sis, I know exactly how she feels. Yeah, my brother was literally 20 years younger than me. I had to sit my parents down and ask them what the fuck they thought they were doing about their having a baby. What did they think they were doing? So I know exactly how she feels. Exactly. I realized both my parents were still knocking boots at their big old age, and it was not fun. But it was really wild. So
Yeah.
And it's mad because her dad's got other children, and it's nothing. It don't come across. It's nothing. She just accepts it. Oh, I got another brother or sister, or whatever. But mummy's having a baby, and it's what? What?
No, it is. I can't. This sounds so sexist, yeah. This sounds so sexist. But when I sat my parents down, because they thought that they were going to sit me down and tell me, "Oh, we're having another baby," but I sat them down like, "What do you mean you're having another baby?" And I really was looking at my mum like, "How could you let this happen?" Like, she got more of the cussing. Like, even though my dad's meant to be the sensible one, she got more of the cussing because I was like, "You're meant to be a sensible big grown woman." Like, what is I was so outraged. I was just, it was disgusting to me at that time that not only did they do, even though I know it's natural and they were married for years, but they were getting divorced. This is why I was also very outraged. Like, what are we doing having babies out of wedlock?
How long were they married for?
They were married for 21 years at that time.
Oh wow. Yeah, nice. It's very difficult to end.
They were getting divorced, and it was what's it? It was the 1999. You see that 2K bug? It was that foolishness. Wanted to do one for the road. I was not impressed. I was not impressed. We had to discuss this.
That's just an excuse.
Like, I was
But
really outraged.
I always said to her, look, I always told you you're gonna have a sibling. I don't know where, but I always told you. And she said, "Yeah, Mum, I know." And I said to her, "I never told you as well. I'm coming to dead alone. I'm making sure I have a partner." "Yeah, Mum, I know. But you said you're big and you can take conversations. So what did you think? I don't get it." "Yeah, but you're not meant to be."
You're not.
Yeah.
I can't even say that I didn't subscribe to that. I was your daughter. Like, you're not meant to. Like, you were meant to be done. Now you're divorcing daddy. That's it. Your crutches is closed. Like, shut up. Like, what are we doing? But, you know.
I'm afraid for when my son finds out that me and his dad are still doing stuff.
Listen, just... Do you know what's really trippy? Like, I can't even lie. I had to have a conversation about sex with my dad when I was in hospital. Yeah. And I'm grateful that I could talk to him about certain things. But no, I'd been in a coma and I couldn't answer for myself. So he'd had to answer lots of questions about my sexual history on my behalf. So then he had to come back and talk to me to double check that he hadn't told them none of the wrong stuff and it wasn't like mashing up no medication nonsenses or whatever, because there was a very lot of stuff going on when I was in hospital. So we had to have that sex conversation again, like, "Oh, have you ever had an STD?" Like, I don't need to know exact partners, but you're going to have to tell them about, you know, the numbers, because it might, you know, be an issue. And I just remember thinking, well done, daddy. Well done. Because I don't want to have this conversation. I really don't. I don't. But he had to have it. So this is why I tell all other parents, like, do it. It can be done. Like, if my daddy had to do it, yours can. It's
and that's the other thing about, have we evolved in that sense? Because I know my daughter's dad, there's no way on Judge's earth he's coming to have any sexual conversation with her on any level. He's struggling to see that she's 17. So
I think the only reason my dad was able to have them conversations was because he wanted his children to be prepared, innit? And he wants them to be reassured. So it's by force now. He don't want to do it. He don't want to do it, but it's by force. Like, for instance, the other day, he decided to have another talk with me about relationships and a woman's place in life is not just about being a mother. But I think that's because I turned 40 last year. So he was like, "Sis, don't worry if you're childless. It's fine. Your life has meaning. Like, is there anything you want to talk about?" So I think the parents just need to understand that. Like, it's better.
I think
coming
it's the outlook
from
of
you.
parenting, and it sounds like your dad. Obviously, your dad is a parent, if that makes sense. And I think,
he's
in
still
terms of your
parenting,
outlook of parenting, then you're going to understand what you have to overcome, your own insecurities and your own challenges, because this information just has to be had. And that's what it's been for me. Like, I must admit, like, Shakira has been helpful. He'll make me question, like, even though it's a very, 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 very annoying, but he will make me question.
That's a lot of varies there, mate.
Three.
But he will make me question. Is that rational? Be calm, take time, whatever. So because it's a cycle. At the end of the day, she's going to go through these stages, and I just have to work my way through it.
Yeah.
So yeah, but you do have to be committed in that parenting to get over those type of things.
Yeah, you do. I knew that, even if I couldn't just go to my parents happily, that if I did, they would talk to me about it. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want to go to you about it. Like, I don't want to talk to you about this stuff.
Well,
but if I had to ask somebody,
is this weird or just good or whatever? I know a man who caught wasn't sure whether he had something, felt like something was wrong, so went to his mum.
Yeah,
say again.
So went to his mum for his mum to look at it.
Oh, to look at it. Well,
oh shit! Damn.
Sorry, the man had what?
No daddy to go there. No uncle, no cousin.
Nah.
Now relationship.
That's what it is, isn't it?
He weren't sure.
Still mummies at the end of the day.
He weren't sure if something was wrong. He weren't sure if it was wrong or normal, whatever. So he was like, "Yo, mum, like this mad thing," and I don't know.
Mummies are still mummies at the end of the day.
Yeah,
they
like,
are.
We're never going to look at our children in any kind of.
Show me.
I can think of 2 friends who would be like, "Show me," like right now.
Yeah, they're gonna be just mummy, innit?
Yeah, they'd literally be like, "Show me, what the hell?" Oh no, you're being silly. Go sit down.
Yeah,
I can think of 2 friends who do that.
Yeah, it's nothing. You're just gonna be mummy about it because you gave birth to this person. You're gonna know that their stuff is gonna grow and they're gonna have hair.
And I think their relationship is probably really open.
Yeah.
Already about everything. So that's not normal. If you were a person who didn't speak to your parents about anything and then you whacked out your penis, that might be a bit unsettling.
Up front.
But I'm saying that it doesn't have to be a perverted thing. Because the point.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's
your
not
mother
perverted.
is your mother. At the end of the day,
they might just
the
be
same
shocked,
way
like,
your
oh,
mum. If your mum is at the birth of your child, like my daughter, sometimes again they're going through their stages, so everything is privacy to some degree. But when she's talking about if I'm gonna have a baby, you're gonna be there, so she knows I'm gonna see everything full center. But you're not looking at her. The same way, if your son says he's got something, he's a big boy.
Exactly.
You're just looking at it as a child.
But we do have a reluctancy to see it through the same paradigm. Why is that? There's a reluctancy. I felt it when I said it. It was like it does sound a bit weird, but the mother and thing. Go on.
It sounds like a broken record, but again, it's conditioning. Because if you go back to the days when people were walking around with just loincloths on, or grass skirts,
or naked. Can we just
we
be
were
naked?
talking naked, exactly, or naked. We were talking about things way more because it was just, this on my body is feeling odd. What the fuck is this shit? You just point it out because the act of being naked didn't always equate to being sexual.
You know what? I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated by those societies. Like ones that are actually naked and that, because we watch it, we see the titty swinging and that, and even watching it, you lose the sexual connotation to the obviously when they show the young women and that, and you can see their like perky breasts. I see them. I'm still a man, but at the same time, there's going to be children. There's going to be children in that mix. So and you can differentiate. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's like your brain is capable of doing it, but it's like our environment just doesn't allow for it. And I think clothes are a mechanism that's designed to actually make you think more about what's under.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I feel like clothes make you
know
think
what's
about
interesting as
more.
well.
Yeah.
With the conditioning, so having a son now, baby, is different to obviously having a daughter, and they're very different. But the conditioning I'm saying is when his nappy is off, and we're trying to kind of potty train slowly. So when his nappy's off, obviously he's excited, free as a bird, and everything is swinging or whatever.
Yeah.
And you know, he'll go in the mirror and he'll look at his things and pull them around and all this and all that. But my sister, when her son was doing it, like she was mortified, like, oh my God, keep trying to play with Willie and
that's what they do. They
and
touch it.
like, yeah, but that's what I'm saying in terms of the conditioning. Like, it's natural. Now, I'm someone early before I was fighting for him to always put on his nappy. I just don't want him to run my yard.
Right. Yeah.
Whereas,
was like, let him be
Shakira's
free,
like,
man.
oh well, you know, this is what 2-year-olds do. Leave them to it. So Shakira's all for the nakedness, obviously.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that it was interesting in terms of the conditioning, that even from how conditioned we are, that even as babies, we're like, no, we shouldn't be touching it. Oh, because we put a back on the mouth. Do you get what I mean? Like, that's how deep it is that we can't even see a baby be a baby.
Yeah. Oh, facts. It's facts, man.
So yeah,
I think it's
baby,
dangerous if you sexualize it too early. So I'm
How do you
all
not
with
feel about
them, let them
breastfeeding
feel
in
like
public?
themselves.
What do you think about public breastfeeding?
I was breastfeeding.
Feed your baby, fam.
I was
Feed your baby.
breastfeeding everywhere. There was nowhere I wasn't breastfeeding.
You know, people actually got a problem with it, right? You know, there's it's actually a thing.
It's one of the stupidest things ever in the existence of like human beings. But have you noticed that in this country, a lot of women don't like
breastfeed?
God forgive me right now, yeah. But there were a lot of dumb bitches who were out here not realizing that breast milk is a real thing. Like your breasts were made to feed your babies. You know that, right?
Who do you know
Like,
that didn't know that? Oh no, what's going on?
Babe, I have. This is the thing. Being an advocate, has shown me the depths of people's fuckery and stupidness at the same time, like differently. Yeah.
Wow.
There was one poor young girl. Yeah. She was staying in a children's home. One of my other young people was she'd gotten pregnant. Yeah. She'd been lying and saying that she was like 4 months pregnant. And I told her, like, can you talk to her, get her to talk to somebody about it, because she's not 4 months pregnant. She's probably about 8 months pregnant, because her milk had started coming in and the child was leaking out of her titties and didn't know why. And was stressed out. Yeah, thought there was something wrong with her. Thought that she was dying or some shit. And I was like, okay, it's your responsibility. You go and talk to her, because she's crying in your room. You all share the same room. You see her pain. Let her know XYZ. If you don't want to talk to her, tell her to come and talk to me, innit? But she grew up, it turns out she grew up in a family, they didn't talk about sex. She was molested by a family member, and now we're here. She thinks she's being punished. Do you know what I mean? That was the best case scenario, because there are some other people who, when I say best case scenario, I say that because she wasn't intentionally ignorant. It was just an unfortunate, fucked up situation. But there are grown women who also have the same like lack of knowledge.
Wow.
They don't realize that you can just feed your baby with your breast milk for forever if you wanted to.
Yeah, let's not get into the politics of how long you should breastfeed and all of that. That's a drama in and of itself. Because if you're breastfeeding for more than a year, certain times oh my God, I said a year. The child
I think people need to mind their business.
How are they alive?
Like, if the child is in double digits and going to school and stuff, or going to school and having big conversation with you, then I don't know, maybe you want to address why you're still breastfeeding. Like, sis, why are you still breastfeeding? But breastfeed your baby, man. Breastfeed your child until you see fit.
I did 2 years. That was people thought that it was a lot still, but
do you know why I have to rate you though? Do you know why I have to rate you? Because I've been bitten by a baby once and it went on the nipple, and that was enough to make me want to throw them across the room. So good for you. Like, you mothers are the real MVP.
when you
Well,
breastfeed when they got teeth. You're amazing.
But my son, he went around. My son is very intelligent. He knew, let me not bite the hand that feeds. He never bit me once. Not once did he bite me. Tried a little, like, let me see. Something
Them
like,
little
you know,
baby
they want
teeth
to
are.
try little grinding. But yeah, after I was like, oh,
Oh,
you know,
sis, no, don't even say that. Ah. No.
But no, he didn't really bite me like that. He was good. He was good. It was the demand of it. That last 6 months, it was the demand of it. He was I was a dummy, practically. I was a dummy. That's all I was at that point. So yeah, that type of demand is a lot when you're someone's dummy.
I'm literally here just holding my boobs because that grinding comment
yeah,
made them
that
feel
was
funny, fam.
Yeah,
oh.
that was.
Do you know a lot of women? Let me throw this in because I know you lot know this already, but breastfeeding actually tightens up your pum pum. So,
Yeah. Well, your
all you
womb,
sisters,
and then
yeah,
your
I'm talking about the important bit. No. Nah, I'm joking. But yeah, that's just a fun fact that I was shared with me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that might actually encourage more women to breastfeed because there are actual natural benefits of breastfeeding, let alone bonding and
That's
transfer
what I tell
antibodies
women
and all
all the
that.
time.
Yeah.
When they're like, oh, I'm getting this bottle and this bottle. Because I've been like, a few of my friends have had babies in the last couple of years. And they're like, oh, I want this, this, and this. Because you do baby lists for the thingy shower. I will cuss them about buying bottles. Like, why are you buying bottles when you can just breastfeed the baby? And they're like, oh, but this, that, and the other. I'm like, if you want to snap back, breastfeed your baby. Like, you will snap back into your clothes and tighten up your pom pom real quick, And they're like, what? Like, yeah, you didn't know. You didn't know, fam. Go check it
The
out.
belly in as well, isn't it? It draws the stomach in as well, right?
Yeah.
That's
It starts
amazing.
from the top.
That's an
It goes
amazing
stomach,
mechanism, man.
womb, fanny
So, do you
muscle.
think there's a link between not breastfeeding and like post?
Yes.
Go on. What's it? Post what? Post.
What's it? Postpartum depression.
Yeah. That's what postnatal.
Yeah.
They changed the name. Is it changed from natal to partum?
Partum and natal are interchangeable. Like, it
Okay.
just depends how old you are. I'm a bit older.
Any link? Any link?
I would say not really. The reason why I say that is that because breastfeeding is still a mindset, if that makes sense. So I've known women that breastfeeding, because they wasn't in the right frame of mind while they was breastfeeding or trying to breastfeed, and they had a lot of problems around breastfeeding. So, if you got issues around latching and all these type of things, and again, if you're not even prepared sometimes for the demand of breastfeeding, then you don't have a good support system, it can have the opposite effect. So then there's a lot of pressure, and then they become depressed because of that pressure. So it's not that breastfeeding brought on depression, it's the fact that it's the mindset around breastfeeding and the support system around breastfeeding.
How do you
So I've seen that a lot of the time.
It's really odd you say that. Not odd at all, because everything you've said is right. But I was gonna say it the other way, in the sense that, again, I don't have kids. This is just from stuff that I've witnessed from my sisters, my mum having a baby, that kind of thing. Yeah, I took child development, but that's obviously not the same as having the baby yourself when it comes to like real life knowledge. But you're completely right in saying that. Yeah, that when they had issues with breastfeeding, that caused a kind of depression. Yeah, but I found that for me, one of my sisters, she was less depressed when she breastfed. That makes sense. So I think there was something in the bonding with the baby, but why I say it's interesting, like the way you said it, is because obviously she felt better because she could feed her baby and she could do the thing that mothers are meant to do.
That's what I mean. That's what I say. It's a
That makes
mindset.
sense.
And if you've had a good experience, then you're good to go. Like when I haven't had a bad experience around breastfeeding. So when I had my daughter, there was nothing negative. I never had no latching issues or anything like that. When I first had my son, I was like, you know, is he getting enough? Is it And then I was showing them different positioning in terms of how to hold him when he was first born. So then once that was dealt with, we was good to go. Do you get what I'm saying? It was other things that they don't tell you about, you know, which I always like to call the fourth trimester, which is after you've had the baby. That was an issue for me. But the breastfeeding, no. But you're correct again. If you're bonding and you're in sync, it's a fantastic time, and it does heighten those hormones, and you do feel good about yourself. But I've witnessed too many sisters that have had issues around breastfeeding, and they're struggling, like I said, with the latch, and then they feel like they're struggling with the bonding because the baby's not comforted, and they might be fussing a lot, and then that just brings on a whole heap of depression. And
because
like I
I'd
said, a lot of the time
always knew it, but I always like it. It's not rocket science to know that it's gonna bother a woman if she can't breastfeed her own baby. But
especially if she wants to.
Yeah, exactly. But
She
even
really
I,
committed
just
to
like
it.
even I had seen all these babies around me, like taking child development. Even I didn't think about it from that end of it. I literally was just like, well, no, you have to breastfeed your baby because you'll feel better if you breastfeed your baby. You won't be as depressed. I didn't literally think from the other end of the scale that maybe that's the only reason why she's having a hard time with motherhood. Because one of the most natural things that she's meant to be able to do, she can't. So I was just coming from the point of, no, you should breastfeed the baby. Go on, it's good for you. Instead of thinking, well, maybe she's tried and she can't, and now we're here, now we're depressed.
And that's what I say as well about the support network, because the other thing that is worse for a mother is that when she can't breastfeed, and not saying that that's what you would do anyway, but I'm saying that when people are just like, oh, but you got to breastfeed, and then she's panicking, and basically baby's not getting fed properly. And I've always said to sisters, especially, you know, if those that have been close to me, because there was a couple of sisters that was pregnant at the same time I was. So there was this case of, oh, how comes they take breastfeeding so easily? And they're fighting to do it. And again, like I said, the mindset. And I'm saying, look, and then they was guilty about giving their babies bottles and and I'm saying, don't have no guilt around making sure your baby is fed.
Yeah,
you understand?
exactly.
Like, that's the bottom line, that your baby is fed. If you're obviously try and find different ways, so when you're more calmer and relaxed, maybe try a little breastfeeding then. But just make, if you have to do bottle in the meantime, then do so. But it's that lack of taking away that pressure, because once I keep saying, once the mum is all wound up and pressure and all that, it's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. But I've seen women dry up their milk from stress, literally.
This is the thing. Like, I knew women could dry up their milk, but I thought it was just like a lottery, like it was an evil lottery, like cancer. Like, it happened to some people for God knows whatever reason. Do you know what I mean? I never actually thought, but then that's very stupid of me to not realize that, because there are women who have thought themselves pregnant and had phantom pregnancy. So why couldn't you dry out your milk from the stress as well?
Listen, like I said, that once you've had the baby, the different things that can stress you is an infinite list, depending on your labor, depending on how you're, you know, especially if you've had a cesarean and it's not straightforward. You know, I've seen women that's had cesarean and they've just got on with life, everything blessed, everything curried. But then there's other sisters, you know, they might have had the cesarean might have been an emergency one due to like a whole range of complications, and then they didn't heal properly, and it's a bag of drama. So, you know, the journey of pregnancy and post-pregnancy is it's a big one. So support and just knowing what you're doing is really important. I wanted to say as well about the snapback thing. If I never had some level of, I'm always been a big woman, yeah. But my snapback, there was no snapback for me. Now, the other thing was when you're breastfeeding, you have to feed yourself because a lot is
Can
being
I
taken
quickly
away from
ask
you.
you something? Because you've said
Yeah,
you've always been a big woman. Are you sure there was
yeah.
no snapback and you're just misjudging yourself?
No, I had snapback with my daughter. I had some snapback with my son, but when that breastfeeding started really getting, when we start get comfy with the breastfeeding at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you're like, oh, it's just a few biscuits, and then a few biscuits turn into the packet, and then you get into that habit. Yeah,
True, but also you have to give yourself some space. Like there's 15 years in between now. Like your body's completely different.
100%. Now there
Do you
was
know what I
definitely snapback
mean?
with my daughter.
So
My daughter, I didn't know what's, obviously there was no snapback talking them times there, but I would say like 3 months after breastfeeding, you didn't know I had a baby. I just looked
yeah,
how I looked before, yeah. Whereas, but I'm saying that to say the breastfeeding eating is not my own story. Like there was a good few sisters in my circle that they was having the same struggle, and they all, like you're saying, they all had some setback, but then once you get into the long haul of breastfeeding, it was the discipline.
yeah.
I think that's what it is, the discipline after that. So yeah, everybody's snapback journey's not the same.
I can't
But
lie. Right now, I'm sitting here thinking about one of my girls, and when we'll be having a video chat, she'll be like,
yeah,
"Oh, time to feed the baby," and she'll have a snack while she's feeding him because it's like, well, if he's eating, I'm eating.
this is what I'm
So
saying.
I can. Okay, no, yeah,
Snacking
yeah.
and drinking is, you know, because you like I said, when you're breastfeeding, the same way you was feeding someone when someone was inside of you, it's the same thing. It's just outside in a different way. So you definitely have to be hydrated, and you have to you're not always snacking, but you're gonna feel it if you don't eat properly.
Yeah,
You're gonna feel it.
yeah,
Your belly will be grumbling loud.
yeah.
So yeah, but you have to have discipline around it, and I think that's the conversation that women don't have as well around breastfeeding. To have that discipline when your body changes, like you're saying, and you're an older mom and stuff like that. I didn't have that conversation. I had to learn it the hard way. But
What's
yeah,
mad is this whole conversation is just making me think, like, if there is a God, it's at these times I feel like he's male when I have these conversations with my female friends, because why would you be the most fertile after you've just had a baby when your body's trying to repair, your breasts are looking luscious because they're full of milk, you're just all attractive, and the universe sees fit to make you the most fertile then? Like, it's really wild. Yeah, random tangent there.
but for
Mad.
some, that's great stuff. My grandma, she always says, once you start having babies, then just stay on the road until you're finished. But she always says that because she had her babies 2 years apart. So all my uncles and aunties, they're practically, you know,
Bless
you would
them.
think that they was all the same age. But I used to say to my nan, that's not how it works. People don't want to have 8, 9 picnics. That's just not the world we live in anymore. So yeah, I do get it. I was hoping that would have been me though, just to knock it out the park, to be honest.
Listen, I think mums give themselves too much headache and stress, because if men had to be having babies out here, it'd be a whole different thing.
Our strengths are different. I always say that. They're just not, it's just not for them. It's just, that's not how the creator made it.
Not at all.
And I always say it is a joy to be a parent. It is a joy to have that experience. But our mental capacity is why different men and women, their mental capacity is different. But not saying like men are lower beings or anything like that, but they just mentally, they couldn't cope. It's a lot to deal with. They just could not cope. The more
I couldn't cope.
When
I think about it certain times, I'm like, yeah, I don't think this is for you. Maybe it's not for everyone. It's definitely fine. Remember what Daddy said. Like, it's definitely okay.
It's okay. Of course it's okay, because there's so many women I know that don't have children and they're just so maternal. And there's women that's got children and you're like, wow, I don't know if it was for you for real. But not because they physically couldn't take it. They're just emotionally.
Babe, this is what I mean. I don't want to be one of them mothers, because you can't go back. You can't go back. You can't go back.
In this conversation I'm having with you today, sister, you're good to go. You're good. You're good. Let the pathways be open. Make the ancestors bless you.
No, listen, take it back. Take it back right now, because I've got one good hip. I've got one good hip and one leg is shorter than the other. I can't be running around after a 2-year-old at this moment in time, innit? Like, just so take it back for now, sis.
The creator sends you what you can manage. So your baby will be calm. Calm. I'll give you all stress and all that. My daughter was calm, cool as a cucumber. And when I tell you, she was a baby of perfection. So I knew my son was coming to give me worries and problems. And so Daddy's different. His character is different. So yeah, you get what you can manage. So you'll be good, man. You'll be good. No, man, you'll be good. At the time, I had a lot going on with my daughter. So yeah, the creator said, look, let me just give you what you can manage right now. So I was blessed.
I give thanks, Ultra. Big up yourself. Welcome on.
Be kind, yeah. I'm on loudspeaker.
Good evening, Mr. Ultra.
Good evening, Ultra.
Yeah, man. Really, it's more of like Mrs. Ultra we wanted to chat to, because I wanted Mrs. Ultra to like get the benefits of hearing some of this lovely conversation with the lovely Sankofa and Sister Lex. Because, I'm just getting the sister vibes, man. I'm thinking Sunday evening. I might have to run at you. Yo, can we get
Jez, you know what the wickedest thing is, yeah? If my camera got turned on now, yeah, you'll see some breastfeeding right now. If I turn my camera on. Yes.
So how old is baby?
7 months now.
7 months now, man. Lovely, man, lovely. And what's what new milestones have they reached? Put me in the timeline. What are they doing new?
The Princess Baby Ultra is
You got twins?
No. I've got like Princess Ultra is my 13-year-old. And Baby Princess Ultra is the 7-month-old.
That's right. Yeah. Ultra be fucking. Baby Ultra. How was the Baby Ultra? I know is Baby Ultra is.
He's 3 now.
3 now. Wow. Yeah, man.
Let me ask you, Ultra. We're talking. Obviously, the conversation got to.
Yes, Sankofa. Let me just cut you off. Yes, breast milk is delicious. Okay.
All right. Other than that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, was that the wrong question? Sorry.
Other than that, what is being on baby number 4 now and going through the process of pregnancy with your queen? How important is your support for her after she's had baby?
Yeah, it's paramount because, like, I've been an advocate for mental health from I jumped on this thing, and I've seen what postnatal depression can do to women and the resultant effect it can have on the kids. So, like, you avoid that at all costs. Yeah, sometimes you feel like a bit of a simp, but you know what? It's for the benefit of my wife and my children. So if I have to run to the shop to buy her ice cream and then go back because it was the wrong one, and then I get the right one, but the lid's on the wrong way and all this fuckery, you just, you know what I mean? Sometimes you have to suck it up. You know what I'm saying? But now that the wound's detracting and I think we're past the critical phase, I'll start dashing her food like on the floor now. You know what I'm saying?
With the paper.
Because I was really going to be like, oh my goodness, this is a wonderful example of man and blah, blah, blah. And then he dashed her food on the floor.
No, you know what it is? You know what it is? I'm like, for me, the pregnancy is like a kind of, I'm going to get ripped for this, but like, it's kind of like a spiritual thing for me. It's like a happy pregnancy is important to me. I can't prove that it has any effect on the baby.
It
but
does.
I just feel like,
fam. There's proof.
Yeah, I just feel
That
like
song is a bundle of joy.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, it's a bundle of joy because I must admit, my pregnancy, apart from I did have a little hip issues at the end because he got real
saying
big and
them
heavy.
hips like a truck, yeah?
Huh?
Got hips like a truck.
I'm telling you. So,
Oh yeah.
But during my whole pregnancy was blessed. In terms of physically, spiritually, I mean, mentally there was other things going on, but like Shakira worked hard in terms of just keeping us focused and keeping me in good spirits or whatever. So, and it does reflect like he is a proper bouncy baby. Since been here, so I think it's important. But I would say
interesting. That's interesting because that's why I say I can't prove it, right? But I think if the pregnancy wasn't happy, does that necessarily mean the baby won't be happy? You know what I mean?
I wouldn't say it would be happy. I wouldn't say that, but I think it
Do you know what it
adds.
That's what I think. It's not that hormone levels play a factor in how your baby develops, isn't it? If they're not fully developed properly, there'll be other issues, not necessarily issues like, oh my goodness, they're disabled in some kind of way. But if you don't have the optimum condition for something to develop, it won't develop to its optimum level. Does that make sense? So that's even with, and where our brain chemistry is so important for how we express ourselves and how we kind of like just communicate with the outside world. I do think it has a direct effect. Like there are studies done on various different things like size of babies and blah 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 blah, but I'm just talking purely in how communicative your baby is, or how you communicate with them, how you can bond with them. I think if you're happier during the pregnancy and you're healthier, that you will have an easier time, or you won't be as depressed, which your baby will pick up on, because the baby can pick up on everything, like every single thing. You're connected. Do you know what I mean? They've shared well, they haven't shared, they've been parasites, but I don't like calling baby parasites. Well, not anymore. That's cold, they've shared, but they do but the body does kind of sacrifice the woman for the child. Like that's how it's meant to be because it's new life, isn't it? So there is this kind of giving over of yourself that I know has to continue. It doesn't stop just because you've expelled them out of your vagina. So in that kind of really young,
not always they come out of the VJ. Certain times you have to get them spliced out of the tummy section.
I'm just speaking figuratively, exactly. Like once you expel them from the body, let me say then, innit?
So once
that
they're
bond
hatched,
isn't stopped, once they're hatched, it doesn't stop once they're hatched. Like skin to skin contact proves that. Do you know what I mean? The fact that we have to get fathers to bond with their babies by having that dedicated skin to skin time, that proves that being happier and healthier will affect your baby.
But to be fair, when you check it, it just makes sense, right? Because if the environment that the baby growing is a happy environment where mum's mental health is on the up and mum's eating well, she's healthy and rare, then it makes sense that will have an effect on the baby. But then what my thing is if you've got a happy pregnancy and mum's healthy, but you give birth to a baby that maybe has, I'm going to say, extra needs to be delicate. But like those types of things, I'm thinking, bro, how does it happen? Do you know what I mean? But I thought, yeah.
They can be literal imbalances or chromosome misalignment.
Yeah.
So it's not even
Yeah.
anything that the mother can do, the father can do. Nothing can be done. That's when it truly is just a lottery. So that's why I was saying, like, I'm only talking about like emotional type things.
Yeah, I won't lie. I think the woman's mental health during the pregnancy is just of the utmost importance, because like, for some reason, you girls, you seem to take pregnancy real serious. So if the pregnancy was like, you pissed me off on this one day, like, raw, like, it really stays with you. Whereas if it's like, you were supportive, blah blah blah, no, you're not fat, you look good, that type of, you know what I'm saying? Like, that seems to go down really well. Do you know what I mean? And then, you know, just the cooking and put your feet up. Let me buy you one of those foot things from Amazon. And you just put the hot water in it and it just buzzes. It's garbage, but you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Just little.
I personally think this is why God gave us PMS now, you know? Like,
I
the
don't believe
Creator
in
gave us PMS to prepare men for how to be thingy when their woman is pregnant and her moods are mad. I'm coming to that.
But men have to be in tune with that, because even with that,
I'm
men
not,
still
because a man who's in tune with his woman's PMS will be in tune if that's happening during pregnancy, don't you think?
To some degree. But again, I don't know if that's all women, because I don't think I was well, Shakira might say something else, but I thought I was, you know, I didn't feel like I thought I was more emotional after I had him. I had more moments after the fact than I did while I was pregnant. I think when I was pregnant, I would cry at anything. Oh my God, look at the little cat. I was crying at everything, but
I feel like that's what I mean by PMS, because don't you go through all those emotions during your PMS? I know I do.
My daughter
I'll be emotional for no reason.
My daughter, my daughter is wow. She's eggshells, but for me, I'm not really like that. You know, I'll just pass out. I get really, really drained and tired. But outside of that, I don't really have any.
Make sure you keep up with the iron. Make sure you keep up with the iron and the primrose oil and sunflower oil and evening primrose. I think that's what it is.
Evening primrose.
That's what I mean. That type
there's
of
some
in
pill that
tune.
you can take, and it's meant to help girls with the thing.
With the thing here is about how we raise our sons and educate the young men around us to be conscious of these things and to be aware of it and to normalize it. So to just go to send your son to go and get sanitary towels or tampons if you're using them, whatever, like to make it normalized part of the shopping. It's not this is what we're using. You get what I mean?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. That as a child, nah, too far. Do you know what I'm saying? Too far.
Don't you think it's better as a child, though, instead of waiting till they're a teenager and have attached stupidness to doing certain things?
No, I don't know, because I don't know. Like, I feel like feminine hygiene is kind of like private, like, kind of. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. It just.
But see now, would you go and buy sanitary
No, but
now?
we're just buying a box.
Oh
though.
yeah.
We're buying a box
For me, yeah. For me now, it's like, which ones you want? The one in the blue pack, or the one in the green pack, or the one in the grey pack? I don't know, whatever the fuck. And they're like, do you want ones with rings or no rings and all this shit?
When would you
got
teach
ones
your
with
son?
rings now. Fuck's sake.
When are you gonna teach your son though to know that that's normal?
Yeah,
that's a good question.
And your son, how old is your son now?
He's 18.
Because you've come to the conclusion that it's perfectly normal because you've seen your wife have children and she has needs and blah, blah, blah. But your son's actually quite old now and he could actually have a partner who has a baby. So why?
Do you know what's funny? Where is it? Hey, where's the boy? The big one? Is he up there? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go rap to him now. You're making me question myself. You know, I'm gonna go rap to him and see what his thoughts are on this. Do you know what the problem is? Yeah, it's like, because he lives with the football club. So he's only home on the weekends. But I'm gonna go rap to him. I'm gonna go rap to him about feminine hygiene. Oh God, even the way it sounds.
Okay, don't.
Hold on.
Come on, you're uncomfortable
Hold on,
then. Yeah.
wait. Ultra, are you gonna talk to your son about feminine hygiene?
No, about
product
just buying
purchasing.
it.
Yeah, purchasing them, like the stuff.
What? Condoms.
Like,
What
no,
do you mean
pads,
feminine
tampons.
hygiene?
You're gonna talk to your son. You're gonna talk to your son about purchasing tampons.
No,
Would he
sanitary
feel
towels.
comfortable purchasing for them for a female partner? Not just
Or,
you're gonna
or
buy
mother
them.
or sister or whatever.
Of course he would, man. Yeah, of course
Yeah,
he
that's what
would.
I'm saying. It just has to be like, listen, get the one with the blue pack with the
Boom.
wings.
Yeah.
Boom.
No, but I'm saying, when are you going to start normalizing? I'm saying it's better to normalize it from now.
My mum
So
sent
when
me to the
he's
shop with a
young.
note. Yeah, that's normal. Go to
The
send
note.
them
Yeah.
to the shop now.
So
Yeah,
old
just
school.
go to the shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a
That's
note
what
like,
I
boom,
mean.
shopping list.
Prepare
Here's the
now.
thing.
Yeah,
Let me tell
My
you,
mum
exactly.
said, she wants these things and stand by the counter. And Mama go and pick them out and that. And yeah,
straight.
and then I heard about people supposedly feeling ashamed. Ashamed about what? I ain't the one with the pum pum. Like, what's the problem? Like,
Exactly.
I mean,
Everybody
it's
knows it's not for you, lot.
if
We should
anything,
feel more of a way.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. If anything, young girls probably might feel more of a way than a brother. Like,
And let me tell
then
you
again,
this: talking
yeah,
amongst young people,
yeah,
especially young people that have a level of awareness about themselves and they're more conscious or whatever. There's a and whether you're young or not, but there's a level of attractiveness when a young man, or a man I should say in general, but when you're growing up and you're young and he is comfortable with certain
right,
things, so it's not a thing. Do you get what I mean?
yeah,
I'm not trying
yeah,
to turn up your son's babe magnet situation, but
yeah.
I'm just saying that
Exactly, yeah.
there's an attractiveness in being
There really
comfortable
is.
in yourself, in the fact that, yeah, man, what you've been
I'll
paying
buy that. You need that, I'll buy it. Yeah.
Yeah,
There
come on
really
now.
is. I can't even
There's
lie.
an
You
attractiveness
start looking
there,
at him
so.
like, oh, you're one of these
Oh
evolved
yeah,
men. Okay, let me give you
Evolved.
some more good pum-pums. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Now,
know what I
now you
mean?
can get me
Start
some
right
shaving.
around
Now you can
for
get me some
Dindim.
shaving cream, and you can get me
Yep.
get my
Yeah.
weave.
So,
I don't know,
so when
joking.
he tells he's inviting a sister round for dinner, Ultra, you know what time it is? He's been buying sanitary towels.
Is this what happened?
Ultra's not ready yet. Ultra's not ready for that.
He's not ready. Why not?
I'm with you, Ultra. I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
How old is he?
18.
Ah, bro. I've been out of jail. I've been out of jail and burping my baby for a year.
Do you know what's mad?
Yeah.
I'm still trying to get my head around the fact that Ultra has an 18-year-old son.
Why?
Big old
Have you seen his
Like,
hard skin?
that's still where I am. Like, I believed the 3-year-old, I believed the 7-month-old, but I'm here like, are you sure that's
And 13?
The 13 I will, but yeah, but the 18, no, that's a lie. You're like 34, fam.
What do you mean? I was born in 83. Are you okay? I'm an old, dusty old man.
Dusty?
That's what I'm saying.
If you are dusty, my God.
I'm actually tired of black people. You don't get on my nerves. Like, I can't tell how old nobody is.
I'm dusty, bro. I'm born in 83. Listen, I'm
Can
gonna
we
be
leave the dusty alone? You're not
20
dusty, fam.
80s, baby.
You're not dusty.
80s the other day.
Listen, I can claim a pension
Exactly.
in 20 years. In 20 years, I can claim a pension. I'm old. I'm getting there. See what I'm saying?
Fam, if you're dusty, what am I?
That's what I'm saying.
You're basically saying I'm over dusty. You're
Do you
saying I'm
understand?
over dusty.
Ain't no one over dusty as you out here.
Dusty. You're trying to say you're dustier than dusty, man.
Like, this is what he's trying to say.
Nah,
That's what
girls
he's trying to
age
say.
slow, man. Girls age slow. You know this, man. Come on.
Ultra still got breast milk on his breath. He was born the other
But the
day.
thing is, Lex is the one that looks like the teenager. This is the thing. All
That's
this
the thing.
joking, man.
Lexi looks like she's about 18.
She's the one that have the young boys trying to check her.
Listen, we're not talking about looks. We're just talking about being dusty at a particular age.
Yeah, well.
But yeah.
No,
yeah.
he is dusty though. He's dusty. I'll come back to that.
Listen, my jokes are fully oiled, yeah? I'll clash anyone on the dance floor right now.
You got the
and win.
moves.
Thank
You got
you.
the moves.
Trust me. Come on. Right now. No,
Mary
but listen,
Jane.
just quickly, yeah?
Yo,
Breast is best.
Wagwan,
And if
you don't
can,
welcome the new
try the
panelists.
breast milk, man. Try the breast milk.
No. Good, you good.
Yeah,
You
big
know,
up to
Don't express it,
up
man. Just take
Ultra.
it straight from the source as well.
Listen, can I say something? I literally, this is going to sound very mad. Yeah, it's going to sound very, very mad. But do you know the studies that have been done on how your health will improve if you try breast milk, even as big people? Like, I considered, hear me out before anyone judges
If
me,
you have breast milk, it makes you younger.
and stronger.
Yeah,
Like,
and
when I
stronger.
came out of hospital,
So
no
move the baby over.
lie,
Let me try.
no
Get
lie,
some.
they said to me, if you can get your hands on some breast milk, that would be the best thing for helping build back your immunity. I don't know how you're going to do that though, so that's out. So you'll have to do all these other
No,
things.
it's
And then they
easy. Like,
gave me
it's
a
easy. Like,
list.
it's
hold
easy.
on.
Just
Do
put
me a
your mouth
favor.
over the nipple and just extract with the mouth. It's easy.
Yeah, great. Mary Jen.
Yeah.
So just keen to get just keen to get you into the conversation as you just joined the panel. Welcome.
Good evening.
Big up, Big up, Ultra.
Breastfeeder.
Yep.
Enjoyed it.
With my son, it was difficult. So I think I stopped around 6 months. And I think that was due to the fact that I moved around a lot when he was young. So I think we moved like 2-3 times when he was like less than 3 months, maybe.
Yeah.
And I think that caused a lot of like unsettlement, caused it to be difficult. So then I had to put him on bottle. And then the more that he was on the bottle, the less he'd latch to the breast. With my little girl, I think I'd done it for about 1.5 years. But obviously, once she got over like 4 or 5 months, then I mixed it up with foods and different things. But yeah.
Did you ever get nipped?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that was horrible. But like, that's the thing with my son, I had all them problems in it, like going to the GP, like, like cracked nipples and all of that. It's not nice. It's really, really not nice when it's difficult.
Apparently, that's really painful.
It is. It's mega painful, but it's something you got. Like, pregnancy ain't nice, and even after the pregnancy, it's not necessarily the best experience. But you know, you're giving birth to life. Like, it's gonna take something out of your body in it.
Can I ask you something else really quickly as well? Does the size of your nipples matter when it comes to breastfeeding, do you think?
That depends on the baby's mouth.
Do you know what I'm going to say, yeah? Like, in all
mouth,
honesty, when I was breastfeeding, like, I was kind of shocked, innit? Because you see, like, the nipples and the breast do their own kind of thing. So when you see, like, what happens to the nipple and how big it gets when it's actually in the baby's mouth, it's like, whoa! Whoa!
Yeah, it elongates and all that. Looks like
right.
Big up to my nipple.
So it's a whole
The
different
nipples are deformed looking,
experience.
isn't it?
And that's when you realize, as a woman, you realize what the body is made for. Because when you see it doing its own thing, it's like, okay, this is all making sense now. Like, because and this is why they mimic the teeth bottles from the actual women's teeth. Do you know what I mean? Because when you see the shape of the woman's nipple, then it's like, oh, okay, this is why they make the bottles like that.
And
I'm
some of the
so
bottles,
still so
they're trying
amazed.
to make more. They're trying to make nipple bottles, the nipple of bottles, some of them more and more how a nipple kind of molds in the mouth of a baby. So how your nipple is when it's outside and how your nipple molds to the mouth of the baby is two different things. So they're trying to make the bottle teats. Some of them, if you see one that's got a real awkward shape about it, that's the one that they're trying to align with the nipple once it's in the mouth. I was gonna say though, apparently if you have an inverted nipple, some women have inverted nipples. Apparently that can
you can
cause
have
issues.
it can happen, fam.
So wait, instead of having like the nipple stick out, the areola and the breast, you've got the breast, the areola, and the nipples growing inwards.
You can have
genetic mutation.
Not the areola.
You can have like, you see when they say inverted nipples, you can also have like flat nipples where the nipple is flat to the body. So it's not necessarily that it's growing inside, but it doesn't poke out. Like, you see how when we think of a breast, we think of the breast, the round bit, the little goosebumps round that bit, and then the nipple that projects firmly out. Yeah. Sometimes the areola and the goosebumps in the nipple are flat, like they're rounded to the breast.
Yeah, but that means
So
she
it's not that
can't
they're
breastfeed
growing
then.
inside.
She just can't breastfeed. That's a straight SMA, or is it
No,
SMA?
it's not. Yes, they can.
No,
It's
because
not. They can, but
the nipples
some
can still
women.
erect when they're breastfeeding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's
it,
insane.
it,
How
it,
do you breastfeed if your nipple's flat?
Because stimulation will make it stand up.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that's
and
also
still
considered
produce the milk.
inverted.
Yeah.
Oh.
But there's a few sisters I've known that
Oh.
because of that they've had issues. But it's the same thing. It's a mental thing in terms of how they, relax and connect with breastfeeding. But
Yeah.
but still, my
You know what? I
nipples are
don't
not
know
the
how you ladies
smallest.
do it anyway, right? Because the princess bit my finger, and it really hurt.
Trust,
And I'm
this is what
thinking,
I'm
right.
saying.
And I got shot in the nipple when we went paintballing, and I wanted to crumble into a ball. I was in pain, yeah. And then I thought she just bit my finger, and I'm like, fucking hell, is that what they do to you? Like, you mums are good.
This is what I'm saying.
If they're
They're
not
G's.
latched
They're
on
absolute
properly,
G's.
if they're not latched on properly, then yeah, that can happen. But like once you get the knack of it, and once the baby gets the knack of it as well, it's so good.
Yeah, you're good to go. I always say
Babe,
though,
which one
I'm
of the
not gonna
babies was
lie
it
to
where
no
you have to
woman.
crank their mouth open
99%
to
of
get
the
the nipple
time,
in? It's him,
those first latches, before you get into your flow, those first latches are eye watering. there's
Really?
no
Babe,
getting away
the first
from it.
latches, are they painful? The first ones. Yeah, but that's because he wouldn't open his fucking mouth.
But remember, the breasts are tender as well when you're just giving birth, so
Yeah,
that
when you just
contributes to the
birth,
pain as well.
eye watering stuff.
Fresh, good
Eye
new
watering
milk.
stuff.
Damn.
You
Remember,
have
the breasts
to
get all
really take
swollen and it's sore, and yeah, it's a lot.
deep breath when those first few latches. Woo! But yeah,
I'm
once you
not
get
gonna
into
lie.
your
I feel like you just pushed essentially a cannonball out of a space the size of a peanut. Like,
Yeah.
surely breastfeeding can't be that bad after that.
No, listen.
Isn't the after pains? The after pains of giving birth can be just as bad as actually giving birth.
This is why I was like, pregnancy
Yeah.
always makes me
sometimes
feel
worse,
like the
depending on your
creator
labor.
energy is male.
Depending on
And they
your
say the
labor,
more
it can
kids
be
you have,
worse.
yeah, and they say the more kids you have, the more after pain you have. I don't know
I
how
don't
true
even-
that is because I had two. My second one, I did have really bad after pains, but I stopped after that.
Wait, when you say after pains, was it like was your body still contracting or
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. We had that this time. We had that
Yeah,
this
like
time.
3
But
days.
this
I think the
pregnancy
baby was
was
like 3
different.
days old or something. I was on the
Do you
floor
know how
crying. Like, I think there's another
horrified?
baby inside me.
Do you know how horrified I was when I learned that you have contractions during the birth and then you have contractions after?
Yeah.
I was like, what kind of devil business?
So imagine now when you just had a baby,
not to throw the
and you
Christians
just
under the bus.
imagine you just had a
but
baby and
apparently
and you
Eve
start
is to blame for all
breastfeeding.
the pain in childbirth.
Huh?
Sorry.
Say
Apparently
that again?
Eve,
Oh my God.
Adam's wife, she's to blame for all the pain that you girls have to suffer in childbirth. So I'm just going to throw the Christians under the
Actually,
bus.
it's Adam.
It would be a woman's fault.
Actually, it's
of course.
Adam. It's Adam's fault because he should have told her not to eat from the tree. I still blame Adam. Let's carry on because this will turn into a different argument.
But it was ragweed.
But I was saying
and she
though,
didn't listen to him.
imagine you're contracting, you're still contracting after, and then you're having those
Placenta.
first latches.
Yeah,
And as you're
first latches
breastfeeding,
with
you're
the
contracting more as well because that
Right.
causes
So
the contractions too.
That's what I'm saying. So those first few latches are like, yeah, it's eye watering stuff. It's eye watering stuff. But
And
it's not.
Sankofa, you want to put this on me with my one good hip and what's your leg? I'm out. I'm out. Leave me.
But the
I'm
other thing
telling
as well
you,
with the
you'll be
breastfeeding,
fine. You're gonna think about me when you're blessed.
with the breastfeeding, what a lot of people don't realize as well is the muscles that the baby uses during breastfeeding are the same muscles that they develop that helps their speech. So when they get bottle only, their muscles don't develop properly, and that's why we have a lot of children that have speech impediments and speech problems. So it's another reason why mothers should naturally breastfeed anyway, because You know, there's many reasons behind it. It does so many
You
things.
know what's,
There's
do you know what's funny though,
cannabinoids.
Mary?
There's
The
sorry,
last,
last thing I want to say, there's cannabinoids in our breast milk as well, and that helps to develop the baby's cannabinoid system as well, which helps a lot of things. So like that actually helps with their whole development of their immune system, their central nervous system, and all of that. So yeah, just wanted to throw that out there.
also as well, just to put this out there as well. When we was on the ward, yeah, like there were women that were just in so much pain. One was in a wheelchair because she had a cesarean. One was like so wrapped in pain. The baby was just next to her in the little thing crying, and the nurse had to come over and like get the baby and give them like hospital edition or bottles to feed the baby and stuff. I'm not gonna lie, you girls, you go through it though.
This is what I'm saying. These are
You
G's.
go
They're
through it,
absolute
man.
G's. They're
You go
absolute
through it, man.
flipping G's. Like you
Yeah,
do
you
all
go
of that
through
before
it.
you even come out the thing, and then
The
you
child's got
get
the
a
cheek to tell
second
you, I
contraction.
don't want that food, Daddy. I didn't
Babe.
want iPhone. You know what I mean? What? Shut your mouth. Saying, Daddy, I want Nike, not Adidas. Shut your mouth. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's what I was asking, Ultra. See, like what you're saying in terms of the hospital, like just the importance of support. Like I don't know if you realize how much you're definitely setting a fantastic example just in your actions.
Yeah.
But like the level of the president that you've set for your son and your daughters, to be honest,
Exactly.
in terms
Yeah.
of what it means, what support from your partner looks like, and what it should be. But I was gonna ask this: what tangible things? What would you say is things that is non-compromisable that you must do to support your women when you're, I don't know, during pregnancy, after pregnancy,
Yeah,
all of that.
That's easy. That's easy. For me, the most important thing you can do for your partner is make sure that her mental health is operating at like max capacity. Because
So what do you do for that?
to be fair,
What
I
have you done?
try to make my woman feel wanted, needed, and desired. It sounds cliche and vague, yeah. But no, it sounds cliche and vague. But even the other day, my mother-in-law came down for the week, right? Because her son, my brother-in-law, got back from Dubai, and it was a Mazza, and he got
Was
COVID.
you
So
able
my
to get
mother-in-law
on
came
then?
here, yeah? And then my mother-in-law said to my wife, "Oh, you can't be in a bad mood with your husband. He's so flattering." But to me, it's just like I'm just calling it how I see it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's it. And I mean, what woman doesn't want to feel wanted, needed, and desired? Really? Do you know what I mean? I mean, sometimes you have to rough up the women because, like, they get out of control sometimes, and they run them out, and they think it's because you're nice that they can take the piss. And that's when you have to say, "Listen, go make me a sandwich." You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I tell you the truth, and this is again, it sounds dumb, but it's balance.
Well,
Isn't it?
Ultra, you don't just have to say sandwich. You have to say go make me a.
Yeah, you're trying to get me in trouble, lad. Fuck it up. Okay, no, but yeah, just especially pregnancy, because like I said, I've seen the effects that postnatal can have on mums and the kids in it, and it ain't nice. So I figured, right, all the mistakes that you see people make and that you make, just learn from them and try not to repeat them. So in order to circumnavigate this like particular instance, I know that I need to take steps A, miss B, and C. That's all I need. A and C, miss B, because B is that's it. It's easy. And if you know your partner, do you know what I mean? It's easy for me anyway. I've been with the same woman for 20 years, so it's like eyes closed type business. And we've done it 4 times now. Like, I tell you the truth, best thing you can do, right, is take pictures when the baby's head's crowning and then halfway out. Yeah, and then, because that's all you can really take, because once the head and the neck's out, it's kind of like, bleh! And then she's out, or he or she's out. You know what I mean? Yeah, but it's good times. Oh, also, men, guess what I did the first time? I put my throat on her shoulder while she was contracting, and so she had her arms around my back, so we were basically hugging, but my throat was on her shoulder. And when she had the contraction, she pulled me toward her, so my throat went into her shoulder, and for like one whole contraction, I couldn't breathe, but I had to firm it. And guess what? Guess what I didn't do for the next contraction? I didn't
put your head on her shoulder.
That's it. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's life, bro. Just make mistakes and learn from them, and fuck it. Do you know what I mean?
I love that.
I think my advice to men would be make sure you listen to the woman as well, because I know my baby dad, he didn't listen to me, and he was playing all sorts of music. Like, he done the whole birth plan. Like, he was telling me what I was going to be doing, and that was a nightmare. So the second time round, I was like, you know what, you stay at home with child number 1. Yeah, I'll go to the hospital by myself. Like, let me just give birth by myself. I don't need you there. It's fine. I know what I'm doing now. Like, just leave me alone. So listen to the woman.
I'm
like,
not gonna lie, that's strange, Mary Jane.
He was a strange guy. Hence why we're not together anymore. But you know,
say no more. Do you know what's funny as well? You mentioned the birth plan. I completely forgot about that. Like, we bought Bluetooth speaker. I bought a special Superman T-shirt for the labor, and we were playing the same 3 songs on this speaker for the last 3 months of the pregnancy. We played it during the labor, all that shit, and the baby actually responded to those songs. It's weird.
So mad.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. So, do you know what I mean? It wasn't garage or anything. It was actually like the intro to In the Night Garden, and one of them was, what was that one? One of them was a Minecraft song. I think it's called Aria Math. Yeah, it's called Aria Math.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Big up Bibi Nana for the donation. Much love. Big up Jed's epic show. And yeah, Bun the simp, you know who you are. He's obviously talking about South. Sai is the only simp in the chat. So yeah, man, big up Bibi Nana, man. Keep on doing your thing. And I'm Team Bibi, man.
Leave South alone, fam.
Well, South is making Shipper's Cape now.
Hey, free South, man. Free South.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, big up Bibi Nana. And if you want to be like Bibi Nana and support the channel, support the stream, then you can too contribute to an independent content creator like myself by hitting that super chat button. Get your name up in lights, get your message up on the screen like Bibi Nana's. I might even do a little bubble. Do you know what I mean? In what's that? In appreciation. We got the Cash App, Trill support. That link is in the description, and we also got PayPal. So yeah, man, go ahead and you know, spend £1, man. Spend 2, spend 100, spend 1,000. Don't let me stop you. There's no limit, but show some love. You know, it's been a long 7 days of streaming. We started off very intense, and we kind of just brought you through the emotions. And today we're here in the birthing circle. You get me? You know, it's a circle of life, man.
Full circle.
Full circle. Monday was blood and guts and all sorts. It was crazy. You know. Right. Did any of you girls have any like weird cravings, like eating wallpaper and all this shit?
Not strange ones. Well, kind of strange for me. Orange juice and cow's milk, and I've never liked cow's milk. But for some reason, during my pregnancy, I had to have a pint of cow's milk every day, and then like 2 pints of orange juice. Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of
I know, right?
But wait, so nothing irregular like you know, wallpaper paste or Vicks, or nothing like that.
Chalk. I hear about chalk a lot.
I've heard strange things, but I've never. I had a lot of people like back home would say they eat coal.
They're not really strange when you think about the mineral composition, because again, the universe is amazing. You're craving what your body is missing minerally, so your mind just makes the connection.
That woman that needed to sniff nappies. Do you remember I did the reaction on that? I don't know if you watched that. I did a reaction on one.
Ew, no.
She needed to sniff like wet nappies, and then she went from sniffing them to kind of like biting them, and she'd carry one in her bag and that. Like, it's crazy.
Was she preggo or not?
She was pregnant, and then when she yeah, she was pregnant. And then,
tell me she was just doing it confused, man. Tell me she's doing it confused.
It might be it might be the thingy
Where's
in
she getting
it.
nappies from, bro?
Oh yeah. Sometimes you know nothing about this, Ultra, but sometimes pregnant women already have children.
Oh, Okay.
It's mad.
Okay. Maybe that solved the whole thing. That solved the whole thing.
Not like you know
There's a
nothing about
woman,
that though, Ocha.
she was
But
pregnant,
it's a proper
and
thing, like
she was sniffing her older children's nappies as a craving.
yeah.
Biting it.
But there's something in baby's pee that is very cleansing for the
No, it's
system.
not. No, listen, don't listen to these
You
people.
discovered
No,
that.
Don't do it.
It sound
listen
like
to
Don't do
me.
it
it.
sound like adrenochrome. What is it?
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Some of the like, I don't know if it's urea or because it's human urea and it's like, antiseptic. Like, I don't know. But you can go and find out. A baby's pee will help clear certain skin conditions. Like some women use that, wipe their face with the baby nappy, and it clears like mad acne and craziness and wildness. I swear to you. So it sounds
actually, I
weird to
remember reading
us.
something recently. They used to use young boys' urine back in the day to clear up skin conditions. So I
Yeah,
think
it sounds
there
weird,
might be
but
some truth in that.
there's always some kind of mineral or chemical in whatever they're craving that their body needs, innit? That's why they don't die when they go and eat the coal. But if I have to go and eat coal tomorrow, I'm gonna be sick to my stomach. Like something's gonna happen to me. I can't just go and lick tar, but I've known women who liked licking tar.
To be fair, do you know we use this hair grease in the baby's head and it smells like tar. I don't know what it is.
Nigerians do that. They do like different stones and like nuts and like these stones, like they're minerals, isn't it?
Yeah.
They call it chalk, but it's not chalk. And my mum said that the white one, you know, the chalk thing that they bite. She said the white one is how albinos come, and I believed her. I believe that. She was like, "Yeah, it's fruit." Like, you get me? I don't know. The
Wait,
chalk was
Jed, I
covered the
need to
baby.
ask you something, yeah, because I'm about to find out if it's peak for me. Like, did you or any of the ladies on the panel or anyone that can hear me, like when the baby was teething, did you put like amber pearls around their neck?
What?
Amber necklace around the baby's neck when they were teething?
Oh,
nah, I never heard
sorry.
of that.
I thought I was really like low vibration mind. I was like, what pearls?
I was about to look.
You mean the stone pearls?
Those it's an amber necklace.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the stone amber.
Yeah,
like an amber
yeah.
necklace round. That's
Yeah.
normal. There's different stones you can put around babies that are meant to soothe them and things. That's not even like strange.
Well, I never heard of it still.
Well, is that like a crystal healing type of thing or something?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It is, basically.
Apparently. Yes. Yeah, no, because I just wanted to find out if it was just me, man. Because I've never heard of that either. Hey, you're the
Haven't
toxic
you?
Jedi. You're the toxic Jedi.
I've revived.
Yes. Bring the baby over here.
Say hello, Jedi. Say hello.
Hello.
Don't embarrass me. Don't embarrass me. Say hello.
Hello, baby.
All right, she's touching the phone. That's the best you're gonna get, man. She's touching the phone.
Listen, she's reaching out.
Loud, man.
Yeah.
I did that one time and the baby screamed, man. Hey, I find something like that funny. It's not so funny to the parents. I got to deal with it.
Yeah. We can't be shouting at the baby and not.
Hi! Nah, the baby seems she gonna cry anyway. I know how they stay. You know what I mean? Ooh, and then everyone's looking at me like, "Ooh, why is the baby crying around you?" You know what I mean?
Have you heard any like strange or any other like strange old wives' tales during pregnancy or after pregnancy? Because I heard one.
Okay.
Like, if your baby don't walk before 9 months, that means that the mother's cheated during pregnancy.
Oh my god! That is pressure on the
right?
mom, you know.
No, actually, you know what's funny? Like the little boy, he doesn't look like me.
Listen, are you sure your people aren't from my tribe? Because that sounds like a very old Zambian woman thing to say, fam.
Oh my gosh. It didn't come from my people.
I've never heard that, but it sounds like the wild things that they say. This is what I'm saying. That is just really, that is something else.
I've
Well,
heard
I'm
so
looking
many
at
things. Now, if that's the case,
my
your
3-year-old
people would have
doesn't
been
look
looking
like
at me
me,
sideways.
and
Trust.
it took him a
My
year
son
to
started
walk.
walking at 19 months.
wow,
11
19
months.
months.
Send
What
them
Yeah,
off,
was he
man.
man.
waiting for? What was he waiting for?
His. Let me tell you, this child does everything when he wants to do it.
What do you want to
There's
say?
no, he ain't doing nothing before he wants to do it. So he was crawling and all that, but he did not want to do no type of walking. And then the moment he started, that was it. He just started walking.
Boom.
It's like talking.
Yeah.
He don't. If you say, "Oh, hi, what's your name?" He's not going to tell you nothing. He's what 2.5 now, and you know him. If you're looking at it like the schema under the day is meant to be saying this amount of words.
Yeah.
He's chatting all of his own
Jess,
baby
that's the one.
language.
That's the one. You passed it. Go back.
This one?
Go back. No. Yeah, it's a. No,
This
go
one?
back. Go back again. One more. There, that one. That's the one in the black box.
Yeah.
You got one of them and put that around the
box?
neck. And apparently it's good for teething. I don't know.
Yeah, fam.
But it
There's
sounds
so
like
many
more
things.
work.
I never knew nothing about this, man. Amber baby
Did it?
bracelet. No, I never heard about this.
I think I've seen a few kids with them,
I've
but as
seen
bracelets.
Yeah, and copper is really good as well. Like the ones I've seen, they've always been like amber and copper or something in copper, because copper is meant to be a really good. What's it? That's why
So
I
what's the
started.
science?
I jumped on researching my copper jewelry and stuff. Because that was a thing that you used to do with babies, like put little copper bracelets or thingy in copper. Copper's meant to be a really good conductor of your body's energies, and it will transmute properties better than gold and silver.
Right. I never really. All right. Are amber teething necklaces safe? Many experts point out significant concerns about amber teething necklaces and bracelets. Here's what you need to know. When your baby or toddler is teething, sometimes those wee teeth poke through with a lot of drama. Other times you're in for a nighttime wake-ups, all day fussing, and one cranky kiddo. No wonder you start looking for ways to help them feel better. Amber teething necklaces promise a natural drug-free way to help with your little one's teething pain. But many experts point out significant concerns. I'll say they just doubled it. I hate when they write things like that.
Do you know what it is? Basically, yeah, you have to not be a dumb bitch and let your baby try to chew the necklace and break their tooth.
Wait, no.
Make sure it's...
Wait, because they was talking about some kind of acid that's released. They are necklaces strung with amber magnetic fastener, also okay, designed to help with teething pain. Amber is a natural substance created. Okay, there are several kinds of. Why do people use amber? You may have noticed other babies wearing them. Why the long-windedness? Amber contains succinic acid, which is thought to have anti-inflammatory and pain-killing properties. It's believed that when the beads are worn next to the skin, succinic acid is released into the body, providing relief from the pain and tenderness of teething. In theory, this is a great idea, especially since baby teething gels intended to soothe sore gums have been removed from Canadian stores recently and banned in the United States by the US Food and Drug Administration, FDA. What's the concerns? Well, there is amount in research that amber teething jewelry, including necklaces, is not safe. Warn parents, use on babies and doctors. What are the risks? Possible strangulation, choking. Okay, yeah, you're right.
Those are the big things. Like, don't be a dickhead and get a big.
Oh, come on, man. Who authorized for the CPS and the hospital show signs of strangulation? That's it. They also study who reported cases of children swallowing a magnet clasp. Some amber teeth in the market with breakaway clasp. Oh my god, that was a waste of my time.
Hey, Jed, look at DC Brad super chat, bro. Look at DC Brad super chat.
Super chat. Jeez. Here you go. Fun fact: Shakira and Sankofa's baby's first words were "One Babylon." Big up, baby.
Yeah.
Big up,
That's
baby
what I'm
Shango.
talking about.
Oh, no.
That's what I'm talking
Brad.
But what I will say, in terms of like when we're talking about I was gonna say earlier when Ultra was talking about what they was listening to. So Shakira, it was World Cup when he was born, so obviously there was a bit of World Cup going on. But Shakira was playing every genre of African music you can think of. The whole time, because my labor was quite long in the hospital, and then he came out to, I can't remember what he came out to exactly, Shakira, I'd have to tell you, but it was drums beating, all of that. So now at 2.5, really and truly, my son is quite a prolific drummer, like literally he could drum proper.
I love it.
Anything in terms of anytime he hears a drum, he's gonna run to the drum, and he doesn't really do the music wise. He doesn't do the, like baby. It has to have some kind of B line in it, some kind of bass in it.
Yeah.
He
was
yeah. So he's always been that way inclined, and then
Sankofa, that's actually like brilliant. Like when they actually respond to the stimulus or stimuli, even while they're in the womb, it's nuts.
That's just amazing.
Yeah. Big up DC, brother. Anyway, for that. But and the other thing I was gonna say in terms of language, what I was saying before, even though he's not like quote unquote fluent in English and he's talking his own baby stuff, he could tell you the body parts in Yoruba though.
Wow.
Or he can count to 10 in Swahili. But he can still count to 10 in English, can count to 25 now in English. But
you're
he
definitely
can
watching
count to 10.
100%.
Yeah, Keely and me is Keely and me, Bino and Fino. There's another African
Umbongo kids.
Do you know what I like that? I think it's a bit old for him, and he likes some of the songs, but I like that cartoon. I watched that. But do you know what the other one is? Yoruba Stars as well.
I've not heard of that.
It's quite interactive as well. So for like nursery, preschool ages or whatever. But the point I'm making is he is more attracted to culture, language, and trying to pronunciate African tongue than he is English words. So if we do flashcards with him, he'll repeat all the flashcards. If he sees it, he'll say frog, banana, whatever. Even if he sees it in real life. So you say, oh, banana, he'll take, banana, but he wants to mimic what he's hearing in a different language more so than what he's hearing in English. So it's interesting to see him evolve. But if I had different issues and people's like, oh, he's not talking yet properly. Oh my gosh, what's going on with him? And there's nothing. My son is he's very sharp. There's nothing going past him. He just doesn't want to speak. He just doesn't want to speak properly yet. So I'm just like, when he does, I don't think people are going to be ready for when he actually starts talking. But yeah, at the moment, he's really navigating this thing called language. But the way he responds to language, it's like his name. He's got 7 names. And Shakira's always, from birth, he's always held him up and called him all his names. So now, obviously, he responds to Kundasai. But if you if you say, oh, Kundasai, what's your name, Kundasai? What's your name? And he'll tell you every 7 names. And he's trying to pronounce each and every one of them. He will never just say Kundasai.
So, you know what? I really want him to go to school just so he can teach them how to pronounce his full 7 names when they read out the register.
He'll be like, Kundasai, and he'll be like, yes, Kundasai, Chinzira, Takuma, Amaru, Mashalini, Pai, and Badaka. Every day.
You're going to get these names today. What?
So, yeah, it is interesting watching the evolution of children. I was also going to say, in terms of our culture and post-pregnancy, it was normal for mothers and aunties to move in and help look after the mother and the children for at least minimum of a year or 2 years, because the changes that the mother goes through after she has a baby and just that support and care, as a culture, we always overstood. It's not a little thing. The woman needs time to heal. The woman needs care. She needs support, and the baby needs the baby grows so quickly. Like in 3 years, the amount of evolving a child does is mind blowing. But we don't because we're so distant from our culture, we don't appreciate so much that's happening. So when postnatal depression is just another reason why it's just on the rise. There's just no support and no understanding of how important support is for the mother and child in that time. So yeah.
Because when I think about, not that I've had personal experience, but most of my family were either nurses or had some kind of medical role, some way, shape, or form. My older sister's a maternity. Sorry, that's the Asian man that lives in my phone. She's a maternity matron person. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So she runs the maternity ward. Like, she has a boss, so she's the matron. So she's whoever.
Sorry, how old is this sister you're talking about?
She is, and I'm 40. She's 48.
How long has she been in the job?
She's been in maternity for ages. Like, for at least
interesting to talk to her, because she must have seen the changes of it. The changes of maternity. When you speak to some of the elder women, they're like, you younger women are suffering in them wards, boy.
And she's in that brilliant place where, like, she's young enough to understand young women, but she's old enough to remember how we had babies and stuff in Zambia, like from her mom, who's older and blah, blah, blah. And she will, like, because she's very Christian as well, she's a big advocate for when is your mom coming to stay? Who is coming to stay with you? How long are they staying? Like, make sure you build your network beforehand. And I used to love her. I was like, oh, you can take the woman out of Africa, but you can't really take it out of the woman, because it's her one big thing she gets on people about. Like, get your village together. Have you collected your village? Because it could go to the left. Like, people really don't want other people in their business for like a year. So she's really big on just like, okay, for at least 2 to 3 months, the first 3 months, make sure you have somebody looking after you whilst you're looking after the baby outside of your husband. Your husband has his role, but he might be stressed because he don't know what going on. Like, it's a probably big thing for her. But she actually got in trouble for it. She actually got in trouble for trying to give people that advice and getting onto them for that. I was like, oh wow, you really don't want mothers to have no help.
What about the sister that was at that event, that last Got Kush event? That was talking about she's like a traditional birthing.
A doula.
Yeah,
I missed her.
Oh my god.
I missed her presentation, but yeah, doulas are definitely the way forward in terms of reclaiming our control around birthing and how we deliver our babies, definitely, because doulas, you know, their role is there solely around the mother and the baby and creating that right energy and space and empowering mothers as well, because again, sometimes if you're a first mother, you know, you're excited, but there's the fear sometimes around knowing that you have to perform this task to bring in somebody. It's not a little thing. And to really connect your body and tune in, because that's one of the main things that a lot of the time I speak to a sister and she's having a baby, she might ask me advice. I'm like, and especially, let's keep it 100, in a Babylon and you're going to go in hospital, and if you don't have a strong support system, like, you have to tune in with your body differently. And I'm not even just talking about pregnancy. I'm talking about if you got to go to hospital appointments and all type of things, because now we're living in a time that, you know, they want to inject you with everything and all kinds of experimental things I've been hearing in regards to, you know, being pregnant. Myself, even, they want me to thin my blood, so I must inject my belly when I was 28 weeks and all kinds of craziness.
You know what? You see, sorry, just quickly what you're saying. These times now, if I think about it really, like, certain people will be like, oh, aren't you going to have a baby? And I'm like, not for the next 10 years, because you're not injecting anything in my baby.
Wait,
I don't
Lexi,
care.
tell your sister, to once you've had the baby, can you tell them photographers to just fuck off? Like, we don't want your
Can you
pictures.
tell who?
Do you know what? Like,
No one's there for. No one don't have to do nothing.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I took pictures on my phone of my baby coming out. I don't need you. Like, get out of the ward. Do you know what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
the ones that walk around the hospitals trying to tout their services.
Yeah,
Let me take pictures of your woman's nunny and your newborn baby.
Yeah, like, behave yourself.
No,
I've got
you
all
have
them
to have
I'll
a
tell
strong.
you what's a joke, yeah? They tell you you can't take a picture of the scan on the screen, little teeths. They say,
That's
oh, no.
stupid.
Yeah, they make you pay for it now, I heard.
Nah,
They print them out for you. And if you gas the girl up, she'll turn the free flipper switch and give you the 3D print out for free.
Yeah.
Is it?
My sister does that so much. One works in maternity and the other one's that you know the person that does scans, different scans, like you do x-rays and scans. What do you call them? That's it. I get confused with the other radio word. And she, because there are some people, they can't afford for you to charge them for a 3D print. And she'll just be, boop, here you go. Because they'll be having arguments about, no, the baby's got my nose. No, the baby's got my nose. You print out a 3D picture and she'll slide it to them and be like, she won.
And do you know what the funny thing is? It's literally the flip of a switch.
Yeah.
And it's 3D or 4D or whatever the F. Because I can't
Does
swear.
it make a difference if you see a baby before it's born or not? Because
Yeah,
I felt, you know what, there was
when,
like in my second pregnancy, because I was like where I was living at the time, they were like, no, we don't do the whole gender revealing, we don't tell you what sex it is, and they had some mad policies.
No, that's only like at a certain time. Like, I think if they don't tell you the gender before a certain amount of weeks.
Yeah, no, but
and-
now in this hospital they had that policy, and even on the second scan and whatever, because I asked, and they had a policy. This is going back, what, 15, 16 years now? Nearly 16 years. And their policy was we don't reveal the sex, because there were some people that if they found out the sex was, is it
gender selection?
Yeah. All of that sort of whatever. I don't really know the details of it, to be honest. But yeah, that was the reason behind their policy. So they didn't reveal it to anyone, regardless. And I'm like, but like, I just want to know. Like, I was told the sex of my last one, so
yeah,
like, why can't I be told the sex of this one? But what I'm saying is, it was a joy.
Gender selection's mad.
Because in my head, I was like, I'm having another boy, and then when I had the baby, it's like, oh, right, I've got a girl. So it was actually a nice surprise. And you know, like in terms of seeing the baby, because obviously we all just want our babies to come out healthy with 5 toes or 10 toes, I should say, and 10 fingers. So yeah, I don't really mind, like, not if I didn't have, well, as far as the scan, yeah, I did have, but back then there was no 3D and stuff like that.
No, that's cool. It's not knowing. I got my scan pictures for free. I don't know if people was paying for them, boy. But
people pay for them.
Yeah, I got mine
Some
free.
children, like hospitals, have been out here charging for a minute.
That's what I'm saying. And again, but outside of that, like what I was saying before, is just like I was saying, being in tune with yourself, because all of that juking up and injections for this and that and for your baby. Firstly, no injection is mandatory. But again, if you don't know certain things and you don't have you're not, confident within yourself, they can talk you into doing anything.
Did you have any pain relief during any of your births, sis?
No, I've just had what's that thing?
The gas and air.
Gas and air. That was it.
Did any of you ladies? Did any of you ladies
have gas and air? Like, only dickheads do the fucking epidural and ruin your spine for the rest of your life. So
yeah, that was my thing. Like, yeah, I'm not going to be left paralyzed after having a kid. Yeah. No way.
Do you know what's scaring me now, though? Yeah. I went with one of my friends to all her hospital checkups because I just didn't really trust them. But even I was shocked by this. Like, do you know now that hospitals will ask you to store the baby's genetic material from before they're born, just in case?
No.
In Lewisham Hospital, yeah,
I'm gonna go through all of my stuff, and I'm gonna send it to Jez one day to put on a show. But they have this drive where they were asking the pregnant women who came in to store, like, you see, you can have an amniocentesis, yeah,
Right.
to store the baby's genetic material. Like, it's a thing that you
this
can
was
do.
a voluntary thing, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like, I was like, we're not doing this.
But is it one of these things? Is it one of these things where they hand you a form with a bunch of other forms and go, oh, if you're interested in this, just sign the form, give it back, and then...
No, it was a specific, like, just for this. They had one of those stands up with the information, like, you can do this just in case later on in life your baby has any issues. We can give them the good stem cells from when we took them out in the amniocentesis. Look, and it will be fine.
Wow.
They're doing that now.
And who was this? Was this an NHS thing or was this a private
was in
company?
Lewisham Hospital. I sat in Lewisham Hospital. I had to pretend I was pregnant as well. It was a bit mad because it was COVID times, innit? So because I've got my crutch and I always wear baggy clothing, they couldn't tell me I wasn't preggers. Like, so we went in together, and to get onto the ward, they were only letting the pregnant women on the ward. And maybe the father, if you have some kind of issue or you're heavily pregnant, you need help, they'll let him on. And I'm not the father, obviously. So I was like, oh, well, I'm pregnant as well. So I just pretended I had an appointment and was waiting, kind of snuck in. So I sat in the waiting room, maternity bit. And I was reading this whole thing that they had, this stand where they had it up, like, talk to your doctor about more details, and it can be arranged. There's a bank now, so I don't know about having babies in this day and age no more.
That's what I mean. You have to know yourself different. You have to not just know yourself, but you have to be really, really confident. Because, like I said, there's lots of scare tactics that they use. They try to impose all kinds of things on you. If you get, and again, sometimes it can be luck of the draw. You might not even encounter some of these crazy nurses or doctors. But if you do, you have to have your wits about you. And then obviously come labor time, that's when it's even more intense, because if you don't have the right support system, so obviously Shakara was there, but my stepmom was there, his mom was there, my sister was there, and my good sister was there. So I had like a proper village by the time my son was born. But I had a few issues in my labor, but by the time they was trying to prep me for cesarean as well, and I'm delirious by this point. I've been in labor since God knows when, and they gave me a drip to induce my contractions. So the pain with that kind of pain is not normal. But what am I saying? If not for Shakara representing my wishes around epidural, I don't even think they would have waited for my consent. I would have drowsily just gone into getting an epidural, but he had to stand firm for me and my stepmom as well. Now, again, they try to even be rude to him, like, oh, what do you know? You're not a man, and like, as if to say, he's just there for fashion or something. But the point I'm making is it's just that lack of respect for us as a people in terms of how we have our babies.
Specific to Shakara, because I don't know if you had this right, but in our hospital appointments, they have to do an appointment where only the woman can come in, so they can find out if
they did that to me at first as well.
Because I don't think it's I don't think it was like specific to Shakara. It has to be. All right, Stephen. Oh no! Oh no! Oh. All right. All right.
Yo, man, let me put him on mute. I can't live stream like this. Shut that baby the hell up, man. I'm joking, man.
She heard you.
No, she never. No, she never. I was joking,
No,
baby.
he's right what he's saying. When you do have some of your first appointments and your partner's with you, they say, okay, could you wait outside 1 minute? Are you okay? Are you in a domestic violence situation? Yeah. And all of that.
Does that only happen? I told the doctor just before she went in, I was like, if you told them, I swear to God, wait till you get out.
But remember, you're talking about the beginning though. This is having the baby at this point.
Yeah, but it still has to be your choice, isn't it? Like that's the way they're looking at it. It's like, yeah, he's your man, you're married, and blah 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 blah, and he's the dad.
No, but he's next of kin, so he gets to make decisions ultimately if you're not capable.
No, if you're not capable, yeah, but if Sankofa's not in a drunken stupor, then it's her choice. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I don't recommend epidural because the slightest move to the left or the right, and that's your spine.
You finished. That's what I was saying as well. Even if I succumb to this epidural in that moment, there was nothing about stillness. So I was I would have been a goner if that had gone through for real. But well, yeah, I'm just saying that throughout there was a attitude towards just having that male presence there, and I don't even just put it down to just hospitals, because sometimes you have those issues in schools and stuff like that. But his he was the only man on the ward because we had to stay there for a few days because Kundasai came out bright red, so they thought he had an infection, so they wanted to monitor him. And but the whole time Shakara was there, he never left. We was blessed for the fact that he didn't have to go. He didn't go anywhere. So that in and of itself was an interesting dynamic because he was the only partner that was there the whole time, and then he was the only partner that other people. I think there's only one woman, her partner came every day, but there was other women there. They had no one there or anything like that.
You know what? That's really sad, isn't it? Like
that is sad.
Yeah, it's really sad. I feel like you feel guilty. Like as a dude, you feel guilty. Like fuck. Like but you know, there's nothing you can do, innit? It is what it is.
It's mad to me, like
the way forward.
It's odd that they're resentful, though.
There was a resentment there.
It's so odd to me. Like I don't understand that. My earliest, like I remember when my parents had my younger sister, where she's 12 years, almost 13 years younger than me. Yeah, and I remember it clearly because I remember they went to have the baby. Does that make sense? Like both of them went and were gone for 3 days. Like my dad came to get us on the second day to take us in to see the baby.
Yeah.
And then he brought us home. Let my my auntie take us home actually. But they were gone. Like it was we're going to have the baby now.
Yeah.
And we've come back with the baby. So
I've always people that celebrated because we had quite a few. We was blessed to have a lot of African nurses and midwives and all that. I think only one white person came in at the early stage, but other than that, we was properly blessed. So, and obviously, you got a couple that might have been a bit they want to stay to the rules, innit? Because we did kind of colonize the labor room, and you know they don't want the whole of Africa in there. So there was a little bit, you know. But you know, we conditioned them to our vibes, and they came round in the end.
Yeah,
you know, some of the elders want to stay. You know, they don't want their boss to be upset with them. But
do you know what's funny, when our babies are born, I don't want fucking anyone anywhere near me. Like not like when the baby's born, I need it to be just me, just the baby, and maybe my mother-in-law because that's the wife's mum. But I don't want no one else around. When we get home and the dust is settled, come true. But I'm like, nah, I don't want you. I love you, but I don't want you here at this point of the thing. This is
Ultra,
just a
I had
mummy,
my
baby,
baby in
and
the
daddy.
morning, yeah. By the next
You sound
evening,
like my dad, fam.
I had about 15 people around my bed. I had a village out.
Yeah,
I was slurring my words. I had a village around my bed.
yeah.
I don't even know if it was evening.
I'm not
Like
into it, you know. I'm not
8
into it.
hours
I want.
later.
Stay away. And plus, you know what? As well, the wickedest thing is this last baby. She's a COVID baby. So the
Don't
day,
ever call her that, man.
the day she was born was the day they.
Yo,
Are you farting?
don't ever call her
Stinky.
a COVID baby, man. What the hell are you talking
Yeah.
about?
What do you mean?
A COVID baby.
She can hear you, Jed. She's scared.
No, she
All
crying
right,
because
just
you called her a
I ain't
COVID
gonna let
baby.
Jedi hurt you. Don't worry. Don't cry. I ain't gonna let him hurt you. I ain't gonna let him hurt you. Don't worry. No,
Yeah,
no.
don't
What
call
I
your
mean is
baby a
she's born
COVID
in
baby.
COVID years. Then she's born in the COVID years. You know what I'm saying? So basically, the day that she was born was the day they were letting partners only onto the ward, right? And I can't tell you how happy that made me because I could turf everyone without feeling guilty.
without being your fault.
Yeah, bro.
But you know what? I
Yeah.
can give my people a blight because we were supposed to have. They gave us all different due dates. But he came when he was supposed to come at the end of the day. But the day he came, the day after was supposed to be my shower, and we was gonna have a big bashment. It's proper hot and all that. So everybody had already cook their food, and everything was going in it. So by the time he's come now, which was the day of the shower, that's another reason why people did roll out. Like I must have been my bed was the only bed that ate handsomely for a good 2 days because there was just bare food in it. Obviously, everyone didn't bring their food, but some people brought food for us and shared it out amongst people that was there. So I do give my people a blight. They had all this energy to be showering on us and the baby, and baby had his
You know
own
what?
ideas.
You definitely there was definitely no corona when this was happening, boy.
There was no droplet of corona, but hospitals were still like only 2 to a bed. But you know, we burn Babylon everywhere we go, innit?
Yeah,
So.
Yeah, Johnson.
So 15 people at my bed.
Yeah, I'm just not on it. It's like I'm the complete opposite. It's like this is my wife just gave birth, and if you'll forgive me, darling, she's not looking her best because she just went through an ordeal, and then she needs to rest. Plus, what do you mean? Plus the baby as well. This is time for me and the newborn to just have that minute alone. Do you know what I mean? Yes.
Even if I was that way inclined, Shakara wasn't having it. Shakara would. Everybody come and see the baby. Come to the gather everybody. So yeah, it was definitely a village communal affair. So from the time he came into the world, so yeah.
So I'm with Ultra on this. I kind of just was like, yeah, just leave me to it. And I think a lot of my family were complaining as well, like, but we can't even feed the baby because you're breastfeeding, and we can't hold the baby because you're always holding it. And I'm like, but it's my baby.
You don't
like,
need that stress and that pressure right now.
What?
Just leave me alone. Like, give me a
I was
minute.
laughing at Ultra before, but now it's like it was just amusing to me because it reminded me of my dad. Because he was fine with people to come to the hospital, but that's because he's smart. You all have to leave at a particular time.
Yeah, you do.
So he was very like smart about how he invited them at what time. Does that make sense? Like they were never there for long. Like so he was fine with people coming to the hospital. But I remember when he brought my little sister home, like it was just family for ages. My one auntie that was here, she lived in Peckham, but even he was like, we'll go soon. They can come around soon. And it was the thing with my family. I remember like my aunts are like arguing about it, going back and forth because he was just like, yeah, no, just leave us. You saw the baby, it's fine. But yeah, that was I can understand now listening to you lot though, all talking about the after labor pains and the latching issues and the everything else. Nah, don't talk to me if I've got cracked nipples.
And not
I
even
can't
that,
do.
Lexi, let me tell you something. No matter who you are, yeah, once you've just given birth, you don't look your best, right? And we know what girls are like when keeping up appearances and blah blah blah. Let me tell you, for the 13-year-old, yeah, she didn't have epidural. She had pethidine, which is basically like heroin, right?
Yo, I had that one.
Listen, bruh, that's what I'm saying. Listen, I'm saying you don't. No, just I'll tell you what you do. As soon as I send out the bird call, come true. But she's here. He or she is here. He or she is safe. Take time, and we'll send you the. You know what I mean? The invite will come. Just cool out. But I won't lie. What Sankofa's explaining though was standard protocol for every birth that I've been a part of, like in my own personal family. Like Homerton Hospital was just run ragged. Jesus Christ. Like run ragged. But then like it's not for me. That's like it's an intimate affair. I just want it quiet, peaceful. My wife needs to rest and heal up and like perineums and all this shit. Like
I think if you've had a birth that a lot is going on, and I have been present for some births that a lot has gone on and all that. I fully agree. But I think it all depends on you, the woman, and your birth and everything. So even I'm saying that my contractions and the whole inducing and all that, well, not inducing, but the contractions to induce contractions, all of that was intense. But once he came out, because to be honest with you, I have no recollection of pushing him out at all. Like that is a myth to me. And afterwards, like I didn't have no stitches or nothing, so I was pretty good. Afterwards, I was just tired. I was just really, really tired. But I think when you know your people, them, you know that just let it be what it's gonna be. And for the most part, I was quite thankful for it, especially when I came home, because people just kept coming and bringing food and people was dropping off shower
don't
gifts.
get me wrong, I know when the people then rock up with the fucking the Pyrex dish and the Dutch pot. Like, listen, that feeling there is like can raise spirits. You know what I mean?
We didn't cook. I'm telling you, we never really used our cooker for at least a good 4 months.
Jesus.
When I had my eldest,
it is nice though. It is nice because I'm thinking about it now, and I
it
know
is.
that
It's nice to have
it's a
people taking
vibe.
care of you.
Yeah, man. But that's the husband's job. I'm sorry, and I'm not gonna lie. I take it personally if anyone thinks they can do a better job than me with my wife. I mean, you can try.
What is important
you know what I mean?
What is important and whatever, and I think that's something else you should talk on. Ultra, hopefully you're not no close to no nervous breakdown, but how you support yourself or who supports you and your own releases or whatever, because you are still but one person, if you get what I mean. And I think with Shakira, he was very much like you, obviously once the food came, he's gonna take control and dish it out and warm it up and blah, blah, blah. But he did everything else, and he took nighttime very seriously. And I always used to say to him, look, if we're both awake at night, someone
we're both
is gonna
be
burn
matched
out
up during the day.
Yeah. So I can't have you bleaching with me at night. I have to be awake because I'm breastfeeding. But you bleaching with me as well, that don't serve no purpose. Because when I want to go to sleep in the day, you need to be alert.
Yeah,
So,
that's true. Yeah, that's true. But to be honest, I've never been good at night. Like I've never
That's
been on the
such a
night.
wonderful problem to have. Sorry, continue. Go on.
Yeah, I've never been on the night shift. I'm absolutely useless. Like you might as well just get a mannequin to stand in for me. I'm useless.
So what were you saying though, sis? What's a wonderful problem?
The problem you had with Shakira, like you have to argue with him to go to his bed. Like, so like, please, I beg you, thank you. But go to your bed so I can go to my bed in the daytime.
Yeah,
because so many women struggle with that, like. So yeah.
No, he felt bad. He felt bad that he had that, I'm sleeping, he's sleeping and I'm not sleeping. I said, you don't have to feel bad for that. That's fine. Like, that's what my body is built to do. and your body is built to do other things. So please go to your bed. So when in the daytime and I pass out, I don't feel no way.
At your time, this Shakara. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. It's all teamwork, isn't it? This whole baby thing. Like you
So
do
if you,
everything,
but then
and
you
I'll
said it. Then if
support
you're not, if you wasn't on night duty, then I
you.
suppose that's what balanced it out.
Mm.
Because
No,
if you're
I'm
trying
useless
to
at
do
night.
everything, Ultra, that's not a good thing. You can't do everything.
No, I'm useless at night. Like I'm useless.
I heard the Queen like, yeah. Queen was loud, boy. Yeah.
Trust me. Okay, no, but no, I can't do the night thing. Like I would say for these last two, like, cause like the first two had me when I was a spring chicken, but now with these last two, like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, I can't do it no more. But just you do what you can, innit? Because if you see like the woman's load is fucking heavy. Do you know what I mean? So it's up to you to try and lighten the burden so that man can, where possible.
Then as a woman's breastfeeding, there's probably not a lot you can do in the nighttime, to be fair. So you
But
may
this
as
is
well
it.
go to
This
sleep
is
so you
it.
can help out in the daytime, innit?
This
That's
is it.
Do you know what I mean? And I can get a drink anytime I feel like it without getting out of the bed. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, if I would beat you. If I woke up and I saw you on, well, not you in particular, but if I woke up and I saw Shaka on my breast, he's gonna get a slap.
Wait a minute. Why
Why
is the
taking the
man
child's
thirsty?
food?
Did you understand?
Oh,
But
but it was
don't worry, you
leaking.
can
It was
produce more,
leaking. I was
man.
just helping you
Yeah,
out.
you know what I mean? You can produce more. Just give it 3 hours, you'll be fine. That's what I'm saying.
3 hours, you know, for a woman that's
Listen,
I'm
what
not
if the baby
pamper.
turned around and slapped him? I would crack up. Carry on. Could be a whole fight.
You see that flippant comment that you made, in 3 hours you'll be good to go. When a woman, I'm not one of them, but I've had sisters that are pumping so they can store milk and go out and do whatever. If
Yes,
you mess with a
expressing the
woman
milk.
who pumps flow, she will take your life. She will take your life. So
Oh yeah, because
the
she's on
same thing.
routine type thing, isn't it? Yeah, of
Huh?
course. Of course. No, you're saying that makes sense now. Because
Yeah, man.
she
She'll
knows
take your life by going 3 hours
when she
time.
can
You
pump,
crazy?
yeah, and give her the other one and pumps the other one simultaneously. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And then you go up like 3 bra sizes. It's all good. It's all
Say
good.
that, I could hear you. Say that again.
No, I'm saying when you're expressing and breastfeeding, the bra size goes up two sizes, which is good.
Well, that's your
Very,
focus, but the
very
woman's
good.
focus is that she's doing a lot of work
For sure.
and
And you know
she's
what?
drinking beyond her body weight.
While you're saying that, she's hanging my washing. Can you imagine? And I'm on the internet just talking shit.
You see? You're losing points,
Yeah.
Ultra. You're losing points.
No, but no, I'm driving. I got a lot of driving to do tomorrow, so
Okay.
that's how I'm lightening her load. She was gonna take the boy all the way back to the football club, come all the way back, take the boy to nursery, and I said, "Nah, baby, you know what? I'm gonna do it. Yeah. I'll drop off the boys tomorrow.
That
You know
was a
what
good
I'm
that was a good pack pedal, because yeah.
saying? You know what I'm saying?
No, but it's important. It's important to support.
Yeah, just support the woman the way you can, innit? Like, obviously, men are not perfect. Yeah, we're not perfect ladies, right? But
Oh,
sometimes
we know that.
we need a gentle reminder from time to time. Yes, don't be all up in feelings and in your chest. To say, listen, babe, like you've been on the Xbox too long, or you know what I'm saying? The baby's crying. I need to go in the bath. Blah blah blah. Just do what you can.
Yeah,
You
I
know
think
what I
that
mean?
communication is important as well. Like,
Yeah.
so even if Chakra is, he's doing what he feels he needs to do, sometimes I might be like, look, I need you to da-da-da-da, or I need to pay attention a bit more to this and that and that. And then, yeah, I do totally agree. Men they need to be told certain times. And if the communication's fine, once they're told, they're good to go. But
No.
unless sometimes,
Sometimes we still need to be reminded.
No,
You
you always
remind
need to
us,
be reminded.
and then we step up, and then sometimes we needed that another gentle reminder. You know what I'm saying?
I think
Yeah.
I think that's still part of it, but I'm just saying the fact that you're able to have that communication and they're like, okay, it's received. You get what I'm saying? I think, you know, if when communication is not good, regardless of whether it needs to be nudged and reminded, it's the fact that it's not received. Do you get what I'm saying? So the point that it's received is the productivity of it all.
So what you're
if
saying
I have
is, don't just hear the woman, listen to what she's actually saying. That's what I'm hearing? Yeah. See, this is why I got this relationship locked down, you know. None of this foolish idiot business I had to listen to earlier, man. You know what I'm saying? Yes! Yes! All right. This is the thing with this woman. She's 7 months and she's already letting me know when she is displeased. Oh my goodness. All right. All right.
Oh, just like this woman, you know.
Yeah. All right, come. Want cuddles? Come, give me a cuddle. Oh, oh,
Oh.
But you know what you was just talking about a few minutes ago, sis, about like community and having family, and you know, as you were saying, like you had the whole village round, and I
Yeah.
think it's really good when people have that. But there's so many people out there now that don't have that.
It's hard,
and
man.
I feel like when they're a new mum, it can be really difficult if they've had no
I'm telling you.
experience, no support. They might have the dad around, but then obviously he might have a job and only get so much paternity time off and all of that. And like I remember when I had my son feeling sort of like, wow, like there really actually isn't a lot of information out there. Like there's not enough information out there. Like this, yes, it comes natural to a degree, but there's a lot of things that I felt I didn't know that I should have known.
100%. I feel like we don't. There's the like Jedi was talking about earlier in terms of doulas and stuff like that. So we're coming into there's a new wave, let's say, in terms of learning about birth and post pregnancy and all these type of things. But it's still not we don't talk enough about the challenges of pregnancy. So obviously it is a joy, it is a blessing if you are blessed to have a baby, but we don't talk about the challenges. And then not just talking about the challenges, but a lot of sometimes how women are, where they are at emotionally with their children. Sometimes it can be from birth, from however that labor was, however that post
the pregnancy was even
was. Do you get what I'm saying in terms of that whole breastfeeding situation and the latching, and then the guilt that a mum might have because she wasn't able to breastfeed, and then how she tries to compensate for that, and it just piles on and on and on and on. And then, like you're saying, if there's a lack of support, that's just another level, because you know, the earliest, when you first have a newborn, obviously at first it seems like, oh, okay, it's not so bad, they're sleeping all the time and but like I said, the first 3 years of a baby's life moves so quickly. So those first 6 months, that first year, so much is happening. It's so easy for, if you have no support, that you feel like you're literally spiraling out of control, if that makes sense. Like you're to keep on top of things. And again, that's not a conversation that is had. And the fact that, you know, we're going through gentrification and all that, and people don't live close to people anymore, it has such a knock-on effect. And you know, if we're not having spaces where we can just at least unload and know that there's others out there that's feeling what you're feeling, and just provide little support networks, because just to speak about it for a lot of women is a sense of relief, much less before you can try to institute some kind of support system for them. But just the fact that someone is open to hearing what they're going through, and you know, they're not having the blissful time that everybody puts on Instagram about, you know, it's it means a lot. It really does mean a lot. And there's so many women that just do not have any kind of support whatsoever. And
And that could
still,
be
I
from
think,
family or like in the community, and even down to, as you were saying, like with the gentrification and people being moved around, something as simple as you may not even know your local GP. You may not have grown up at that GP, so they don't know you. And then you go there as pregnant, and then some women can be worrying about, how are they going to judge me? Going to a new hospital, how are they going to judge me now? How, you know, and it's like when there's no sense of belonging within that community, then you feel unsupported already. And then if you've got no family around, it's like a whole next level as well.
Whole next level. And I think that's why I need to jump off in a minute. And what I do is I started a sister circle like 5 years ago. It's been off and on, but I've started again on Zoom. But the point I'm making is even our friendship circles can relieve so much of certain things. And when, to me, families play a part, but obviously we know families can have all kinds of different issues in it.
Yeah.
What I do find more upsetting sometimes is I can imagine first word Shakara whispers in his baby's ear is Pan-African. Anyway, probably. But yeah, is the lack of sisterhood that we have sometimes. Because I always sometimes, there's been a couple of sisters and they might have had, you know, a partner might not be in the picture anymore and they got issues with their mum or whatever. But I do sometimes be like, so I haven't got any sisters. And they'll be like, no. And I think to myself, nah, this is a different type of lonely now. Do you get what I'm saying? When you really, really have not one person in the world that you don't feel you can speak to. And again, as women, sometimes we do talk a lot and my friend, but I don't know sometimes how real we're being in these friendships, because I couldn't have a sister that is pregnant, firstly, and I'm not checking in on her. I'm not seeing how she's getting on. And then once she's had the baby, I'm not trying to be in tune some way, somehow to support her.
Right.
There's a big disconnect here with us as women when we're not understanding our responsibility, whether we understand it to be that or not. We have a responsibility to each other when we're in particular positions, and to becoming a
It goes
mother
back to what you were saying as well about, like, in your community, the women would come together at these times. And even like back home in where I come from, Ireland, so like in the Irish community, that's the same thing that would happen. All the women would be around, like bringing the food, looking after the baby, looking after the mum. You know, they would be around for them initial couple of weeks at least, you know, until that baby's up and running, sort of thing.
Do you know what's funny as well? The whole thing about the woman being supported, and to be fair, I understand. Like I said, I've got personal experience in what happens when mental health isn't addressed, especially during pregnancy. But there are things women can do, like especially like for like companionship or community. Like even if you live like away from family, like and I'm gonna get ripped for this on G Block, yeah, but go to church, go to mosque, like link up with like-minded people, or you could never go to any religious institution, especially as an adult, and not have them welcome you in. And like that's something that, even though it burns me to say, but do that. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, and even talk to your GP. Like just say, look, is there any women's groups and da 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 and blah blah blah. Yeah, do that, because
Yeah,
you
no, I
shouldn't
think you're
have to
right,
do shit
Ultra.
by yourself. You know what I mean?
And if you don't want to go to a religious place, then yeah, there's lots of community things that you will rarely hear about unless, as you said, you go to your GP, your local CVS service, go to your local what do they call them thing? Children's early learning centres or something. There used to always be them little family centres for kids under 5. So even if it's just to drop in and say, can I get some information, what's running locally? And there's so many charities and community organizations out there.
Yeah, that's true. And do you know what's funny? The one that we went to, right? We went to this appointment where they show you about gas and air, right? And then they let everyone try it and blah blah blah. Everyone's finished laughing.
And there's always that fucking couple that wants to be your friend, and you're like, get away from me. Yeah. But you have to be nice and polite because the woman's pregnant and the guy's probably under stress. But trust me, you can't go to one of them classes and not come out of a friend. Like, do you know what I mean? But
I don't know anyone.
Do you know what? I had to
I
pay.
didn't
They
go
said,
to any
they
of
said if
them.
we want to go to them classes, we got to pay. I never got to the. I didn't do no antenatal
I don't know
this time.
anyone.
I didn't do none of that.
No, them things is free, blood.
Not in my hospital, man.
Yeah, I'm not
We
gonna
had to
lie.
book it.
Chelsea
If we want to do, we had
Westminster
to book
is
it
like
and do it
the
at the
best.
weekend.
Chelsea Westminster is the best. Yeah, it is the best. It is the best.
All right.
Now, St. Mary's was good. I have to
Where's that?
rate St. Mary's. That's in Paddington.
Paddington. Oh, that's
Do you know my whole family was born in St.
Paddington.
I was born there. My brother was born there. My dad, my sister, my daughter,
my wife.
I was born.
Come
Yeah,
on.
everyone born there. Everyone, apart from my son. He was born there, but
The hospital I was born in don't even exist anymore.
But we was all born in St. Mary's.
It's the day that they declare war back against us. Point down, right?
What is that?
Well, so
Oh, sorry.
You declare a war against us.
Yeah, they declaring war on us, right? So as above, so below, right? So what I'm going to show you on this chart is how the astrological. No, I'm just joking.
Anyway, my people, I've got to love and leave you, and it was been a beautiful conversation. I'm really glad I came on. Blessed it for the first time. Give thanks, Jedi.
Lovely hearing you.
Come back.
Peace.
I will definitely come back.
Yeah.
Big up Empress Lexi. It's been beautiful connecting with you as well, and everybody else on the panel. So yeah,
take care, man.
Let's up. Have a good evening, everyone.
Peace.
Have a good one. Bye.
Yeah, man.
So Jedi, when we getting some more baby Jeds, let me know.
Some more baby Jeds. Do what?
Yeah, it's your turn now.
What's up, man?
When you having another one?
I'm not.
What do you mean, bro? Don't make me have to.
We don't need no more babies. We've got enough chat babies right now.
I'm all right, man. Yeah, we got baby. We got Simey. We got baby. I'm not calling that baby what you tried to call it. No. I just can't. The 3 words don't. No, 3 words don't go together. Not in that order. Is usually long stroke then baby. Yeah. No, I'm good, man. I'm all right. Ain't no
rush, yeah?
No, I'm good.
No rush. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how many you've got, but I would say the perfect number is 2, especially if you've got 1 of each.
The perfect number is 2.
Yeah, that's what I got. 1 of each. Perfect. Don't need to have no more.
I mean, I love my kids, but like 2 was perfect.
The way you said I love my kids, I don't know, man. Yeah, if I didn't know better.
Yeah, 2 was perfect. But when we had 2, we could still do things. And remember, between the 13-year-old and the 3-year-old, there's a big, dirty 10-year gap, bro. I had a life. I had a life. Don't laugh at me. Yeah. Stop at 2. Have 1 of each if you can. Wait. No, I'm not being mean. I love you. All right. You see what I'm saying about 2? Now I've got 4.
That's because she knows you're chatting her.
They do it like me. 2 in 2 years and done.
The girls, I'll tell you the truth, the girls are so on the ball. They are so on the ball, and the boys are just chilled and laid back. But they're not the girls, man. Hey, say hello to Jedi. Don't embarrass me. Say hello. Okay, there you go. Say Jedi. We was going to name the baby Jedi. No, was it Jadisha? That was it. Jadisha, but yeah, we went a different way. And if she was a boy, if the baby was a boy, we was going to name him Godfrey Wolfgang. Yeah, Godfrey Wolfgang. But we had a girl, so yeah, that got flushed. Yeah. Is she jumping off the table? You see what I'm saying? 7 months and she's jumping off the table.
because she's displeased. What is going on? Hello. Here. There you go. Yeah, man. So anyway, Jed, listen, I'm not gonna lie. I had to agree with you earlier, bro. Like, this week has been heavy, but
Oh
the last
yes,
couple
well,
of days,
yeah.
the last couple of days have been
Apparently,
nice,
some stuff
man.
was going on over the weekend. What did I miss? What have I missed?
To be fair, nothing really. It's mostly just moist feelings. Really, like when you break it all down, it's just moist feelings and a lot of. What was that? Oh, the remote. You dropped it on the floor. Oh, there's no biscuits. Oh, babe, you like sweet biscuits? Yeah. Yeah, nothing. To be fair, nothing really. We did some reviews. We hurt some feelings. We did some rebuttals. But the last 2 days, the shows have been nice, man. Today's show was lit. 9 Ethers last night was lit. G Block last night was lit. That's what I'm saying. Enjoy life, man. Because who knows what 2021's going to bring us, man. Who knows? Who knows what 2021's going to bring us? You're not having a biscuit. No. No.
Then women, they just don't listen, do they?
No.
I love how she's beefing him for the biscuit, you know.
He wants the biscuit, bro.
Why can't I have my biscuit? Give me my biscuit.
No, she wants the whole glass jar, yeah? But it's too heavy for her. Do you know what I'm saying? At the top. Oh, no, I finished them. I finished, but there's Biscoff.
Evening, Chupo.
Hello, everyone.
Problem.
Yo, Jukes.
Why has it all gone quiet?
It just does that, doesn't it? 1 minute people are fighting to talk over each other, and the next minute it's all quiet and nobody's talking.
Yeah, you were like, oh shit, she's arrived. This will
No, dun dun dun.
Right, say hello to Jedi now. Don't embarrass me. All right. Say hello. Say hello to. Say hello. Say hello. Don't look at me. Say hello. Say hello. Say hello. Say hello.
Ultra's
No?
convinced by the end of today he's going to get women to listen to him.
Yeah, come on. Say hello. You're embarrassing me. Say hello.
Hello.
Say hello.
Hello, baby.
Go on. Say hello to Jupiter then.
Hello.
Say hello. Say hello to Jupiter.
What's up, Jupiter?
Hello.
No, you don't have to pull the phone close. Just speak.
Mad. So Jupiter, do you think that like breastfeeding and stuff like that has changed over the years? Like, have you seen massive changes in attitudes towards it?
Yeah, it went through phases, didn't it? It was fashionable, then not fashionable, and then fashionable again.
Fashionable.
Yeah.
It's mad, isn't it? Like the way that people think of it as being like what gets me is the fact that people think of it as a choice. Like actually given that choice at the hospital, are you going to breastfeed or bottle feed? It's like,
yeah.
Like you should just be encouraging everyone to breastfeed, and if they can't, then obviously the baby needs some nutrients. But
yeah, I think you should breastfeed. If you can breastfeed, you should breastfeed. But it's been politicized as well. I don't like it when I see. I mean, I've had 8 children and breastfed all of mine, but I don't like it when I see people deliberately being awkward, like you said that you did earlier. I remember I once went to get some photos developed, right? And you had to go upstairs, and it was in a Sainsbury's, but they had a upstairs part that did develop photos. And I got upstairs. There was this woman. I mean, there was only about 4 or 5 people there. 3 of them were men, and this woman was just sitting in the middle of, plonked herself on a chair, right in the middle, so everyone could just see her, and was just sitting there breastfeeding away, not even trying to be discreet, no shame, nothing, just sitting there. and not even sort of like tending to the baby. To be fair, it was more like she was doing a chore. I was just like, oh my God, what's this all about? But yeah.
See, I had
just
quite
find
a
it-
few situations with my son, because I was always out and about when he was young. So I remember being in the council office and the security guard saying like, "Oh, you can't breastfeed in here," and I was like, "But what am I supposed to do?" Like, I was told to wait. I'm waiting to be seen, so like I have to feed my child. Like, what do you want me to do? And I wasn't, I was being very discreet. I always tried to be discreet when I was doing it.
Yeah.
And then the McDonald's situation, oh, you're not allowed to breastfeed in here. And I was just like, what? But I've bought food. I'm feeding myself and I'm feeding my child. And my child is too young to eat your food. So, like, what do you want me to
hold
do?
on. Mary Jen, did you have your tit all out a door or was you discreet with like a blanket?
I was always discreet about it.
So what's the problem with these bloody...
That's what I'm
This
saying.
is what I'm
like,
thinking. Like, do they understand that babies, like, they don't have a schedule that you can go by for when they get hungry? Like, they'll get hungry when they get hungry. Like,
right.
I
And
don't know. Sometimes they're
I
more
used to
active than
breastfeed
other
on
days.
demand because you can't do the whole, like, it's
Yeah.
very hard to measure what the baby's getting until you get used to it. So when I was new to it, I was just like, okay, I have to breastfeed on demand to make sure he's getting something.
But also, I'm thinking, like, just logically, if your baby's ramping more one day, they might be more hungry. Like they're humans, right? Some days we have more calorific needs than other days, so we eat more. The babies are the same. If the baby's hungry and you've got the milk, why would you not feed the baby? Like, that's just a logic thing to me.
Exactly.
I'm supposed to wait until I get home. What if I live an hour and a half away? So my baby has to starve.
I see it.
And
Sometimes
cry
you
all
might be on
day
the
so
bus
you
and the
can-
baby's crying and you're like, whoa, I need to whip it out and, feed the bubba because what else can I do? Leave them to starve?
Yeah. No, I agree with you that you should be allowed to breastfeed anywhere. But I do believe that the mums need to be discreet. If they're that in society, there's always going to be a range of people that have got different views, and so you have to take the moderate line. That's all I think.
Yeah, because you do see some women, and I've seen it myself, where it's like they don't try to be discreet at all. They're just like whipping the whole thing out, no coverage, no nothing, and then it's like, okay, big up yourself for breastfeeding, but like, okay, I can see everything.
I'm
So
sorry,
can
guys,
everyone
can I
else.
just throw a quick curveball into this conversation? Yeah?
Go on.
I had a conversation with my brethren the other day, and I don't know how, but we're talking about like how we clean up after we've used the toilet, right? And he said he doesn't like baby wipes anymore because he went to his other friend's house, used baby wipes, and they stung his tush, right? And then I said to him, yeah, probably because you use toilet wipes, like flash cleaners with bleach.
Lord.
And then he looked at me like, bro, yeah.
No, there are some baby wipes that comes that's
No. He used toilet cleaning flash wipes with bleach.
Oh, you know, for definite.
Oh my
to clean-
god.
Yeah. And I was like,
did you tell him to go to Specsavers?
yeah. I said to him, dude, like.
What I want to know is, from it stung him the first time, why did we use them again?
No, but remember, if you put bleach on your tush, like it's gonna burn like the one time. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it was I was what I'm gonna say is just be careful with all the products that you use, especially in the intimate areas, because if it doesn't agree with you, it's gonna burn.
Right, and just on the note of babies,
Buy water wipes, man.
I didn't
Buy water
use
wipes.
baby wipes because when I was growing up, I didn't see people using baby wipes. So we used to use like cotton wool and warm water, yeah. And that's how we
Sterile
clean the
water.
babies. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean
You know, I
sterile
was really
water? That comes
horrified,
straight
yeah.
out of the pipe, man. You guys know.
Sterile water.
Use it
Sterile
from,
water.
make sure that's boiled and then let it cool down.
Nah, you scold a
What kind of
child with
pagans
hot
do you think
water.
we
You
are?
let it cool down though, Troy. Obviously test the temperature, but make sure it has been previously boiled.
Nah, I can't lie. Like whoever's using water wipes, yeah, you got too much money. But that shit is too expensive.
It is not. You can buy biodegradable water wipes for £1.
No, you
Yeah.
can't. The water
Yes,
wipes
you
I'm talking
can.
about are like $3 for a pack.
That's because you are too too hoity-toity to go into the pound shop or
Are
Savers
you
or
mad? I live in that
Wilkinson's,
place. Are
or
you crazy?
there's
I live
multiple
in that
places.
place.
But who is paying £3 for what,
Too
babe? Okay.
hoity-toity.
Yeah, you see?
Let me
Who pays £3 for
let me
water
break it
wipes?
down for you, babe, yeah? Because you're out here in your Chelsea hospitals with your bougie life over there. I don't know, yeah? Water wipes just have to be 99.9% water to be water. You do not have to pay £3 for them. You do not have to live that life, babe. Go to the
To
pound
be honest,
shop,
oh no, listen, I
go
don't
to
want to live that
Savers,
life.
go to Wilkinson's. £1. I swear to you, the most
Listen,
I've ever paid for water wipes is £1.19, and I begrudged the extra 20 pence because I was like, it's 99 pence, but it was the only ones there. But then I realized they were £1.19 because they're biodegradable. Because do you know they put plastic in baby wipes and you're wiping your baby with them?
so you're not putting it in internally. You just wipe their
It
ass with
doesn't
plastic.
matter.
You got
Do you know
ready.
the stuff plastic, like the chemicals that leach out of plastic?
Yeah. Do
That's
you know the
wild.
chemicals in McDonald's? It's long.
Do you know? But listen to me. They don't biodegrade. At least the food at McDonald's, silly, ridiculous people eat a bunch of it and it stays in their bodies. Your babies have to live on the planet and you're wiping them with stuff that doesn't biodegrade.
Yeah,
When
no
there's
one's
cotton
perfect.
wool. No. Everybody buy biodegradable wipes. It's a thing now, and most of them are still £1.
To be fair, like Sainsbury's do
And
toilet
face
wipes.
wipe.
Toilet
Sorry.
wipes are flushable now. What?
Yeah, just because they're flushable, it doesn't mean they're biodegradable. They have to be biodegradable.
No, they kind of fall apart like upon contact, but it's getting long now.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. Said yeah.
I like that.
Sainsbury's flushable when you got coconut flavor. Those are the best.
Jedi?
Yeah. Jedi.
Yeah.
Jedi.
When Wendy's asking me to ask you to play a video and see your views, she says that maybe I would want to have a convo over it. I don't know what video she means. She said you played one this morning or something.
All right, cool. Yeah, 1 second.
Yo, Jez, listen, I'm gonna do my thing, but I'm gonna be in the chat. Yeah, peace, peace, peace. Big up with the panel. Big up the chat.
Big up, bro.
Bye, my dear.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, you're saying, is it something bad?
No. My computer's moving a bit slow. And I'm
It's
struggling to do
interesting.
something. Oh, here we go.
White man, still white, with gingerbread, and they want me to take advice from this packy called Pretty Patel and the chocolate man next to her. Now, as a white man, I won't be listening to people of colour because they're no good in positions of power. A black man's place is under a white man, and Paki should stick to raping children in Rotherham, not telling me what I can and can't do on an evening. So yeah, fuck the Pakis and the blacks.
Right. So basically, my question was around freedom of speech and whether he should be free to say what he likes. If so, why? And if not, why? Because the conversation stemming from this is he should be arrested, he should be beaten up, we should go look for him. They're giving out his address, they're giving out his girlfriend's name. Like, so yeah, I think the conversation is just like, yo, what should be done about people that have racist views? Should they be allowed to say how they feel?
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to say I don't like what he said. I mean, to me, it did, if I was to be truthful, it did offend me what he was saying. However, do I think he's got the right to say that? Yes, I do. Do I think that he should be critiqued for it? Definitely. I think that everybody should be allowed to once somebody puts something out like that on the internet or anywhere else in the public domain, people should be allowed to say what they like in response to it and there should be no action for it. Now, especially in this, I want to make this clear why I think this, especially in this free speech panels. I think that you already know what the ethos is about free speech, and therefore you should be allowed on both sides to say what you want without threats of violence. If it steps over into violence, then I disagree. I don't think you should be inciting violence. But if you're just having open debate, then yeah, it should be allowed. Wendy's asking me to tell you my story. I am going to tell you what happened, but I've got to be very careful about what I say, because there is an investigation going on now. Just over a week ago, I had the police arrive at my house, where a complaint from another online YouTuber claimed I had called them a jihadi and that it had caused them alarm and distress for their faith. Okay. Now, I ended up with 3 police officers coming into my house, which is quite amazing, actually, because I've never been arrested before in my life. So I did get a unique perspective. And I'm grateful for that, actually, that I've got a perspective from the other side now. But there's blessings in everything. But yeah, so I had 3 police officers turn up at well, in fact, let me start the story where it should start. 2 weeks ago, I had a police officer knock at my door. I opened the door. They said, "You've reported the crime from this address." I said, "No." They said, "Are you sure?" I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Is there any other adult in the house that might have reported the crime?" I said, "No." Hector was decorating the passage, so he was there, and he shouted down the stairs, "No, no, not from here." So the police officer said, "Oh." So I said, "Can you tell me the name of the person?" They said, "No." I said, "But why not? You're knocking at my door saying that someone's reported a crime from my address, and you can't tell me the name of the person." So he went away to the car, come back. He said, I said, "Just tell me the name. This is my name. Does it match?" He said, "No." I said, "Okay, so can you tell me the name?" So they gave me the name, and it was another YouTuber. And I said, "Oh, I do know who that person is, but I don't know them in real life. It's somebody that I've had online discussions with." They said, "Oh, well, this person's alleged that a crime's been committed from this address and that they want to report a crime." I said, "Well, they don't live here. This is not their address. I don't know why they're using my address." They said, "Okay, this will go down as a hoax call." They went off. Then 10 days ago, at 9:15 in the morning, 3 police officers knocked at my door. I gets up out of bed, I open my bedroom window, I look down, see 3 police officers. I thought, "Oh, fuck's sake, not again. This is just ridiculous, not another hoax call." Anyway, I comes down the stairs, I open the door. There's 3 police officers, a sergeant and 2 normal PCs. And they say to me,
sergeant now?
"Yeah, can we come in? Can we come in?" I said, "Is it urgent?" They said, "Well, we think it would be better for you if we do. We've got something we need. It is quite serious." Straight away, I've got a big family. I've got 8 children, 10 grandchildren. I thought, "Oh shit, something's happened to one of my family under COVID." So they come in. I'm just sitting there. Hector's still upstairs in bed at this point, and they say to me, "Right, we're arresting you for." I think it's quite funny. "We're arresting you for racial harassment." Okay, I said, "What? Are you joking me?" They said, "No." I said, "Okay." So Hector comes down the stairs.
He's saying someone snitched on you and got who? What?
Yeah, listen. Listen.
Oh my God.
So Hector comes down the
So
stairs.
no, but they literally, the sergeant came round. This is very wild to me, and arrested you for racial harassment.
Yes. Right. Listen. I've got the paperwork. I've got all the paperwork. I can prove it.
No, I'm like,
Right.
what?
So I said, "Okay." So Hector come down and said, "What's going on?" I said, "Apparently they're arresting me for racial harassment." They named the person who made the claim as well. So Hector went, "This is a joke." an absolute joke. But okay. So I said, can I go and get dressed? They said, yeah, because I'm still in my 90. So I went upstairs to get dressed. The 3 police officers all tried to follow me up the stairs.
What?
Hector said to him, excuse me, I don't think she needs 3 of you to go up there to watch her get dressed. Right? So the 1 female officer just stayed with me and the 2 went back down the stairs. Anyway, I got changed. I come downstairs and they said, right, we're going to have to put handcuffs on you. I said, serious? They said, yeah. I said, why do you need handcuffs? You can see what I've got on. The woman's just seen me change. She knows I haven't hidden anything. Right? I said, what do you think I'm going to do to you? I'm not resisting arrest. They said, well, someone got shot in the back of a car in Croydon. Right? I was like, oh, right. So I said, okay, whatever. So I let him put the handcuffs on. So he goes to the car, get in the car. So when we get in the car, the black policewoman says to me, who is that man in your house? I said, my husband of 20 years. Okay. They went, oh. So they said, do you have children? I said, yeah, I've got 8 children, 6 from my first marriage, 2 from this marriage. So anyway, we were just chatting normally in the car. We get to the station. I get out of the station. And that's when I formally get told what I'm being arrested for. So they said, okay, you're being arrested for racial harassment. You called someone a jihadi online. They named the person. And that person has walked into a police station, made the allegation that you are causing that person alarm and distress, and that you are extreme right, and you have got the extreme right to give death threats towards said person.
Is that how the shooting in Croydon linked him?
Oh, God knows, right? So I was like, right. So the custody sergeant straight away says, hold on, jihadi, that's not even racial. How can it be a charge of racial harassment? So I looked at them. I said, this is ridiculous, but whatever. I know it's only procedure. You've got to go through with it. I said, but I am going to make a counter allegation after this. I said, this is perverting the course of justice. So I go to my cell. I wait 2 hours. That was quite interesting. I've never been in a cell before. Right? So I spent the first sort of like, I don't know, a few minutes counting the tiles and doing some math stuff. And then I was like, yes. Fuck
me out up. They won't let me out.
Yeah.
Just shut up. Shut up. I'm going to choke. It's not funny.
So I was like, this is what it's like. Yeah, you know, just tiles on the wall, a fucking shitty toilet in the corner, a camera watching everything, a fucking bench. So I was just looking. I thought, fuck this. I'm going to be annoying. So I sang for 2 hours. Yeah, at the top of my voice.
You sang. What did you sing?
What did you sing?
Anything. First of all, I started with songs I knew, and then afterwards, I started singing things like, if I get COVID, I'm going to blame the police, going to see us, and you're going to see. Just anything, any old shit. Right? I was having a laugh. So, anyway, eventually they bring me out anyway. And for questioning. So when it gets into the questioning, I can't go too deep into the questioning because obviously whatever has transpired since. But they asked me really stupid fucking questions like, did I ever call said person a jihadi? Right? So I said no. So they then asked me another question. I said, you know what? No comment. Anyway, it transpires they had absolutely no evidence. I had 3 police officers come into my house, put handcuffs on me, all on the say-so of one person and one word. Okay? Now, for anybody who thinks there's white privilege out there, they need to think up. Because if I'd have gone to a police station and said someone called me a terrorist, do you think they would have sent 3 people round? You really believe that? No, they wouldn't have done. And to my mind, it was just nuts. Anyway, they did release me. They released me pending further investigation. They removed the racial part and just that it's now harassment without violence. I don't know how you harass someone without violence, personally. So basically,
where do you live, babe? Just real quick, generally.
Southeast.
So is this why people are staying off? Is this why people are staying off YouTube and that? Yeah.
It could be. Whereas I wouldn't have made complaints before, I then went home, compiled all my evidence, and made a counter allegation.
That's mad. I need to call that police force. I need to call that police force because I've got families out here being harassed and kids out here being harassed. Kids almost getting run over in broad daylight, and the police don't come out for days.
Yeah. So we go. Oh. So I think when people are gangster, and then they go to the police. Yeah, I know the levels in it, but I always knew that would be. I always knew with all the talking, all the noise, if it ever got peak, police are gonna get involved. I'm not interested in that, man. So, but yeah, man. I mean, obviously, I don't know who we're talking about, innit? But I can make my guesses, but I ain't got no clue. So anyone that gets upset, I said, sorry.
But
I'm just
as far as I'm concerned, it's perverting the course of justice. To be truthful. Yeah,
it's definitely misuse of police time.
Yeah,
like because we're out here lying. Because even if you did call them a jihadi,
wow,
what like you said, it wasn't racial, but the levels. Do you know what people have to say to somebody to get the sergeant to come around and get you? Like,
to be honest, they don't have to say a lot. Because I had a very similar situation.
No, but this is what I'm saying. They have to make up an actual lie. So why did they go round?
They don't, because when I was arrested for a similar thing, harassment, but there was no racial element to it, and the police showed up at my door. My baby dad had made the allegation that I was harassing him by phone. This was all out of the blue for me. And I was the same situation, taken to police station, held overnight, questioned the next day. I said, here, just take my phone. I don't delete anything, so you'll see what's in there. And in the end, he got a caution for wasting police time because when they checked my phone, they seen every bit of communication there was, and none of it was classed as harassment. There wasn't enough communication to class as harassment, let alone all communication was in regards to the children anyway. There was nothing that wasn't about the kids, so there was nothing that could have been taken out of context.
I really need to call you lot's police forces, because that is a very different experience from the ones I've had, like with cases of harassment and stuff, and trying to get the police to actually do something. I'm not. Please understand. I'm not. I'm not trying to lessen.
No. The thing is, I know how the system is, and it's never going to be the same situation twice. Because in my experience, it's like the police handle things differently in different places at different times, and depending on what things you actually say to them, if you know the triggers to say to them, that's going to make it seem like it's harassment. If there's some sort of hate crime there, then they have to act on it because it's an allegation. So they have to follow up allegations. If they're not following up allegations, then you're not saying the right thing, perhaps. I don't know. I've never made an allegation on someone in that respect to know what to say, but I know it's being made against me, and they followed up on it. And in the end, they were just like, they had to apologize to me in the end.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's what's going to happen in Jupiter's case. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, it's a bit of a own goal because because somebody had made these allegations against me, they had to give their address over. So it was no goal. And secondly, I don't understand how you can have harassment without violence. So basically what they're saying is speech.
So just to clarify, I know in terms of harassment by phone, 3 phone calls classes as harassment. Somebody phones you 3 times, you can call the police and they can be cautioned for harassment. You then call them 1 more time after that, and legally you can be arrested for harassment.
Oh,
But
that's
obviously,
interesting.
I looked into the whole legality of it after
Do you
my
know when I learned
situation.
that, babe? Yeah, that's mad. I learned that when a friend of mine, father of her daughter, he arranged to take her somewhere. She called him a bunch of times to check where he was because there was no call, no show, no text, no nothing. Nobody knew where he was. And he spun it when they had an argument because of various things that he did wrong. He called the police and used the phone records when she called him to check where he was when he was coming to get the child as the basis of a harassment claim, and they actually had to investigate it and go. She had to be questioned. It almost went through until they had to go and question other witnesses and all kinds of stupidness. But yeah, 3 phone calls.
Yeah, it's too easy. It's too easy for people to just, you know,
I know
like,
that
use
by
any
phone.
excuse. And obviously, there might be times where you need to call someone 3 times if you're trying to track down your kids or find out where somebody is, or it's even an emergency. Do you know what I mean? And then that can be used against you. It's messed up. But obviously, in some situations, we need to have real care, but not to be abused.
I think
Like, these things
Jupiter's
shouldn't be
case
abused.
fits into the free speech, doesn't it? People making big allegations online, and then when you react and answer, the person that's reacted, i.e. Jupiter, gets arrested, and she hasn't said anything. It all fits to me. It's you know, it's about free speech. It's about trying to shut her down from talking.
Yeah, most of these situations are personal vendettas.
That's definitely trying to get back at her. Like, don't get me wrong, even if we don't like, I'm of the opinion that I would rather know the fuckeries that people are thinking than not. Do you know what I mean? If you have any ill feeling, any negative, like, degrading opinion of me, I would rather know so I don't have to engage with you, or so that I am careful when I engage with you.
Yeah, and I'd rather you be a racist than a snitch.
Yeah, like, me personally, don't get me wrong, everybody has different triggers. And for me, the racists that trigger me the most are the ones who are racist towards children, because it's too similar to the stuff I have to do with my young people, like deal with my young people. So, but otherwise, unless you're a pedophile or a rapist, do you know what I mean? Or a sociopath, let everybody express themselves, because for me, ultimately, the problem is it's fine when we're offended by racists, yeah, but a lot of people are racist and not necessarily vocal about it. They don't express it, so we don't realize how much of a problem it is, and like the deep-seated little issues they have, yeah, and the passive aggressive behaviors. So that's another issue. But you have to deal with the good and bad in people. Like, you can't deal with problems unless you let people express themselves, even if they have differing opinions. How does it actually impact your day-to-day life? How does it impact your day-to-day life because they've called you something that is subjective? Like, to them, somebody's a villain in everybody's story. Somebody has to play the villain. Do you know what I mean? You live long enough, you will be the villain in somebody's story. So get over it. Let people speak their truth. If you can't work with it, go on about your business or don't listen. But I don't understand this misuse of police time over something that somebody said. I might not like it. It might trigger the shit out of me. I might rant about it for days, but ultimately it's that person's opinion. Like, the real issue is my reaction to it. Like, why do I have that reaction to it? Why is it still with me? What in it? What
Listen,
can I do about that?
I'm not going
You know
to
what I
sit
mean?
and say I'm an angel. Like I've explained before, I can cuss people back, and I do. So I have got myself in hot water on a couple of occasions. Okay, but the said person in particular that has done this must know that I'm not extreme right. Okay, because I had the extreme right sitting on their panel day after day after day. Was having Discord conversations, was having private conversations, was in Telegram groups. And actually, I was actually critiquing them for that. Okay. The said person also is not distanced herself from slander and inciting violence and being racist themselves. So for me, it was a joke. If it was a timid somebody, right? If it was a timid somebody that doesn't really say much, got critiqued, and then that went to the police, I could understand it. But not somebody like that. Not somebody like that. And not somebody that's been very vocal to a lot of other people, told a lot of lies about a lot of other people. So, yeah, big mistake, own goal. Yeah.
I hope I can't wait for them to investigate the counter allegations and dig into her internet history. That'll be interesting.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's just wild, the discrepancies between police forces. I really hate that.
It didn't need to happen. It didn't need to happen.
But next, you know what? The discrepancies in the system overall are just crazy. That's one thing I've realized in the past, well, however long I've lived here now, from housing to police to
because
justice
that's really
families.
what triggers me most about that story, if I'm honest. Like the discrepancy, because I'm amazed. I'm amazed. Like someone makes one allegation and the police comes out. Oh my gosh, I've got lists of allegations and the police are not giving a fuck. So yeah, that's what triggered me about it. But at the same time, freedom of speech is paramount. Unless you're inciting people to abuse others or into violence, do you know what I mean? Unless you're a sociopath, let people speak their piece. And a lot of times I found myself agreeing with racists. I don't agree with how they deliver their message, but if you listen long enough after you've been triggered, you will usually find some common ground, and it makes you look at people differently. I'm not saying you respect them or you like them in any way, but you understand how they got there and what their core values are. Does that make sense? What's causing them to behave that way? And then that kind of
I can get people's
takes away
points.
the sting.
I get where they're coming from sometimes, but the way it's expressed, like the way that guy expressed what he expressed today, okay, if you have an issue with those particular leaders, great, but those particular leaders don't represent all Black people or Asian people or people from Pakistan or, whatever you think that they represent. So, or rapists or any of it. So it was like he could have just stuck to his point. You don't like the leadership. You don't like the system, perhaps. You don't like the government. You don't like the people that are in charge.
Agreed.
But to generalize it for like those whole communities, cultures, races, no, that's where you're going too far. But obviously freedom of speech is there, so he can say what he wants. I think when it becomes dangerous is when people are trying to perhaps lead an organization with that kind of mentality. So I'm kind of glad he's been taken away from his job, because
this is the thing. Yeah, that's
the
where
youth
I
don't need it. Nobody needs people to be influenced by someone like him. But at the same time, the way I see it is it all just like creates more and more division. And that's one thing that I don't like the whole division thing. Like, we know that everything is changing. Like, everything is changing. We are a multicultural society. The whole, like, and we're not the only country that's like that. So mindsets have to change. Like,
we have to have, I think it's that balance between freedom of speech and censorship. Do you know what I mean? Some things have to be censored for certain audiences. Yeah, we can agree that. When I'm talking about censorship, I'm talking about the bigger picture, like the idea of censorship. Like, we censor things for children all the time. Do you know what I mean? Like, we were trying to censor ourselves earlier when Ultra was on the stream because we knew there were young ears listening. So he censored himself. He said, that's what I'm talking about. We need censorship on some level, but it's that balance.
Would it be fair for someone to enforce that on you? That's public. That's not even censorship. That's you being situationally aware and actually us navigating ourselves how we want to conduct ourselves. There was no legislation. There was no penalty hanging over our head, or a threat of us being disconnected from our social group or whatever. No, which they say cults do. They say this all the time. Cults actually get you all to join something, and then they oust you once you don't do what they say. And this is the same thing that social media does. So I don't know. I don't know if I agree in the. Us regulating ourselves isn't censorship, is basically what I'm saying.
I can agree with that.
You know what I mean?
I can agree with that, because I think when I don't agree with censorship in how it's used now in the media, but yeah, self-regulation is probably a better term for it, actually. We need self-regulation, and there are certain things that are inappropriate.
But
like
that guy,
he said, he could have stuck to his point. That guy specifically, exactly, like the Queen said.
He shouldn't be dashed off the internet then. He shouldn't be banned from Twitter. He should get to be on Twitter and Insta.
He should get to be on Twitter. He should get to be on Twitter. Bill Gates gets to be on Twitter, and he says more fucking horrific shit than my man does. So he shouldn't be banned from Twitter. Should he be censored or muted if he starts to go on a rant that's inciting people to clap down somebody else? Yeah. But it's like sorry, what's your name, my darling? Because I can't call you Mary 420. Should I just call you Mary?
Yeah, Mary's fine.
Like Mary said, the danger is when you have there's the type of platform that you have. That's when it gets dangerous. So they were right to dash him from his role, because you don't want somebody who has those kind of views influencing young minds. That's called radicalization in other circles. Do you know what I mean? So, but I feel like that's on the regulation side.
Okay. Do you think
of the censorship argument? But in terms of being able to express yourself, whether it's on an app like Twitter, all the rest of it, yes, because you might not necessarily have an audience full of children paying apt attention to you for a dedicated amount of time. It's freedom of speech to whoever may hear you. Parents have to take responsibility for knowing what their kids are listening to or into, generally having a general idea. They don't have to be all up in their business, but that's regulation and censorship for them and what they're doing in their families. So people should be allowed to express their views, because like, good or bad, you can't deal with anything if you don't know. You need to know. And if it's something that impacts your life, then deal with it accordingly. If it doesn't, you can mute them. Like, there's a mute button on everything. If you don't like what you're hearing, you don't have to listen to it in some cases.
I don't know. I think the thing is, it depends how widespread his message is going. And because I was just thinking, like, do you think he should be monitored? Because
definitely. He
How do I
should be
put
monitored.
this?
I feel like there should be, and this is going to sound like I'm going against what I just said, but if you have shown troubling behavior, I feel like you should be monitored.
And this is what I was thinking, and this is what I was trying not to do, was sort of go against what we're saying, because if
monitored for what? Why monitored?
Right, but then let's say for example he's got a group chat. Let's say, for
what
example,
I'm saying is, for exactly like she said, if he is in a position where he is influencing children or whatever it is, yeah, for me, I feel like a certain service should put him on a list. We put children's on list and monitor their behavior for less worrying things. Do you know what I mean? So it's this is why it's so sticky, because there are certain situations where if you have, before you do the ridiculous, wild, mad thing that a lot of racists or terrorists do, there's a lead up to it, yeah? And certain people are monitored for the wrong reasons and by the wrong authorities. Other people are monitored, those same groups, like NGOs and charities and blah, 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 will monitor the same group, but to try and influence them in a positive manner. Does that make sense? So that's the struggle. Yeah, that's why it's sticky. But somebody like him, I don't know what kind of low-level monitoring we can do, but if we've got enough staff to get called out because somebody said you were harassing them after you called them 3 times, there's somebody who can sit on a computer and because he is known to express these views freely, monitor if he's saying some wild racist shit in some kind of way. You monitor all of us anyway. We're at the level where we're being monitored anyway.
You look like I said.
I mean, look, no, but the thing is, we get shadow banned and taken off Instagram for putting up something in relation to what's going on around us, yeah? So if they're able to monitor that, then why didn't they monitor him and maybe reduce, shadow ban him, so it's not going out there to the public? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Because it could end up enticing something, as you were saying. That could be the build-up to something.
He's not an organization.
How do we know that? We're not in his DMs.
Yeah, I think he might. Yeah,
but this is the thing. You use social media in different ways, yeah. And there's for instance, with my poll stuff, yeah, or with other certain posts that I've done, yeah, I've been shadow banned for stupidness because I didn't realize that you couldn't use certain foot hashtags, yeah. And I will take the piss out of my life because I have no toes. So I will use certain foot hashtags and then I will get warnings and they won't let me post that stuff. And then you monitor my shit because I hashtag some random stupid foot stuff. If we're doing that, I beg you, why don't we monitor men who are out here screaming packy or fucking cunts go home? Do you see what I mean? Because all of these people hashtag certain things, they use certain language. There's certain, so if you're out here monitoring me on my poll stuff because it's showing a little too much flesh for you, you're monitoring pictures. So why can't you monitor insightful speech if they have freely videoed themselves? I'm just swinging around a pole and you won't put that on the internet. Why can't you do that to him? Let him say what he wants on the internet, but do that shit to him as well.
I've had my Instagram live shut down and for apparently sexual activity and nudity, and understand I was fully clothed and there was no sexual activity or nudity going on, but my live was still shut down. How does that happen? But his shit's allowed to go viral.
Do you see what I'm saying? It's...
Yeah, it's all unbalanced. And what you need to understand is that his post will go viral, but other people are doing other stuff that are in different groups and saying what the hell they like, and they're not getting monitored either. So there's a real big imbalance going on, a real big imbalance. Our speech has become politicized, and everyone should be allowed to say what they need to say. It should be critiqued.
You know what? In saying that, like the thing is, he could take down his internet accounts, he could take down his social media, and he could just do another one the next day from different IP, email, etc., etc. Like it's not that hard. So if he really had an agenda to incite some kind of hate or violence, then you know he could do that regardless if they take him down anyway. So
yeah, and but
I don't
understand is that even if you silence his speech, it don't stop him thinking what he's
yeah,
thinking.
that's it. But as
That's
Lex was
what
saying,
I
like
would
they
rather
monitor
know.
and they'd monitor all the terrorists the same way for the same reasons.
Huh.
The alleged terrorists, you know, the suspected terrorists, suspended. So you know, could he not be seen in that kind? Like, essentially, there is a degree of hate crime there, right?
Like, why? It's all, everything is about intention a lot of the time, like why you do something. He had no clear good intentions in saying what he said, how he said it, because like Mary said, he could have just stuck to his point and said the leadership is a bag of flaming crap.
Yeah, I don't like that particular person as a leader.
Yeah, he could have literally said, I hate it here. They're crappy leaders.
But
like
he has a racial bias, and that was very clear.
Yeah, and he was just using their bad leadership decisions as reasons to call them names. That's clear. Like, so if people are having an open debate and there was no intention, like if you get into it because you're going back and forth, take it on the chin. Stop going to the police over foolishness. Like, I just think that's really outrageous. But at the same time, somebody like him, in the position he was, who had some influence over kids, would I be as bothered if he was like a guy with 6 followers on his Instagram who never came out of his house? And no, because
I mean, essentially, what are the
reach.
police even going to do?
But,
like, even if the police were to charge him, it's not going to stop him from being free and having that freedom of speech and going on to say whatever he wants to say anyway. So that's why I think it's better that we're aware of these people, and then we can make sure that we sort of counteract what they're saying, maybe, or just.
Well, what is interesting is that somebody came onto my channel yesterday and informed me that to have a look at CrimeBot and also to have a look at a bloke called Harry Miller. It appears that what the police are doing, okay, they will take you in for this stuff. They might not necessarily charge you because there'll be no evidence, but it's left on your file to ruin your chances of employment. It's a little loophole that they're leaving there, and not a lot of people know that. And apparently anybody can claim racism because in the Equalities Act, if someone deems it to be racist, it has to be investigated.
Yeah, for me, it's about how the other person feels. So if I say, oh, you made me feel some type of way because you used whatever kind of, you know, racial slur on me, then
it's an actual insult, actually, that a religion are trying to use racial stuff. That's what I personally think. I think it's an insult to people that have suffered proper racism. But yeah, it didn't get them very far anyway.
As I said, some people just have personal vendettas, and it's not about what they're trying to make it out to be. It's just a personal vendetta.
Yeah. Well, if I went and reported everybody that's called me a white sign or other on these channels, there'd be probably a lot with records. Why would you?
This is what I'm saying. Like, you can't get like if you get into it because you're going back and forth exactly like that, you just have to hold your L. Like, you got into it, you got called a name. Okay, we will live to cuss another day. I don't know, like, just how much impact did it really have on your life that you have to go to the police? This is really ridiculous. This is really wild.
Big up awaiting wisdom. You need to jump on, because what he's saying is what I was thinking as well this morning. The ginger guy is another puppet. Knowing or unknowing, he is part of the plan to divide. 100%.
Yes.
Just carry on this division in every way you look. That's all we're seeing is division of race, religion, vaccine or no vaccine, COVID or no COVID. Like, we're all divided for one reason or another.
Yeah, I will agree with that. There's
Men, women, vegan, meat eaters, like the whole shebang.
Meat eaters.
No, it's true though. There is even groups out there that are looking down on people that still eat meat and stuff. It's nuts.
Do you know what's mad? I can literally, like, I have certain vegan friends that are lovely because they're not those kind of vegans. And they can't stand those kind of vegans either.
Yeah. It's the newfound vegans that I can't stand.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even vegan. I'm vegetarian, like whatever you want to call it. And I just eat what I want. I'm not a particular label in it. I've done the whole vegan thing. I've chopped and changed my diet over the years. I just eat what I want to, but I don't eat meat. Haven't eaten meat. Don't eat eggs. Don't drink cow's milk. Like, but yeah, I don't try and push it on other people. If you want to eat meat, go eat meat.
But I don't know. So Wendy, you're here, you're quiet. What are you thinking to yourself?
No, it was when I saw that video this morning, and then I was thinking of what you've been put through, and I thought, wow, it goes to show it about free speech, you know. That's all. Do we have to watch what we're saying? You know,
Case files.
Yeah.
Raj.
Yeah, me.
Case file.
I've got porn bombs. So
yeah. Sorry, Belly. I know.
But really and truly, like, I think with the freedom of speech issue, like, essentially, I'm gonna let people say what they want in it. So when it's my time to say some shit, I can say what I want.
Yeah, I agree.
So Jupiter, when did it happen to you? Because I'm confused about the timeline. Was it recent?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, you know, I go to the police a lot myself. I'm not the best person to say don't.
Yeah,
do it.
you can bring it up if you want. You can mention it. I mean,
No, I'm not going to mention it. I'm just saying that I had to call the police about someone as well, give them a warning just a couple of days ago. So yeah. I mean,
but it's one thing going in and giving someone a warning, or even trying to establish the facts. It's another thing going in on just word, no evidence, dragging people out with handcuffs. I don't.
Yeah, I'm shocked about that because I've had like masses of evidence against people, and they don't really do much. I think
this is what I mean. That's what I was triggered by. Like, who did you call? Give me their number. Let me call them, please.
Yeah, well, I think what happened, this certain person went into a police station dressed in a certain way and spun a story. That's the way I see it.
Oh, I need to do that. Walk into a police station with my turban on, grow my beard, and then, maybe it might. Yeah. I've had so many threats about taking my turban off, that I'm this and I'm that. And they do a bit. They'll warn someone, but they won't handcuff. I've not heard them handcuff them like they did to you.
Well, they thought they were going out for a far-right mastermind. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
they must have been a bit shocked when they saw Hector.
Yeah. That's what made it so laughable. The area I live in, right, because in most areas, you get a proportional representation. Well, I would say so anyway. In most areas, I don't think we very rarely see a black police officer. Okay. But when they came to my house, they had the sergeant and 2 black PCs. And it was obvious that they thought they were coming for a racist and, let's bring along the 2 black police officers to show that we're not racist kind of thing. It was obvious what was going on. Even Hector pointed it out. Hector said that was obvious what they thought there.
sometimes they bring along the police officer they think's going to trigger you most.
Yeah, it was quite laughable. It's quite laughable.
Did you recall? Because even though obviously I'm like a pro police to a point, but I still recalled all the interactions I had with them.
No, it was not. It was 9:15 in the morning. I got woke up out of bed, and I wasn't expecting this shit. But I've got all the paperwork. I mean, I can always.
Yeah, but next time, just hit the record button. Hit the record button. They can't do nothing. They can't do
I
nothing.
will show the paper when it's finally over. I will show all the paperwork. But at the minute, But the funny thing was that 2 days later, the said person who made the allegations then went on to another channel and basically threatened them that they were going to their home. So this was someone that was This was someone that was supposed to be terrified. Don't forget. This said person also. I've got recordings saying Jupiter is afraid to face me. She won't come and face me face to face because she knows that I will deal with her. She's scared of me. I intimidate her, and this person is the person that's actually gone to a police station and said.
So have you made a counterclaim then? Because that's the best way to go.
Yes, absolutely, I have. You see, the thing is, let me just level with people, right? I have had arguments on here, and I have said to them before, right, that's it, I'm going to the police, but I've never actually.
So if you make a counterclaim, does the other person have to be arrested too then?
Well, I would hope so. I mean, they did try to tell me that it was disgusting. The stuff that I showed them, they agreed with me that it was disgusting. And they did say to me I should take a private civil action. And I said, hold on a minute. You're telling me that it's civil, it's slander. Well, you came to my house on one word. So I'm expecting an equal response the other way. And they said, oh, no, we are going to still be investigating that.
Also, what about the hoax call? Hello? Haven't they made the connection between that and the hoax call issue before?
Well, that's all been given to them.
That's why certain channels going to be silent. We won't say which one. It's obvious now.
It's
I was wondering what was going on.
Because I wouldn't have actually gone and made the reports. I've got to be honest. I wouldn't have actually gone and done it all. But because they stepped on my toes, I was like, right, okay.
This is why I can't be arguing with you, lot, man. Because like people start calling the police. I can't be doing like what for argument. Fuck that, man. So I be trying to peace most of the time.
No. I have so many arguments, but if they start going for my family, like I'm talking about literally going for my family, like sending letters or phoning or stuff like that, or turning up to my house, I'm going to ring the police. I'm sorry. I will.
Yeah, if it steps into the real world, I agree with you, Raj. Anything that happens in the real world, if you want to, you've got a right to. Yeah. But for me...
That's different. With me, I'm not just talking online. If we get off camera and in the real world, I'll hurt you. I will tell you. I'm not afraid of you coming to. I don't know anyone. Anyone would want to come to my house or come anywhere near me or approach me on the street. I'm not the same. I'm not the Speaker's Corner Jeds. I'm not Jed. Speaker's Corner. I could walk in. Imagine you approach me and walk in my son. Do you know what I would do to you? Like
this is what I'm saying. And
so that's why I found
half your flipping size. But no, in a real life situation.
This is what I was gonna say. Yeah, this is why I find it funny when, like, people do, like, they say things, like they say a lot of things that to me intimate that they're ready for that kind of street life or handling stuff on their self and blah blah blah. So I don't expect anyone that's of that persuasion to even consider police are a problem. I don't want to see problem. Even if you do miss something, police are the last people I want to see at that moment. So it's like. I'm just so confused. Are we just talk? We just talk online, but we have no intention to back anything we say, or is it maybe it's just a tactic to deal with you? I don't know what. I just find it strange. I find it so strange.
But you know, that when it comes to Speaker's Corner and this online world, it's not real. Like a lot of people that talk on it, including myself, like in the real world, I'm very tactical. Like if I'm walking down a road by myself, and I see one of my enemies and I'm in a dark alleyway. I'm gonna probably try and move away and do what I gotta do, get out of the situation. Like, if I'm in the main road and there's like freaking cameras everywhere, I'll be a bit more mouthy. So yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, it depends on the situation, innit? Like, so you shouldn't take a lot of these guys seriously. Like, most of them won't do shit. And that's what I've realized in 3 years. In 3 years, I've been approached so many times here, like on the train, on the thingy, and none of them do nothing.
Yeah.
They
But
haven't
it's
done
quite
nothing.
comical, Raj, though, because the way they were going on initially, I mean, they soon realised they'd made a big clanger. But
well, we can't say who. I mean, I want to make sure I'm definitely sure who we're talking about.
I can't say.
Yeah,
if I
she
do that, I'm
confirmed
putting
yesterday
myself in
anyway.
legal problems. I'm putting myself in legal problems.
Yeah, don't say it. Don't say it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It's got to be one person, but I just. Are you allowed to say gender?
Female.
It's only one
Okay.
person. Oh. Yeah.
But,
Colour eyes. Let's not go there.
Oh, stop that.
Yeah, leave it.
but yeah.
Oh, well, I
They
mean,
had
you
me
know,
down
this
some
police
sort of
thing, and
like-
you're prepared to go to the police and whatever. So I suppose I can't really say anything to anyone. I figured people that run to the YouTube authorities the way that they, I just I get
Yeah,
what's
but
going on.
what if somebody you don't know or only spoke to on the net like 5 times turns up to your house where your family is? Like, you don't know them, man.
Yeah, I feel sorry for them, man. What did they come to
This
do?
is what I mean. Exactly. Like, I feel
I'd
like
be so worried. Like, why would they do that? Like,
Yeah,
exactly. This is
what I
where
would probably do is I'd probably watch them from my camera, and then stay in my house and just listen to the screams as people pull up. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but you're living in a different life to me, man. Like, you know, I'm saying that somebody has turned up to my house.
Listen,
they're stalking me and shit.
If Macaulay Culkin can fend off some intruders, I'm sure you can, Rod.
No, dude. If anyone comes into my house, they're coming out in a body bag.
Get
I'm not even lying, man.
Marbles, cream pies.
Dude, I trust me. Do you know that Sikhs here have a lot of let's just say certain things in the house? Like, I'm not going to say what.
Oh,
we know.
So let me just preface this. When it comes to my mother, hold on, 1 minute. When it comes to my mother, and I would defend it to the death. It's as simple as that. Yeah, and that's no lie. And I think every man should if someone comes to your house.
What's my man's name? AC turned up at your house.
No, it wasn't AC. It was freaking. I don't want to say it was recently, man. A month ago.
Yeah, it was the bloke.
I can't say because I had to go to the police, and that is.
The bloke that had the what?
The bloke who had the wife in the background.
Oh, don't say too much, man.
No, it don't matter. They can guess who it is. So a description.
Oh, what, like the cigarette brand?
Oh, I don't know about that. No, the bloke whose wife was racist when he first turned up on your show.
Oh, shit, my man.
Yeah.
He turned up to your house.
Dude, this is. I don't want to say too much here, but what happened is that he went to my cousin's house across the road. I got a cousin across the road. Yeah, he went to that house because he knew the road, and I don't know how he must have knocked on 5 doors to get to that house. He went there, then he comes to my home, where I don't even know the man, never met him, spoke to him 5 times, and literally bring his whole entire family. And I was like, what can I do about this shit? I warned him. I said, don't ever do it again. And then he turned. Then he turned.
I know this sounds really crazy, but what did he bring his family to do?
No, sorry. What do you mean brought his family?
This is what I'm saying. What did he bring his family to do? Because this is what's crucial.
All right, so let me just clarify. This was nothing violent, yeah. It wasn't like the person had bad intentions, but it was disrespectful in the sense that
family. What do you mean by family, though?
I'm talking about kids and wife and stuff.
There you go.
So I don't mean family like they were trying to attack me. So I let it slide, yeah. And then what happened is that he turns up again at 2:30 in the morning outside my house, like drunk, yeah. And so then I just like, all right, this is getting silly now. Then he starts following me in my local Asda. Like I went to Asda on Thursday at 8:30, and he tells me, my boy saw you in Asda at 8:30. So he's like a stalker. I had to call the police and say, look, this guy's a freaking nut job, man. Because I can't be having drunk, erratic people around me. Because I stopped drinking 8 years ago, man. I don't need those type of people.
How do you know he was drunk?
Well, I know. I hang around with enough drunk people to know when someone's drunk. I used to drink, so I know. I can tell when they're talking.
I thought he was a staunch Muslim on his deen.
Come on, man. Come on.
Get me?
So I've had to get the police involved. They're giving him a little warning, saying, "Look, just back off, man." So, yeah, it's weird, man. It's just weird. Some people don't understand, like, you know, boundaries and stuff. I don't even let my relatives at my house.
Trust me. Yeah, I clocked his madness. I blocked him from my channel. I'm like, yo, you're not. You need to get out of it.
Yeah, and the thing is, I told the man, yeah, don't smoke outside my house because you put your cigarettes out, yeah, and my mum could see through the window, and like the man still smokes outside my house. That's how freaking stupid he was.
So this guy's just hanging out outside your house,
Yeah, it's weird, man.
and they haven't turned up, but they turned up because this is what I'm saying about the discrepancies that are triggering me. I need to.
Did he not tell you that he was rolling up with his family?
So what happened is I didn't check my text message because the guy phones me like 50 times a day, sends thousands of texts. So I just ignore them now. So I didn't really look at them, and they were like ding, 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 ding. And I was like, all right. So then what happened? The doorbell rang. So I picked up my phone here just to double check something before I opened the door. And he says, I'm outside on the text. And I was like, no, this can't be true. So I went downstairs, opened the door. The man standing there. Remember, I'd never met him ever. I only spoke to him 5 times on the net. I was like, dude, what are you doing outside my house? And he said, I went across the road to your cousins, and I thought, yeah, let me just see where you live. Because I was shopping down there. I was like, dude, like, this is not normal, man. You don't understand this is not normal. But then when the family was there, I couldn't do nothing. Yeah, the family was like literally across the road. I was like, all right, let me just, you know, say hello and stuff. And I was just like, all right, as long as he's harmless. But then when in the beginning it was harmless, then it started becoming stalkerish. Do you understand? Like in the beginning,
he turned up
whatever. Yeah, he turned up again 2:30 in the morning. And I was like, dude, what are you, this is when we fell out. I said, dude, what are you doing, man? Like, why are you turning 2:30 outside my house? And then he starts watching me at Asda and stuff. Like, it's weird. It's weird behavior, man. Weird. So I had to get the police involved, and the police spoke to him on Saturday. So I'm not going to really say too much about it now. Just leave him, man. Hopefully he gets the message. I call him Dogoristan from Pakistan. Yeah, he's a real life Stan. Yeah, weird dude, man.
So how did he find out where you live?
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, because I'm an artist here. I had an article published in my local paper around 8 years ago. And the local papers are very irresponsible. They put my name of my road on there. At the time, I didn't read it properly because I was like, I didn't think I was going to be going Speaker's Corner. I was just an artist at the time. And obviously they put mine. I've got it removed. But by that point, that's why they didn't know the number, but they knew the road. And he lives in the same area as me. Okay. I'm not saying he's like vindictive or going to do something. But when you have erratic, weird people, I don't know what he's going to do. He might turn up to my house when I'm not there. My mum's there. I don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, it was like someone said, he's not very socially aware, and I think we've seen him on these streams late night, walking the streets, just seeming a bit
yes. I felt a bit bad because I don't really hate the dude, but you know, I was like, all right, I can't take this no more. The guy's very stalkerish, man.
Yeah, I think anyone would find that a bit strange. Like if someone was to just show up at my house now, I'd be like, huh?
Yeah, and like, the thing is, like, I was trying to explain to him, even my own relatives don't come to my house because they know what I'm like.
Right.
Don't come to my house. Yeah.
This is what I mean. Like, sorry if I sounded a little bit but insistent before, like, why is he there? But that's turning up at somebody's house is a very personal thing. Mm. Same thing, friends and relatives, like, you have to call, announce yourself. This is my place of peace. Mm. So I was triggered. I was going to tell you, I think it's fine to call the police if somebody comes up to the yard, because really someone's going to have to come collect us because we're fighting now.
No, but in the beginning.
So when you explained, I was like, that still classifies as stalking, though. I think more than a warning.
No, I only phoned the police on Friday, so he turned up the 24th of December. So then he kept on violating because I told him the first time, don't turn up to my house. I said, this time we're gonna let it go. And I was trying to explain to him that not even my own, like, I've had friends that I've known for like 20 years. They don't come to my house. I told him
No, that's
straight.
what I'm saying to you. Everything you just said, though, that's still on the that's right there in that middle ground between harassment and stalking that deserves a visit.
Yeah, I mean, my final thing, I went Asda on Thursday at around 8 o'clock, and then I spoke. He come onto the online, and he said, my people saw you in Asda at 8 o'clock. I was like, what are you doing, man? Like, how do you know where I'm going? And he was even telling me what I was wearing. I was like, oh, dude, man, you're weird, man. I was like, no, leave it, just leave him.
I don't like it when my ex did that, let alone some random man on the internet.
I know, he's acting like no offense to the women, man. He's acting like some kind of crazy ex.
Listen, all I'm saying, is I like to make a lot of cups of tea. So if anyone comes to my door, there's a chance I might have some sugar and some boiling water in my hand.
Yeah, that's my saying as well, man. I always say, you turn up, I'll give you some boiling
Officer,
tea.
I got scared. I was drinking a cup of tea, and now we're here.
Yeah,
Well,
I just haven't had the sugar and the kettle in my hand.
I did ask the officer about what can you do if someone turns up to your house? What's the legal parameters? What's reasonable force? Now, their answer is always, you must call the police. And it's like, hold on, when someone like you're not gonna be able to call the police straight away. That they're gonna take a couple of minutes. So what do you do in those couple of minutes? Like, what can you reasonably do? Because people have been arrested afterwards for defending their property. So yeah, he couldn't really clarify. I was like, dude, what do you want me to do? I've got an elderly mother here. If someone turns up,
What I do know is if you are in a situation and it is escalating with people in, like, you can have the police come and remove him. You can do that even before he gets violent. I had to do that once, and they came and removed the person from my mother's house. You have to go right now, or somebody's going to die today. Like, if you explain it to them calmly, then they will come and remove them. They have to, because the property owner doesn't want them there. And it's happened with in domestic situations, in the sense of if you share a property but you're the person who pays the rent and some woman is in the house and you don't want her there, you can have her removed because you no longer want her, like, whatever the reason. Do you know what I mean? So
no, but I'm talking about the time period, because the police aren't going to suddenly pop out of thin air. I've got a protection order on my house, so they said they'll get there within 10 minutes if I ring, because of other situations that happen. But in those 10 minutes, you can do a lot of somebody could do a lot of damage. So
no, this is what I'm saying. So you tell them plainly, you need to come now. I cannot guarantee that somebody will not get harmed within the next 2-3 minutes. Like, I've said those words to them and they've come within 5 minutes.
Yeah, but you still got in 5 minutes, even in 3 minutes, someone could do damage. So what do you do? Like, do I just let someone come into your house and violate?
No, you fuck them up because you've given people prior warning. You've given people prior warning. So I'm saying you've done your part. You gave them prior warning. You asked them to come remove them. That space that you give me to defend my home, that's on you lot. We'll go to court about it because I called out for help. I wasn't going to let him come into where my mother lays and do I don't know what.
Yeah, my house is full of stuff anyway, so all over the place. I just made sure every bit nook and cranny, because I had burglars that used to burgle, like in my area used to be a bit rough. Yes, rough in the ends in the days. I was with I better not say, but basically, I had burglaries coming. So 10 years ago, I had to kind of put weapons around the house because I think 2 houses got burgled. So I've had them for years now around there.
I'm not gonna lie, I just have small man syndrome from my childhood, so I get very triggered when people encroach on my personal
small man
syndrome. Hold on, wait. How do you have small man syndrome?
Females can have it too. I was like the second smallest person in my whole secondary school for years. Like, it was me and then one other.
Small woman syndrome.
Small woman syndrome. Sorry.
Can I just sorry, divert in the talk, but the reason I jumped on actually was about the veganism thing, because I heard you lot talking about veganism. I don't know if you want to quickly just go on to that before I shoot, because I was interested in, like, if someone's
go for it, Reg.
Yeah, because I've been a vegetarian all my life because I'm not supposed to eat meat. Well, that's the thingy. So I did become vegan for a year, But I found myself becoming like a Nazi vegan. Like I was absolutely mental. Like I started going around condemning everyone. Like, you know, I remember like, you know, telling my family or that when they were drinking
Or were
milk.
you like proper vegan in
converts
terms
are
of like
always
not
the most
using
limited,
like not wearing
So,
leather?
yeah,
Not
so
wearing...
yeah, I tried to. I chucked all my leather jackets away. I tried to chuck everything away that had any form of thingy. But
Okay.
because I had to give so much up, I used to get irritated watching other people do stuff that I watched too many videos as well, of like, you know, from what was it, farm to factory or something. I can't remember where it is, fridge to factory or something. Right. And so I watched so many videos, and it kind of made me very, very angry. And so I think it's counterproductive, some of these vegans that go around sort of like, you know, telling people you're evil. I've got to a place, I'm not a vegan now, I'm around 90% there. I'm just trying to find certain things that I can replace, like good cheese and stuff like that on a vegan one. But my
cheese is the biggest one to give up, isn't it?
yeah. So my nephew become vegan, and he's been vegan for 5 years. He's been totally normal. But me, I think because of my personality, how I when I do something, I put everything into it. I think I actually put people off. Like I remember shouting in front of children in a shopping. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to laugh. I'm just literally
Let me explain.
But
Let me explain what happened here. So I'm walking down the shopping center in Walthamstow, and there's all these KFCs, McDonald's, and all that. And obviously, KFC is one of the worst. Let's say one of the worst companies when it comes to abuse, especially against, obviously against chickens. And so down below, so the KFC is on the top level, but straight down below there was a group of farmers with chickens, and they were like doing a mini farm down there to show children how farms are. And I was like, dude, I went over there and I was like, in front of the kids, I was like, dude, this is not what a farm's like. I said, majority of farms are not like this. Most of the animals, and I was just like ranting, and everyone was looking at me like I was some kind of psychopath. I was like, I don't care if they said, "Well, the kids are here." I said, they need to know. I said, they need to know this, So it's only afterwards. Obviously, I'm not always self-aware. It's only when I went back home a couple of days later, I was like, all right, maybe that was a bit too much. I was like, all right, maybe the kids were scared, and then maybe I put them off. Maybe they're now going to see a vegan as somebody who's, like a Nazi or something. Do you understand how it can be counterproductive?
One of my friends
I've
had a
got friends
fit.
like
She
that
did
as
this.
well.
Why
Sorry,
I'm laughing is because there's this lovely girl that I know, she had a fit, but she was the opposite type of, instead of shouting, she was just very like cry and like weeping on the floor practically. Similar situation. This is why I was laughing, because it can put somebody off. Like those really strong reactions can put certain people off. For me, it's not even that puts me off. I'm like, I wish I felt that strongly so that maybe I could give up cheese and cream and live longer.
So was you the one that was talking about becoming a vegan? Was you the one that said it, or who actually said about becoming a vegan?
No, that was Mary.
All right, because that's my biggest weakness, the cheese. Yeah, I can give up, but the cheese, man, it's just freaking too much.
Yeah, so I understand the passion. I understand really thinking your point. But what I can't take are these smug vegans who look down on people, who don't understand that they've just discovered it. But some people are vegan by force because they can't afford it. So you lording this thing over everybody about what they can and can't afford. Some people are not vegan by choice because it's cheaper for them to eat a crap diet. Like those vegans that look down on people and judge them in a smug kind of manner, those are the ones that put me off the most.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to the point now that I believe human beings are, let's say I've got a very low let's just say impression. Like, let's say my own personal beliefs is that I don't think human beings will ever stop eating meat. What I want people to do then is that, I've come to that point. I'm like, okay, if they're gonna eat meat, stop the factory farmings and go back to the more organic way of eating meat. With these farms where the animals are treated well, and then up to a point, obviously they're still going to be killed. But when you know what they're doing in the factory farms, especially a lot of people say, oh, the meat industry is bad, but the dairy industry is worse. It's worse.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
What they're doing is that basically what they do to the cows, to the calves, what they're doing to the male calves that they're using as veal. I mean, it's really evil. And the little chickens and all that, I mean, they debeat them. They make them grow at rapid rates and stuff like that. They force cows to eat corn rather than wheat, which hurts
They
them.
artificially inseminate the cows to impregnate them to produce milk to begin with.
Because this is what my thing is with diet. Yeah, okay, I remember having a discussion about it on this on one of Jed's stream before, and for me, I think people should make the best decisions for their own body. Yeah, there's no one size fits all, and I think you're right. People aren't going to stop eating meat, but at the same time, if you do eat meat, I don't think you should eat meat every day. The human body wasn't built to be in its optimum condition, and people eat meat every day. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean,
so
the thing is,
but at the same time, you have to balance it, because this newfound veganism that you have is also really extreme, and you're also killing the earth, because half the crap you eat doesn't grow where you stay. So you're emitting all these carbon flipping, all these chemicals into the air to get you your jazzy, trendy vegan food, and contributing to killing the planet. Whereas somebody who eats meat but gets it from the farm down the road, or from a local butcher who gets it from the farm down the road, they're not impacting it that way, and they know how that cow's been raised and treated. Like, it's finding that balance in the middle, whichever decision you make.
Yeah, I mean, I gave up on the because I thought one time, oh, people could, if they knew the truth, they would become vegetarians or vegans. But I watched a program around, I think it was like 6-7 years ago, where they'd done an experiment. I think it was Channel 4, and they got around 20 people who ate meat avidly, and they took them to a factory farm, and they let them watch the whole process of how I think it was a pig or a cow. I think it was a cow, how it gets slaughtered. They were all crying and crying. Oh my God, I can't believe it. This is disgusting. They were crying for the cow. But then around 2 hours later, they then had the same cow cooked and ready to eat on a table. And I think 90% of them ate the meat, even though, and they had no remorse after. So it was very short term. When I saw that, I was like, okay, human beings are not going to stop eating meat. What we need to do is to make the process more humane, and have these smaller farms kind of like, treat the animals right. And then maybe that's the way forwards.
Go back to the old ways. So much stuff, if we went back to the old ways, it would be better.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, the biggest problem is, the biggest problem is they're forcing all these kind of like, growth hormones into these animals. So when you look at the chickens, they'll make them grow at, I think it's like maybe 10 times the normal rate. And so a lot of these chickens die, not because of, any other reason, but the fact that they can't walk because their legs are not growing at the same rate as their body. And so they die just sitting there in this massive hen pen. And others, like they debeak the chicks. So imagine you're a chick and all the male chicks get chucked into a grinder, because they're useless. And all the female chicks are debeaked so they don't peck each other with no anesthetic. So imagine someone chopping in with no anesthetic, because there's a lot of nerve endings in there. And so it's disgusting stuff what they do, man. Really disgusting.
Yeah. I think you've got to hit people from different angles as well, though. Like, just basically, people have to be more informed about what is in their food and what they're eating as well. Because for me personally, like my family back home, lots of them had chicken. Do you know what I mean? If you lived out in the suburbs, which is countryside, or the country, sorry, you had some kind of livestock or some. So I understand the concept of from farm to plate. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
and I mean, still ate meat, but at the same time, they grew that, so I didn't have a problem with it. What I have a problem with now, does that make sense? So they raised whatever those were in particular conditions, so they knew what they were feeding it. That was one thing. But for me, why I have a bigger issue eating meat over here is because, especially now, there's no point me screaming blue murder. I personally think about vaccines and not taking antibiotics and not doing all of this crap and then eating meat that's full of vaccines and antibiotics. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, every day. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense that I don't want to leave myself open to different mutations because of things that people want to force me to take, but I'm eating chicken that's gone through ridiculous mutations because of how quickly people want them on the plate. Like, that turns me off. So the more you know, you have to hit people from all different kinds of angles, I think, and just
it's the children though. The thing is that I'm shocked
or children,
at how detached, especially the kids are. I mean, like I don't, because I've never eaten meat. I've never been in a meat aisle, but I had to do some. I was doing a research for an art project, so I had to go to the meat aisles, and I was kind of like watching people how they were picking up the meat. Like, to me, it looked like a freaking place of evil, if I'm not gonna lie to you, because I've never been there. But I remember seeing this little there's a man holding a baby, and the baby was picking up a packet, and he was like poking it and laughing. I was like, what is that? So I went over there, it was 2 lamb hearts, and I was so shocked. I was like, oh my god. Then I saw another kind of like, you know, woman playing with a fish here with a kid, like making the fish open its mouth and going rah rah rah. I was like, these people are demons, man. I was like, that's when I was getting quite radicalized with the veganism thing, and then I become vegan after. But I was like, these people are evil, man. Yeah, but they're not evil, and now that I know they're not evil, they're just ignorant. There's a difference. Yeah,
Yeah,
children
they just don't know any better, really.
they
They
don't
haven't
know
lived
what's
that
there.
life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I've got a vegan friend, and if somebody puts up like a roast dinner or something with a bit of beef on a Sunday, like, oh, here's my dinner, you know, the usual, take a picture of your plate kind of thing. She'll jump in their inbox like, oh, you shouldn't be eating meat. Should be sending them links like of why beef is bad, why pork is bad, why milk is bad. Like, she really gets on this vegan thing. It's like, just stop. Like, you're not going to change someone by sending them a link. They have to make that decision themselves, and you're probably going to upset them jumping into their inbox when they're hungry and just about to eat their dinner. Like, leave them alone.
But it does work with something. Like, it worked with my nephew, but my nephew's been vegan for 5 years, and he has no issues. Like, he's a level-headed guy. But like I said, some people are not going to react to it that way. I think if you're a vegetarian, going to veganism is a kind of a natural step if you really truly are against animal cruelty. But going from eating meat straight to becoming a vegan is a massive jump. Like me, I mean, the thing that shocked me the most is that I become vegan. I over one night I just decided, oh, I'm a vegan. Then I went to the shops and I was shocked about how much milk is in crisps. Like, you know, I like crisps, yeah. I remember looking, I was like, let me just double check the back.
Yeah, you start to realize there's milk in so many things.
Yeah, and I was so angry, you know, because when you have to give up stuff you like, because I like, you know, certain, like, you know, crisps and stuff, it makes you feel kind of angry that you have to give it up, and then everybody else is not sacrificing anything. Yeah, so it's one of,
this is what I was saying, like, with the vegan lifestyle, people need to understand what it actually entails. It's not just about food. If you're going to label yourself as a vegan, there is a whole lifestyle that goes with it. Medication, gelatin caps, the shoes that you wear should be, you shouldn't have any leather, you shouldn't have any form of dead animal in your house, you shouldn't use it at all. So people can't just change their diet and to not eat any kind of animal product and say, oh, I'm vegan.
And the experimental kind of, like, you know, on animals and stuff. I mean, that's my biggest moral dilemma, because I got a sister who's ill with multiple sclerosis, and a lot of the, you know, when you got a family member that's ill, you want them to get better, but a lot of these experiments they're doing are actually on animals. So I've always had this moral dilemma about that. You know, I want my sister to get well, but I don't want it on the expense of, you know, cruelty to animals. Yeah, because I do. Even the worst thing is, like, I think the one is about rabbits. In order to check eyeliner, they blind the rabbits. But no, just to check that whether it works, they'll blind the rabbits. Yeah, it's just like really cruel kind of stuff. That is unnecessary, man. It's like, why would you want to do that?
Yeah, there's a lot of vegan range of makeup out now, so there's no animal cruelty or anything involved, no animal testing.
Yeah, but I mean, what would you? Because, like I said, when you got a family member who's not well, and then somebody, because when you're doing the experiments, like the experiments they're doing might get them better, it is a weird moral dilemma. In my head, I've had to kind of, like, you know, weigh it up and, like, okay, I can't agree with it, but at the same time, I want my sister to get better. Do you understand?
I mean, what I would say is maybe look into some natural remedies you know, look into things that can help naturally rather than going down the pharmaceutical kind of route, the medicinal route.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against the old school medicine and stuff like that. Some people frown upon it, but I've seen stuff like, you know, my mum used to do when I was younger. That was medicine from India. It worked really well. You know, weird stuff like putting a chapati because I cut my leg. She got a chapati, and this is like 30 years ago. And then she put turmeric, boiling hot turmeric. I can't remember what else she put in it. And then she stuck it on my leg. And I was like, what is this? Because, you know, when you're young, you're like, Mum, what are you doing? What are you doing? It was burning. And then like 2 days later, the whole cut was healed.
Yeah.
This is something they use in India for a long, long time. So some of this old school medicine that they frown upon, is pretty effective as well. I still say the modern medicine is going to be better overall, but you shouldn't frown upon the old school medicine either.
Yeah, I don't agree with a lot of the pharmaceutical drugs or any of them, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the vaccine because you know I'm not letting my mum do it. I've told her straight, she can't do that vaccine. Neither my dad. I said leave it because they haven't tested it properly, in my opinion. I'm gonna have to do it in around 2 or 3 months.
What do you mean you've told your mother straight? What do you mean you told your mother?
Yeah, I have. There's certain things here that my mum can tell me what to do 100%. I don't normally tell her, but when it comes to health and safety, I'm not going to take the risk. My mum doesn't.
I agree with you. I did the same with my father.
Yeah, I said if they phone you, give the phone to me.
Listen, I told him if he tries to do this without letting me know or tries to keep it from me, I'll inform the authorities that he doesn't have capacity to make his own medical decisions and rely on him. So play this game with me.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that my mum doesn't go anywhere. She's at the home. My dad doesn't go anywhere, so they're not meeting anyone. Like it's not like they're out and about. They don't go anywhere. I do shopping and everything.
But you do, Raj. You do.
Yeah, I do. So I'll take the vaccine. I'll take it. Not my mother.
Yeah, but they don't know if you can still pass it on, do they?
Yeah, but like I said, I've already had coronavirus already. You know, for a month, and I'm not.
This is what I'm saying. This is why I just said, if it comes down to it, I'll be one of those kids that will make medical decisions for my parents, and that I will go to court and get that sorted out. That's perfectly fine. They can make all their own financial decisions and every other decision, but you can run everything by me. I've told both my parents.
I'm just saying, like, I can't tell my mom what to do. She always tells me, but I did make a decision with the family on this one that, okay, if someone phones, we're not the phone. They have to give the phone to me because I'm at the home, and I'm not going to let them give her an injection. I might wait a year. I'm not saying I'm never going to let her take the injection because she's going to have to take it at some point. I'm going to give it a year or so minimum, and I'll take the injection. And my brothers and sisters will take the injection. You know, and we'll
what do you think it's going to do to your mum?
I don't know. She might suddenly start, you know, having kind of like laser eyes or something. That would be good.
You know what? Yeah, this is the thing. It's like a flu vaccine. Yeah. And I know one thing. My dad took that flu vaccine once in his life because he lost his goddamn mind because he had a bad case of flu one year. So the next year he took the flu vaccine. This was about 8-9 years ago. Yeah. He has never been sicker in his life, in all his entire life. So
yeah, I have heard of that.
We're not taking that risk again. And I remind him of that all the damn time. We're not taking that risk again. Let them experiment on everybody else and we can see how it works out. We need
I mean, the thing is though, Wendy, yeah, like you cannot cheat time. Like when they're saying they've kind of like got the process much more efficient, you cannot cheat time. We've known from past experiences that, you know, certain things here, like, you know, they think are safe. And then 5-10 years later, they find that there's massive side effects. So I'm not taking that risk. If I've got to wait a year or so and then let people kind of like, you know, have it done on them, I'll have it done on myself as well. You know, I'm going to be the guinea pig. I'll get it done.
My son had his done 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I think it's you know, I think it's right within the family to make a decision about whether their elderly parents should have that vaccine. Yeah, and if all the children have like decided, like in my family, that they're not going to do it for at least a year, I think that's a thingy. Maybe the way I phrased it was wrong. Oh, I'm not letting. Yeah, I understand that. It may sound like I'm being quite kind of like, you know, overpowering. But I'm very
Yeah.
yeah.
I
think it's
think you
the way I
sound
phrase
like
it.
I think you sound like a considerate child. I'm with you.
Thank you very
Quite
much.
frankly, in fact, I'm waiting
I might
longer
clip
than you.
that. I might clip that and show it to my mum.
Like, if we have to, I'll be the guinea pig. Yes,
I'm very
I
considerate
fully
child.
co-sign that message. Not my father, not my mother. Double high five, my friend.
So I got 5 brothers and sisters. We'll all have it done. Like, except for my sister who's ill. We'll all have it done. You know, whatever happens, isn't it? You know. But I'm not.
Wait a minute. Well, I'm just going to throw in there that we should all. Sorry, Wendy. I'm just going to throw in there we should all follow government advice on this issue.
Why can't your sister have it, Raj? I don't
She's got multiple sclerosis, and she has a lot of injections and stuff, or medicine anyway. And she doesn't really go out like that, so her interaction with people is going to be quite minimal compared to other people. So she has carers. I think the carers should get it done if they're going to do it. I should get it done. My brother and everyone should get it done, but not. She's vulnerable anyway, so I'm not taking a risk with her. I'm not saying never do it, Wendy. I'm not one of those people who are saying COVID is not real. You know, I had COVID. And that is real.
Yeah.
So I know it's real because I had it for a month and it was freaking horrible. But I'm not gonna have my family members who are already vulnerable put themselves at risk when I can do it and they can wait a bit. I'll wait a year or so, then let them have it.
Okay. No, it's just the way you said. I told my mother straight.
You know what I've realized about Wendy? You're like the Corona Gestapo.
Why?
Because last time I said to you, oh, I had the thing. You said, did you? I had the negative. Oh, did you really? When did you get it? And today, when I've now said, yeah, I'm really? How dare you say that? So I don't know. You're like the Gestapo. They should actually give you a uniform, and you can walk around
No. I'm just interested in the way you said it. I've told you my mum's straight. She's not having it.
Yeah, because I'm so concerned for her health, man. Like, she's not.
I really related with the way he said it personally. I was like, I told mine straight too. Thank you. It's not just me.
Yeah, and I never tell my mum straight about anything. Yeah, unless I think it's going to be detrimental to her health. But this time I had to put my foot down. I was like, look, if they call you, yeah, you give me the phone. You do not consent to anything. I will tell them that I will do it, and we will wait for a year. And that's what I said.
I told my mum that I didn't want her to have it, right? And my mum said, I'm a conspiracy theorist and no one's stopping her doing what she wants to do, and she's taking it. And that's the end of it.
I agree with your mum.
I had the same response from my dad. My dad said to me, you've been looking at social media too much. So, all right, Dad, we ain't going to argue about this.
No. You're a conspiracy theorist.
Dad, sorry.
Go on. No, you go.
My dad was like, well, no, you have to take everything into full consideration. And I said I did. I took your reaction to your flu vaccine that you haven't taken since the last time you took it into consideration. And that's what I'm basing my argument on. Now what?
I mean, the thing is, you're a conspiracy theorist if you don't believe there's any corona. There is a coronavirus. Whether you want to call it super or flu on steroids, there's something there that is causing a lot of issues for people, and people are dying. I don't say it's not there. I think what I'm doing is being rational. Yeah,
but you know what?
Which is that they put a drug through, which normally the process for kind of like scrutinizing the drug, process for scrutinizing drugs, whether they're effective, takes years. This one's been pushed through a year, and so I have a right to say, okay, you can make the process quicker, but you can't cheat time. Time cannot be cheated. So I don't know what's going to happen in the year. Let me give yourself a year. I'll take it. I'll get my brothers and sisters to take it. But I'm not having my sister who's ill take it, and my parents. I think that's a reasonable thing, a stance to have in me personally.
Exactly.
I was just thinking,
people should be allowed to choose how long they wait.
I was just thinking, going back to like we was talking about vegan diets. Like, do you think that there's things that we can do ourselves at home, or changes that we can make to our diet that can help to boost up our immune systems naturally?
Yeah, I mean, Indian food is pretty. I mean, one of the things is when I was growing up, everyone was shocked that I've been vegetarian all my life and I've been fat as well a lot of time. But Indian food has a lot of, let's say, a lot of nutrients stuff, but also a lot of fatty stuff in it, like oil and everything like that. When it comes to the kind of Western style diet, obviously that's a bit more complicated to get all the nutrients and stuff. But you've got so much choice in supermarkets now. It's not like the past when someone was a vegan and or from the UK, all they ate was potatoes and peas. Now you can have a wide
Pie and
variety.
mash, how you mean?
Pie and mash.
Fish and chips.
Yeah, so it was miserable in the past for some of the best food for Asian people is actually vegetarian. Some of the most nicest food. So I've never had an issue with like having problems being a vegetarian, but I can see in the past. But now there's no excuse. If I'm being honest, there's no excuse not to be a vegetarian, at least, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Anyway, I need to shoot, man. Thanks for a good conversation, man. Big up to yourselves, man. Anyway,
Big up, Raj.
Take
Yeah,
care, man.
brilliant
Have a
evening.
good time. Take care.
Take it easy.
Bye.
I was just thinking there's probably some simple things that people could actually be doing to you know, keep those immune systems going, and this is maybe something that we should be thinking about, like with all kinds of stuff out there in the atmosphere. Like, why are we not trying to, why is no one promoting us to build our immune systems naturally?
Exactly. I think a lot of advice that they've given us has been really weird. Like, airborne, but keep your windows open.
I don't. I don't know if anyone's seen the advert on TV where they've got like the green smoky stuff in it, and it's like it's in the house, and then they're like, "Open your is that the one? Open your windows to let it out." And I'm like, "What?" Wait.
You know,
but they never said eat some fruit and veg, like drink some good herbs, even smoke good herbs, or you know.
Yeah, get as much sunlight as you can. So the other day when it was sunny, just make sure you sat in it. But, and keep your house warm. Apparently, it doesn't like the heat, so keep your house warm.
Oh wow!
But, crazy.
What these lot saying in the chat?
Even crazier when you're being dragged out of your house when you're in the middle of COVID for fucking something you ain't done.
I know. But that's the thing, they're not stopping what they're doing,
you were
are they?
isolating, dude. Should have gone like, well, I'm isolating at the moment.
Yeah.
I had a positive test. Defense says fasting is the best thing you can do for your immune system. Defense, jump on and tell us why. Because I hear a lot of people doing fasting now, and I don't agree with it. Like, I've got a friend that keeps doing water diets and fruit diets and this and a fast, like she's just not eating anything. And I get concerned when people say this. Like, I don't know, maybe it's about resetting the body, but I do feel like you're missing out on stuff when you starve your body of certain things.
You get the stupid models who say they live on air and water, didn't you?
Or they live on like, I've heard women before saying like, oh, I'm going out this weekend, so I'm just drinking tea for the next 2 days so my belly can go down. I'm there. I wish I could just if only it was that simple. Like, but why are you going to starve yourself of vital nutrients that your body needs for the sake of vanity?
Yeah, but let's be honest, what man's going to want to live in an house where the woman don't fucking cook?
Well, she'll cook, but she just won't eat it.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just as bad.
I know. Imagine how miserable she'd be. She'd be all like hangry and stuff.
That wouldn't go down well in my house. In my husband's culture, they like to share food. They enjoy everybody eating together and stuff.
Who's that jumped on the panel? Black Dollar 2021. I was saying, who's that just jumped on the panel? Black Dollars 2021. Big up. Not sure who it is though.
I don't know. Do they want to speak?
I don't know. Hello. Must be someone that we know.
Black Dollar who?
But yeah, oh no, just keep active, people. Drink lots of water. Oh no, I was looking at some old Dr. Sebi videos last night. Don't know if you guys have heard of Dr. Sebi, but one of my friends put me onto him like years ago, and he's all about the alkaline diet and cutting out acidy foods and healing people naturally. He claims to have healed people from tumors and HIV. But yeah, a lot of his
Really?
videos was and it was proven in a court that he cured someone from HIV. Lots of testimonies, loads and loads of testimonies. And I think it all started because he himself got really ill, and then he found ways to cure himself.
Yeah,
like in his 40s.
This is the problem, because years ago, if someone had told me that, I would have said, "Oh, for fuck's sake, not another nutter," right? But now, after seeing that little boy that was kidnapped and took across to, I think it was Italy, where they had that where he had the tumor, brain tumor, and then they gave him that therapy.
Oh yeah.
And after seeing the amount of people that have been cured by taking cannabis, sorry. You know, I just think, well, anything's possible. So I am open-minded, but I'm skeptical with a lot of these people.
Oh, of course. Like, I think we always need to be skeptical when people are claiming so-called miracles. But like, as I said, I looked into it many years ago, and I've sort of followed his, you know, different things that people have said about him over the years, and I find no reason to be skeptical of him anymore. Because a lot of what he says just makes sense, you know, when you hear it from other people now. You see people jumping on this alkaline diet. And I think it can definitely help people. And in terms of like cannabis, like I was saying it last week on the panel, like I know someone who not cured her son from cannabis, but helped to save his life, because the chemo got rid of the cancer. Sorry, chemo got rid of the cancer. But cannabis is what helped save his immune system and is what kept him alive. And he had 2 forms of extremely rare cancer. He's the only person to ever have both of those forms of cancer together. So there's so many miracles out there that we've seen, and we could say miracles, but actually this is just natural things that the body needs to help the body to develop or to heal.
Wow.
Yeah, zinc's very important in your body.
Silver as well, apparently. I was reading something a few weeks ago about, I can't remember what they call it now, but it's some way they extract silver and put it in a liquid form, and I think you can drink it or something.
Yeah, it's when you go into all that side of it, it is amazing, because some of the stuff is ancient, even the ancients know. And again, it's alchemy. All that is chemistry, alchemy, all straight out of Kemet.
That's it, Victoria. Collidial silver, that's the one.
A lot of this stuff they knew ages ago.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you catch Wendy? Did you catch Buddha when he came on really late last night on Veles? What he was saying about Mauritius?
No, love. What was he saying?
Well, basically, in Mauritius, they're Catholics, yeah, and they're Creole. And he said that their immigration, they've been allowing Indians, a lot of Hindus in, and apparently they've took over the government there, and they're outbreeding the Creoles, and it's really disturbed him. I was quite surprised.
Why is it disturbed Buddha? Why?
Well, because apparently all the Creole women are marrying Hindu men,
right?
And the men can't marry, the Hindu women are not marrying Creole men, so basically they're being outbreeded, and he says it's really, really bad out there.
Oh.
I don't. Be interesting if he's listening for him to come on and explain it, but yeah. So.
Well, again, it's down to the government, whoever runs that country, isn't it? Really.
I said to him, don't they have equality laws or anything out there? He said no, or if they do, they don't use them, basically. It was interesting. It's an interesting discussion. But, yeah.
Oh, you see, oh God, you see, that's only going to play into the loonies now. That'll play into the hands of the lunatics that go around saying that we're going to be outbred. Yeah.
Well, he said to me, "Well, how do I feel about it?" And I said to him, "Well, I can understand that you might be worried about it because I can understand white people that are worried about it. But me personally, it's hard for me to empathize because I don't care if my grandchildren are black or white.
No, exactly.
I know they've got my blood in their veins, and I know that I've taught them my culture, like my mixed race children, as much as their dad's taught them his culture. So for me, I don't see it as a real big problem. For me, skin color is not what denotes someone, but I don't know. So I said to him, I can't be much help to you, I'm afraid. For me, I think what's more important is that you pass on your knowledge and culture.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? But
it's like that idiot in that video on about Priti Patel, yeah? He was more or less on about, I mean, number one, he can't tell the difference between someone that's Pakistani and Indian. And also he was more offended that she was that she's the Home Secretary and that her skin isn't white. You know, nuts. Absolutely crazy.
Know what? About 15 years ago, there was an election going on in Nigeria, right? And there was a lot of tribalism, I would say, to do with who was going to be going in. And me and Hector were discussing it, and I said to him, you know, this is one of the beauties of Britain, because we don't worry about where someone comes from. We've had a Scottish Prime Minister running the whole of the United Kingdom. It doesn't bother us. We look at what they do, whether they're going to do the job, and not necessarily their ethnicity or where they come from. 15 years forward, and now we're getting tribalistic. And I do wonder if it is the outside mindset that's come in and made it so. I really do wonder if it's rubbed off, because we weren't like this 15 years ago. We weren't like this 15 years ago. It would have made absolutely no difference. You know, it's like it's all gone backwards. It's like someone, who was it? I think it might have been Khan, because Khan gets everything all upside down. He doesn't understand anything. And I think he said to me, I've never once heard you big up anybody. I was moaning about Sadiq Khan. I said I wanted him out as mayor. And I do want him out. I think he's a waste of space. I think he's done nothing about the knife crime. I think everything he's all done has been for one community and not the whole community. And
yo.
I think he hold on, sorry, let me just finish. And he said to me, I've never once heard you say anything nice about an ethnic minority, which is not true anyway. And he said, so who do you want to replace him? I said, well, I'd love to have Sean Bailey.
Oh,
yeah. And I think Sean Bailey is a pretty good forerunner, to be honest. There's not many others.
He seems all right.
Yeah, you know. But that sort of shut him up.
Can't be any worse than bloody Sadiq.
Well, I'm running for mayor. I'm running for mayor of London, by the way. Mayor of London, by the way.
I'm DC,
What,
Brad.
an American?
Why you changed your name, Brad? Brad, why you changed your name?
Because I think it's time for a change.
Why are you trying to confuse us?
Oh. Trying to start just try to start something new. You know, I got my hair cut. Thought I'd do something new this year.
You got your hair cut.
Plus I'm high. Plus I'm like dumb high right now. So it is what it is.
Oh, not again, Brad. No.
What? What? Am I not good company?
Why?
What? Am I not good company?
You are the best company when you're not high.
Yeah, I plan on starting my own party.
Okay.
It's called the Rice and Pea Party.
Oh God.
Rice and pea. Just one pea, yeah, not rice and peas. Was it like find the one pea in the rice pot?
You do know my niece has got that trademarked. You do know that.
Oh shit. We'll talk later. We'll talk lawyers. Yeah. Man. Ouch. You know what word is really funny to say? Gender. Oh, fuck, I can't even say it now.
Do you know what? If you run for mayor, I'm running against you. Just saying.
Why? It'll be fun.
I'm going to be the real Green Party.
Fish and chips for everyone.
Well, number one, you don't live in London, do you?
No, I actually live in Wales right now. I own a sheep farm.
Hang on, is this Brad who's talking?
Yeah, he's bullshitting.
You live in bloody America. Pack it in.
Man, we can go. I can go over there. I can
We do the Wales. We do the Wales, Brad.
I make wool sweaters. So.
Oh yeah, that's what they call it.
All right.
Cashmere is my specialty. You know. I'll most likely be changing some things though. Like you will no longer call fries chips. Fries will be called fries. Potato chips will be known as chips. Give you guys some culture.
They're crisp. They're crisp. Potato chips are crisp.
Yeah.
I call spuds anyway about potatoes.
Oh yeah, spuds. That's right. Yeah, we're changing that too. No more tea.
Listen, you can't say shit about potatoes. You ain't even Irish. Go away. You have no rights over potatoes.
Potatoes are. I mean, I'm. Oh my god! I almost forgot how to breathe. I have to exhale. Excuse me. Yeah.
What is he doing?
Potatoes.
I really don't know. Help me.
Potatoes. Potato. Tomato. Yo. No, that doesn't rhyme. I was going to say tomato, potato. Rhyme. No, they do rhyme. Potato, tomato.
So listen, guys, smoking
Tomato.
like the wrong weed can have serious effects in life.
This is what I was gonna say. Like, what are you smoking, my G? Like, let us know.
So I can avoid it. Put it on
I
my
have
list.
some I have some good friends. And
I'd question that.
Shut up. You haters. You guys are a bunch of haters. Shut up. That's funny.
I need to roast someone because I'm waiting for Schiffer to come back about he wants me and him to have a one-on-one roast. Like, where is Simperman today?
You called him Simperman.
I'll call him a lot of things. I'm waiting. I've got my bars ready for him.
Oh gosh, that'd be good. I can't watch that one.
See, we going. You know what I will also do though? Like I would get tired. Those double-decker buses give me anxiety, bro. I'd be like, no, we ain't doing that shit no more. I you have to also admit that like most of my ideas of what I think of London comes from television. So Paddington Bear.
Oh God.
There'll be no such thing as. Yes, I love that.
Brad's
movie.
one of them guys that's going to go to King's Cross looking for the the platform 9 3/4, and he's just going to book up on a couple of prozzies outside.
That's nice.
One thing I won't be doing though. You know that house the prime minister live in? I am not living in no townhouse if I'm a leader of a country. What? My house better be at least a quarter the size of Buckingham Palace or some shit.
Yeah, they get a country house as well. Don't you worry about that.
Oh, good.
Yeah, all expenses paid.
Oh, good. So y'all pay for it.
It's
All
called
right, good.
Checkers,
I'm not worried.
isn't it? It's called Checkers.
Yeah.
I would want to move into like the Tower of London or something like that. You know.
Would you?
I want a castle. Like I would only come to the UK to buy a castle. And put a bunch of kente cloth everywhere.
And buy a castle. There's loads of castles that are up for sale.
I have a request from the chat. The chat would like the panel members to give a fun fact about the nation Wait, hold on. Can everyone give a fun fact about a different nation from their own? Yeah, so a fun fact about your nation.
Like what? What they mean by fun fact?
I don't know. Yellow cactus. Talk.
Give an example.
Fun fact about America. Oh,
I have a
you can buy in some parts of the country, you can buy a gun at a barbershop, and you can sometimes get a gun for free at a barbershop. There's one.
What? Get a trim, get a free.
Only America.
Yes, you can get a 12 gauge. You can get a 12 gauge shotgun if you. Oh, also you get a 12 gauge shotgun if you open up a bank account in some parts of America.
Okay,
a 12 gauge shotgun.
Yeah.
For opening an account.
Yeah, it's like in the middle. It's like in the Midwest now.
Oh my gosh! You go to the Midwest in here, and you'll get a pen. Open an account. Like, what is wrong with you, lot?
You won't even get a pen. You'll have to steal a pen.
God.
I'll give you a fun fact. North Korea gives out a list of approved hairstyles for its children.
Oh God.
What?
I have a fun fact, in a weird way, it's the most fun fact out of all these depressing fun facts. In Zambia, hippos kill more people than other animals, like other wild animals.
You're from Zambia?
Yeah. But that's because people are stupid and they think that hippos are cute, and then they try and trouble them and get eaten.
I've seen a hippo like crush like 4 watermelons in his mouth like it was bubble gum. I've never met
people are very silly, you know. But yeah, you're more likely to get killed by a hippo than like a lion or a wild cat or a hyena or something. Yeah.
Fun fact: we technically only have 8 fingers because our thumbs are not fingers.
Yeah. Oh, I have a fun fact. You can walk if they amputate all of your toes, as long as you have one ball joint.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Why do we need
one?
toes?
Oh, one ball joint on your foot. Okay, so
yeah.
Why do we need toes in the first place? That's too close to have.
It's just better. It's better for balance.
And why do men have nipples? Like, what do we need nipples for? I've always wondered
because
that. Like,
do you know why men have nipples? Oh, I have an answer for that. Okay, because when an embryo is actually formed, you just have all the parts, but you don't know what the gender is yet. So you get the nipples, and you actually have breast tissue and like ducts, but they never like mature. So some men, that gene isn't turned off properly, and they have breast tissue, but because they don't have the estrogen in their systems, they don't develop into full breasts. So that's why you will not have nipples.
Wait, so we have the same bodies as females?
When it's in the like, okay, so there are similar tissues that men and women have in their bodies in the same general areas, but they're not. They didn't turn into the same kind of thing, the same kind of organ, because some of the genes were turned off, and hormones made them develop into something else. That's like the most layman's term way I can put it in, because I'm not great.
So a penis is just an inside-out clit.
Yes and no.
Oh, that's too much for my
okay,
brain right now.
Okay.
Ouch.
No, yes and no, because the clitoris only has one function, and it's just purely pleasure-based. Yeah. But the penis, even though it's made up of like similar tissues, but it's a different organ, it has multiple functions. So that's why I say yes and no.
We're just a bunch of freaks, human.
So yeah, that's why you like have nipples, because you should have been girls, but you just didn't get enough estrogen. That's a very Barbie explanation. Please don't anybody slaughter me in the comments.
Here's a fun fact that Brett like. 1/3 of the world's languages are spoken in Africa.
Wow. Chinese people have a festival where they eat dogs and they boil them alive.
Oh God.
Yes. All right. Yeah.
Right. Here's a fun fact about Dutch people. They are statistically the tallest people in Europe.
Wow.
I have met a lot of tall Dutch guys. I can see that.
Saudi Arabia has a special prison for females that talk back or are a little bit rebellious.
Oh God.
I won't be going there anytime soon.
Listen, we need to not laugh. I need to not laugh because it was me. Because I literally realized as I was giggling, I said to myself, why are you laughing? Like there's not a Puerto Iranian girl in prison because she said some stuff and talked back to people. So yeah, don't laugh.
Here's another fun fact.
Because I laughed because I thought I would be in prison every day because I can't control my mouth sometimes.
No
Go on.
pig is to be called Napoleon in France.
Say that again.
You are what, Jupiter?
No pig is allowed to be called Napoleon in France.
No pig?
Yeah.
Oh
no
my
pig.
gosh.
I don't know. I suppose that is in reverence.
No, there's a few countries like that. I swear it's the same in Korea, isn't it? You can't call whoever's the leader, that can't be somebody's pet's name or some shit. Like there's something odd like that. So
I don't know if it goes through because I've got a list here because I googled it. But it says the official animal of Scotland is the unicorn. That's it.
Scotland.
Yeah. They have made that up. That's a wiki entry somebody put in when they were drunk.
I'll tell you something interesting. You know the Royal Courts of Justice, yeah? You know the image that they use. Have you ever looked into what the meaning behind that is?
No.
Right, let me see if I can find it while you guys chat away.
While we chat away.
Cool. What's this?
What the
Oh, yeah, Louise, who's Scottish, said it's true. Oh wow.
A unicorn?
What's ours then?
I love
What's
Scottish
the English
people.
one?
If that is true, I love Scottish people. I love you lot for that.
Ask what is the official.
I will love them even more.
Official might be a lion. Type in what is the official animal of England. See what it says.
I swear, yeah. Isn't it the 3 lions?
Yeah.
One out of 3 males in Wales has a sheep as a little
Wales
sister.
is the dragon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wales is the dragon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
Right, so let me run through this list then. It says Africa is 54 countries. Coffee is grown commercially in Hawaii. I didn't know that. After Christianity, Judaism is the second largest religion in the USA.
Yep.
90% of the world's fresh water is in Antarctica. Well, that's obvious. Antarctica is the largest desert in the world. Why do they? That's weird.
Huh?
Exactly, that's weird.
You don't need sand. If you think about it, you don't necessarily need sand. It just has to be arid. But it doesn't make sense. All the ice and snow is water, just frozen. But
we also have to think about, is the word desert only uses a dry place would count as a desert, correct?
Yeah, true. That's what I'm thinking. But is it dry if everything underfoot is just frozen water?
Antarctica is the only place in the world that has only one ATM. Well, that makes sense.
Do you know it has the purest air as well found on Earth?
Yeah.
They're bottling air.
Languages are spoken in Europe. That's amazing. 200.
I don't think that's amazing. That's sensible considering all the migration and what's it, business, like international business, the way that's boomed.
Yeah, that's true. Didn't look at it that way.
Think about the restaurant trade alone in Europe and how that's developed in the last 20 years. Oh, yeah. I'm greedy, sorry.
The largest country in Europe is Russia, and the smallest country in Europe is the Vatican.
Yeah.
I didn't know they.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the issues because they are ruled by their own law. They're literally a law unto themselves in the country. Simply put.
Yeah,
like,
that's wrong as far as I'm concerned.
so you could literally you could murder somebody in there, and if there's a lot of stuff that you could do and nobody has any say, like they're not bound to any international law.
Yeah, they
either.
recently dug up a body there. They found somebody that they claimed was murdered, but they don't know who it was. Ancient. So. 10 million people visit the Great Wall of China every year. And Nigeria has the highest rate of twin births in the world. Yeah, I knew that one.
Yeah.
The Marshall Islands in the Pacific Ocean are the most endangered island nation.
The which islands?
The Marshall Islands in the Pacific Ocean. Here's a good one. Papua New Guinea is the most linguistically diverse country in the world, with 851 individual languages listed. Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah. That's weird.
Only because it's not that big.
Yeah.
So that means they must have kept a lot of their older indigenous languages. That's amazing.
Wow. Greenland is the country that can't join FIFA because of bad weather conditions and grass can't grow there.
Are you for real?
Yeah, that's what it said on the list.
FIFA are haters for that. They're haters because AstroTurf is a real thing. Artificial grass is a real thing. Like, we can put some grass inside and put some grow lights out. If we can grow weed in Greenland, why can't we grow a little grass? Like, I think that's a bit petty.
Oh, God.
Look at Ultra in the side chat. You're going to have to come back on, Ultra. I've already done the story once. It's bad enough I have to go for it again, to be honest.
So I just found, I can't find the full explanation, but in terms of the significance of the unicorn in the British coat of arms, it says the British coat of arms depicts a unicorn and lion flanking a shield. The lion is the national animal of England, and the unicorn represents Scotland, both of which are part of the British Empire. It said the lion is the unicorn's arch nemesis. Now this is interesting because obviously the lion is England and unicorn is Scotland.
Yeah, it's the Scotland.
Lion
Yeah, I'm like,
is the unicorn's arch nemesis. Moreover, the unicorn is undefeatable. Did Scotland coincidentally choose one of the only animals able to defeat England's national animal, considering the centuries-old feuding between the two countries? We think not. Now, the other thing is, if you look at the unicorn, you'll see it's wrapped in chains, and that's what I was trying to find the significance to, because there's some.
What country is that to, though?
It's the British coat of arms.
Yeah, because James Jones once told me that he has the British coat of arms tattooed on his back. And then he has like a tramp stamp that says King Leopold was just only getting started. So I don't know what that means, but yeah. But no, I'm sorry, continue.
What's King Leopold got to do with
he that's his fascination. He has his dog's name's Leopold. He was part of the JLL, which is the Junior Leopold League. So that's just how he was. That's just how he is. It just made me think about that. Yeah. James Jones has a fascination with like British culture and King Leopold for some reason.
Oh, King Leopold was disgusting what he did to people.
He was.
He was
yeah.
I don't know.
But James was a Berber, so it wouldn't affect him. So you know.
So who believes unicorns were real?
No.
Okay. I don't
Why
believe
can't
they're
they
real.
be? This is the thing, like, and this is what I've always said to people. Why can't they have been real if we had like cats with curved teeth almost a foot long and woolly mammoths with these big tusks that eventually died out. Like there are lots of horned four-legged creatures.
True.
They're just that would be just a different niche. So I personally think that unicorns were a rare type of, like they were a bougie deer type creature, and they mysticized them over time, just because there was a few of them. Like there's only a few white tigers and snow
I
leopards.
think it's possible, just because we haven't found the evidence of it. We've been around for eons.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff we haven't found. Like we're catching up.
I believe in.
Oh,
I
well,
believe
then they
in.
can find evidence of dinosaurs, but we can't find evidence of unicorns. Oh, get out of here.
No, I mean,
Maybe
like,
they.
it's
This is
100%
the
a
thing.
fictional
Like
creature,
in
though.
some countries, they find rare animals and they use their bits for like folklore medicine and things like that. So maybe they ground up all their horns for some type of medicinal, or what they thought was a medicinal. Because people do it now
Maybe they
in
got
certain
a
countries.
hippo. Maybe they got a hippo mixed up with a unicorn.
Oh, they got
This is what I'm saying.
a hippo.
Somebody
and
might
a
have
horse.
seen a few creatures that looked a particular way because they liked a particular tipple. I don't know. Do you see what I mean? But there is some basis for the unicorn being sighted. I'm sure of it. We just haven't found the evidence yet. There's something to it. A unicorn is some type of creature.
Well, I'll try to ask the question: why have we got a lion when it's like from the continent of Africa? Well, actually,
That goes back to Richard the Lionheart, doesn't it?
no, actually there was lions on this land. They reckoned that the climate was different a long time ago.
Yeah, I realized that there's like different breeds of lions actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There's
Like, there used to
mountain
be- you know
lions that
there's
you
a
get
black
all over
lion?
North America. So
You know, there's a black
there
lion
may
though,
have
for
been.
real?
Yeah.
Like a flat out black lion. Like, oh man, why? Where the heck? I would buy one. Like, I would want to just breed it, just
Do you
like
know
make
that
it like.
down in Cornwall, there's large cats on the loose down there, because in the 70s there was a lot of these mega rich pop stars, etc., that got them as cubs, thought it was cool and trendy, and then when they couldn't manage them no more, let them loose. And down in Cornwall, they've actually found the tracks of two different large cats, and they reckon that they are actually down there.
Yeah, that does surprise me. So, and this is the thing, they will mate with the nearest type creature, the nearest species to them. So then you get different wild kind of animals and different wild cats.
Oh man,
What are you laughing, Brad? What are you laughing at?
I'm sorry. It's just because my fingers go from like red to like pale white, and they go to red again. It's just freaking me out.
He's high. He's off his head. He's high.
Oh man.
He is not smoking anything normal. Like that's not supposed to happen, Brad. That's not normal.
Listen,
Told you, wherever you're
I'm
smoking,
not frequent at this, so I usually detox, and I go to the point where I can be dumb for a purpose. Okay,
But irregardless, no kind of weed should be making you hallucinate to the level that your fingers are changing colors, bro.
No. When you press them, when you press your finger, it goes like white in some areas. Then when you let go, it turns back to red. Yeah, that's all.
Jedi,
I just recognize
you just noticed it now, then, because you just
like
quite
sometimes I
aware of
stay focused
everything
on
around you. Then, okay, I get it.
That's all.
You know, he's at that kind that high stage where you're like a baby rediscovering things like, oh my god.
Thank you. That's the purpose.
Oh my god.
It's not supposed to be like
now.
It's not supposed to be like cigarettes, you know what I mean? You're supposed to like
I just
take time.
realised that what Jedi's put as his background is trying to fucking give me trauma with flashbacks. And
Oh, you only clocked that now, Cubes. That was definitely you started your story.
Yeah, it's been a couple of hours now, dude.
Ridiculous.
I'm not gonna lie, that cell looks way too clean and pretty. That must have been like when it was
Doesn't
newly
it?
done
Yeah.
They pimped it out for the gram, yeah?
Yeah, they must have done. I remember back in the day when they'd be writing all over the cells and all kinds. It's funny because you'd be sitting
I've been
there.
searching. She wants to mingle and then get married. Oh man.
What?
Christ, this is worse than listening to someone that's drunk.
I just had a vision of you dancing around like King Julian to that song for some reason.
Maurice, Maurice, I'm watching that show. Yo, where's my remote? I have to make remotes like tiny now. I miss in the 90s when they were huge. There we go. There we are.
Okay, can someone come up with a topic, please?
Don't do drugs, kids.
Why do women get upset
Say
about the
no.
toilet seat?
Always say no.
Why do women get upset about the toilet seat? Like it takes 12 hours to lower the toilet seat. Like a girl I had over last night was like, you don't put down your toilet seat. I don't know why I come over here. I'm like, how long does it take you just to press it down? That's it. Like, how long does that take? Like, females.
Listen, right? Women don't need to have the toilet seat up, okay? We need it down. So why should we be the one running along behind you putting the toilet seat down? No.
Because I don't need it down. I need it up. So if I ask you, I can understand
You know what?
Customary,
You know what? Okay.
I can understand if it was customary for females to put it up when they were done. You don't even put it up when you're done. So why do I gotta put it down when I'm done?
Actually, some of us do. If I'm at your house, I will put the toilet seat back up like I found it. Put my toilet seat down.
See, I didn't want to
It's
be
just
rude.
about consideration. It's about consideration. And they get upset that you don't consider them enough and put the toilet seat down.
Oh, see. No, we ain't simping 2021 this time. You know. Oh,
You wanted an answer. I gave you an answer.
Wow. Wow. He said, wow. No, that's true, though. I did. I want some. The thing is, I hate this time of my life because it's like, I want curry, but I don't know if I want Jamaican curry or Indian curry. So I don't know. And then I want chicken, though. That's the thing. It's like, what place has all three?
Why don't you just have a Mexican?
I think that's what you had last night.
Yeah.
Right. Next topic, please.
Yo, Jupiter, you actually have some jokes sometimes, man. This is good. This is good. Oh crap. Well, I might eat some cake too. No, I can't eat cake. Oh man. I need a woman in this house to cook, bro.
Yeah, I think
Brad
you do
uses-
need a woman just as a distraction.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking at this chat too, and there's this hater, this little Berber hater in the chat named James Aloysius Jones, who comes in here and says I use 2 towels after I shower. First of all, I'm not poor, so I use a robe to dry off. Okay, so shut up. All right.
How do you
I
dry
don't
your
use a
toes?
towel. Huh?
How do you dry your toes in a robe?
Well, yeah, I don't need towels. I like the robe I brought operates as a towel. So I gotta
Yeah, but
do
what
is just
about your
simply put
toes?
it
You
on.
gotta like dry
Hang
in
on.
between your toes.
Yeah, hang
You
on.
That's what the
people
floor
are
is for.
poor if they have towels.
Okay, so first of all, there's like I have a carpet piece in my bathroom that soaks up all the water from my feet.
No.
Okay.
I'm not having that.
What nonsense is he talking? Honestly.
There
I have
are
a heat
toweling
lamp, too.
robes. I know he's talked a lot of nonsense, but there are toweling robes that are
Yes.
really thick towel-like material.
I hear
No,
that,
like
but they
literally
don't dry
towel-like
in between
material.
your toes.
And all you have to do,
No, but
all you
you
have to
can use
do is
the
put them
floor
on a
mat
quick
for that.
cycle. Yeah, all you do is put them on a quick cycle because I have a heat lamp. It was actually a couple months
Oh
ago.
God,
James
you
told
got
me about it.
everything, Brad.
No, it was James that told me about it. He was like, he has a heat lamp in his bathroom. So I was like, let me install one. I'm not gonna let this prick outdo me in something.
Yeah. I'm poor. I don't like fluffy towels. I think that they don't dry you properly. I like nice, rough ones.
Oh, you like them nice and rough.
Yeah.
Brad, I just had an image of you like Carlton in his white bathrobe. The white
And
fluffy bathrobe.
I have sliders too. I wear sliders when all you have to do is just when you're done, because I like that nice warm fluffy feel. So when I'm done drying off, I just put in the wash, put in the dryer, go off, do my work, come back home, take it out the dryer, go upstairs, take a shower, and do the same thing before I go to bed.
T-shirt wears fluffy slippers.
Because they're comfortable on my feet. Are you kidding? Like the type of I can be on my feet for like 12 hours some days. So like there's
You
something
wear
that's good.
fluffy slippers.
Yeah. Like Uggs or Ralph Lauren.
No. I'm done. I think Yellow Cactus wants to have a baby. She's asking for good and bad baby names. Anyone got any terrible baby name suggestions for a cactus?
A bad baby name, Aloysius. I think that's all.
That's horrible. Sorry to anyone called Aloysius, but
Esmeralda.
Anastasia.
Horrible ones for you, but nice ones. There's so many.
Brad only wears sliders after a pedicure. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Put on socks? God, he's retarded. James gets desperate, bro.
Right.
He's desperate.
If I knocked at a door and a man opened the door with fluffy slippers on, I'd think he was gay.
You don't have house slippers in your home, Wendy?
No, but you're a man.
Yeah, you can't.
Okay, I wear house slippers that have a little fluff on them. Okay, because I'm a man that works on his feet. Okay, so when I lotion up, I like to have something soft on my feet because sometimes I have tile that gets cold. Okay, and
sorry. No,
Yeah.
there's proper man slippers. Men shouldn't be wearing fluffy slippers. No.
I agree. You're making yourself look too tender.
just out of interest, I looked at top 10 baby names in the UK, I think. Yeah, for 2020. So, females, top 10 names is Sophia.
All right. Yeah.
Olivia. Riley.
Uh-huh.
Riley as a girl's name. Okay. Emma. Ava. Isabella. Aria. Aaliyah. Amelia. Mia. Wow.
A lot of ears there, isn't there?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. And then the top 10 for the boys is Liam, Noah, Jackson, Aiden, Elijah, Grayson, Lucas, Oliver, Caden, and Mateo.
Grayson.
Grayson. Yeah, I've never heard that name before. Grayson, come here, Grayson.
Oh, I don't like that. In
Wait,
fact,
Grayson?
I like most of them except for one.
What, Liam?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the only one I like. But isn't Liam a short version of William?
Yeah.
So now people are just going with Liam instead of William.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yo, fuck whoever just told me I'm very girly for wearing fluffy. I'm looking on now. Is it manly to have fluffy house slippers now? Fuck both of you. Whoever has
It's
me
fine
now
to have
paired up.
slippers, but I don't know about this little bit of fluff. Like even when you were saying
It's like the
sounded a bit-
inside. The inside of it is like goose, and then it has like some. It's like goose with like a goose. Very very like soft wool, like the same quality of a cashmere insoles, and it's very good. It's like it almost feels like when you step, like you're not allowed to wear them outside the house because once you get some water on them, they're over. But they're good to have inside the house.
Here's a fun fact for you, Brad. People that wear Uggs started to walk with a deformity because of the way that you have to curl your toes as you walk in them.
And what would you say? I'm sorry. Say that again. Crocs.
People that wear Uggs on the regular.
Yeah.
Uggs, yeah. They started to, there was a condition that came about where people that were wearing Uggs for a long period of time started to walk in a weird way because of the way you have to curl your toes as you walk.
Yeah, but I only see that because there's some females that will like buy a pair of Uggs that are too small for them, just because it was like on sale. Because I don't know why females y'all. This is another thing, females. Why do y'all wear heels if they hurt your feet? That's retarded. Like that's just
I don't go
retarded.
for fashion. I go for comfort. So
Thank you.
I think I've worn heels maybe twice in my life.
Yeah. Once you've mastered the art of wearing high heels, though, they don't hurt actually. But
big up any woman that can do it, because I can't do it. Like, that's one thing I fail as a woman. I cannot wear heels. Maybe I can wear them lying down, but like,
But those, yeah, I was going to say that. But those that do wear them, that are not used to wearing them or are new to wearing them, often look like horses from behind. Yeah. The way
I just don't get the concept of it. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, get me wrong. As a black man who absolutely is addicted to the black, like, oh my god, like the way the calves rise in the black one. Oh my god. But it's just still something like, yo, you wear that, and it hurts, bro. It hurts. Like my ex-wife really loved this company called Jimmy Choo's. I don't know, and it was just like $800 for a pair of shoes that's gonna hurt your feet within 2 hours of wearing them. Like, you better put some flats on and shut up. Like, I just never got the idea of it.
How much money you got? Paying £800 for a pair of shoes is just fucking stupid.
Yellow cactus, that's between me and the person I'm lying down with.
Like, would you spend £800 on a pair of shoes, Wendy?
It depends, but no, the thing is though, the quality. So like, I
Nope.
would tell you this: a pair of shoes you get for that, if you're paying more than $500 for a pair of shoes, I'm not saying
Listen,
sneakers.
do you know how many good quality pair of shoes I could buy with £800 or dollars?
Like, listen. There's a guy that comes on these panels. His name is Raheem. Raheem has like he told me in confidence. I don't want to put his business out there, but Raheem once told me that like he goes to like Moldova and Croatia and like makes like has like these very, very frail old people, and they'll make his shoes for him, and they'll last for like 4 to 5 years. You know, so like that's what I'm
You
saying, like,
make
they're
it
really good.
sound like he's out here like taking advantage of the elderly. Can we
What are you
just
talking about?
say
Raheem
he has these
goes to the
very, very
slums?
frail
No, he
old
told me.
people?
He told me
What
that he
he's
goes to the
doing
slums
is
in
he's
Eastern
going to a
Europe.
family business, a family cobblers that has been in business for years and years. So
No,
the gentleman
he
might be
doesn't refer to them
older.
he doesn't refer to them as family. See, Raheem doesn't see
No, what I'm saying
people who
is
are under his income like that. You know what I mean?
no,
Like, he doesn't
not
refer to
his
people like that.
family. He's visiting an old established family business. Not getting very, very frail old people to make him his shoes.
I mean,
Do you
that's
see
what
the
he
difference
told
in
me.
those two stories?
He told me he would never ever touch a laptop unless he knew Asian children slaved over it. Like, he just feels like it takes away the value of the laptop. So that's not my words. That is Raheem's words. Okay. Raheem his full name is Raheem Epstein. Raheem Epstein Andrews Rockefeller. So as long as you know that. Oh, he's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me.
Americans are ridiculous. I just every time just say okay. So not all Americans, some of them.
Mm-hmm. No, actually, Americans, yeah, we're actually really.
I think Raheem needs to come on here and defend himself.
No, he doesn't. Like Raheem told me.
Yeah, don't
like
worry,
Raheem
Raheem,
told me
we're
at the
taking
time.
none of this as gospel. We'll wait until we can put you on trial. Don't worry.
No, he went to a slums in Romania and told me, like, if you ever want to see a really fun zoo where you can like throw like scraps for the people, he always goes there. He thinks gypsies are good for fighting clubs. He brings them out so they can. He buys a new gypsy kid for his because he wants his son to have a proper pet when he grows up. That's how he refers to them. This isn't me. This is Raheem talking.
This is
not me.
you talking right now.
This is Raheem. This is not me. I'm only repeating what I've heard. Okay. All right.
Is
I don't
Raheem
know
an actual
what-
person that lives outside of your head?
Yes, he is. He's
I'm
actually.
starting to
Raheem's in the
He's
chat
like
right now.
he's actually a Muslim Jew. He believes in something. He's a Muslim and a Jew. He goes to Jewish mosque. He's a rabbi imam. Yeah.
And I'm
when he turned
Claus.
13, he took his forgive my pronunciation of this, but he calls it a shahada mitzvah. So yeah, he's a combination of both. So I don't know, you know, he's gonna have to come on here and defend himself. You know.
Yeah, I think he
Raheem sounds like a character.
Yo, put a 1 in the chat. I killed it. with Shahada Misfah. Come on, give me a 1 for that. That was beauty.
I can't believe how many racist jokes you've got in your head.
Oh, I'm American. I can. Okay. Do you want to begin? Like, the craziest thing, let me tell you the messed up thing about racist jokes in America is when the jokes are said about your own people, and there's like 5 of them said, and at least 3 of them, you know, you're not supposed to laugh. So you laugh at 2, but there's 1 that you just got to hold back. You know, 2 of them you might get mad at it, but like,
Brad, how about you tell us 3 fun facts about yourself? Make one of them a lie, and we'll have to guess which one is a lie. So
Yeah,
2 of them have to be honest, and 1 has to be fake, and we've got to guess which one is fake.
all right. First fun fact. I crashed my dad's car into the garage because I didn't know the difference between drive and reverse. Second fun fact. I got lost. I got lost. I think I forget what state that was in. It was in Texas, I believe. Yeah, I got lost in Texas. My dad had to drive 6 hours from Houston to Dallas to get me. And the third one, I was close. I was able to go to a professional NFL football training camp for the Washington Redskins at the time.
Oh, which one do we think is the lie? Right, hold on. Let's see what the chat's saying. Which one do you guys think is a lie? So it's crashing the car, getting lost,
and going to a pro.
And the
And
pro
going
team.
to a pro, yeah.
Can we ask questions to determine the lie?
Of course.
Yeah.
What year did you almost go Redskin Pro?
It was 2013, 2014.
Yeah, I think the first one's a lie.
Crashing the car.
How old are you now?
I'm 30 now.
Yeah, crashing the car. I think that's a lie.
Okay.
I'm going to go with the car as well.
Car.
I'm going to go getting lost in Texas.
It was actually the pro camp thing. I was never I was too young. I just got out of college. I just got out of high school in 3 years before.
All of us probably were to
You
say
said
that.
20, didn't you say 2013, 2014? Oh, damn.
Yeah, I
you said you
graduated
were
high
30.
school at 2010.
You said you were, what's it, Danny?
Yeah.
You can go pro 21.
So, Raheem said 3 facts about Brad. His first dollar was the one he stole from his first book. He once went to Canada on the diplomat community because of the marijuana he sold. Last time he was in France, Brad bought top floor of the Eiffel Tower with his dad's offering. You guys crack me up, I swear.
This dude in the chat, Obu, yeah, go to his page. This dude is mad talented. He has this little beat he created because he's really good with the saxophone. He is mad talented. Go to it's Obu Saxy. His page.
Yeah,
is
seen him on Jedi's Live.
He has this.
From the studio.
He has this oh man, that dude is talented. Let me see if I have the video saved. It's called a drone type beat or something like that. It is amazing.
Right, who's going next with their fun fact? To make them fun this time.
Yeah.
Dupes, Wendy.
What?
You. I don't know.
Me. All right. Oh gosh.
Yeah, drone type beats. He did a year ago, and then Insanity is what? I listen to that when I'm driving and shit. It's amazing.
Okay. 3 fun facts about me. I once got in trouble with the police because of a bunch of travelers. I once got arrested in Amsterdam airport, and I once got arrested in Jamaica airport.
Jamaica airport. That's the lie. The first two are real. The Jamaica airport one's a lie. I ain't even gotta ask questions. But then again, she wouldn't call herself Mary. This is Mary Jane, right? Yeah, so
The first one, the traveller one's a lie. Because she is a traveller, isn't she?
I'm not a traveller. I've got a family that are travellers, but no, I'm just Irish.
Oh, so it might be possible then. Oh. All right, let's go for one of the airports, either at any of the airports.
wait, why were you in Jamaica in the first place?
Just a holiday.
And I mean, not to bring up any charges, but what was the actual crime that you would have been in trouble for? What is it in close to?
Well, I was just suspected of something. I was never actually like arrested or charged.
I'd go to Jamaica.
When did
now.
you go? When did you get arrested in Amsterdam?
That would have been like 2002.
I'm sticking with the Jamaica.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I'm going
Yeah, that was the lie.
Yeah.
I fully did get arrested. I got arrested in Amsterdam, got banned from a certain airline as well, but I actually didn't do anything wrong. Like the whole thing was just messed up. And yeah, I've gotten in trouble with the police for calling them for travellers in my pub one time. I got a warning from licensing as well because apparently I gave them too much alcohol, but I didn't because they all just brought in fucking bottles of vodka from the offie. Right, Lex, you going next?
So, am I doing 3 fun facts or 2 thingies, 1 lie? Okay. Let me see who's why didn't I think of any when somebody else was speaking? Okay.
Or just give us one if you're struggling and we'll determine if it's true or false.
Okay, I've got a few. Okay, I think I once got in trouble. Okay, I once had the police called on me because of a fight I had with my brother where I almost poked his eye out with the stiletto. I got fired from a job for a suspected money laundering scheme. Literally like money laundering, like fake money. No, that's not money laundering. What is that?
Money laundering is cleaning dirty money. So you took like criminal money and made it legal.
Yeah,
counterfeit money.
I think, yeah.
I once got thingied from a job for a counterfeit money scam, a suspected counterfeit money scam. And no. I once had a gun pointed at me at the Treasury.
Oh, shit. Wait, what was
the
outside Gordon Brown's office? I once had a gun pointed at me at the Treasury outside Gordon Brown's office.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you black?
Yes.
So 1 and 2, 1 and 3 are definitely true. The second one is false. Because my sister tried to stab me with a knife. So yeah. 1 and 3 are definitely true. Number 2 is false. Oh, but wait a minute. See, I forgot. No. This is different now.
I think 3 is false.
Yeah, I think number 2 is false. So I'm sticking with number 2.
Okay.
I don't know. I want to say number 2 is false, but I'm going to say number 3. Yeah, I'm going with number 3.
So number 3 is false, yeah? They're actually all true. I couldn't think of a lie because I smoked a spliff in the last 10 minutes and I couldn't think of a lie. So I just told them the truth. They're all true.
Alba said, what was number 2 again?
Wow.
Number 2 was I was once fired from a job for a suspected counterfeit money ring thing. It was the first job that I ever had. Basically, they accused me of knowing why there were fake £50 notes going through where I worked. I worked in Sega World when I was like 16, 17.
Okay.
So they decided like I was the mastermind of the counterfeit money ring, despite not having the keys to anything or
No, us masterminds
and stuff.
Definitely. Us masterminds.
Yeah. I was literally 18, but I was like, I can't do this. Like, I'm going back to college. I don't need this. So I got a new part-time job. Yeah. So that's true.
It's mad. I remember that happened in one of my old shops. Like every Sunday, like every Monday when I'd go in and be like, mad refunds from the day before. But like, how come you don't always get refunds on a Sunday? And I was like, you know how it is. Like people got time on a Sunday to come into the shop and get their refunds. Yeah, I start watching this thing now. And then I asked them head office to like feedback the reports of what like things were sent back to them. And then I figured out these guys were just pretending to do refunds and pocketing the money like a good couple of £100 every week. I'm like, bro, no wonder we ain't making no profits.
See, people are smart. The smartest way to money launder is to invest in art and then resell it. Because once you resell it, once you resell it for a lower value, you're going to almost clean like 75% of what the art, 75% of the money that you're trying to clean in the first place, and you do that in one hit. You know, that's what I usually do.
Next, they want to know about the Treasury. What happened at the Treasury? Why did they put a gun on you?
At the Treasury, I used to work for like a Black and minority ethnic business advocacy type place. Yeah. So we had an event at the Treasury. We planned it for ages. We had different, I want to say quote unquote celebrities, but not really. Well, kind of, but political celebrities, I should say. Like there were baronesses and MPs and the type everywhere. So we moved it from our original venue to the Treasury, and the CEO of where I worked, one of her friends was Baroness Scotland, who I kept calling Baroness Thatcher, which was not good. But we had a cake. We had like a big 5-litre massive bottle of specially made rum punch made up for her as a gift. And we put it in one of the upstairs rooms. They didn't tell me it was 2 doors down from like Gordon Brown's office. He was like the Chancellor of the Exchequer at the time, I think. Was he? Was it Gordon? Yeah. So I had to go past his office with a small like armored little suitcase thing on wheels. And they thought I was a terrorist, and security jumped out of the shadows, cocked their weapons at me and demanded to know what the fuck I was doing outside his office. And I was like, I'm just here for the rum. Like, literally, it's for Baroness Scotland. So they went and asked her, and she cussed them off. And that was that.
Wow. All for a bit of alcohol.
It was a gift. I was like, literally, bro, I just work for the Black people downstairs who are holding that whole event. Like, go and ask them. In fact, go ask all the white folks. I am meant to be here. I was sent to collect a gift. That's it. That's it. That's my whole entire function right now. That's it. Because they wanted to know why I didn't have any security, like, clearance ID tag thingy, and I was like, I'm a visitor. There's an event downstairs. This is where they put things. I'm here to get the things. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah. So.
I would have hit them up for some compensation. Like, I'm traumatized. Give me some.
Right. Who's going next, Wendy or me?
I'll go next then. Right. Yeah. Number one.
Lie.
I've had hundreds. I've had hundreds of articles published in numerous outlets, magazines, newspapers. Yeah, so that's pretty good. Number two, I once went to my local garage and filled the tank up with petrol, did some shopping inside the garage, and then when I got to the till, I found I didn't have my card with me, and the guy who ran the garage said, "No, you can have it all free because you're my nicest customer." Yeah. Number three. I once rang the police, right, to come and attend to the people who were banging on my door. And when I looked out the window, because they were banging really loud, the police said I had to look out the window to see who it was. So I did, and it was the police.
Oh, God. I'll say two. Number two is a lie.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with number two as well.
Yeah, two.
Oh, yeah.
Right, hold on. What is Jedi's comment? Readers' wives, Razzle Club, barely legal gilfs, gushing grannies. Jedi?
These are the articles when you're talking about the blueprints.
What's he put there?
That's all your articles that have been published, apparently.
Oh, right.
Readers' wives, Razzle Club, barely legal gilfs, and gushing grannies. He only knows that because he's Googled them all.
I don't know if I know like two of them are real, but I don't know about the rest. I just made it up. Gushing grannies, is that a thing? Guilt?
Oh, I've never heard of it, Jedi.
Okay, so my turn. All right, let's think. Okay, I once swam with dolphins. I once saved a baby falling out of a window, 3 stories up, and I was once witness to a woman who was getting her car removed, and she stripped off all her clothes and laid on the bonnet.
I'm going to go for number 3.
When you swam with the dolphins, was you wearing a black and white bathing suit?
Black and white bathing suit? No, you had to. Yeah, I was covered.
I have a question. When you swim with dolphins, did you see Shifa?
So come on.
I'm going to go for number 3.
Troublesome House wants to know.
Too.
What Troublesome House wants to know if there was any
Any what, Jedi?
What?
You cut out too quick.
semen.
Where's he gone?
He said, was there any semen?
Oh God.
No.
Oh shit.
So come on then. Who?
I don't. You didn't fly. You didn't swim with dolphins. You never swam with dolphins. That's the lie.
Nah.
No, I think
Number
number
3.
2 is the lie.
You think what? Number 3, the naked woman in the bonnet. No, because that happened the other day. It was something similar that happened. That shit can happen. Don't know about
That was
naked.
you, Wendy. She told us already.
Jedi is actually correct. Jedi's correct.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Because we got Coast Guard and that. They wouldn't have that.
You can go and do it. You can go and do it, but I just wouldn't want to.
We have the Coast Guard. Like.
I don't even know what that meant, but it was funny. Right. Oh, wait. I don't think of mine. Who's next?
You.
We're all waiting.
Oh.
Save the best for last.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
All right, cool. Okay, yeah. I once was arrested for 66 robberies.
Oh, wow.
I once was a bodyguard for Simon Cowell. I forgot what I've said now. Which ones did I tell you?
Robberies, bodyguard.
66 robberies and bodyguards.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And I once found £500,000 in cash.
Ooh. How tall was Simon Cowell?
Do I have to answer questions? Do I?
Yeah.
I didn't hear Jupiter answer no questions.
Yeah,
everybody's
silly ones.
Part of the
about
game
silly.
is asking questions.
Mary answered questions. Everybody asked questions and answer them.
I'm going to say that 2 is fake. Even though it's probable, I'm going to say 2 is fake.
I'm going to say 1.
Yeah, I swayed with 1, but I'm going to stick with 2.
I'm going to say 3 is fake. You
I
found 500
have
bags.
questions about 3. Was the 500 grand in cash real sterling still in circulation?
No.
Oh. That's a good one. Right. So 66 robberies, 500 grand in cash of an unknown currency. Could be not monopoly money.
Yeah, but I reckon they could have arrested him even though it wasn't him. They just took him in thinking it was him.
Or Jedi or Simon Cowell security.
All of them are plausible, but I'm just going to say 2.
That's the damn problem. Okay, these 66 robberies, what was the time period?
What does it mean? What do you mean?
What was the time period you were accused of committing these 66 robberies over?
In one incident.
One incident.
Yeah, I'm sticking with 1. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go with 1.
Has everyone voted? No.
Yeah. No, I'm still tossing up. I'm still tossing up.
Dun.
I'm gonna go with 2.
Trilogy gives me joke. Said about to.
Which one was it?
I'm gonna go with 2.
That was Okay, it was number 3. Number 3.
Okay.
Ah,
So
it's a shame.
for the robberies, did you commit a robbery and ask for 66 more to be took into consideration?
No, do you know what I figured it was? Yeah, the police can be cunts. So if
Remember I
they
said
can accuse you of one thing but count 66 different, like, okay, say you can steal 66 pounds from somebody, and if it's £1 from each account, that's 66 counts of robbery.
But that wouldn't be robbery.
Okay.
That would be theft.
Or no, but I figured it was something stupid like that you ended up with 66 robberies in one incident.
Yeah, I wish so. I just robbed 66 different people.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say if there's been 66 muggings in a particular area in a day and they arrest one person, then they might just put them all on that one person.
Who has time? I want to know what's it you were on. That takes a lot of energy.
So was you a professional burglar then?
No, I hate fucking burglars. Oh no. I'll walk up to you and take what I need. But no, I wasn't a burglar. I was a highwayman. A modern day highway.
You take purpose.
I mean, I was Robin Hood, man. I was Robin Hood.
It was Robin Hood.
No. I was like the fictional character from Sherwood Forest. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna take your job, am I?
Crying out loud.
Whatever, Jedi.
Yeah, but
I don't rub it. I
you know,
rub it.
that particular incident was an incident that involved a train carriage. And,
okay.
me going on a bit of a rampage.
Yeah. When I worked at New Cross, right, that used to happen quite a lot, right? You'd get on further down the line, right? They'd run through the carriage and they'd get off at New Cross and jump the gates. Yeah.
What's it so funny? You remember cracking up with...
I've got a funny sense of humour, haven't I? I used to first who was going to get when they came up. I used to bet with my colleagues. Look, watch. I reckon that one's going to go over the gate first. Yeah. I was a fucking gate line assistant. You don't think I'm going to put my life on the line for that, do you?
Nah.
Exactly. Although my colleagues, I didn't used to undo the gate. Some of my colleagues were so scared they'd undo the gate before they could run, so they could just all run through.
Just run
I
through,
used to make them jump.
Nah, New Cross used to be a bad station though, man, at night as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no. One of my colleagues got a chain wrapped around his face. Yeah, smashed his face in the chain. Quite weird, really, because that happened to one of my colleagues at New Cross. And then when I moved jobs,
DCI Yellow Cactus. Fucking hell. You got some proper questions, ain't you, DCI Yellow Cactus? What station you attached to then?
Yeah. Jupiter, you never told us how you saved the baby.
Oh, I was working and I was doing my job and I see this baby. I was outside a block of flats. I see this baby 3 floors up, walking on the windowsill. Well, not walking, crawling actually, on the windowsill outside.
What?
And there was no one else around. So I took my coat off. I was thinking to myself, fuck's sake, how am I going to do this? I don't know if this baby falls. And I was going along with the baby. And I was screaming out, help! Help! Right? And then this fella comes to the window. And he said, what's all the noise? What's all the noise? You're a mad woman. What's all the noise? I said, there's a baby on the ledge. And yeah, so the bloke ran to his next door neighbour and they opened the window, took the baby in and didn't even thank me. Do you know that?
Oh, wow. They must have been so embarrassed. Yeah. They must have been like literally fearful that someone would call the police.
Yeah, so a shame.
I was shitting myself though because I thought if that baby falls, am I going to have the strength to catch it? Do you know what I mean?
Wow. That's mad. Like, you know, watch your kids around windows, people. This is why they have safety latches on it. Because there ain't gonna be a there ain't gonna be a mad woman there to shout and save your kid.
Yeah, I did laugh though because it was like, "What's the matter with you, you mad woman? What are you doing?" It's like, "There's a baby on the window ledge." Yeah. And the baby was oblivious. It was just crawling along. I was thinking, fuck's sake, please. I'm screaming for help. And if it looks at me and then falls, I'm going to feel even worse. You know what I mean? It was one of those moments where I was really shitting myself. So, yeah. Yeah.
You just got a new hero status now.
No, I think anyone would have done the same, wouldn't they?
Black snow.
Who's done?
Ah, fuck off. Look at this fake pin snow. Why does this stink burning plastic, bruv? It smells like you've had your air.
So she says she collected the snow from outside the house. What's that noise? She says she collected the snow from outside of the house, and when you burn it, it goes black, so it's not melting like that. And she says it smells like plastic. Interesting.
What?
Yeah, I've seen a few videos of this now, where they're collecting the snow and they're trying to burn it, and it's going all black. She just did it there live. I don't know why snow goes black. I thought it would have just melted, no?
Yeah, it should just melt. That's weird.
And why does it smell like plastic? I don't know.
Is that
So it's
even
all
real?
Huh?
Is that even real though? Like
What?
Well, all the snow is melted outside.
Yeah, I know, but maybe when you collect it and compress it, and obviously, do you know what I mean? It's not just melting. I don't know, man. I don't know what that is. I've seen like 3 videos now.
Raheem says that's an old video, 2 years old.
No, this ain't old. That's what I'm saying. It's been going on from old, but this ain't old. This is today. It's not old at all.
Right,
It's 24. It's 24 minutes old.
Next time it
Mad.
snows, you have to all test this.
Yeah. It's just so we can all go outside and look like a mad woman like YouTube. Collecting snow and setting fire to it.
No, I'll do it. I'll take one for the team. It's only my fucking back garden. No one's going to know what I'm doing. Go out there, find the fucking snow.
I mean, I'd go now, but it's literally all gone. So.
I'll take my dog. We ain't seen this video before, man. What's wrong with you? It's a different woman. Well, you're right. Or something. It's 24 minutes old. Like, what's wrong with you? No, I've seen it before. Do you want to go follow the girl and see for yourself? See another video. You know what I mean? Or it can be soot off the flame. What's the flame giving off soot though? Why is the lighter gonna have soot?
Flame. That's a good one.
Huh?
That's quite funny.
Soot from the flame. I don't get it. Don't get it.
Wow. Off a candle. Well, all these science gurus in the chat, like science experts and shit.
Yeah, loads of scientists online. I'd like to know what makes someone go outside, collect up the snow, then try and burn it. It's beyond me.
I don't know. I've seen someone else do it. That's how these things start.
Yeah.
That's why I'm doing this.
I've seen it before another time, but I don't think it was even in this country because I can't tell you the last time we had snow we could collect. I I don't know if it was her. But I have seen them doing it before. So she's decided she's going to have to go now. She's got this snow. And to all credit to her, she did it there live. So I don't think she's going to have a way to fake it either. She's not that kind of person. She's eccentric, but she's not going to do that. Well, who's got the background noise? Is it? Yo.
Is it me?
I don't know. Recently you've been having some audio issues though. So you're on bail then, yeah? Out on bail.
No, I didn't get
locked up.
charged or bail. They released me pending further investigation.
Oh, that was pointless. Well, you had an interview, yeah?
So that means they can call you in anytime. They can show up again and pick you up anytime.
Yeah, that's what they're doing it for, yeah.
Feels like they forgot about me.
But
in my life. In my life.
Way, I'm half so
wants me to do right. The Jupiter's locked up. They won't let her.
I don't know why I just had this vision of Cell Block H. You remember Cell Block H?
Yeah, but yes, Jupiter would fit right in. She'd be running the podcast.
I was thinking.
Jupiter would be podcast, mate. Where's my fucking biscuits? I mean, yeah, you'd be podcast, man. Pod mama.
I found it.
I heard in women's prisons. They used to say, yeah, in women's prisons, all the brooms and mops and that have got blocks on the end, like a big block on it. You think that's lies?
Block of
really,
what?
Jedi?
That's what I heard. Like for real, it was literally that might be an old wives' tale or whatever. You hear that in a men's prison. You hear that the women, the mops and the brooms on the handles, they've got like big square blocks in them, so to make them like. I reckon it's probably true though.
Make them less appealing.
To make them useless, not less appealing, useless. I mean, I don't care who you are. You can't get square in you.
Well, no, but if she has like a loose pussy, she can just make it work. You know?
No. I don't know. Why would you be that desperate?
Why would you be that?
Exactly. Every woman's got fingers, like.
But a broom head, you could understand. It makes sense.
No, a broom head that everyone's hands have been on. Come on.
Yeah, but maybe they'd just like break it, or they'd snap it and break it, and clean it, and you never know, polish it. They just can't have that in there.
That's disgusting.
I risk it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Putting yourself in danger as well. What if you've upset one of the other cellmates? They catch her, they fucking ram it right up you.
Oh God.
Oh, that's gross. Oh, gross.
Oh, that's
Yeah, no, I don't think that's true.
You don't think it's true? Google it. Google it, Mom. Have you never watched them reality shows about the women's prisons? Not like the English ones and that. I remember I used to watch Bad Girls. That used to be sick. Remember Bad Girls?
Yep.
Fenner.
For some reason, I remember Cell Block H more, or maybe I enjoyed Cell Block H more.
Thingy reminds me of Fenner, Khan. Officer Fenner.
I'm not gonna lie. I used to watch a show called Oz on HBO.
Yeah, Oz is bad. Yeah.
So I didn't know there was a difference between
like proper gay, and then man have to say that. Come on, man, proper gay. You couldn't really like a character. What happened to them? Or they do something weird.
That is so true.
It's true.
But like, I really like
BC was my favorite character, and then he was just doing weird, foul shit. Like it wasn't even funny.
Yeah.
So Hector says to tell you, like, I'm a road girl now, and none of you can take that away from me.
Road girl.
Road girl.
But
right, I just googled that.
Yeah, and was it true?
No, it's just coming up with some like male prisons in America and how prisoners were sodomized with broomsticks.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it could be a thing based on that, but not to my knowledge or recollection.
Yeah, Kemo used to watch Oz all the time. He's got the box set, everything. He loves that. Can't get enough of it. Ain't it, Kemo?
I heard he had t-shirts and hoodies.
Don't worry, Jupiter. We've already started the campaign to free you. Hashtag free Jupiter.
Yeah. Fucking makes the page free Hector, doesn't it? But
I never really got that campaign thing when, like, you know, because I've heard people that would like say, yo, let my mans get out there. I'm like, what do you do? Oh, he just shot up this whole party. Like, no, lock that nigga up. Like, what you letting that nigga out for? Like, am I a coon for not agreeing with it? Like, I'm good.
I don't know. You just got to see the fucking funny side of life. I just found it an experience. I said to the copper when I was in the car, she said, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, this is one off my bucket list." Oh dear.
How long did it have to go home that night? Was you out in a couple hours?
I think Jedi, they soon realised, because even when they released me, they said, "Oh, you know, I'm amazed at how quickly we turned it round." But they're Billy bullshitters anyway, because they arrested me at 9 o'clock and I got released about 2 o'clock, right?
What?
And that's about normal. That's about normal. But
Is
they were
it?
trying to, I think so. But they were,
You know what? Yeah, I've never been arrested at 9 o'clock and been out by 2 o'clock. What the hell?
Really?
What the hell? If I did that, if they let me go that soon, I'd ask them to keep me in for longer because my homies are going to think I snitched. But
Yeah, what happened to the 8-hour rest period?
Yeah, no, I think they realised though as soon as when I got to the station and everything that it was just.
Did you
Well,
have
no,
a
if you get
self-guard?
arrested at like a protest, you can only be they'll hold you in jail for like 6 to 12 hours, sometimes 24.
You know, the police cell is the worst thing. That is the worst form of custody you can have. And after that, it's all easy. After that, like, compared to a police cell, that's the hardest thing. A prison cell, minor. Oh yeah, a court cell and a police cell, fucking boring. But a prison cell is nothing like that.
Yeah, Rika said, "Did they feed you? You think I'm going to take their fucking food?" They thought I was a racist.
Why?
I kept
wait. Hold on. They thought you was racist.
I kept seeing the hatch go down, and black police officers just looking in at me, and then putting it back up. "Do you want a drink?" "No, it's all right, thank you." Off they went. So yeah, all right. You think I'm going to let you spit in my drink? No fucking way.
Why did Dupes get arrested? Oh, people don't know. Okay.
Late to the party.
It would have done me good, to be honest. If they sling me in a cell, because I'll go on a fucking starvation diet, I'll come out slim. So, yeah. I deliberately won't eat, so they have to take me to the hospital. I've got all the tricks up my sleeve. Don't you worry about that.
No. What they'll do, they send the mental health team round before they take you to the hospital and start asking, "Oh, can you pull up your sleeves and show us your arms?" and do all this bullshit to make sure you're not going to kill yourself because, you know, bullshit. And then, yeah, after so long, they have to take you to hospital.
Yeah. No. I'll take it to the point they need to put me on a drip and I've got to go to the hospital ward. Don't you worry about that. I'll serve out my time on the hospital wing.
You just take it to hospital until you're better, and then they'll just take you back to the police station.
Next thing you know, they're giving you the old liquid kosh or the old injection because they think something's wrong with you. Mind that, man. Play games with them.
Yeah, no, I'm not that worried about it, Jedi.
No, nothing's gonna happen. But,
no, I'm not really that worried about it. I think if they were going to charge me, they would have done it there and then.
Yeah, you'll get a phone call in a few weeks, probably telling you it's been dropped or something.
I reckon they're just going to leave it like that, so that if there's any other thing, they can just come round.
Well, I mean, I've heard they can leave this indefinitely, but there's got to be some sort of time frame on how long they can leave something under investigation. Then they surely have to drop it.
Yeah, but they dropped the racial bit from it anyway straight away. What they've actually put on they're further investigating is harassment without violence, and I just don't get that. How can you harass someone without violence?
Yeah, but Jubes, remember mine was harassment by phone. That's what they put mine down as. So
no, isn't it?
It is. It fully is.
It fully is.
But it's all about how you make the other person feel by allegedly doing that.
Yeah, fucking nutters. Nutters. They really are nutters. But once I discovered that the show was really good for echoing, that was it. I was like, I'm gonna fucking sing. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. I started off with the higher you build your barriers. Yeah, fuck's sake. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, everyone, make sure you tune in tomorrow, 9 a.m. South is coming to do his fitness fitness thing in the morning. So make sure you get good night's sleep, drink plenty of water. So, got any other advice for people in the morning? Do they need to do some like stretches, or do they just need to wake up and be present?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is so fucking good.
Brad?
Yeah.
Are you alone? My man just came on and said, "This is so fucking good." Like, what are you doing?
I'm eating some chicken.
Yeah.
I Uber eats them.
Have you ever been arrested, Brad?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You ever been arrested, Wendy?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. It was quite funny though.
Right, South said we just need a light warm up and he'll take care of the rest. But make sure you're there 9 a.m. sharp, people. Set your alarms. No excuses.
I'll tell you what I did notice that I didn't know. All the police have merged. It's now called Southeast Command Unit. Yeah. So
What do you mean? What, the Metropolitan Police has merged with other forces?
Well, they've changed the name because it was Southeast Command Unit that dealt with me, and before it used to be just Metropolitan Police. Isn't it? I was like, yeah.
£500, go get your test. What are you talking about, Aurora Dawn?
Yeah. But they are trying to be awkward. They were trying to be awkward as well, because where I live, the nearest police station would have probably been Lewisham. And they went further out to one of the Kent ones. And I was like, I know what you're doing. You think you're going to release me and I'm going to have to fucking have a problem getting back, but it ain't going to happen.
Hey, have you guys taken the vaccine yet? I heard it's like really big over there.
My son has.
They're not giving it to everyone just yet. It's only people in the certain categories, like the frontline people and people in certain occupations and over a certain age at the moment.
Yeah.
So we're not on the list to get it.
Yeah, Victoria, it was Labby Sifri. He's got some good songs, actually, Labby Sifri. I like his other one, Listen to the Voices. That's a good song as well. And I Will Always Love You. That's another one of his that's good. Yeah. Yeah. Funny, isn't it? A lot of the black singers that are really good are gay.
Who is this James guy in the chat? Sorry, Dupes. Who's James?
Oh, he's my friend. A pain in the ass, but a friend nonetheless.
Is it
Where's
Johnson?
the Where's the 420 competition show? Oh, hey Willy Wonka, make sure you're there at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Set your alarm, please. And then what did he say? Did anyone find out who was the better looker between this Mary Jen chick and her nemesis? Listen, if you want to talk to this Mary Jen chick, James, you know how to jump on the panel if you're allowed, yeah. Don't chat my name in the chat. This Mary Jen chick. Like, that's such a derogatory sort of thing to say. Like,
Mary Jane, if you give him attention, that makes him powerful. So don't ignore him. That's how you kill him.
Man, listen, I've heard this name floating around too many times, and he don't even sound like a man. So that's all I'm gonna say. Idiot.
Which James is it?
James Jones.
Oh,
the infamous.
Say no more. Say no more. Yeah.
Why is everybody? He's not like he's a.
Listen, if James Jones wants to see my face, James Jones is going to have to sign up to my OnlyFans and pay. Wow. How about that?
Yeah,
you have an OnlyFans?
Why don't you jump on and talk to you instead of asking from the chat?
Because he has an iPhone 5 and his service is not that good.
Jane Jones. Is it Jane Jones?
Getting £1,000 phone the other day.
Hello, you probably, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Who's that?
Maybe. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, it's Jedi.
Yeah.
So I'm outside walking the dog. I've just collected some snow on top of a car. I'm put into a little snowball, tried to burn it. It wouldn't melt, and it stinks like plastic. It didn't go black though, but I don't think I held it for long enough.
What?
But it smells like plastic and wouldn't melt when I tried to burn it.
Jedi, bring some
100%.
home.
Oh no!
Bring some home. Put it in the freezer.
I can't be bothered. You can do it yourself. I'm confident that means that any snow you find, you can try it and it will happen.
All right, cool. Everybody go look for snow.
It's like plastic.
Well, don't we have to know where snow comes from? What is snow?
I thought it was just freezing water. I thought it was just frozen water, like frozen rain. That's all it is.
Yeah, it comes from the sky, Wendy.
I know
Yeah, but if it's
that.
just frozen water, why is it not melting under heat? And why is it like smelling like plastic? Water doesn't smell like plastic when you boil it.
That's what I mean. Yeah. That's the worst.
Please, anybody in the chat or on the panel that's still got snow outside, go and pick some up, video it, do what you got to do, and send it into Jedi, please.
This is getting really weird now. It's like we're in a fucking virtual reality. Do you know there's a Russian kid, right, that reckons in 2012, when they did the hydrogen cylinder, right, that we all got swapped over into a different reality, right? He puts this theory out there and he talks about it all the time. Fucking sometimes it actually feels like that. Everything that was good is now evil. Everything that was evil is now good. And fucking now we've got fake snow.
Just to top it all off.
Yeah, that's the nail in the coffin, that is. For fuck's sake.
Oh, shit. What's going on in this chat?
Did you hear this, babe? What you dropped? Oh.
What, it's not snowing up north? It's snowing in London, but it's not snowing up north. What's going on?
What is
it?
it?
It's definitely fake then.
Don't worry, it'll scrape off.
Why would they drop fake snow? Wouldn't that make things difficult?
I don't know why they're bringing us fake snow.
I'm saying that's weird.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is? It's because they stole Christmas. They just figured, let's all drop you a little piece of snow to make up for that Christmas that the Grinch stole.
You're hearing the fake snow now. We're going to have to all do experiments.
Wait, what is this? Man, Chase.
One day, about 2 years ago, we woke up and there was this fine red sort of like dust all over the cars. And they said, oh, it's coming from the Sahara. It happens every couple of years. I'd never seen it before in my life. Do you remember that, Wendy? I was like,
yes, I do.
It's not an abnormality. It normally happens. I was like, it's never happened before.
I remember that, yeah.
So just to clear up something for the chat, guys, as far as I know, if you test positive for you know what, and if you're employed and you have to take time off, you get a £500 payout. But if you're on benefits or you're self-employed, I don't think the same rules apply. And it's £500 incentive for you to stay at home and quarantine for the time that you're supposed to. So if you test positive for you know what, then just ask the people that's doing your test, like, because they're supposed to phone you up and check in on you and whatnot, and they should tell you about it. And yeah, that's all I know. Wish somebody would give me a free £500. Or even a free £5.
I'm actually looking it up. Like, is it possible to make fake snow?
That's what everyone's doing now. I don't know.
I don't know. I do not have any idea what they're trying to convince us of by fucking putting out fake snow.
And did anyone ever try this 10 years ago?
If you get snow and you turn it into a hard ball of snow, I think it does go black when you try and burn it.
Look this up. Can you burn a snowball?
Okay, Yellow Cactus is saying they found plastic particles in the Arctic. It's from pollution. That's why plastic in the snow. Lots of articles about it. Yeah, that smells of a cover-up.
Yeah, because I mean, I could see that happening in a big city too, because of pollution.
James Jones, I will have a special rate for you on my OnlyFans. Don't worry, you will pay the highest fee possible for that exclusive access. And I will only show you my toe. Haha.
He can only afford.
Buy cotton socks 2 days ago.
You what?
Cotton socks used to be his biggest fan, but she dumped him 2 days ago. She said he's cold.
Who's Cotton Socks?
She used to come over here a lot, but she's now a resident on Villiers.
Okay. Big up Ultra. Go and get some rest. Make sure you're here at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
I swear I love anime when I'm high. The colors, man. The fucking colors.
So let me ask you guys a question, right?
Yeah.
How would you feel if your significant other like had a different view from you on COVID, and like to the point where, so I don't know, let's say you're like, oh, it's all fine, you know, we've nothing to worry about, and they're like, no, we have to isolate, we have to protect our families, and you fully don't agree. Like, what would you do?
Dump them.
Would you actually dump them?
What a lot.
Yeah, the suitcase would be out on the doorstep. Oh, goodbye.
Every time I sway towards having the injection, Hector pulls him back and says, no, we're not having it. So we are slightly different views on it anyway.
I was watching a live stream the other day, and there was a guy, and he was saying he'd been seeing this woman for like 10 years. And they weren't, I think they were serious, like they were serious enough, just in a relationship, but no kids or anything. And they both disagreed at the beginning of the lockdown about if they believed in it or not. I think she didn't and he did, and he wanted to protect his family. So yeah, they basically both went their separate ways after 10 years of a relationship.
Yeah, that sounds like an excuse to me. You know, but then they said that people broke up over Brexit, didn't they, and stuff like that. Fuck's sake.
Well, yeah, I mean, this thing actually causes problems in people's relationships. And I was thinking, like, imagine how many other couples it's happened to where one's a believer and one's not, or one's taking it more serious than the other.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know it exists because my son and daughter-in-law have had it. One of them have had it, one lot have had it. So I know it exists, but it's just how safe that actual vaccine is. That's my only worry. So I ain't going to be one of the first rushing up there to but I'm not going to sort of like rule out ever taking a vaccine for it. That would be stupid. I mean, especially at my age. I mean, if what they're saying is it's going to stop you having kids. I've already had it. I don't really need any more.
I dated this chick one time. She believed in something called DARP, like a program in which the federal government's controlling the weather around the world. Something like, if I could make it rain, wouldn't I make like the desert areas like wet with rain? And then like the areas that are prone to flooding, I would make, you know, less prone to flooding. Like, retard.
Aurora Dawn said they're so fucking desperate to get the numbers up. Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
The system, I reckon.
Oh, she's one of those loonies, doesn't believe in it, look. That's what she means.
She's one of those loonies. Oh, I'm done.
Also,
I mean, they've been
vaccines...
protesting outside of hospitals. I mean, there's no need
like
for that.
I'm trying to figure out, the vaccines are meant to kill. Like, if people tell you that, oh, don't take the vaccines, they're meant to kill you. Would people notice if mass quantities of the human population got wiped out because of the vaccine?
Yeah.
Because, like, okay, there's like... Huh?
Not enough have taken it yet.
But there's been more people that recovered from COVID than have actually died from it. So, like, obviously, if the numbers start people dying from it, they're gonna put the two together.
Raj called you the COVID Gestapo.
Who?
You.
Well, I'm sorry, Raj, but I'd rather believe scientists than lunatics online. Yeah. I'm sorry.
You gotta be careful with me. He's gonna start training to box you. Those are funny, watching him train.
My son's had the vaccine. He's fine.
I did laugh at Raj the other day though, Wendy. He said that he turned up on Vellies, right?
Yeah.
And Lady G was there, and apparently she went, "Right, brothers, that's it. Raj is going to detract from everything we're trying to do. Come on, brothers, off!" And he got upset. He said she treated me like I was her enemy or something. He went, she was like a sergeant major. He went, "I'm calling her Lady Gestapo from now on." So now there's two Gestapos, you and Lady D, according to him. But it did make me laugh. He said, she went, "Right, brothers, off. Let's go."
Now, I want to make it clear. I got off by coincidence. I didn't even hear that. I got off by coincidence.
Did you hear what councillors have been doing in Wales?
No, what?
You know when they send the link to the elderly in the 80s to go and get their vaccine, yeah? What some councillors in Wales have been doing is keeping the link for themselves and booking themselves in to get the vaccine early.
What?
Oh, joke.
Yeah, I read that too. I read that because I live in Wales. I read that too. I read that in the Wales
Yeah.
Times. Yeah.
In the Kashmir
Wow.
Times, yeah.
No, actually, it was the Wool Gazette, but close. But yeah.
No, it's true, and I mean, it's wrong. That's just wrong. Don't jump the bloody queue.
Yeah. I was watching the news channel, the Wells News show. It was really they talked about the same thing going on. But yeah, it's a crazy thing out here, man. Everybody keep your heads about you.
What is he going on about? The Wales news?
I don't know. He's got some fantasy clearly about sheep and whales and Kashmir and cold places. Brad.
Yeah, it's like really warm over here. I'm not gonna fake. For winter, it's like 49, and then at night, like midnight, like 2-3 o'clock, it'll get to like 39. But like during the day, it's like 50, 51. Global warming is real, bro.
In Wales, Brad. Definitely not wearing fluffy slippers and all that business.
Yo,
I do that
Yellow
in my
Cactus.
house, in my home.
Yellow Cactus, let me just tell you, too much water is not good for a cactus. Mind you don't drown. We may never see you again.
What was that little laugh at the end there?
Because Yellow Cactus is another troublemaker, along with Rika B and Jedi.
I think I'm bonding with Rika B, actually. They agreed with my comments twice today. I nearly fainted.
Does that not usually happen?
No. Normally that one's on my case biting me arse.
The chats have actually been hilarious the last few days. Like today, I didn't even want to go on the panel because the chat was too funny. It's like, forget the panel. It's boring.
Oh, don't. I don't know. It's really weird, everything that's happening. It's like everyone's gone nuts. Even the same people are going nutty.
Do you know what? One of my friends was saying that yesterday. What did she say? I think she might even be in the chat now. She said, nowadays, the sane people are making the crazy people look sane.
Yeah, I never really understood like conspiracy theorists. Like they just have like this fascination with like the whole world either trying to kill them or control them. And it's like,
I
who
agree,
are you?
Brad. Yeah.
Who are you to the world that you need to be controlled? Like, how much of a threat are you?
Oh, I spoke to. I hate it here this morning, Wendy. Early hours. He has a stream up, so I went over there. Right.
Right.
His site was full of fucking trolls. I don't know why. Right, but anyway, I was speaking to him. He reckons he's found out stuff about Skits, Esau, and Brian Hurl, and he's going to reveal it on that Speaker's Corner online. I said, well, I ain't going over there to find out. I said, once you've released it, you can send me a private email, tell me what you said. I ain't going over there. He went, why not? I went, no. He went, it's pretty safe. I went, I don't know who's running it. I'm not going over there. He went, but you're on Google. I said, yeah, well, that was a fucking mistake, weren't it?
Yeah, I don't care, to be honest. You know, when you get past caring, because all they do is talk rubbish. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's ridiculous. To me, all of them lot have become a pantomime. Not so much Simon, but it's all become a pantomime. You know, did you see?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, yeah.
Did you see him on Respects?
Oh God, yeah.
For fuck's sake. Fucking and Hurl. Although he actually got to one point where he was offering people out a fight. Oh, I was like, oh dear.
Someone said to him, calm down or you'll have a heart attack. He goes, I don't care, I've already had 2.
He's a mental case though, isn't he? He really is. But I was like, Oh, do you know what? This is just getting beyond a joke now. This bloke has handed at least 12 women online, and people are just allowing him a platform, not even questioning him.
Exactly. That's why I can't be bothered with the Dukes, to be honest, love.
Yeah, and even the
I'm
people
surprised
that
that Rasvet let them on and let them stay there talking
Who?
crap.
Who? You talking about Issa?
What?
Huh?
Never mind. I thought you talking about Issa.
No,
Oh.
hell. Well,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Tracy
No.
Bell, he's been on here once or twice.
Okay. No,
He's
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No,
Go ahead. Keep talking, ladies.
He's an absolute. He reckons he's done every job going. Plus, plus be a graduate, plus be locked up for so many years. He's a psychologist. He's a fucking border agent. He's a special investigator. He told me on Wednesday he's got fucking computers in his front room monitoring us with a full team on our case. Yeah.
Nah, he's just Norman Bates, isn't he? And he lives in the
Wait,
Bates
say
motel.
the name again, because I've heard someone say all this before. I forget the name.
Brian Hurl.
Look it up on the internet and everything will come up about him. He's a fucking nutcase, honestly. He's a complete lunatic and he contradicts himself so much. Apparently, I was told that Adolf Hitler,
Right, yeah.
done a really good video on him and broke down all his contradictions. So I'll have to have a look at that later I don't know. The man's mad, absolutely mad. He told me he was coming around my house with a boot full of guns. He never turned up. He never was. Yeah, he said Hector weren't going to be here by the 31st.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was getting him out of the country because he worked for border agency. Fucking idiot. He is an idiot, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know Jupiter. I know Jupiter. He ain't done life in the UK test. Yes, he has, Hurl. He's legal. I'm telling you, Jupiter. Telling you. By the 31st. Hector's lying to you. Fucking cunt.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. There's some characters on these panels, man. Like MC Anthony, top, like Esau. Those are my top two. Torok. Obviously members of the block, like Ultra and James and Velly.
Yeah. If we mention him enough, he might turn up. You'll get to meet him in real life because he stalks me and Wendy as well. But he does all this. This is what else he says. He goes, Jupiter, I'm a gangster. I know loads of gangsters. Fuck off. I know gangsters. I'm coming around your house right now, with a boot full of guns, and you're going to see. Yeah, all right. So you reckon. Yeah. I know who you are, Jupiter. Yeah, you're the Elton Posse. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but his mum, remember, I mean, he's a 51-year-old man, you know. My mum said, you're mutton dressed as lamb, Jupiter. Yeah.
These YouTube streets are quite scary.
Yeah, they can be.
Madness. Saying it before, people need to really distinguish reality from this online stuff.
Yeah. Some people really take this shit seriously, like serious. Like, oh, I'm gonna find your family, I'm gonna find you. You're gonna suffer the day you disrespected me in a conversation on the internet. Like, okay. Sorry, sir.
If you want to play a game online, just go and get like Call of Duty or PlayStation, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, play an actual game instead of playing with people's lives. It's boring now.
Yeah, I don't know why people try to make it more serious than what it is. Though. Like, it's not that serious. It's just conversation. Like, oh, yeah, you ran from me on the panel. Like, who runs from someone on a panel? You just either lose connection or you log off.
Now,
it's
some
not that
people
hard.
do run. Some people are like, right, I'm gonna go now, or I'm going to mute now. So, triggered. Woo, shit. You know, and you just like.
So I have a conversation
roll
with
back.
anybody.
It's funny because Afghan.
Oh, that's my
Don't know
boy.
if you guys know Afghan, but Afghan
Oh yeah.
liked Brian Hurl. So yeah, that would fit, wouldn't it? Really? Yeah.
Yeah, Afghan is insane, man. Afghan goes
Yeah.
on so many weird tangents. Like one minute he's cool, next minute he's like taking like he's a proper troll. That's what I enjoy. Him and Banksy, they're proper trolls. They're the best trolls because they'll hop on the panel, live it up, they go in the chat and talk so much trash.
Yeah, but I think Afghan's evil with it. The stuff he
Oh, of
comes
course.
out with, evil.
He's psychotic.
Yeah.
The funniest though, I'm not okay. Listen, I don't condone. I want to say real quick, I don't condone what Skits did to Raj, but the dedication, bro. Come on, you gotta realize like there's some dedication to that, man.
What, that Skits person?
Yeah. Like I downright condemn the actions of Skits, but I can't lie and say that what he did wasn't like for internet, for like so much involvement in the internet. Oh my god. Oh yeah, and Jedi. Like Jedi has his own documentary.
Jedi what?
There's a 16-minute documentary on Jedi. Oh god, it was so funny.
Who did that?
Oh, I forgot where I saw it. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's a 16-minute. It's like 16 minutes. Oh, and it's like, yo, this is so much dedication, bro. There's so much dedication. Like I'm just
Too
picturing
much time on their hands.
too much.
Yeah.
And I can
Too
understand if
much
it happened
time.
during lockdown. Like I can understand if it happened during lockdown, but this thing is old.
No, it was happening before that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what cracks me up about it. It's like so much dedication.
Yeah.
I want some cake. Oh God, what kind of cake do I want?
When was Brian Harvey on the live streams?
Brian Harvey came on my live stream.
What? When?
A few months ago now. About June.
Oh my god, like I used to be the biggest Brian Harvey fan when I was young. Like the biggest Brian Harvey fan. Until it came out that they were like taking drugs. And I was like, oh, I don't think I like them anymore, but I was still secretly a fan.
Yeah.
But wow, I was
I was the biggest Brian Harvey hater.
So I was like 11 or something. Forgive me, yeah. Like it's probably the one like childhood crush that I had.
Well, he's gone nuts, love. And he keeps bringing up this little girl that was murdered. I don't know if you remember. Her name was Millie Dowler.
Yeah.
And he keeps bringing her up as though, you know, because that guy that owns the News of the World, Murdoch, right?
Yeah.
Apparently owes Brian Harvey 25 million. And he keeps bringing up the murder of Millie Dowler and using her. So I'd had enough. So I just started like looking into his so-called story, and exposing him for what it was, and he got all upset, and a lot of stuff happened, and then in the end, he come onto my stream, And that's when I saw and heard just how vulnerable he really is.
Oh wow.
Yeah, yeah. He's he's a very vulnerable man, and I don't do videos. I don't say nothing anymore. No. I think any day he could take his own life, to be honest.
Yeah, I have heard that he's struggling like with mental health,
He
but
is.
he's abused drugs and alcohol over the years as well, hasn't he? And he's been involved in lots of
Yeah,
different
I mean,
dramas.
he sits and says he took, you know, I used to take 12 E's, and then is it E's? Yeah, 12 E's, and drink, then drive my car. I mean, how the hell do you run yourself over with your own car?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, wasn't there a weird story about him like running himself over? Yeah, that was all strange. I don't know. I suppose when like this is why drugs and alcohol are dangerous, because you don't know what position you're gonna end up in.
And what he does is he's been diagnosed with bipolar. Yeah. So he won't take any medication. I mean, you might agree with this. I don't know from what I've heard you say. And he uses cannabis to deal with it.
Right.
Real or synthetic?
Probably real if it's over here, to be honest.
I didn't. You know, have you ever had like? Have you ever seen like synthetic? Have you ever smoked like synthetic weed before? Like, they're actually, the fact that they GMO'd weed is amazing to me. Like, I don't understand.
No,
like, you can
I've never smoked weed.
You
but
can
I'm talking about
hydroponically.
real. Hang on, we're talking about real mental illness, and
how's real doing?
Yeah, he's been smoking this cannabis for I don't know how many years. It's not making any difference. You know,
He could be self-medicating though.
I mean, the thing is, there is certain weeds that can help with bipolar. So if he's smoking the right strain and maybe spoken to a doctor about it, because obviously in America you can get prescriptions. Over here you can get prescriptions as well, but like over in America it's a bit easier.
Who we talking about?
Brian Harvey. Yeah.
Brian Harvey.
So he could be using cannabis to help rather than taking like normal medication, because the normal medication can sometimes cause so many other problems alongside
I agree.
it. So it's possible.
You know, it was really strange though, Mary, because we were sitting on I've got a funny sense of humour. We were sitting on Wendy's, right? And this but I didn't know it was a real Brian Harvey, but this fella calling himself Brian Harvey turned up and threatened to stab me and Wendy. Right? And we were sitting there and I giggled and I went, oh, look, there's a fella called Brian Harvey says he's going to stab us, and took it as a joke, right? And he got really angry about it. This bloke got really angry. And this is how Hull ended up fucking stalking us. And then eventually he did end up coming on Wendy's show and we had a conversation with him. And
he was very vulnerable, wasn't he, Duke?
Yeah,
So you could,
and
I saw it. Yeah.
He turned out to be a really nice person, actually. And then after that, instead of Hull, because it was Hull that had stirred up the trouble. And that's when Hull started stalking us.
Yeah, because he got rid of Pearl, didn't he? Yeah.
Wow.
But it was madness. You know, I could actually say Brian Harvey threatened me. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, but then when he came on that night, Duke, you've got to say you could see how vulnerable the way he talked. You can tell he's very, very vulnerable.
Yeah, and he did say he took it all back and everything else.
Yeah.
And, and stuff.
But it's mad when you think of these, like when they were just pop stars and celebrities, like so many years ago, and all the young girls were running around after them, like the Robbie Williams of Take That and Brian Harvey of E17, and now these are just some any guys like on YouTube struggling in life like everyone else.
Yeah.
He actually done a video on Wendy though. Fucking Wendy.
Brian Harvey did.
What? Yeah, Wendy Wu. I'm going to get Wendy Wu. That Wendy Wu, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Wendy proper triggered him.
Yeah.
Wow. What happened to everybody in the house of love?
Oh God. Yeah.
I would have been singing all of his songs back to him. One love, one God.
Yeah, so that's what brought her on the scene, and that's what was Real's downfall, because Real found out that Wendy had been mentioned on hers, or on Brian Harvey's rather, and then wanted to get him on the show, and Wendy didn't want none of it. She didn't want to get involved in all of it, and Real just went behind her back and done it all, and that's how he got Brian Harvey on his show, to moan about Wendy, really. With Brian Hurl, but luckily enough, just before that, Wendy sorted it out with him, and so he didn't moan about Wendy, but he still went on. And then Brian Harvey got rid of Hurl because he realised that it made him look stupid and stuff.
Mm.
And then Brian Hurl didn't like it, so he started stalking us, saying he was gonna kneecap us.
Can you remember the build up to Harvey going on to Reels? The way they all went on, and yet he just jumped onto my channel, onto mine, and just like anyone else does. It was really normal and nice, and yet the way they went on over there was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was. Do you remember Chantel put a full face of makeup on and come on camera? And then Real sort of tucked her off and put her out of it, and just only had Brian Hurl and Brian Harvey.
Yeah.
He Real played them all, didn't he? Really.
All because Brian Harvey made a video about Wendy Wu. Real said to me, "Get in touch with him, get him to come on here." And I said, "No, I'm not using him like that. No, I've got a particular problem and I'm not getting involved." Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Hurl said that sent Wendy a video saying he'd put $2,000 on her head to get her killed.
Just $2,000? Is that all? For fuck's sake.
Yeah, love, that's all I'm worth.
Yeah, he showed her the money. So, yeah, Wendy, I'm really serious, Wendy. See the money, Wendy.
Oh,
and then I think he turned up to meet some fella. I think it might have been Amy's boyfriend at the time, or Amy's friend.
Yeah.
And he went to meet him with a knife, waving a knife around. That video's out there somewhere. I think that might be on the Wasps. But yeah, he's a right nutcase, a real nutcase.
Yeah, he's
Sounds like
psychotic, isn't he?
Yeah. Wow.
But, and then he went on to all these lefty shows like Six Scripts and all that, going over there saying that me and Wendy had picked on him and
yeah, Christ, yeah, my name was being thrown around everywhere.
all over the internet, weren't it?
Ridiculous.
Yeah, Jupiter, Wendy Wu, yeah, gotta be careful of them, yeah. Fuck's sake.
She collects data. She collects data.
Yeah. Yeah, so he went over there complaining. And then we all had all them come to investigate. Then they realised that he was a fucking nutcase, and he ended up threatening them as well.
I'm done.
Yeah, so from there he went on to he started going as a regular on the Wasps. He ended up getting in a load of arguments with them, and then he jumped to Zavidas. From Zavidas he jumped to Omer's. From Omer's he jumped to Raspex, so now he's at Raspex. He did try with Jedi and Veli, but I think they saw through him.
Did he been on Jedi?
Yeah, he came on.
Yeah, came on here once. Yeah. I think a lot of the trolls followed him, so it doesn't take long to start to find out what other people think and the story behind them.
Yeah.
It tends to follow them everywhere, doesn't it?
But yeah. So, but his stories are really ludicrous.
Yeah, he's always got a story about something.
I heard him say the other night he lived in Thailand for 10 years.
Oh, for God's sake. What with his Anglo-Indian children and his uncle from Trinidad and Tobago.
Big up Yellow Cactus. Go and rest your stems now.
And he was telling Raspek that Esau is a multi-millionaire and owns properties in Iraq.
Oh, for God's sake.
Right, I've got a riddle for you. I've got a riddle for you.
Out of all the people in Speaker's Corner, do you know what? That Esau definitely needs a thump off someone.
Yeah,
I'm not telling people to do it, but I'm saying I can imagine that one day he will get a thump off someone. Some of the things he said. Who says to someone, I'm going to get hold of your kids and cut off their genitals? That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He's like an Afghan junior. I think that's what, because he was just like, oh my goodness, when he went on Rosbeck, I was dying laughing. Because the dude like complimented and insulted Rosbeck all at the same time. Like, Esau's one of a kind.
Yeah, that's what he does. Yeah, that's what he does.
One of a kind. He's like, yo, Rosbeck, I know you're a pussy hole and a total bitch, but man, you gotta admit, man, this guy Brian is far worse. It's like, dang. How you gonna go? How you gonna go? Like, oh man.
Yeah, no.
I'm so happy Conor McGregor lost last night. It's kind of fun.
No,
you're like my son then. My son was happy Conor McGregor lost for some reason.
Yeah, he's so arrogant, man. He needs
Yeah,
that.
that's it. That's the one. Yeah. Yeah.
He lost his humility. You know, when he was like poor and stuff like that and had to fight us, he told us that story. I was cool with that. But when he thought he was the king, all right, you gotta carry the crown if you're gonna be the king.
Trouble is, when you're a woman, you don't really care about these things. And you've got sons, you've got to sit there pretending you're interested and you're not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Brad's disappeared. Where have you gone, Brad?
Probably fallen off something.
In it.
But I don't know. Some of these characters. Who would you say is the funny? Who do you find the funniest online as a nice funny though, Wendy? Who makes you laugh the most?
Jedi,
really?
Jedi.
I don't know. I think. Let me think.
Some of the stuff he comes out with, and he's just so.
Yeah, a lot of people don't get when he's actually joking, though, do they? They
No.
don't get. Who do I think's funny? Let me think.
Rika B, I'm not going to sing for you. No, you will have to sign up to my OnlyFans as well if you want me to sing for you.
Yeah.
And then you probably ask for a refund. Right, let me give the chat a riddle.
Okay.
Right. What does every woman have that starts with a V and that she can use to get what she wants?
Oh, she's got two things.
Well, the
Oh.
obvious answer is it the obvious answer or not? No.
Wait, I want to see what the Mohib said vibrator.
No,
not every woman has a vibrator, though, Mohib.
No. Vagina.
Yeah, it's got to be vagina, in it, because the voice as well, but men have got that as well.
The answer was voice.
Oh, voice. Oh, okay.
Okay, but men have got that as well, though. Yeah.
Yeah, But every woman has it. I never said men don't have it.
True.
Oh gosh. Right. Here's another one then. You play with it at night. You're not allowed to fiddle with it on the job. Only very special people are allowed to touch it. What is it? Dun, dun, dun. No, Jedi, you're wrong this time.
Hector said hair.
Nope.
And so is Jedi by the look of it.
Nope. Play with it at night. You're not allowed to fiddle with it on the job. And only very special people are allowed to touch it.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. What do you fiddle with at night?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Yes. Vintage got it. They got vintage. All right. Next one. Let's see. These lot love this.
What is it then? I can't see the chat. So what is it?
Oh, it was a phone.
Oh, okay, love.
Okay, I like this one. I sometimes cause pain when I go in. I'll fill your holes if you ask me to. I ask you to spit, not swallow. What am I?
Dentist.
You got that too quick.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah. Right. What does a dog do that you can step into?
Shit.
No.
Don't. Moeb tried to be nice.
No, you're wrong. See, no one's typing because everyone's trying to Google it now. Oh, gosh. All right. No, that one's boring. Did anyone get the last one? No one's got the last one. What does a dog do that you can step into?
I'm still thinking.
I said shit.
Nah.
All right. Dog. What do dogs do? Bark.
No one in the chat is getting
you
it.
can't step into a
Oh,
bar.
I know what it is. Pant.
What?
Is it pant?
Pants. Okay, next one. What does a man have that begins with P and gets bigger if it's properly stimulated?
Pride. Yeah, Hector answered that.
Oh, that's not the answer, but it's a good one.
Oh. Penis.
That's the obvious one, but no.
Yeah, that's the obvious one. Yeah.
What does a man have?
Mohib said poppadoms. Go away, Mohib.
What is it, Hector? Personality, said Victoria.
No.
Okay, it begins with P. Say it again. It begins with P. What do men have that begins with P?
And gets bigger if it's properly stimulated.
Psyche. No?
No.
Pie?
No. Not pride, not personality, not poppadoms.
Oh, God.
Is there any muscles that begin with P?
This is Globe in the chat with mind and ego. They don't even begin with P.
I don't know. I'm just guessing at this point, Hector. Patience?
Nope. Right. It's something. It's not like a. It's a physical thing. It's something actually on the body.
Oh, okay.
Right. There's only one thing comes to mind.
Ladies, take your mind out of gutter.
Yeah.
To be fair, women have it too.
What's the
Oh,
perineum?
women.
What's the perineum? What is that?
The perineum? I don't know.
Well, I'm trying to think of things that begin with P on the body now.
Pelvis? Yeah.
Does that enlarge when it's stimulated? Glover said prostate. No.
There's
I'm
only,
gonna
it's
give you
only,
guys
it can
like
only
10
be,
seconds.
it can only be the obvious one.
No, because women have it too.
Oh, right.
Perineal gland. That's what Hector said. Yeah.
Nah.
Pineal. You mean pineal? Yeah.
What's she giggling at?
I'm laughing at the chat and all the silly answers. The pinky.
What is
how
it?
How does your pinky enlarge? It's so stupid and obvious.
Enlarges.
It's your pupil.
Oh.
Oh, God.
You
How
lot have
come we
got
never
filthy
thought of
minds.
Yeah.
He just went, I don't know if you heard him in the background, but I heard him go, "Fuck's sake, fuck."
Yeah.
With his fucking deep African accent. Why are you moaning, babe?
All right, I've got another one. I like this one. I think it's quite appropriate. Maybe, or maybe not. I'm hard and hairy on the outside, but soft and wet on the inside. My name begins with C and ends in T, and there is a U and an N in between them. What am I?
Coconut.
Oh, juice. That was way too quick.
That one was easy. I've heard it before.
Oh, damn. What's this one? Okay. I have a stiff shaft and my tip penetrates. I come with a quiver. What am I? I have a stiff shaft and my tip penetrates. I come with a quiver. What am I?
Pen. A pen or a quill.
No.
Yeah.
It's got to be a quill.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Stop copying the chat's answers, Jedi.
I think I was first.
Okay. Arrow.
Yes. That's the one.
Hang on, you said it began with a P.
No, that was the last one.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, one more. What does a man have in his trousers that a lady doesn't want in her face? And yes, Rika, I know you're still stuck in the gutter. Come out from the gutter, girl.
What's to begin with? What's to begin with?
Oh, that might give it away. I'll give you that in a minute if no one gets it.
Car keys, that's what Hector said. Or wallet. They want the wallet. They don't mind the wallet.
What does a man have in his trousers that a lady does not want in her face? No, Jedi, not the belt.
Okay.
Not the tissue, not underpants, not raisins. I don't know where these guys are getting their answers from. Crack. What the fuck?
Legs.
No.
Durex.
Bollocks. Hector said bollocks. Apart from teabag and Laura Taylor. Apart from Miss Laura Taylor, the old teabagger.
Okay, I will give you. What does it begin with? It begins with a W.
A W.
Yeah.
Oh, again, obvious one.
What?
Isn't it?
Yep, it's very obvious. Diana got it. Come on, Diana.
Oh, wrinkles. Yeah. Wendy's laughing because she thought of Winkle.
Wee Willy Winkle. Oh. What is this? All right.
You remember the days when we first used to do shows, Wendy, and if I was a little bit vulgar, you would get really annoyed with me.
Yeah.
You used to go, Jupiter, don't say that. It's disgusting.
Rika B, how don't you get it? A man has got wrinkles in his trousers. You know, wrinkles, crinkles, the
women
things
don't
that you
like
iron
them.
out. And we don't want wrinkles in our face.
Yeah.
Some of these I've already put in the chat, so some of these guys might know the answers anyway. Every man has one. Some are big, some are small. It feels great when you blow it, but it drips if you ain't careful.
What? Oh.
Every man has one. Some are big, some are small. Feels great when you blow it, but it drips if you're not careful. What is it?
If you're not careful, it drips. It could apply to a nose, but I don't know how that would be great when you blow it. I mean, who thinks it's great when you blow your nose?
What else could you blow that's going to make a man feel good?
Well, exactly. The obvious, yeah? The obvious.
Yeah, fucking obvious.
No, you got it right. It's a nose.
Ah, right.
That made me laugh when Raspet was on his show the other day. Wendy, this one, he went and Blue Jays give away free food. Yeah, Blue Jays, big up the Blue Jays. I was like, fucking hell, big up the BJs, yeah.
Oh, this one you should get. What do men keep in their pants that partners sometimes blow?
Huh?
What do men keep in their pants that their partners sometimes blow?
Why is it? Oh, why do you all started off with an obvious answer here? It's like,
Yeah, the Jedi said money. They blow the money.
Yes, that's it. Jedi knows.
Right.
What does a cow have 4 of that a woman only has 2 of?
Udders? I don't know.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Nah.
Legs.
Legs.
Yeah.
Jedi couldn't write it quick enough. Like eggs, legs. Oh gosh. We got any more?
Was it
We've got a
legs
few-
then?
Yeah, it was legs.
Legs.
Wait, was it legs? I don't even remember. I don't even know which one I was on. But yeah, I think that was right.
Ark of Jedi is saying this is a white person's thing.
What's a
Oh, what? The wrinkles? I think she's still stuck on wrinkles. She's like, what's a wrinkle? And Jenna's like, it's a white people's thing. Oh, yeah, see, we white people got problems too. She's asking us to explain. Oh gosh, I can't.
What? There's somebody that doesn't know what a wrinkle is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, please.
These black people are privileged, aren't they? They don't know what a wrinkle is. They don't understand the white woman's pain. That's what it is.
Yeah, you don't have to deal with wrinkles. Damn. Oh, right. Got another riddle. Let's see how quick you guys can get this one. Your finger fits right in it. You play with it when you're bored. Once you're married, you're stuck with the same one forever.
Wedding
ring.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Wedding ring.
All right. See, they're getting too easy now. I give up.
True though, you do play about with it when you're bored, don't you? Sit down.
Yeah, thank God you never said you played with your ring at night, though. That would have been a bit.
God, Jupiter.
Oh. I do like a riddle.
Yeah, riddle me this, riddle me that. Right, what's the next one? Come on, then.
Trying to see. I think I've rinsed them ones out. These are all rubbish ones. Let's see. What time is it when an elephant sits on the fence? It's time to fix. No, that's rubbish. Oh, what's messy and can be really annoying or tricky to clean up after sex?
Bun.
Nope.
That was the best answer. On many levels.
Said I ain't having it. He gave you the best answer, and he ain't
That was
having it.
literally the best answer on many levels. Messy bun. You can get messy as well after sex because you could get stuff in your hair. Oh, it's the best answer.
Yeah, it's got to be the bed.
We're going to rewrite this one.
You
know, have you got any limericks?
Any limericks?
Yeah, I thought all Irish people need limericks. Or at least where the pot of gold is, one or the other, please.
See, not that I can just tell off the top of my head. I left home way too long ago.
Google it, some Irish limericks, and read them out.
Okay. Let's see if there's one I recognize because I feel like I could tell it better than Irish limericks. Irish limericks. Right, let's see what I can find. Oh, these look rubbish, but let me read a few of them. The ones was an I'm not. I can't read anymore. There once was a man named Odile who saw a little red spot on his toe. His doctor, a cynic, said, "Get out of my clinic and wipe off that lipstick you fill."
Oh, you wait till I see Odell. I'm going to tell him that one.
There once was a fellow McSweeney who spilled some gin on his weenie. Just to be cowf, he added their mouth and slipped his girlfriend a martini. Oh, that's shit.
God.
Now, these are actually rubbish.
Yo, what's good? It's your boy Jedi for Trilluminati Live. I'm here to tell you to hit the like button, make sure you're subscribed, and don't forget to hit the notification bell. We've got links in the description for PayPal. You can hit us up on the super chat if you want to support. I also got Cash App. Keep it trill, keep it locked. You're done now. Found one yet?
I think so.
Right, go on then.
Oh, I don't know if this is. All right, let's see. Right. There once was a man from Rangoon whose farts could be heard on the moon. When you'd least expect them, they'd bust from his rectum with the force of a raging typhoon. Said the nun as the bishop withdrew, "Dear, this must be our final adieu. For the vicar is thicker and slicker and quicker and 5 inches longer than you."
That would sound better with an Irish accent, actually.
I'm not going to put on my fake forced Irish accent.
Be liberties. You'd be banned from Ireland.
Right.
You get banned.
I'm already banned because I've got an English accent. I'm not going to do the fake Irish one. I'll have my passport taken away. There once was a viral young Viking whose sexual prowess was striking. He would plunder the asses of hot Viking lasses each time he found one to his liking. These are just all like, some of them want to talk about lesbians and stuff. It's just like, I don't,
What?
Yeah.
What about, have you heard this song, Mary? She said she couldn't sleep unless she had a shimmy on, but when she had it on, sure she'd go to bed with anyone. La diddly da. You heard that one?
Nope.
Had a wooden leg, it was hollow up the middle, and when she put a string on it, she played it like a fiddle. Yeah, it's a good one. They sing that. That's an Irish limerick song. Yeah.
I wonder if Christy Moore's got any good ones. Have you heard of Christy Moore?
No.
He's like a really famous Irish singer. And he puts like limericks at the beginning of his songs, and it's just absolutely hilarious. And then he referred to them throughout his music as well.
Oh, yeah, I think it's that time. I think I've got to go to sleep now. But it's 1 minute to midnight. It's 1 minute to midnight.
Yeah, I need to be back at 9 a.m. to do your exercise, dupes.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah, that's right. Catch us tomorrow, 9 o'clock, exercising with Sly. See you later, man. Let's just turn the show off, man.
No.
Big up, man. Thank you, everyone, for your participation and presence. How did they do that? Time it at the same time, all the time. Fucking scary, man.
Both of them just jumped out at the same time.
Yeah, they always do it, though. It's scary.
That's mad. Oh, big up, Lex. It was nice to speak to you. Big up, Jed.
It was lovely speaking to you, my dear.
See you in the gym tomorrow.
Big up. See you all in the morning.
Yeah. See you at gym. Peace. You lot, make sure you got like your sweatsuits and I don't know, ready. I think we're gonna do about half an hour workout. 9 o'clock, yeah. Peace, man.